The man spent all his savings today on a small gold ring. He went out full of anticipation, ready to propose to his girlfriend of 3 years. However, his goddess humiliated him in front of everyone, saying that without $1 million in savings, he was not worthy of being her man. At that moment, the king's mind went blank, as if struck by lightning, and he froze on the spot. He was both angry and felt ridiculous. He was just an ordinary person with no connections, no savings, and only a small 20-square-meter supermarket at home. Just like you and me, utterly ordinary. The king deeply regretted falling in love with such a vain and materialistic woman. For a time, he had even regarded her as the most beautiful woman in the world. But he was unaware that a new chapter of destiny was quietly unfolding at that moment. In the next instant, an inconspicuous bottle cap awakened an utterly absurd system for him. The One Yuan Exchange System. For just $1, he could exchange it for a rare item that most people wouldn't even dare to dream of in their entire lives. On his first try, the system gifted him a ton of gold. From a poor boy humiliated in public to a mysterious tycoon with supermarkets overflowing with gold bricks, the king's life began to spiral out of control. While outsiders were still mocking his poverty, he had already ascended to a higher level, coldly observing the world. And it all began when he casually opened a beverage bottle cap. After being rejected by the marriage proposal, Wang returned to the supermarket, casually picked up a bottle of One Yuan energy drink from the shelf, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. The next instant, a clear voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! The One Yuan Exchange System has been successfully bound. This sudden sound startled the king. He muttered to himself in a daze. What the hell? One Yuan Exchange? A system? He sat there, stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. Then, the system announced again. This system offers one daily reward redemption opportunity. Drinking any beverage each day and opening the lid will trigger the reward. Any brand of beverage is eligible to participate. All rewards can be obtained through a One Yuan exchange, limited to 1 time per day. Please check the bottle cap. Today's One Yuan exchange opportunity has been successfully triggered. A flicker of surprise flashed in Wang Shang's eyes. This system, it's pretty amazing. He quickly picked up the cap of the One Yuan beverage bottle he had just drunk from and turned it over to look. Sure enough, it said One Yuan exchange printed on it. But this time was different. The words shone with a golden light, exceptionally dazzling. All right, 1 yuan for freebie, the king shouted. And as soon as he finished speaking, a pleasant, clear system notification sounded. Host current wealth value -1. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged 1 yuan for gold. Reward, 1 ton of gold. 1 ton of gold. The king was completely stunned, his eyes filled with shock. At first, the king thought it was all just a ridiculous joke. A ton of gold? That's not a ton of sand or soil. How could it fall into his lap so easily? Keep in mind that 1 ton of gold is 1,000 kilograms. At the current market buyback price of over 800 yuan per gram, 1 kilogram of gold is worth more than 500,000 yuan, and 1 ton is worth more than 500 million yuan. For a moment, the king was in a daze, muttering to himself. Then, where's the gold? Ding! Tip! 1 ton of gold is now displayed on the shelf against the wall in the supermarket. Upon hearing the prompt, he immediately rushed towards the shelf against the wall at top speed. It was originally a row of shelves used to display daily necessities, but now it was inexplicably covered by a black cloth, which puzzled the king. With a whoosh, he ripped off the black cloth, and the next second, a dazzling golden light shone so brightly that he could barely open his eyes. The original shelves had long since collapsed and were now piled high with gleaming gold bars. The entire supermarket shone brightly under the golden light, resembling a palace made of gold. System, is this real gold? My God, a ton of gold. Won't this attract trouble from the relevant departments? The king asked in surprise and doubt. Please rest assured, host, this gold is real and of legal origin. It is your private property and there will be no problems. Please use it with confidence. The system's response greatly reassured the king. He was so excited he could barely contain himself and quickly closed the supermarket door. This system probably knew he was too poor, which was why it bestowed upon him a ton of gold in his first exchange. The king casually picked up a gold brick, weighed it in his hand, and estimated it to be about 10 kilograms. He looked around and then loaded the gold brick onto the electric tricycle he usually used for delivering goods. One piece, two pieces, three pieces. It was too heavy. The cart simply couldn't bear the weight. The king could only load 20 pieces, totaling 200 kilograms of gold. The electric vehicle slowly pulled away, its cargo compartment covered with black cloth containing gold bricks, heading towards the gold and jewelry store. Such dazzling gold, if left uncovered, would likely cause traffic accidents along the way. Jiangdu Commercial Street is the city's most bustling area. Wang Shang arrived here with a cartload of gold bricks. He got off the cart and walked straight to a magnificent building in front of him. The four large characters Huaxia Gold shone with a noble radiance. The store's interior is opulent and glittering, exuding an air of luxury. This store is one of the largest gold and jewelry retailers in the country, with branches in hundreds of cities, and boasts substantial financial resources. At that time, there were many young men and women in the store. Wang Shang was dressed simply and arrived on a tricycle, so naturally no one paid him any attention, and the sales staff didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Coincidentally, Zhang Lily, the ex-girlfriend who had just humiliated him, was a saleswoman at this store. She had just returned from a ride in Zhou Qing's Mercedes and went straight back to work. The king was here to sell gold bricks and didn't take Zhang Lily seriously at all. He had long seen through her materialistic and hypocritical nature and no longer had any emotional attachment to her. However, those present misunderstood, thinking he was there to harass Zhang Lily. All eyes turned to him. He was wearing shorts and a white undershirt, looking like an old man despite being a young man, though his appearance was rather handsome. Just as the king was about to speak, a young man in a suit walked over, put his arm around Zhang Lily's slender waist, and teased with a smile, "Baby, who is this?" This man was none other than Zhou Qing, a rich second-generation heir. He sneered, "Huaxia Gold is a high-end place. What are you doing here if you don't have money? Just here to enjoy the air conditioning." The king remained calm, glancing at him without flinching. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Bring your manager out here. I have a big business deal to discuss." The crowd was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. A kid on a tricycle, claiming to have big business? He's probably just here to sell scrap metal. Soon after, a middle-aged manager in his 40s came out of the office, stood in front of Wang, and asked, "May I ask what brings you here?" The king took a gold brick from the car, wrapped it in a few pieces of paper, and placed it in front of the manager. "I'm here to have a ring made. Make me a 10-pound gold ring." These words caused an uproar. A 10-kilogram gold ring? Are you kidding me? Forget about who could even wear it, who would have that much gold to make a ring. However, the king's next words instantly stunned everyone present. "Gold? I have plenty." With that, he tore open the paper, revealing gold bricks that gleamed dazzlingly. The manager quickly picked up the gold bar to examine it and called in professionals for testing. Although he had seen gold bars many times, he had never seen one so enormous. Despite the lack of any stamp or markings, the test results confirmed a full 10 kilograms pure gold. Based on the current market buyback price, this gold bar can sell for over 8 million. The manager's eyes gleamed with ecstatic joy. The gold was of excellent quality, and since it was part of the buyback business, there was naturally a profit margin. He was so excited that he was incoherent when the king calmly said, "No, I asked you to find a few people to help move the gold bricks. I have dozens of these gold bricks in my tricycle." The manager was stunned. "My God, sir, you've brought dozens of gold bars." He quickly called to his employees, "Quick, a few people, come help this gentleman move the gold bars." Then, his gaze fell on the stunned female employee behind the counter, Zhang Lily. "You, Zhang Lily, what are you standing there for? Come and help this gentleman move the gold bars." Zhang Lily suddenly realized what had happened, her face turning deathly pale, her heart filled with despair. If she had accepted the king's proposal, would she have received a share of these gold bricks? At this moment, a manager of the shop walked over and was astonished by what she saw. She recognized the king, because he had come here several times before looking for Zhang Lily. Wang Shang smiled calmly at the supervisor and said, "How could I dare to presume to be with Zhang Lily? She thought the gold ring I gave her was too shabby. Now I've specially come to have a 10-kilogram one made, so I can give it to another girl." All eyes immediately turned to Zhang Lily. 10 kilograms of gold, a ring worth over 8 million yuan. She actually refused? Zhang Lily was struck dumb, her mind a complete blank. However, that wasn't all. The king's next words completely stunned everyone into silence. "What I brought this time was only a small portion, a total of 200 kilograms of gold bars. The tricycle is too small. The remaining 800 kilograms are still in the supermarket. The manager's scalp tingled. Mr. Wang, do you really still have 800 kilograms of gold in the supermarket? I'll arrange it right away. Send security, call an armored truck, and escort you to move the gold bars immediately. With its powerful background, Huaxia Gold's significant news quickly reached the Jiangdu municipal government. A major client who controls over 200 million yuan worth of gold should rightfully receive the highest level of hospitality. Before long, an armored truck roared in, led by a police car, with 5 armed police officers following closely behind. The group followed Wang Shang in a grand procession towards the inconspicuous little supermarket. The tricycle led the way, with police cars clearing the path ahead and an armored truck escorting the cargo. Vehicles throughout Jiangdu's streets gave way, creating a golden road. Soon, they arrived at Wang Shang's small supermarket. 10-kilogram gold bars were carried out, and dozens were quickly loaded onto the armored truck. The truck, now fully loaded with gold, then drove away, returning to the headquarters of China Gold. The king rode his tricycle down the main road, enjoying immense prestige. BMWs, Mercedes, Land Rovers, Porsches, and Ferraris all had to give way to him. Soon, the entire ton of gold was delivered to the shop. Seeing so many gold bars, Zhang Lili felt her mind go completely blank. Impossible. This can't be true. This absolutely can't be true. The king is just a poor kid whose family runs a small supermarket. Their house is old and dilapidated. How could he possibly have a ton of gold hidden in his house? She began to reminisce in despair. If she had accepted the king's confession and married him, wouldn't she have already entered the family of a billionaire, become a wealthy lady, and lived a carefree life, easily achieving financial freedom? Endless regret welled up in Zhang Lili's heart. If I could just try to win him back now, I'm sure I could. Wouldn't I still have a chance to become a wealthy socialite? Thinking of this, Zhang Lili rushed towards the king as if she had gone mad, hugged him tightly, and cried her heart out, wailing, "Your Majesty, I was wrong. I accept your proposal. Let's be together, okay?" But in the king's eyes, this woman was both shameful and laughable. He coldly said to the manager, "Manager, I don't want to see anything dirty in your store." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Zhang Lili. The manager immediately understood and gave an order. 2 security guards rushed up and dragged Zhang Lili out of the store. Having witnessed all of this, Zhou Qing finally saw Zhang Lili's true colors. He gave her a severe scolding, then turned and left without looking back. On the deserted street, Zhang Lili looked around and muttered to herself, "Oh God, what sins have I committed?" She completely broke down and collapsed to the ground, as if abandoned by the whole world. Meanwhile, in the jewelry store manager's office, the heads of several Huaxia gold stores in the city rushed over upon hearing the news. 1 ton of gold was far too much for a single store to handle. Multiple stores had to work together to manage it. But all eyes were fixed on the king. "Mr. Wang, it's incredible that you possess so much gold. Excuse me, is this gold an heirloom in your family?" As for the origin of the gold, the king certainly couldn't say that he had bought it for 1 yuan through the system. He had no choice but to lie and say that it was left to him by his ancestors and that he had found it by chance at home. No one pressed for further details after hearing this. After all, there was nothing suspicious about the origin of this ton of gold. Looking at the managers before him, Wang Shang calmly said, "We'll postpone making the 10-kilogram rings for now. I've decided to dispose of this batch of gold first. How much can your store take?" A manager quickly replied, "Even if we work with more than 10 Huaxia gold stores across the city, we might not be able to acquire a ton of gold. Of course, if you really intend to trade the whole thing, we'll need to wait for our superiors to come in person." The king smiled slightly and said, "No need for such trouble. Just taking 100 kilograms of gold will suffice." The managers looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. They wondered if Mr. Wang wasn't planning to sell it all. At this moment, Mr. Ma Yuliang, the general manager of several Huaxia gold stores in the city, spoke up. He held a high position in the industry, but his attitude was exceptionally respectful. "If it is only 100 kilograms of gold to be sold, worth about 50 million yuan, we can make the decision directly." He then asked gently, "So, Mr. Wang, would you like to deposit the remaining 900 kilograms of gold in a bank vault, or is there another plan?" Ma Yuliang didn't want to miss the opportunity to build a deep relationship with a billionaire. However, to everyone's surprise, the king's answer shocked the entire audience. "Let's establish a charitable foundation to give back to society." There was a 3-second silence, followed by a chorus of gasps. 900 kilograms of gold, worth over 400 million yuan, and the king didn't even blink before declaring he wanted to do charity. Everyone was filled with awe, and their gazes toward the king shifted from admiration to worship. I will use 900 kilograms of gold to establish a charitable foundation to help the people. Flood relief, poverty alleviation, education assistance, and helping vulnerable groups. All of these require money. As a Chinese person, I must never forget my country. Clap, 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 clap. Mr. Ma Yuliang was the first to applaud, and then the entire office erupted in thunderous applause. How magnificent! Mr. Wang's patriotism and dedication are truly moving. The king smiled slightly. He knew in his heart that since the system had chosen him, he could exchange bottle caps for endless wealth every day in the future. Mr. Wang wants to establish a charitable foundation, and we fully support him. From now on, you will be the president of the city's largest private charitable foundation, and every expenditure of funds will be personally approved by you. Mr. Ma Yuliang then made phone calls to some high-ranking officials in the city. Soon after, the municipal government specially arranged a grand reception at the office building. The king was invited to attend, and his entourage was grand. One police car led the way, 2 police cars escorted him, and the king's tricycle carrying gold bricks drove steadily in the center, becoming the focus of attention for the entire city. After a grand reception, the news that a mysterious citizen donated 400 million gold to establish a charitable foundation spread like wildfire throughout the city, causing a sensation. The king also specifically instructed high-ranking government officials, do not disclose his name, do not reveal his appearance, and do not give interviews. He did not want to be in the limelight or become famous. Returning from the city, Wang Shang rode his electric tricycle, beaming with joy and feeling refreshed. Although the gold was gone, he gained much more. The position of president of the Wang's charitable foundation, countless medals and banners, and a wealth of honor. More than 500 million in gold, more than 400 million for charity, and more than 50 million for myself. That's enough. The king smiled with narrowed eyes and returned to his small supermarket. He is now a senior member of a bank with over 50 million yuan in his account, a black card, and an overdraft limit of up to 10 million yuan. This money is enough to buy a big house and leave my parents some retirement savings so they can enjoy their old age in peace. It just so happens that my parents are away these days, staying at my grandmother's house, and won't be back for a few more days. He could buy the house first and give his parents a big surprise when they come back. Chapter 6. Home Buying Standards. Big Choices Matter. Jiangdu is only a third-tier city, with average housing prices generally just over 10,000 yuan per square meter, and the best high-end communities even approaching 20,000 yuan per square meter. For ordinary people, such prices are already quite prohibitive. In Jiangdu, an ordinary apartment of over 110 square meters, including taxes and renovations, would easily cost 1.5 to 1.6 million yuan. However, most local office workers only earn 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, meaning they would have to work for 20 to 30 years without eating or drinking to afford such a place. Thinking of this, the king couldn't help but feel a sense of gone 3 a complex feeling of mixed emotions, including nostalgia and regret. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a figure. For him now, a house worth over $1 million was hardly a burden. Since that was the case, the king had no intention of compromising himself any longer. During his free time at the small shop each day, he would browse his phone, looking at local real estate information, property listings on his WeChat moments, and various short videos about selling houses. With this one swipe, big data immediately and precisely targeted various real estate advertisements, one after another. Claims of Riverview luxury residences, high-end school districts, and landscape communities were used, with each promotional slogan more exaggerated than the last, and the visuals were exquisitely crafted. Many videos not only showcase properties, but also feature female salespersons in business attire. And at the end of the video, they even break into a girl group dance, demonstrating a variety of eye-catching tactics. As he scrolled through the pages, Wang Shang noticed a name appearing repeatedly, Tianyue City. This was one of the most prestigious residential developments in Jiangdu, boasting top-tier amenities and prices in the local market. In Tianyue City's live stream room, the sales staff generally presented a professional image. Uniforms, black stockings, high heels, and impeccable makeup, naturally attracting a large audience. Many people clicked in, but whether they were there to see the properties or the people themselves, everyone knew the answer. Wang muttered that he was there to look at apartments, but his finger slid into a low-popularity live stream. The voice belonged to a girl, gentle but a little reserved. The king didn't care about any of that. He typed directly in the chat that he wanted to buy a house for his parents. This message stood out as particularly serious amidst the jokes and banter, and quickly caught the streamer's attention. The other party confirmed his intentions and even specifically called him out. Wang Shang didn't beat around the bush, stating directly that he wouldn't buy a house and wouldn't enter such a live streaming room, making his attitude very clear. Hearing this, the female anchor seemed relieved and finally turned the camera on herself. In the video, she had delicate features, a clean temperament, and a slightly shy yet surprisingly attractive appearance, a contrast to her previous low-key demeanor. The live stream chat instantly buzzed with activity, flooding the screen with comments. Wang Shang, however, noticed her name tag, which clearly identified her as Jiang Wenwen, a sales consultant for Phase 1 of Tianyuan City. Jiang Wenwen briefly explained her unfamiliarity with live streaming for the first time, and then began to seriously introduce the property development. However, most viewers clearly lacked patience, and the comment section was mostly filled with jeers and jeers. Slightly embarrassed, she remained professional and casually asked Mr. Wang what his specific requirements were for the house. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang immediately gave his criteria. He wanted a large apartment of over 200 square meters, fully furnished, ready to move in, with good orientation and natural light. When these conditions were stated, Jiang Wenwen was visibly taken aback, instinctively feeling she had encountered an unrealistic client. After all, Tianyuan City is positioned as such, with large apartments being rare and their prices being shockingly high. The fully furnished apartments exceeding 200 square meters are almost exclusively for top-tier clients, and there are usually very few interested buyers. She simply stated the price range clearly, hoping to discourage the other party. Unexpectedly, the king's reply was simple. Price was not an issue. He only asked her to continue with a detailed explanation. Having come this far, Jiang Wenwen had no choice but to continue. She explained the two types of large apartments one by one: a 210 square meter single-level apartment and a 260 square meter penthouse duplex. Regardless of the type, the total price is over 5 million. Such figures seem particularly unrealistic in a live streaming room. Jiang Wenwen knows in her heart that people who can truly afford to buy a house usually don't choose one based solely on watching short videos. But the king's attitude remained decisive. After listening to the introduction, he only weighed the options briefly before choosing the 260 square meter duplex apartment and asked the other party to leave their contact information to arrange a viewing in person. Chapter 7. No need for installments. It's not like we lack the financial means. His criteria for choosing a house were actually very simple, boiled down to 4 words. Choose the bigger and better. For him, a house is like life. If he has the means, there's no need to compromise himself. A man should have a big car, a big house, and a big vision. If he lives comfortably, his mood will naturally be better. Jiang Wenwen, who was selling houses via live stream, naturally wouldn't miss any potential customers, so she quickly sent her contact information to Wang Shang privately. Little did she know, the live stream chat was already flooded with comments. Many people didn't believe Wang Shang's words at all. Some said he was a bragging fake tycoon, some mocked him for being too boastful, and some simply believed that he was just putting on an act to gain attention. The barrage was full of sarcastic remarks. Wang Shang ignored the comments and typed directly in the live stream, asking if he could see the house in person. His attitude was direct and without any unnecessary words, as if the matter was already a done deal. Upon seeing the comments, Jiang Wenwen immediately took action, holding her phone and walking towards the buildings, explaining as she went that each of these buildings had only one duplex unit of over 260 square meters on the top floor, which was known as the king of buildings. The camera zooms in on the doorway, and as soon as it opens, an air of luxury immediately washes over you. The floor is covered in soft, imported carpet, and the overall style is sophisticated and grand, giving the impression of wealth at first glance. She led the camera inside, introducing the spacious entrance garden, which was over 20 square meters in size and could easily accommodate several tables. It was perfect for gatherings and entertaining relatives and friends. Next is the walk-in closet. When the lights are turned on, the solid wood cabinets are neatly arranged, providing ample storage space. Clothes, bags, and shoes are clearly divided into sections, making it a design clearly intended for a high quality of life. Further inside is a huge living room in a Chinese style, with wooden decorations and palatial lighting. The space is so large that even the entrance garden looks small in comparison. The camera moves with her steps, showing the guest rooms, bathrooms, and kitchen one by one. Every detail is carefully designed, with a reasonable layout and exquisite decoration, truly achieving a changing view with every step. She then led everyone up the spiral staircase to the second floor of the duplex. The upstairs space was equally spacious, with a smooth flow and no sense of confinement. Staying here, one could easily relax. Finally arriving at the rooftop garden, the view suddenly opened up, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. Jiang Wenwen smiled and gestured to the camera, then lay down in a wicker chair, looking natural and effortlessly relaxed. Looking at these scenes, the king already had his answer. Even Jiang Wenwen herself was extremely familiar with this house, but every time she stood here, she was still captivated by the view before her. After the introduction, she asked the king for his opinion on the camera. The king typed on the other end of the phone, saying that the house was indeed nice, and his parents would be very satisfied living here. Upon seeing the words "for my parents to live in," Jiang Wenwen couldn't help but smile. She didn't believe that Wang Shang could actually buy this penthouse, but at least she felt that he was a young man who cared about his family. Not long after, Wang Shang posted another comment, saying he was very satisfied with the house and would come to see her soon. Jiang Wenwen responded politely, but didn't really take it seriously. In her view, most people would just look at houses of this caliber. The probability of a real sale was negligible. To her surprise, however, Wang Shang actually arrived at the scene very quickly by taxi. The two exchanged brief greetings upon meeting. Wang Shang's attire was very ordinary, even somewhat plain, and he didn't look like someone who could afford to buy a house for millions, which inevitably made Jiang Wenwen feel a little disappointed. While continuing her live stream, she briefly confirmed the king's satisfaction with the house, being polite in words, but already convinced in her heart that this was just another netizen joining in the fun. Wang nodded, saying the house was nice, and then asked if he could ask her for a favor. Jiang Wenwen subconsciously assumed he wanted to look at other apartment types, and her tone became more professionally perfunctory. But the king shook his head and said there was no need to look anymore. Just take him to sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwen froze, and the live stream chat exploded with comments. Many people believe this is a skit. Some say he's showing off to flirt, and others simply advise Jiang Wenwen not to cooperate and to continue dancing to gain more followers. Jiang Wenwen quickly turned off the live stream, staring at Wang Shang in astonishment, trying to confirm whether he was joking. But Wang Shang's tone was calm, clearly stating that what needed to be signed was a house purchase contract. Upon arriving at the marketing center, Jiang Wenwen took out the necessary documents as per procedure, preparing for him to fill out various loan and qualification certificates. However, Wang Shang interrupted her directly, saying that none of that was necessary, just bring the contract to sign. She was momentarily at a loss for words, so she went to get the contract from her supervisor and asked the finance department to prepare the card swiping device. Several colleagues around her were busy with their live streams while chatting about their respective performance. In comparison, Jiang Wenwen's situation seemed rather shabby. She wasn't good at creating a buzz during live streams, nor was she willing to attract attention through dancing, resulting in consistently low sales, which made her somewhat self-conscious. Soon, she returned with the contract, quoted the total price of the house as over $6 million, not including taxes and fees, and casually mentioned the down payment and loan options. After hearing this, the king simply waved his hand, took out a black card, and handed it to her for her to swipe. His attitude was as casual as if he were buying an ordinary item. Jiang Wenwen held the card, somewhat bewildered, and subconsciously asked him what percentage he planned to pay. Wang Shang explained helplessly that the loan procedures were too troublesome, and he was too lazy to bother with them. Finally, he added something that left Jiang Wenwen completely stunned. For Wang Shang, 6 or 7 million was nothing. There was no need for installments, and he certainly didn't have that kind of worry. Jiang Wenwen felt her worldview had been severely shaken, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. There were plenty of oddballs in the real estate industry, and even more boastful people. She instinctively felt that Wang Shang was mostly just being verbally aggressive. She gestured for her finance colleague to come over, and following the procedure, inserted the black card into the card reader. The screen quickly displayed the full amount to be paid, more than 7.3 million yuan, along with the deed tax, all clearly shown. When it was Wang Shang's turn to enter the password, his heart beat a little faster. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous about spending 6 or 7 million in one go for the first time, but he still steadily pressed the confirmation button. He was no longer the thrifty small business owner he once was. With the system at his disposal, spending money was just the beginning. Enjoying life was something he could rightfully claim. The card reader beeped softly, followed by a success message. Those few seconds felt like an eternity. Almost simultaneously, a bank notification popped up on Wang Shang's phone, clearly showing the deduction amount, while the account balance remained a chillingly high number. Jiang Wenwen glanced at it casually and froze instantly. That string of balances shattered her doubts, and even her finance colleagues couldn't help but gasp. Over 7 million, all cash without even blinking. Tian US City has encountered customers paying in full before, but someone who directly bought the penthouse like this is extremely rare. After confirming that the payment had been received, Jiang Wenwen's attitude changed noticeably. She congratulated Wang Shang in a solemn tone, carefully organized the contracts and documents, and handed them over, her expression now showing more respect. She felt secretly ashamed of her previous doubts. It turned out that it wasn't that the other person was exaggerating, but rather that she herself lacked vision. Wang Shang briefly confirmed the process, and, upon learning that the documents would be processed in about 3 days, nodded and casually asked if they could move indirectly. After receiving a positive reply, he didn't linger, turned around, and left the marketing center swiftly and decisively. Only after his figure disappeared from sight did Jiang Wenwen slowly come to her senses. The news spread quickly through the sales community. A duplex penthouse worth over 7 million yuan was sold, and the deal was negotiated and signed from the very beginning of a live stream. The speed was ridiculously fast. Colleagues gathered around, their voices filled with amazement and envy. Some marveled at her incredible luck, while others bluntly stated that she had stumbled upon a true tycoon. Those who had previously mocked her for not understanding live streaming or marketing now wore undisguised sourness in their eyes. They put in a lot of effort to perform in front of the camera, but it couldn't compare to Jiang Wenwen's seemingly casual sale. The commission for that house was over 30,000 yuan, equivalent to selling 7 or 8 ordinary apartments. Envy aside, congratulations were still due. Someone jokingly asked if Mr. Wang had come specifically for her. Jiang Wenwen shook her head repeatedly, saying it was just good luck. Though she said that, she couldn't help but recall the seemingly ordinary, yet surprisingly capable young man. After a long day at work, she returned home, her mind still a little fuzzy. In all her years in real estate sales, she had never encountered a client like this before. Meanwhile, when Wang returned to the small supermarket, it was already completely dark. Pulling down the shutters, he felt a strange sense of relief, filled with anticipation for tomorrow. He slept soundly until dawn. The next morning, he got up as usual, washed up, opened the door, and went to business as usual. Everything was no different from usual. The notification sound kept ringing. Customers came and went. Business wasn't booming, but it was stable. While paying the bill, someone noticed the wall of medals and banners behind the cashier and couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Boss, are all these awards real?" someone asked casually. Wang replied lazily that they all had official seals, and he wouldn't dare display fakes. A simple sentence, yet commanded respect. No one would associate him with a mysterious figure in the news who established a foundation with hundreds of kilograms of gold. During a break, Wang Shang scrolled through his phone and saw a message from Jiang Wenwen. The message mainly concerned confirming the property certificate process, interspersed with a few polite greetings. She also asked when it would be convenient to hand over the documents in person. Wang Shang thought for a moment and arranged to meet at a shop at 3 p.m. After sending the message, he put his phone aside, but his mind had already wandered far away. More than the house, he cared about that seemingly casual yet consistently outrageous One Yuan exchange every day. He casually picked up a bottle of beverage, and the moment he unscrewed the cap, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Today's One Yuan exchange limit has been refreshed. Without hesitation, the king silently confirmed. The next second, the system's feedback froze him in place. Congratulations, host, your 1 yuan purchase was successful. Reward: 1 Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. Wang Shang was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. A helicopter? And of his caliber at that. At that moment, he had only one thought left. The system had really gone too far this time. The king wasn't really sure what the Sikorsky S-92 was all about. He immediately pulled out his phone to look it up, but the more he read, the more unsettled he became, and his expression gradually became quite interesting. According to available information, Sikorsky is a world-leading helicopter manufacturer with a history dating back to the 1930s and 40s. The first mass-produced helicopter in human history was made by them. The S-92 is one of the most advanced heavy-lift helicopters currently available, also known as the Airbus. This helicopter can carry more than 10 people at the same time. The cabin is extremely spacious, and the interior is designed for luxury and business use, making it something that ordinary people cannot access. Even more remarkably, many political figures and top billionaires for various countries choose this model as their daily commuting tool, making it a true status symbol. The price is also outrageous, with an official price of around 30 million US dollars. If you include import fees, taxes, and various paperwork, the final price easily exceeds 200 million Chinese yuan. Wang Shang stared at the screen, silently swallowing. He'd never even dared to dream of owning something like this before, let alone driving it. After calming down, he immediately started mentally searching the system for information. Where was the plane? How did he use it? And what procedures and documents were required? After all, he had absolutely no experience with private jets. But the system responded quickly, explaining that all procedures had already been arranged. The plane had flown from abroad to China, and it had completed a series of complex formalities such as registration, filing, and airworthiness certification. They had even considered the issue of his pilot's license. The system clearly states that since Wang Shang does not currently have a license, the aircraft will be equipped with a complete flight crew and maintenance team to provide full service. He doesn't need to worry about anything now. He only needs to bring his ID card and go directly to the private helipad at Jiangdu International Airport to inspect his own aircraft. Upon seeing this, even the king couldn't help but laugh. While others buy cars to pick up their new vehicles, he went and upgraded to happily acquiring a new machine. Who would believe that? But a new problem arose. Jiangdu International Airport was not close, and they couldn't very well ride an electric tricycle there, could they? Those things couldn't go very far, and they couldn't go on the highway. Just as I was figuring out how to leave the house, my phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. When I answered, the person on the other end spoke politely and formally, identifying themselves as the head of the airport's private jet management office. After confirming the king's identity, the other party informed him that the Sikorsky S-92 was already parked in his private hangar, and he could proceed with the handover procedures at any time. Furthermore, the flight team and maintenance personnel were all in place and waiting for his arrival on the tarmac, displaying a very proactive attitude. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shang took a deep breath, finally confirming that this was not a dream. The system had really gone all out this time. Muttering to himself that the system was too exciting, he opened the location sent by the other party, glanced at the distance, and decided to simply close the shop and prepare to take a taxi to the airport. The small supermarket has been closing a lot lately, and he realized that this wasn't right. He was thinking about finding someone to help watch the store so he could finally have some time to enjoy life. After hailing a taxi, Wang Shang got into the back seat and told the driver his destination. The driver nodded and glanced at him a few more times in the rearview mirror. Wang Shang was wearing shorts and slippers, and his hands were empty. He didn't look like someone who was going on a long trip by plane at all. The driver couldn't resist striking up a conversation, asking if he was going to the airport to pick someone up. Wang Shang told the truth, saying he wasn't taking a plane and wasn't going to pick anyone up. This only piqued the driver's curiosity further. In the driver's mind, if he wasn't taking a plane or picking someone up, he was probably just going to the airport to wander around and watch planes take off and land for fun. The king didn't hide anything, casually mentioning that he had just bought an airplane and the airport had notified him to come and pick it up. He spoke calmly, but it amused the driver. To the driver, this was clearly a street urchin bragging session. These days, many young people have nothing better to do than wander around, spouting all sorts of exaggerated claims. The king smiled and didn't argue, only casually adding that he wasn't that kind of person and was genuinely going to pick up the plane. The driver obviously didn't take it seriously, instead continuing to tease him, asking what model he bought, Airbus or Boeing. Wang answered seriously that it was a Sikorsky S-92 helicopter, but he didn't have a pilot's license yet and needed to hire someone to fly it. Upon hearing this, the driver laughed even more heartily, and after glancing at Wang's attire in the rearview mirror, added that even if he had a license, dressing like that wouldn't be suitable for flying a plane. The two chatted idly along the way. The driver treated it like a free comedy show, thoroughly enjoying himself. In his eyes, today's trip was like getting a free joke. A little over half an hour later, the taxi came to a smooth stop in front of the Jiangdu International Airport terminal. The driver glanced at Wang Shang in the rearview mirror and casually reminded him, "We're here, young man." Wang Shang nodded, took out his phone to pay, and just then Manager Zhang called again. After answering, he briefly explained his location and gave the taxi's license plate number. Upon hearing that someone was coming to pick him up, Wang Shang had no choice but to stay in the car for the time being. He turned to the driver and politely told him to wait a moment, as airport staff will be coming to pick him up. The driver lit a cigarette, but didn't say much, instead sporting an expression that suggested he was enjoying the drama. He was convinced that today's trip was like watching an extended version of a comedy routine. Watching the bustling crowds and the constant takeoffs and landings at the airport, the driver couldn't help but sigh. Being able to travel by plane is already quite an achievement, let alone owning a private jet, which is extremely rare in China. As he was reflecting on this, he suddenly froze, forgetting even to smoke the cigarette he was holding. He saw more than a dozen men and women in sharp suits, exuding a capable air, walking briskly towards the taxi. These men were tall and upright, their uniforms clearly displaying labels such as crew, flight attendant, and maintenance personnel. Upon reaching the king, they all stopped abruptly, their demeanor extremely formal. "Excuse me, are you your majesty, Mr. King?" the leader asked politely. The king nodded in response, and the leader immediately led everyone in a chorus of greetings. Next, the pilots, flight attendants, and maintenance personnel introduced themselves in turn, their tone professional yet restrained. They all bowed in unison at the end, asking for the king's guidance. This scene completely stunned the taxi driver, who didn't even notice his cigarette but fall to the ground. Only one thought remained in his mind. This wasn't an act. A professional crew like this wouldn't put on a show for anyone, much less collectively boast and brag. The only explanation was that what the young man said was entirely true. The driver was jolted, feeling his worldview completely shattered. He hadn't been listening to jokes the whole way. He'd mistaken a true story for a joke. A low-key tycoon, so low-key it's affecting my judgment. He muttered something under his breath, his face filled with complex emotions. Watching Wang Shang follow the staff into the designated lane, the driver finally snapped out of his daze, silently raising the vacant sign, his heart still pounding with unease. After entering a special area inside the airport, Wang Shang quickly arrived at a huge private hangar. Several aircraft of various designs were parked on the spacious tarmac. Guided by staff, he finally saw his own helicopter. The slender fuselage and smooth lines, though quietly parked, exuded an air of authority. The words Sikorsky S-92 seemed particularly real at that moment. The staff began to detail the aircraft's performance, from its size and engine to its speed and range. Every parameter was top-notch, leaving the king somewhat dazed. Helicopters of this caliber are usually found in the hangars of important figures around the world, but now they've become his private vehicle. The king couldn't help but rub his eyes, confirming again and again that this wasn't a dream. The plane was parked quietly in front of him, exuding a high-quality feel and looking incredibly cool. After confirming that it was safe to test fly, he nodded in agreement and boarded the plane with the staff. The pilot and co-pilot quickly took their positions and began pre-flight checks. The moment Wang Shang stepped into the cabin, he was overwhelmed by a strong sense of technology. The space was spacious, the seats were comfortable, and it was nothing like the helicopters of his traditional impression. It was fully equipped with climate control, an audio-visual system, and storage space. Sitting inside felt more like being in a high-end business suite. As the propellers spun faster, the helicopter slowly lifted off. The flight was exceptionally smooth, and the experience remained comfortable even in the air. Looking down at the city through the windows, with the clouds seemingly close at hand, the feeling could be summed up in one word: exhilarating. After the test flight, the plane landed smoothly. Wang disembarked, still somewhat shaken. This experience had completely changed his understanding of travel. He was well aware that no matter how convenient a helicopter was, it couldn't be as readily available as a car. Just as he was contemplating whether to buy another car, his phone rang. He answered and heard his distant aunt's voice, as warm and welcoming as ever. She inquired about his love life and offered to introduce him to potential partners. "Okay, Annie, I am indeed single now. Thank you for remembering me," Wang Shang replied casually, not really taking it seriously. The aunt perked up immediately upon hearing this and made the decision right away, saying she would help him and the girl exchange contact information and arrange a time to meet and talk. Her efficiency was so fast that it was hard to keep up. Wang was momentarily stunned and quickly explained that he was still at Jiangdu Airport. His aunt, however, became even more excited, saying the coincidence was unbelievable. It turned out the girl she was introducing him to worked for an airline, was a flight attendant, and had just gotten off the plane. Upon hearing the word flight attendant, Wang Shang paused slightly, somewhat surprised, but didn't think much of it, assuming it was just his aunt's whim. The aunt laughed heartily on the other end of the phone, saying the girl was beautiful and had a great figure, and that she was able to make this connection because she met the man's relative at the mahjong table. Wang Shang, pressured by the call, had no choice but to agree to meet near the airport, saying they could chat if they wanted, and if not, they shouldn't waste each other's time. His aunt, however, thought he was being too tactless and gave him a lecture, telling him not to be so honest when they met, but to say he was in business and owned a supermarket, and that he needed to be more eloquent. After hanging up, Wang Shang was both amused and exasperated, unsure whether she was praising his good looks or criticizing his honesty. Not long after, his aunt called again, saying that the meeting place had been arranged at a coffee shop near the airport, and the young lady had just gotten off the plane and was on her way. Wang Shang decided to go there anyway. In the coffee shop, the two found a window seat. The other woman was named Lu Zihan, 28 years old, still wearing her flight attendant uniform, and she certainly had a good presence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they sized each other up. Lu Zihan was fairly satisfied with Wang Shang's appearance, but the atmosphere quickly soured when the topic turned to practical matters. Wang Shang wasn't one to mince words and truthfully told her that he currently didn't have a formal job, stayed home to run a small supermarket of about 20 square meters, and that his parents were getting old. He felt that since it was a blind date, they should be honest and there was no need to hide anything. But to Lu Zihan, this honesty seemed like stepping on a landmine. Her expression clearly turned cold, and her tone became direct. She stated frankly that she would never have come to meet him if it weren't for her aunt's introduction, and complained that her aunt was unreliable and exaggerated the situation. In her view, a man who runs a small supermarket, without a car or a house, was completely outside her range of potential partners. She laid out all her demands in one go, and by the end, she no longer bothered to hide her contempt, even drawing a conclusion directly. Given the king's circumstances, in her hometown, it was highly likely he would remain a bachelor. Upon hearing this, the king's face darkened. He had been in a good mood, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so direct. He hadn't had a chance to explain his current situation, and the other party had no interest in learning more. Lu Zihan stood up, pulling her suitcase, and said crisply that they were not suitable for each other, and there was no need to waste any more time. The surrounding tables of customers watched, and whispers began to rise. Some felt sorry for the flight attendant, while others turned their gazes to the king, clearly enjoying the spectacle. In their eyes, this was a typical failed blind date. As Lu Zihan walked to the door, she received a phone call from the airline, who was talking about the private jet flight attendant position she had previously applied for. She stopped, her tone instantly becoming serious, and answered repeatedly, inquiring about the interview time. She genuinely wanted to change jobs and stop flying around like she was now. A private jet flight attendant, low-intensity work, high pay, was an opportunity she had been eyeing. Almost simultaneously, Wang Shang's phone rang. On the other end was someone from the airline's private jet service department. The person politely reported that the job posting had been published as requested, and that a flight attendant from the airline had applied for an interview. After listening, the king's eyebrows twitched slightly. He simply replied, "Tell someone to go directly to David's cafe near the airport." After hanging up, he glanced at the time, a meaningful smile unconsciously playing on his lips. A little over 10 minutes later, Lu Zihan, who had just walked out of the departure hall, touched up her makeup and returned to the coffee shop. Standing at the door, she took a deep breath and prayed repeatedly that this time everything would go smoothly. Lu Zihan remembered the job posting clearly. The starting annual salary was 500,000 yuan, plus bonuses. The job involved flying around the world with a Sikorsky S-92 helicopter providing one-on-one private air service. For her, this wasn't just a job, but a real opportunity to connect with the elite circles of the wealthy. Low workload, high pay, and a chance to step into a completely new social class. How could she not be tempted? So when she received the interview invitation, she was on edge, even taking extra care to touch up her makeup, afraid of missing this life-changing opportunity. Wang Shang had just returned from the restroom and was about to sit down to wait for his interviewee when he was surprised to find that Lu Zihan had returned to the coffee shop and was standing not far away. He paused for a moment, then said calmly, "Didn't we just finish talking?" Lu Zihan snorted coldly, her expression arrogant, saying that she had important business to attend to upon her return and that it had nothing to do with him. Her words filled with impatience. The king didn't explain much, simply sat back down in his original seat and casually indicated that he needed to use both seats and that she should find another place. These words struck a nerve with Lu Zihan. She was waiting for a crucial interview, and the last thing she wanted was for this man she had just despised to continue to be an eyesore. She couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark, telling Wang Shang to go back to his tiny 20 square meter supermarket and stop embarrassing himself here. Several people at nearby tables noticed this and began to whisper among themselves. In their eyes, he was still that presumptuous, desperate man who had tried to seduce the flight attendant. The king ignored these discussions, took out his phone, dialed the number for recruitment at the private jet management department, and casually asked why the interviewees hadn't arrived yet. The person on the other end of the phone quickly responded, saying that the flight attendant applicant had arrived and was waiting in the coffee shop. Wang Shang casually confirmed, "Her surname is Liu?" The moment he received confirmation, he already understood 7 or 8 parts of the story. Liu Zihan, standing to the side, was stunned, frozen in place as if struck by lightning, her face turning deathly pale. The flight attendant applicant was none other than herself. "Are you here for an interview?" Wang Shang looked at her, his tone tinged with complexity. Liu Zihan's throat tightened, and she almost blurted out in a trembling voice, You're the owner of the private jet?" The king nodded, his tone so calm it didn't sound like he was talking about anything important. He simply said he had recently bought an airplane and was short of a flight attendant. At that moment, Liu Zihan's mind went completely blank. After a brief moment of distraction, she almost instinctively adjusted her expression, quickly sat down, put on a smile, and became exceptionally gentle. She began to deliberately try to build rapport, even changing her form of address, saying that the king was too modest and that if he had spoken up earlier, there wouldn't have been those misunderstandings. The change in attitude was astonishingly swift. Before the king could even speak, she had already begun to curry favor, stating that she was actually quite satisfied with the blind date, finding the man handsome and outstanding. This sudden display of liking made the king feel nauseous. He suppressed his discomfort and asked her a few of the questions she had just raised, such as that he didn't own a house or a car, that he ran a small supermarket, and that his parents were unemployed. But in her mouth, these things quickly became trivial matters or even tests. The indifference, contempt, and disdain from before seemed to have never existed. "Let's just forget it." The king finally spoke, his tone decisive. "You just said it yourself. What do I have that makes me worthy of you?" After saying that, he got up and left without a trace of hesitation. Liu Zihan panicked on the spot and chased after him a few steps, her voice trembling with tears, but the king's figure had already disappeared into the crowd. She finally understood what she had missed. It wasn't just a job with an annual salary of 500,000. It was a shortcut to marrying into a wealthy family. And all of this was destroyed by her own hands. After Wang Shang walked away, he dialed the management department, deliberately raising his voice, and clearly stated that the flight attendant was unqualified and did not meet the requirements in any way. Every word felt like it was being crushed against Liu Zihan's heart. She slumped to the ground, her face ashen, tears streaming down her face. Only now did she truly realize that what she had just pushed away was the closest she had ever come to turning her life around. Chapter 13. Strange Radio Waves. When Wang Shang returned from the airport, it was already past 3 p.m., and he suddenly remembered that he had arranged to meet Jiang Wenwen at 3 p.m. to handle some formalities. After getting out of the taxi and paying the fare, Wang Shang quickly ran towards the supermarket entrance. A bright and refreshing figure had been waiting at the entrance of the small supermarket for quite some time. Today, Jiang Wenwen was wearing her usual clothes, a simple pair of jeans, and a shirt. Her great figure was undeniable, with long legs, a slim waist, and a curvaceous figure. Moreover, unlike when Wang Shang saw her at the marketing center yesterday, her hair was casually loose, jet black like a waterfall, and she looked exceptionally beautiful and pure. "It's you, Jiang Wenwen?" The king's eyes sparkled with surprise, but he was also somewhat uncertain. Jiang Wenwen extended her hand and smiled. "It's me, Mr. Wang. I'm your real estate consultant. You haven't forgotten me so quickly, have you?" "How could that be? She wasn't wearing any clothes. I almost didn't recognize her," the king said, scratching his head. He was a little nervous in front of the beautiful woman. "What do you mean you're not wearing clothes?" Jiang Wenwen blushed, feeling both embarrassed and angry. "Oh no, I mean, you weren't wearing the same clothes as yesterday. I almost didn't recognize you," the king quickly explained. Otherwise he would be labeled a hooligan and unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. "You scare me." Jiang Wenwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Shang opened the door of the small supermarket, pulled up the roller shutter, and invited Jiang Wenwen inside to sit down. "While we're at it, we'll brew tea and serve our guests. After all, we're in our own home, so we should treat our guests as guests." "Thank you." Jiang Wenwen accepted the tea offered by the king and was very polite. Soon after, she took out some documents and procedures and explained them to the king in detail. Tianyue City involved many complex procedural issues, and Jiang Wenwen, as the property consultant, is very responsible and meticulous. After getting to know her, Wang Shang felt that this girl was really good. She was excellent in her dealings with people and in her personality. They were chatting when her phone rang. She apologized to the king, glanced down at her phone, but did not answer. A while later, the phone rang again, and she hung up immediately. After this happened several times, she couldn't take it anymore. She picked up her phone, pressed the answer button, and said with a frustrated and angry expression, "Mr. Gao, please stop calling. I've already said it before. The house you bought has nothing to do with me. Please have some self-respect." After hanging up the phone, she returned to her seat and continued processing the paperwork for Wang. Wang Shang immediately noticed that she had something on her mind, but he didn't ask any further questions. He just casually mentioned, "Miss Jiang, if you have something urgent to attend to, please do so. I'm not in a hurry. I bought this house for my parents to live in. They won't be back for a while, so there's no rush to take possession of the house." "Oh, it's nothing. He's just a homeowner who bought a house in Tianjin City. He's been coming to see me every now and then these past few days." Jiang Wenwen looked somewhat flustered. "You could buy a house worth 6 or 7 million, and in full. That's really impressive. Don't tell me you can make so much money from just this small supermarket." Jiang Wenwen quickly changed the subject and started chatting casually with a smile. "It's just some money I made from my parents' savings and my own busy work," Wang said with a smile, not going into details. Jiang Wenwen didn't ask any further questions. These days, truly capable people are very low-key. You can't tell from the surface how they made so much money. Perhaps they have some kind of extraordinary talent? "By the way, Mr. Wang, you're so rich now. Buying such a big luxury house in Tianjin City for your parents to live in, won't your wife or girlfriend have any objections?" Seeing that Wang had almost finished processing the documents and materials that needed to be signed, Jiang Wenwen continued chatting. "Stop calling me Mr. Wang. We're about the same age. Just call me by my name. That way, we can be considered friends," Wang Shang said with a smile. "All right, Your Majesty." Jiang Wenwen smiled sweetly. "Actually, I don't have a girlfriend, let alone a wife." "Single? Really? With your outstanding qualities, you're still single?" Jiang Wenwen was taken aback. "My conditions are nothing special, just an ordinary person. By the way, what would you do if the question you asked earlier happened to you?" The king suddenly became interested and looked at her with great interest. "Huh? What do you mean? So, if I buy a multi-million-dollar house for my parents to live in, would you have any objections if you were my girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwen couldn't help but blush. "If I were your girlfriend, I probably wouldn't mind, because buying the house is your money. It has nothing to do with me. Of course, if we want to get married, and we have the ability to buy a house, then we should definitely buy a house so that girls will feel secure." She shared her opinion. The king smiled and nodded, then asked, "What if two people get married and want to buy a house but don't have enough money?" "If you don't have enough money, the two of you can work together to pay off the mortgage. In this society, there is no law that says the boy has to prepare everything. Dating and marriage are a matter for two people, and they should be considerate and tolerant of each other," Jiang Wenwen said with a gentle smile. This is her view on marriage and relationships. Values are just as positive as her looks and figure. The king suddenly realized that there are still more good girls in this world. People like his ex-girlfriend are a minority. After all, sigh, I used to be so unlucky in love. The king sighed. How come I never knew such a wonderful girl before? Indeed, some levels can only be accessed with money. Some people are the same. Miss Jiang is so gentle and considerate. If only my ex-girlfriend were like you, the king said with deep emotion. Although he had long since moved on from the pain of being dumped by his ex-girlfriend and was incredibly lucky to have obtained the One Yuan Exchange System, some scars would still remain, more or less. I'm not as good as you say. Besides, Your Majesty, you're so outstanding, it's just that your ex-girlfriend didn't appreciate you, Jiang Wenwen said with a smile. Perhaps we were really too poor before. We had nothing, just a small, run-down supermarket at home. But she shouldn't have waited until we were talking about marriage to come out and embarrass me, especially by bringing her boyfriend. Did she pretend for so long just to see if my house would be demolished for compensation? The king gave a helpless, bitter smile. Since the topic had been brought up, he talked about his relationship with his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Lily. No way. What your ex-girlfriend did to you was just too much. She cheated on you, was a gold digger, and even brought a rich kid to spite you. What a scumbag. Jiang Wenwen was indignant after hearing Wang Shang's story and spoke up for him. It's all in the past. The king took a sip of tea, his heart already at peace. Yes, it's all in the past. Stay away from bad women and you'll be safe. Everything will be all right. Jiang Wenwen chuckled, looking cute and funny, but her words were full of comfort. He looked at Jiang Wenwen again and thought she was a very kind, gentle, and a sensible girl. Could it be? Have I fallen for her? A strange ripple of emotion stirred in the king's heart. The formalities are all done, and we can go and take possession of the apartment tomorrow. It's a fully furnished, ready-to-move-in apartment. Jiang Wenwen spoke softly, her face flushing slightly as he stared at her. It was as if such thoughts were a subtle, wondrous electrical wave, rippling outwards, striking her heart. Chapter 14. A row of 10 office buildings. The next day, after waking up and washing up, the king ordered breakfast on his phone and sat down at the checkout counter of the small supermarket to start his new day. I wonder what kind of reward will be given for today's 1 yuan purchase. Even after experiencing the reward of opening the lid twice, the king was still extremely excited. He skillfully took a can of Mengyo beverage and opened it. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have received a 1 yuan redemption reward opportunity. Would you like to redeem it? The system notification sounded pleasantly in my mind. Without the slightest hesitation, the king declared, 1 yuan for the exchange. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully made a 1 yuan purchase. Your personal wealth value has decreased by 1. You have received the following reward: a row of office buildings in Jiangdu Marriott Plaza, including buildings 1 through 10 in area. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have become the property owner of 10 office buildings, numbered 1 through 10, in Zone A of Jiangdu Marriott Plaza. Property rights term, 50 years. The king was a little dumbfounded. A ton of gold and an airplane. That's impressive enough. Now there are just 10 office buildings in a row. A row. That's awesome. It's important to understand that even a single office building located in a place like Marriott Plaza, the most prosperous business district in Jiangdu City, has an astronomical commercial value. Any office building over there is 20 or 30 stories high, and the monthly rent for any floor is 20 or 30,000. And now, there are 10 buildings in a row. What does that mean? The king was already a little dizzy, and a great shock welled up in his heart. The rent for one building can be several 100,000 yuan a month. With 10 buildings, the monthly rent alone can bring in several million. You could say you'd never have to do anything else in your life, just wait to collect rent, and never have to worry about anything. Just then, the king's phone rang. Hello. Hello, are you Mr. Wang Shang? Yes, it's me. Dear Mr. Wang, this is the property management company of Jiangdu Marriott Plaza. I am Wang Shang, the general manager of the company. Hello, I'm Young. You're too kind. It's like this. Regarding the transfer of ownership of office buildings 1 through 10 in Area A of Marriott Plaza, you need to come in person to sign the contract and handle some procedures. Also, you need to come in to collect the rent for this month from over 300 businesses and residents in buildings 1 through 10. Do you have time to come over now? Okay, I'll head over there now. All right, then we'll await your arrival, Mr. Wang. I'll call you when I arrive. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shang didn't say a word and rode his electric tricycle towards Marriott Plaza. Now that I've collected the rent, I need to buy a car for transportation. Looking at his dilapidated electric vehicle, Wang Shang murmured to himself, I'm so poor that all I can do is collect rent. Such a car is completely unworthy of my status as a billionaire. System, damn it. After you sold your gold and bought a house, you still have tens of millions left. Doesn't that count as money? Marriott Plaza. Ding Property Management Company, Limited, which is responsible for this area of office buildings and commercial streets, is considered the largest property management company in Jiangdu. Yang Cheng, the general manager, is busy with work all day long. He is only in his 40s, but is already bald and has to wear a hat to cover it up. At this moment, he took off his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's shocking. Having worked in property management for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This is terrifying. The owner of 10 office buildings is just a young man in his early 20s. I always thought such a big boss would be an old man over 50. He murmured to himself, thinking that with such a grand gesture, buying 10 office buildings in one go, he must be a rich young master from some powerful family. As a property manager, it's essential to understand the other party's background and family situation because he's dealing with a brand new boss. The core of a property management company is, isn't it, to serve those wealthy homeowners? He prepared the materials and rehearsed in his mind, once again, the wording he would use when he met Mr. Wang. Then, he waited for Mr. Wang's arrival at the entrance of the property management company. Wang arrived outside Marriott Plaza, found a spot on the roadside, and parked his electric scooter. Looking up, this area is full of tall, luxurious office buildings, more than a dozen buildings, and 2 commercial streets, full of commercial atmosphere, bustling with people, and many white-collar workers coming and going. Most of the city's largest companies have their offices here. This is the most prosperous place in Jiangdu. Marriott Plaza. I never imagined I'd own property here. Looking at the towering buildings, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. However, he encountered a problem after walking only a few steps. You can stroll around the plaza outside freely, but to enter the office buildings inside Marriott Plaza, you must go through layers of security checkpoints guarded by imposing security guards and require an access card. If you're not a homeowner or an employee of a major company, You cannot get in. After all, he hasn't officially transferred the ownership of the 10 office buildings yet, so strictly speaking, he's not owner here. So he took out his phone, ready to call the property manager, Wang Shang. Just then, a familiar figure at an open-air cafe not far away caught his attention. Looking at the girl, the king couldn't help but smile knowingly. So was her. At this moment, Jiang Wenwen also noticed the king walking towards her. However, before she could greet him, the middle-aged man next to her leaned in and relentlessly pursued her. Wenwen, it's not too much to ask to have coffee with me, is it? I sent you flowers, and you threw them away. I finally managed to get you to come out, but you have such a long face. Why are you so stubborn? By the way, Wenwen, have you thought through those conditions I mentioned to you? Wenwen, you're so beautiful. I really like you. Mr. Gao, please have some self-respect. Please don't call me Wenwen. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Jiang Wenwen was very angry, her face full of resistance. This Gao Mingjian, taking advantage of the fact that he bought a house in Tianyue City from her, is always harassing her. It annoyed her to no end. Upon seeing this, the king frowned. A shameless, lewd, and greasy middle-aged man who pursues fair-skinned, beautiful women with long legs? The plot is a bit melodramatic. He suddenly remembered that no wonder Jiang Wenwen was harassed by phone calls several times yesterday when he was talking to her. So it was this guy. All right, Ms. Jiang, I'm your homeowner. I bought a house from you, and I'd like to talk to you about something related to the house. Is that all right? Sure, go ahead and talk. Please tell me if you have any questions. I have several houses now. My wife lives in one, and I'm giving you this 3-bedroom apartment of over 100 square meters in Tianyue City. As long as you're with me, you could be my mistress. I'll see you 2 or 3 times a week, and you have to meet my requirements. Gao Mingjian's bright, lustrous eyes gazed intently at the delicate beauty before him. So direct, it's blatantly obvious that he wants to keep Jiang Wenwen as his mistress. Chapter 15. The Law of It's Really Good. Mr. Gao, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. If there's nothing important, then I'll take my leave. Jiang Wenwen said with an icy expression. To be able to do this is already a very cultured and high-quality performance. She did not get angry, but firmly stated her position and attitude. Although Gao Mingjian promised a house of over 120 square meters in Tianyue City, worth over 1 million yuan, many women would inevitably succumb to such temptation. Money is enough to make some women lose their minds. However, Jiang Wenwen is not the kind of girl who is easily blinded by wealth, loses her moral bottom line, and becomes someone's mistress. Gao Mingjian is the kind of man who, despite being a married man, seduces naive young girls. Moreover, what's bad about this person is that although he said he was giving away a house, the house is still registered in his name. Using this tactic before, Gao Mingjian has deceived many materialistic and naive girls into becoming his mistresses. Seeing that all his efforts, including pleading, cajoling, and even threats and inducements, had failed to work, Gao Mingjian became somewhat embarrassed and angry. Oomph. Jiang Wenwen, you're just a real estate agent with an unstable job. How much can you earn with a fixed salary and commission? At most, 10,000 yuan. If you come with me, you'll go from a nobody to a phoenix. I'll not only give you a place to live, but also money to spend. Aren't you really tempted? I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. Please stop talking. I will not agree. Oomph. Keep pretending. You girls are all the same. Stop pretending to be innocent. Jiang Wenwen's face darkened, her eyes blazing with anger, and she said coldly, Mr. Gao, I'm saying this for the last time. Please don't do this again, or I won't be polite to you. Gao Mingjian was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected this girl to have such a fiery temper. However, this only fueled his even stronger desire to conquer. Jiang Wenwen was the most difficult girl he had ever met to win over, and also the most beautiful and charming. He was determined to have her. Mr. Wang, you've arrived. Just then, seeing the king approaching, Jiang Wenwen felt like she had seen his savior and quickly greeted him. Hello, Miss Jiang. Wang Shang smiled with narrowed eyes, waved, and came to Jiang Wenwen. Having coffee here? What a coincidence. Yes, Mr. Wang. What are you going to do? Jiang Wenwen started chatting with him, wanting only to get rid of Gao Mingjian, who was constantly bothering her, as soon as possible. Hey, who's this handsome young man? Gao Mingjian glanced at Wang Shang sideways and let out a sarcastic sneer. He's the kind of person who's particularly good at reading people's expressions and is used to tailoring his approach to different people. In his opinion, apart from being handsome, the young king didn't seem like a wealthy or powerful person at all. This is me. Jiang Wenwen was about to finish speaking when the king interrupted her. I'm an acquaintance of Miss Jiang. What's wrong? And who are you? He didn't mention that he had also bought a house from Jiang Wenwen, simply because Wang Shang felt it was a disgrace to be a fellow homeowner in Tianyue City with someone like her. Gao Mingjian proudly boasted, "Strictly speaking, I am Jiang Wenwen's god, because I am her client and bought a house in Tianyue City for a total price of 1.2 million yuan from her. A house worth over 1 million, and you think that makes you god? God is so cheap," the king said disdainfully. Cheap? Gao Mingjian was slightly taken aback, then stared at Wang Shang with disdain and sneered, "Young man, I think you are really ignorant of your own limitations. You think a house worth more than 1 million is cheap? Where do you get the confidence and the audacity to say such things?" "It really is cheap," the king muttered, thinking to himself that he was just telling the truth. So why should he be questioned? Gao Mingjian looked Wang Shang up and down and sneered, "Since you say that a house worth more than 1 million is cheap, then why don't you buy one and try it? If I'm not mistaken, you should have just graduated from university, and your family's financial situation shouldn't be too good. Buying a house is just a pipe dream for a young person like you, let alone buying a house in a place like Tianyue City, which is the best residential building in Jiangdu." "Mr. Gao, please don't talk like that. His Majesty is very wealthy," Jiang Wenwen quickly said. "Very rich." Gao Mingjian's eyes were full of sarcasm as he asked with great interest, "By the way, since he's so rich, what does he do for a living?" "My family runs a supermarket, but it's not very big, only about 20 square meters," Jiang Wenwen said truthfully, as she wouldn't lie. Gao Mingjian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. A tiny 20 square meter supermarket can make this kid say that a house worth over 1 million is cheap? It's fine for young people to be a little arrogant. Who isn't arrogant when they're young? But you have to know your limits. Being too arrogant won't do you any good. Immediately, he put on a stern face and began to lecture the king. "Enough with the nonsense. Here's the deal. Name your price and sell me the house you bought," the king said calmly. Gao Mingjian was stunned again. This kid doesn't play by the rules. "Why are you suddenly asking to buy his house? 2 million, is that enough?" The king made a direct offer. "You spent 1.2 million to buy it. I'll give you 2 million to buy your house in Tianyue City." Jiang Wen, aka Mr. Wang, was dumbfounded. Gao Mingjian coldly replied, "What a joke. Do you even have any money? You're just spouting nonsense. Let me see you produce 2 million. Humph. Even if I, Gao Mingjian, die here, or get hit by a car outside, I'd rather not sell the house to you." He simply couldn't believe that this kid could have so much money. That's why he dared to make such harsh statements. Without hesitation, Wang Shang took out his phone, opened Alipay, and casually put several million yuan in it as pocket money. Gao Mingjian was startled when he saw the balance of the king's Alipay account. A balance of several million. Indeed, with that money, buying a house is no big deal. You'll make 800,000 in one go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Wang Shang said coldly. Gao Mingjian's expression immediately changed, and he said with a grin, "Brother, sure, I can sell it to you. Let's go and get the paperwork done right away. Miss Jiang Wenwen is here too. She's a real estate consultant at Tianyue City. I ran into a tycoon when I went out. It's like picking up money off the street. How could a shrewd person like Gao Mingjian let such a wonderful opportunity slip away? You just said you'd rather die here than sell it to me?" No, I was just talking nonsense," Gao Mingjian said with a grin. "Looks like I couldn't escape the 'it's actually pretty good' phenomenon after all. Mr. Wang, are you crazy? You're buying a house worth 1 or 2 million for 2 million. That's a huge loss. There are still plenty of unsold houses in Tianyue City. You can go and buy those." Jiang Wenwen really couldn't understand what Mr. Wang was trying to do. "It's simple. I bought the house he bought from you, so he's no longer your client and can't bother you anymore." Wang Shang smiled calmly, exuding an air of nouveau riche. Jiang Wenwen was stunned again. So it was all for me. A surge of emotion welled up inside her. Her heart fluttered, and her gaze towards the king softened with tenderness. Chapter 16. You don't do anything that even remotely involves people. Gao Mingjian heard what the king said. He knew he had met his match. This young man's way of pursuing girls is quite clever, but it's a bit expensive. The price difference is 800,000 yuan. If you're not a real tycoon, why would you spend so much money just to win a smile from a beauty? The shrewd man quickly sensed a business opportunity because he could make even more money by reselling. "Sorry, brother, I suddenly don't want to sell it anymore. I like Ms. Jiang Wenwen and don't want to lose her position as a real estate consultant. So I won't sell that house for 2 million. Gao Mingjian revealed a cunning, wicked smile and suddenly spoke. "Going back on one's word?" Wang Shang sneered and said, "You won't do anything that even remotely involves people? Fine, I won't waste any more words. 3 million. I'll buy your house, and from now on, you can't buy a house in Tianjin City with Miss Jiang Wenwen. It's simple and brutal. Just throw money at it. This kind of greasy, sleazy middle-aged man just takes advantage of his money to play with young girls' feelings and bodies. Okay, brother, you're too generous. 3 million, fine, 3 million it is. I will never buy a house from Ms. Jiang Wenwen again, and I will never bother her. You can write that into the contract. Gao Mingjian chuckled and said that he had succeeded again, making more than 1 million yuan for no reason. He was very happy. It was just a woman. With money, he was not afraid of not being able to find a beautiful woman. Jiang Wenwen, standing to the side, had completely seen through the ugly face of this married man. Greedy and lustful, utterly dishonest, despicable and disgusting, with no moral bottom line. Okay, we can sign the contract today, but I need to go to Jinding Property Management Company first to take care of some things. Wang Shang held his phone, preparing to call Yang Cheng, the general manager of the property management company. He was just doing this incidentally, helping the girl he liked get rid of her harassment. However, important business still needs to be done. Jinding Property Management Company? That's where I work. I'm a business manager there. Rich little brother. I'll take you there. Gao Mingjian's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. He took out a business card, which was exquisitely made and read. Jiangdu Jinding Property Management Company, Limited, Business Department, Business Supervisor Gao Mingjian. The king took it and looked at it, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. All right, I'll go over there. Oh, and Jiang Wenwen, wait here for a moment. Wang Shang left these words and followed Gao Mingjian. Gao Mingjian quickly led the way, and with his access card, he easily led Wang Shang to the entrance of Jinding Property Management Company. Yang Cheng waited at the door, but Mr. Wang didn't come. He had originally thought of calling Mr. Wang to urge him on, but he was worried about bothering the big boss, so he didn't call. In short, he was very uneasy. Just like the eunuchs around the emperor, they racked their brains to figure out the emperor's intentions and dared not be negligent or abrupt in the slightest. Suddenly, he saw Gao Mingjian, the company's business manager. Manager Gao, where have you been chasing girls during work hours again? Let me tell you, a big boss is coming over soon, so you all better be alert. He said coldly to Gao Mingjian. Mr. Yang, I wasn't chasing girls. I have important business to attend to. This Mr. Wang said he came here, saying he has something to discuss with our company. Gao Mingjian said with a smile, thinking to himself that this kid Wang was really generous. He made him more than 1 million yuan and gave him a reasonable explanation for leaving the company to slack off. Mr. Wang, following Gao Mingjian's gaze, Yang Cheng turned his own gaze to the king. The young man in front of me was probably in his early 20s. He was quite handsome, but his clothes were very ordinary, mostly cheap street vendor items. Of course, he knew that the new big boss also had the surname Wang. Could it be? You are King Wang? He asked tentatively and cautiously. The king nodded and said, yes, I am the king. You must be Mr. Wang. My goodness, Mr. Wang, you're so young. It's such an honor to meet you. Please come in, please come in. Yang Cheng was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. All the words he had rehearsed in his mind beforehand suddenly vanished. Gao Mingjian was a little confused. Mr. Wang? Why is Mr. Yang so agitated? In his memory, General Manager Yang was always calm, composed, aloof, serious, and strict. Why, then, was he so cautious, so timid, even somewhat humble and servile in front of the young man who had suddenly become rich? Unbelievable. Mr. Yang, who exactly is this Mr. Wang? Gao Mingjian followed behind Yang Cheng, lowering his voice and asking quietly. At this moment, the receptionist from Jinding Property Management Company quickly came over to greet Wang Shang and invited him to the VIP room. Yang Cheng turned to Gao Mingjian and said, you're a business manager. How can you be so clueless? Don't you even know who Mr. Wang is? Gao Mingjian muttered, I just met with him. He should be a young, rich second-generation heir who got a house through demolition compensation, a nouveau riche with some money on his hands. A nouveau riche from land expropriation? With a little money. Yang Cheng felt as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Have you ever seen a nouveau riche who owns 10 buildings? He owns all 10 buildings in Zone A of Marriott Plaza, from Building 1 to Building 10. He's a big boss. Who are you to compare yourself to a nouveau riche? Gao Mingjian froze on spot, as if struck by lightning, as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. Owners of the 10 office buildings in Area A. Marriott Plaza consists of only a dozen or so high-end office buildings, plus a shopping plaza and 2 commercial streets. It has many owners and a very complex asset structure. However, no private owner can directly own 10 office buildings. Therefore, the king is absolutely the greatest god of Jinding Property Management Company. The property management company must treat him like royalty because the king is the real boss and can replace Jinding Property Management Company at any time, letting another property management company manage these 10 office buildings. Chapter 17. 7 million in rent in hand. The perceptive Yang Shang quickly noticed the unusual expression on Gao Mingjian's face and immediately questioned him. What's wrong with you? You said Mr. Wang is a nouveau riche. Did something happen between you two? Oh, Mr. Yang, it's like this. I just ran into Mr. Wang. He wanted to buy a house from me. As you know, not long ago, I just bought a house in Tianjin City. Gao Mingjian panicked. His face turned pale, and he quickly told the truth. Gao Mingjian, you're really something, selling a house worth over $1 million to Mr. Wang for only $3 million. Are you crazy? Was absolutely furious at Gao Mingjian's outrageous actions. He thought to himself, Gao Mingjian deserves to be ruined by his own actions, but what if he drags the entire property management company down with him? He was so angry, he wanted to kill Gao Mingjian with a knife. Do you think you're so great? Making over 1 million yuan in one go. Look how capable you are. If Mr. Wang develops a prejudice against our property management company because of you and switches to another company, you will be fully responsible. Wang Shang made his decision and hurried off to keep the king company. Gao Mingjian was once again struck dumb, frozen in place, as if by lightning. He got a good deal, but he didn't want to lose his job as a business supervisor with a monthly salary of tens of thousands. Furthermore, if what Wang Shang said is true, and because of his connections, the big boss Wang Shang wants to change property management companies, then according to the commercial terms and conditions he signed with the company, he would be held accountable for the losses, and he couldn't afford to pay compensation for them. After thinking it over, he decided to apologize to Mr. Wang as soon as he finished dealing with the matter. Selling a house for another $3 million? Even if you gave him 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his mind racing, constantly thinking about what to say to the king later in order to clear up the misunderstanding and gain the king's forgiveness to the greatest extent possible. My head hurts. He went out without checking the almanac and ended up taking advantage of a super big shot, someone who could decide whether his property management company could continue operating. Mr. Wang, please sign these documents and contracts. Soon, in the VIP room, Wang Shang and some of the property management company's employees in charge of legal documents respectfully handed some documents to the king. Of course, identity verification is required. Wang Shang only needs to show his ID card to prove that he is the person in question, and then he can sign the documents and contracts smoothly. The ownership of the 10 buildings will naturally fall into his name. As for the series of legal issues involving the transfer of property rights, the system has already made proper arrangements. Wang Shang, with a solemn yet somewhat reserved expression, said, Mr. Wang, there are 320 tenants and residents in the 10 office buildings in Area A of Marriott International Plaza, under your name, who need your signature to confirm the rent payment for this month. Now, let me take you to your office to handle these matters. The king nodded. As the owner of 10 office buildings, and with most of the properties rented out, Wang Shang naturally has his own private office to handle some affairs. His office was located on the second-to-last floor of Building 1, in the innermost room. This space occupies almost half of the entire floor. You need to use both fingerprint and facial recognition to get in. Upon arriving at the office, through the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows, one can not only overlook the entire Marriott Plaza, but also have a panoramic view of almost the entire city of Jiangdu. Such scenery and views instantly made Wang Shang truly feel that he had transformed from an ordinary person guarding a small, run-down supermarket into a person of high status. He could trample this entire city under his feet. He was quite satisfied with the layout and arrangement of the office. At this time, Wang Shang had already personally brewed tea for him and arranged for the property company's employees to deliver the lease agreement and accounting documents. Mr. Wang, please have some tea. These documents are all the property lease contracts for office buildings numbered 1 through 10 under your name, as well as a complete list of your current financial information. Please take a look. Your Majesty, take it here. In fact, he didn't understand these complicated financial documents at all, but he still pretended to know a lot, read it once, and nodded for some time. Mr. Yang, these assets are operating quite well under the management of your Jinding Property Management Company. He placed the documents on the table and offered a fitting compliment. Because he knew that since he had entrusted the management of 10 buildings to Jinding Property Management Company, he had to trust the company's strength, qualifications, and reputation. Clearly pleased with the praise, Wang Shang pretended not to show it and continued to speak earnestly. Mr. Wang, You are the new owner of these 10 office buildings, and this is your first time here to collect rent. So I think it is necessary to give you a proper introduction to the layout of these 10 office buildings. The king sat in his office chair, nodded and smiled. Please speak. Okay, here's the arrangement. Buildings 1 through 10. Firstly, let's talk about the floors and areas. Odd-numbered buildings have 23 floors, and even-numbered buildings have 24 floors, totaling 235 floors. The leasable area on each floor ranges from 1,000 to 1,200 square meters. The average monthly rent per square meter is calculated at 20 yuan, so the monthly rent per floor is between 20,000 to 24,000 yuan. Therefore, the monthly rent for all 10 buildings will fluctuate between 4.7 million and 5.64 million yuan. The above figures represent the rental fees for the buildings above ground. The figures also include the underground parking garages. Each of the 10 buildings has a 2-story underground parking garage with an average capacity of 500 parking spaces. Therefore, the total number of parking spaces for the 10 buildings is 5,000. The monthly parking fees can fluctuate between 1.5 million and 2 million. Including other management expenses, the average monthly total revenue can fluctuate between 7 and 8 million. It would be impossible for the king not to be excited after hearing these introductions. However, he maintained a calm demeanor throughout. But little did they know, their hearts were already in turmoil. These incomes are simply handled by our property management company. After checking the accounts, they are directly deposited into Mr. Wang's private account. Soon after Wang signed the confirmation, his phone rang. I glanced at it and saw it was a bank deposit notification. Your account ending in XXX received a transfer on XX month, XX day, at XX hour, XX minute. Your current balance is 57,800,256 yuan, China Construction Bank. Upon seeing this message, the king smiled calmly and nodded. It's been deposited. Yes, it did indeed go into his account. His previous account balance was over 50.5 million, and now it has increased by over 7.8 million. Obviously, the extra money is the rental income from the 10 office buildings this month. Very good, you've worked hard. From now on, the management of the 10 office buildings will still be handled by your Jinding Property Management Company. It's all up to you, Mr. Yang. The king smiled. Yang Cheng nodded happily. Good. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Wang. By the way, as for the fact that I own 10 office buildings, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Don't make a fuss about it, and definitely don't spread it around. The king smiled mysteriously, then said solemnly, Okay, don't worry, Mr. Wang. I will definitely do my best to handle the matter you entrusted to me. Yang Cheng nodded solemnly. Chapter 18, Beautiful Inside and Out. Mr. Wang, please go ahead with your work. Yang Cheng left the office respectfully, only then realizing that he was drenched in sweat. The office air conditioning temperature is clearly set very low. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was not completely at ease. After all, he still couldn't figure out what kind of person the new big boss was, because the king's behavior was far too calm. The transfer of ownership of an office building worth over 1 billion yuan was handled with such ease and composure. The millions of yuan in monthly rent arrived in his account. He remained as nonchalant and casual as ever. Such composure is an extremely rare occurrence that Yang Cheng has encountered in his many years of experience in the industry. Many nouveau riches who buy properties and shops become arrogant and boastful once they have some money, as if they can't even reach the heavens. But the king, so young and possessing such astonishing wealth, remained as calm as still water. It seems that this Mr. Wang must have a powerful family background, and is most likely the eldest son of a wealthy family. Thinking of this, Yang Cheng's heart was filled with even more turbulent emotions. Because the king's clothing was so ordinary, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as shabby. However, his temperament was so unique and different from that of ordinary people. Inside the office, Wang Shang paced back and forth, sometimes gazing at the city scenery outside the window, and sometimes sitting down on the luxurious leather sofa to look at the ornately framed landscape paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, as well as the various red wines displayed in the super-large wine cabinet. Whether it's calligraphy and paintings or red wine, he has reason to believe that they are all genuine treasures. The substantial financial strength of the previous owners of the 10 buildings is merely for show and not something to be faked. In this short period of time, the king collected more than 7 million in rent, and he was able to receive such a sum of money every month. In Jiangdu City, 7 million can buy several houses, a fortune that many people cannot earn in their entire lives. And he obtained it easily. As Wang Shang left the office, he ran into someone who had been waiting downstairs. Gao Mingjian. Upon seeing the king, Gao Mingjian immediately approached him with a fawning smile, saying, "Mr. Wang, I'm so sorry. What happened before was my fault. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Where did you go wrong? I shouldn't have bothered Ms. Jiang Wenwen, and even less should I try to make money off you by selling the house. I was truly blind to your worth. I beg you, Mr. Wang, to be magnanimous and not hold it against me, okay?" Gao Mingjian kept apologizing. "If you still like the apartment I bought in Tianyue City, I can sell it to you at a discount." Not only did he apologize, Gao Mingjian even offered to sell the house to Wang Shang at a discount. Even if he knew that the king owned 10 office buildings and had assets worth hundreds of millions, how could he possibly care about such a small amount of money? No need, Wang Shang thought to himself. I've already bought a duplex luxury apartment in Tianyue City. Why would I need your small apartment? From now on, don't let me see you harassing Miss Jiang Wenwen, or you know what the consequences will be. I understand. Mr. Wang, you can rest assured. Even if I accidentally run into Miss Jiang Wenwen in the future, I will not only not bother her, but I will also call her grandma. Amidst Gao Mingjian's bowing and scraping and various apologetic words, the king strode away with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Wenwen saw him walking over and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Wang, have you finished your business? Don't sign a contract with that Gao Mingjian. Don't buy his house. 3 million. That's more than $1 million over the market price. Isn't that just burning money?" During the time after the king left, she thought about it for a long time and felt that she must persuade him not to suffer a loss, even though she knew that the king did that to help her get rid of Gao Mingjian's entanglement. "I have money. Spending a little money is no big deal. I see you're getting annoyed by him, so I'm willing to help." The king looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who was worried about him, and his heart fluttered again. "I'll just avoid him from now on, so don't waste your money," Jiang Wenwen said angrily. "Why should I let you spend so much money for me? In this line of work, it's inevitable to encounter some low-class people. It's part of the job. Besides, even if you have money, it doesn't grow on trees." The king thought to himself, "I must say, this money comes even more easily than if it were blown in by the wind. The system gave it to me. All right, I won't buy his house. I won't waste my money." Unable to resist her various persuasions, the king pretended to be helpless and nodded in agreement. Little did she know, he had already solved her problem. "That's great. You should listen to me. Don't waste money. Save it to support your parents or buy things for yourself like clothes or a car. Why bother arguing with such rude people? Don't you think so?" Jiang Wenwen was very happy, as if she had saved more than 1 million yuan from wasting money. Seeing her beaming with joy, as happy as a child, a feeling of emotion stirred within the king. This girl is beautiful and kind-hearted. She's really great. He really enjoyed being with her more and more. Upon hearing the mention of buying a car, Wang Shang's eyes lit up immediately. He said, "By the way, Jiang Wenwen, do you know which car dealership in Jiangdu is the best? I want to buy a car there." Chapter 19. I'll only barely look at cars costing over 5 million. When it comes to cars, Jiang Wenwen actually knows several large car dealerships in the city, because she has relatives who run a car dealership. "Are you really going to buy a car?" "There are several large car dealerships in Jiangdu. The largest one is owned by my uncle. Would you like to come with me to take a look?" Jiang Wenwen's face lit up with joy. She has loved cars since she was a child, but unfortunately her family's financial situation was limited. Now, after graduating from university, she works in real estate sales, and her income is quite good in Jiangdu. However, she hasn't been doing this job for very long, and her dream of buying a car is still far away. "Okay, take me to see it right away," the king said with a smile. "Nowadays, I really can't travel by electric tricycle anymore, because the tricycle is completely incompatible with my identity. At least he is now a major property owner with 10 office buildings and a private jet." Before long, the two arrived at the largest car dealership in Jiangdu, Via Motors. Upon arriving here, the king immediately sensed the atmosphere of buying a car. Many people are looking at cars here, especially young people. Nowadays, cars have become an essential item for ordinary families. However, in this dealership that offers everything from mid-range to high-end luxury cars, most people are still looking at cars in the mid-range section. The king went directly to the high-end luxury car area. "By the way, Your Majesty, do you have any favorite brands or car models?" Jiang Wenwen asked with a smile, as she became more and more familiar with the king and began to call him by his name. The king shook his head. "I don't know. Can you tell me about it?" "Okay, you've come to the right person." Jiang Wenwen became interested and began to introduce him with great enthusiasm. Here, in a high-end luxury car section, You'll find over 10 brands, from BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi to Porsche, Maserati, and Rolls-Royce. If you prefer smooth handling and speed, I recommend checking out the BMW M-Series sports cars or the Mercedes AMG. If you prefer a more business-oriented approach and prioritize driving comfort and luxury, you'll have even more options, such as the Mercedes-Benz E-Class, Audi A8, or Porsche Panamera. She quickly launched into a long explanation, demonstrating her considerable interest in a knowledge of various cars. The king listened to her explanation and then looked at the actual car, but he wasn't particularly interested in either. In the past, cars costing hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan would have been unthinkable, but now, things are completely different, and he has far more options. They're really rich and powerful. You don't seem very interested. The cars I mentioned are excellent in every way, and they've always been my favorite models. Don't you like any of them? Jiang Wenwen felt a little frustrated when she saw that he didn't show any change in expression. It's too cheap. Since I'm here to buy a car, I have to buy a good one, Wang said with a smile. It's too cheap for a car that costs $1 million. It's not cheap at all. Jiang Wenwen really couldn't understand how rich he was. Even if you have a lot of money, you can't spend it recklessly. Hey, isn't this Wenwen? What's up? Are you here with a friend to look at cars? Just then, a graceful figure walked over. Before the person arrived, the voice could be heard. A saleswoman dressed in a black suit, flesh-colored stockings, and high heels clearly recognized Jiang Wenwen. She squinted her eyes and smiled as she entered. Looking at her face, although she was wearing heavy makeup, she bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen is younger, prettier, and has a better temperament. Cousin, you're here too? Oh, I came to check out the car. Jiang Wenwen gave an awkward smile and explained. Although she is her cousin, this cousin is no pushover. It is said that her private life is quite chaotic, and she often hangs out with all kinds of rich people. Although her family owns a car dealership and is considered very wealthy, it does not stop her from having a playful and fun-loving nature. She had never thought much of her younger cousin, Jiang Wenwen. In her opinion, Jiang Wenwen's family were poor relatives, and she would avoid contact with them if possible. At this moment, the king noticed the name tag hanging on the girl's clothes, which read, Jiang Yingxue, sales consultant, Jiangdu, Weisheng Auto Dealership. She's my cousin, my uncle's daughter, Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Wenwen whispered to the king. Oh, the latter nodded, a smile on his face. By the way, sir, what is your surname? Jiang Yingxue turned her attention to the king. My surname is Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. What brand of car are you looking for? This is the high-end luxury car area. I suggest you visit the exhibition area next door. Several new models have recently been launched, including the new Volkswagen Passat, the new generation Honda Accord, and the new generation Toyota Camry. Jiang Yingxue gave a professional smile and said this. She sees countless people every day, and she can usually tell at a glance what kind of conditions they have and what price range they are willing to pay for a car. After observing the king's attire and the aura he exuded, she quickly made a judgment. This young man can only accept a car costing around 200,000 yuan at most. Besides, with my younger cousin Jiang Wenwen's abilities and social circle, how could she possibly know any rich people? She's just an ordinary person. People come to the high-end luxury exhibition area to look at cars purely for entertainment. There's no possibility of them making a purchase. So why waste time here? Her ability to accurately pinpoint customer needs is a business skill she is very proud of. What's the typical price range for those cars you mentioned? Wang Shang asked curiously, tilting his head. Look, just as I expected. That's how ordinary people are when buying a car. What they care about most is not comfort or handling, but price. Jiang Yingxue secretly applauded herself. She had just gotten right to the core issue. Around 200,000. There are professional sales consultants over there who specialize in Toyota, Honda, Volkswagen, and other models. Mr. Wang, you can go over and take a look. She smiled calmly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She had no interest in wasting her breath on the king. As the daughter of a car dealership owner, she usually served luxury car buyers. Wang Shang shook his head and said, I'm not interested in a car worth 200,000. I'd only consider it if it's worth at least 5 million. Jiang Yingxue was stunned. What? Only cars costing over 5 million are worth considering? Wenwen, are you sure your friend wants to buy a car worth over 5 million? Don't just bring any random friend over here to make fun of me. Jiang Yingxue crossed her arms in front of her, looking disdainful. The dealership only has a handful of luxury cars priced over 5 million, and its target customers are mainly wealthy individuals in the city. Jiang Yingxue, don't look down on people. Humph. Jiang Wenwen was immediately displeased, thinking to herself, Jiang Yingxue, it's one thing for you to look down on me, but you even look down on the king. He's not exactly poor. That's not what I meant, Jiang Yingxue said calmly. I just think that we have to consider the actual situation when we do anything. Jiang Wenwen said irritably. Let me put it this way. Just yesterday, the king bought a duplex luxury apartment in Tianyuan City for more than 7 million yuan. A 7 million mansion in Tianyuan City? Jiang Yingxue was stunned. She looked Wang Shang up and down again, still not believing that he was a tycoon. Yesterday you bought a luxury house worth 7 million, and today you're buying a luxury car worth over 5 million? Enough with the nonsense. Are you selling these cars or not? If not, I'll go somewhere else. The king said lazily, then turned to leave. Chapter 20. High-class enjoyment. Yes. Of course. We have Rolls-Royces, Maseratis, and Bentleys. There's definitely a car to suit your taste. Jiang Yingxue rushed forward, grabbed Wang Shang's arm, and changed her expression, smiling brightly. Mr. Wang, please come with me. Please come with me. Turns out this was a big client. I misjudged him. I must receive them in person. We arrived at the Rolls-Royce exhibition area. At Jiang Yingxue's introduction, Wang Shang took a liking to the latest Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The black exterior is grand, luxurious, and stylish. Overall, it has a very substantial feel, definitely belonging to someone with money and status. Needless to say, the Cullinan's performance is outstanding. With a 6.7-liter displacement, turbocharged engine, 8-speed automatic transmission, and V12 engine, it can unleash nearly 1,000 horsepower and accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 5 seconds. SUV that is 5.3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1.8 meters high. Open the car door and get in. The king was quickly attracted by the spacious interior, luxurious features, and unparalleled sense of luxury of this large SUV. The double R logo on the steering wheel, the instrument panel and center console are inlaid with peach wood and piano lacquer, combined with carbon fiber interior materials. It is so luxurious, grand, and high class. Equipped with German Eden audio system, featuring 12 speakers, the sound is incredibly pure, high definition, clear, and bright. Sitting in the driver's seat, the genuine seat is just the right firmness and feels exceptionally spacious and comfortable. Looking at the back seats, they're even more spacious. Then came the test drive. Test driving such a high-end luxury car is not so simple. First, you need to sign a test drive agreement and provide proof of assets. It's not enough to just rely on Jiang Wenwen's words to say how rich the king is and how he bought a $7 million mansion. You must provide convincing proof of your assets. I came in a hurry and didn't bring anything except my card. The king smiled calmly, said no more, and took out his black card, which had an overdraft limit of tens of millions. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yingxue was stunned once again, her heart filled with utter horror, because she knew that this black card was the highest-level VIP card of the Jiangdu branch of China Construction Bank, with an overdraft limit of tens of millions of yuan and waived some handling fees, allowing for large withdrawals at any time without prior appointment. In Jiang Yingxue's understanding, someone who could possess a black card of this level must have a net worth of at least hundreds of millions, and their available liquid funds must be no less than 10 or 20 million. All right. Mr. Wang, please go ahead and drive the car away. You can go for a test drive now. Have a pleasant test drive. Jiang Yingxue snapped out of her daze and quickly made a polite gesture of invitation to the king. Wang Shang sat down and said to Jiang Wenwen, "Let's go. I'll take you for a drive." Ugh. Jiang Wenwen was overjoyed. It was impossible for the king not to be excited when he drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the dealership and onto the street. Although he has had a driver's license for several years, he usually only drives electric tricycles or his friend's old cars, usually Wuling, Jetta, or Havel. The best car I've ever driven was a BMW X5 that my best-performing classmate drove to a high school reunion one year. Looking back, the feeling of driving a BMW X5 is worlds apart from the feeling of driving a Cullinan right now. Driving this Cullinan is incredibly enjoyable. A slight touch of the accelerator delivers rapid and robust power. The steering is extremely responsive, going exactly where you point it. The ride quietness, chassis tuning, and stability are simply perfect. It truly lives up to its reputation as the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, known as the world's most expensive SUV. Your Majesty, how is the carriage driving? Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Wenwen asked him with a smile. Great, wonderful, it feels amazing, Wang Shang said excitedly, praising the car endlessly. After all, he came from an ordinary family and had never been in such a luxurious car before. This feeling is even better than when I flew on my own private jet. Because the private jet was flown by his private crew, he was just a passenger, even though he was the owner. Driving a Cullinan now is different. He's the driver and can have a full driving experience. I'm tired of driving. Could you drive it for me when we get back? The king glanced at the beautiful woman beside him and said with a smile, Actually, we didn't drive for very long, only 5 or 6 kilometers. But he noticed the barely suppressed liking for the car and envy for him in Jiang Wenwen's eyes, so he decided to let her drive it. Jiang Wenwen could hardly believe that she would one day be able to drive a Rolls-Royce. Yes, seeing how knowledgeable you are about cars and how much you like them, why not give it a try? Wang Shang said with a smile. All right. Jiang Wenwen was excited, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. She switched seats with the king, carefully adjusted her posture, familiarized herself with the various buttons and controls, and then began her experience driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Call. The car accelerated with just a slight touch of the accelerator. Such a large SUV is really not suitable for a girl to drive. Fortunately, Jiang Wenwen is 1.7 meters tall with long legs, so she doesn't look particularly petite when driving. Instead, she has a very cool and stylish vibe. Perfect figure, perfect profile, perfect car. Wang Shang suddenly realized that just sitting next to Jiang Wenwen and watching her drive, even without driving himself, was a very sophisticated kind of enjoyment. That's so pleasing to the eye. Return to the car dealership. Mr. Wang, are you satisfied? Jiang Yingxue, who was waiting at the car dealership for the king to return from his test drive, greeted him with a smile. Not bad, I paid in full. When can I pick up the car? Wang Shang answered readily. In just a short while, many employees in the car dealership learned that a big customer had come today. Test drive a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and buy it outright. Many people gathered around. This brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan is a one-off in the entire Jiangdu city. So I'm sorry, there are no discounts available. The current price is 6.1 million, and with all taxes, insurance, and other fees, the total is 7.62 million. Jiang Yingxue took the documents and the calculator and explained them to Wang Shang. No discount needed. 7,620,000, right? Where do I swipe my card? The king's expression was calm. He was increasingly enjoying the pleasure of spending money. Moreover, 7 million is really cheap. The king just collected a month's rent, which was exactly 7 million. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue quickly led the way, taking the king to the car dealership's cashier. Swipe your card to pay. The king successfully became the owner of this Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face in the car dealership. Mr. Su Xingjie, president of the Jiangdu Charity Foundation and chairman of the Jiangdu Business Alliance. Chapter 21. Luxurious cars, luxurious license plates. When the king donated 900 kilograms of gold worth over 400 million yuan, it was Mr. Ma Yuliang, the head of Huaxia Gold in this city, who introduced him to Su Xingjie. Su Xingjie holds multiple positions and runs an antique collection business. He is a prominent figure in the city's business community and has close ties with high-ranking government officials. It is said that his guests include the mayor, the former party secretary, and even high-ranking officials from Beijing. He is an extremely capable person with a wide network of connections. He is a very shrewd individual. Moreover, he is still very young, only in his 40s. Su Xingjie saw the king, smiled and greeted the group of people around him, then quickly came up to the king and said, "Oh, young Master Wang, it's you. Here to buy a car?" Wang Shang nodded. "Yes, Chairman Su." Su Xingjie asked with a smile, "Young Master Wang, which car have you taken a fancy to?" "This one, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I just placed the order and paid for it." He, the king chuckled. "Indeed, young Master Wang has excellent taste." Su Xingjie said with a smile, "This Rolls-Royce is grand, luxurious, and stylish. Its overall temperament really matches your temperament, young Master Wang." "President Su, you flatter me," Wang Shang said with a smile, thinking to himself that Su Xingjie truly lived up to his reputation as a business tycoon, skilled at dealing with people and adept at navigating social situations. With such communication and eloquence, it would be difficult for her not to succeed. "President Su, you've arrived too. Welcome, welcome. Your presence truly brings honor to our humble car dealership." Just then, Jiang Yingxue walked over, greeting him with a smile, warm and friendly. This is the renowned Chairman Su. Not only Jiang Yingxue, but even her father and the old patriarch of the Jiang family would show him great respect. "Miss Jiang, you're too kind, huh? By the way, Chairman Su, what kind of car would you like to see? I can give you a proper introduction," Jiang Yingxue said. No rush. You guys finish processing the paperwork for young Master Wang's car first," Su Xingjie said with a smile. The name, Young Master Wang, doesn't mean much when it comes from someone else's mouth. However, these words came from Su Xingjia's mouth. What does this tell us? Jiang Yingxue once again looked at the king with new respect. She had initially thought the king was just a nouveau riche, but now it seemed that he was definitely a man of status. Otherwise, how could Su Xingjie keep calling him Young Master Wang? Mr. Wang, all the paperwork for the car has been completed. In addition, our dealership can handle the license plate for you, but it will be a temporary plate. You can get the official license plate in a month. Jiang Yingxue immediately went to complete the procedures, and when she finished, she came back and told the king with a smile. Soon the conversation turned to the license plate. Many wealthy people like to make a big deal out of their license plates. For example, various leopard numbers and consecutive numbers, or some meaningful numbers, hoping for good luck and to make others feel proud when they see them. However, if you choose your own license plate, you generally won't get a particularly good one. Of course, with Mr. Wang's capital, he can easily find those who own good license plate numbers and spend money to buy them. Suddenly, Su Xingjie remembered something and said to Wang Shang with a smile, "By the way, Young Master Wang, if you'd like, I have a few license plates that I can give you as a gift." "That's so embarrassing," the king said, waving his hand hastily. "What's there to be embarrassed about? Young Master Wang is a great philanthropist in Jiangdu's charity circle. Everyone has witnessed your contributions to charity. It would be my honor if Young Master Wang doesn't mind that it's just a license plate." Su Shengji spoke sincerely. "All right then," the king said, no longer refusing. "Here I have a license plate that reads Jiang 88888 and another one that reads Jiang A66666. Su Xingjie rattled off several license plates in one breath, all of them the best kind, with 5 8s and 5 6s, super lucky numbers that countless people dream of. Now, the king can choose whatever he wants. This is not just a matter of money. How could someone with this license plate be short of money? "Young Master Wang, which license plate do you like?" "It's settled. I'll arrange it right away and get it registered on your new Rolls-Royce Cullinan." "Then, Jiang A66666 will do." "Good." Soon, Su Xingjie made a phone call, asked his assistant to bring over the license plate number and other information, and found staff from the vehicle management office to transfer the vehicle and register on the spot. Even temporary license plates are not required. In China, money and connections mean you can be this capricious. The license plate number Jiang A66666 is on this brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the most luxurious SUV, paired with a flashy license plate featuring 5 6s. Everyone in the car dealership was extremely envious. President Su, who exactly is this Young Master Wang? How come I've never met him before? At this moment, Jiang Yingxue quietly pulled Su Xingjie aside and inquired about him. He's a newly emerged rich man, extremely wealthy, but we haven't investigated his background yet. Where did he get the money? What kind of business does he do? I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, he recently donated a truckload of gold to our city. What? A truckload of gold? A truckload of gold. That's right, it's a truckload of gold, worth hundreds of millions. Don't let anyone know about this. Ni Xingxue, if it weren't for the fact that your dad and I are best friends, I wouldn't be telling you this. Don't worry, Uncle Su, I definitely won't tell anyone. After inquiring, Jiang Yingxue was absolutely shocked. Once again, her understanding of the king was refreshed, and she was filled with awe. These days, more and more new rich people are emerging, but those who can casually donate tens or hundreds of millions are still too few. Not to mention, he casually donated hundreds of millions of yuan. Such a huge donation. Bye-bye, Chairman Su. Let's meet again another day. Driving his new car, Wang Shang rolled down the electric window, greeted Su Xingjie, and drove off with a flourish. After dropping Jiang, one went off at home. Wang Shang continued driving. After all, he had just bought a new car, and men sometimes have an inexplicable love for their cars, wishing they could stay in a car all day long. Of course, although the small supermarket will continue to operate, he no longer relies on it to make money. He can open it whenever he wants and close it when he doesn't. The only thing that bothered him was that when his parents came back and saw that he wasn't minding the shop, they would definitely scold him, saying that he was not doing his job properly and that he was too lazy to even do something as simple as minding the shop. Counting the days, there's still 3 days until my parents come back. The king's current headache is how to explain to his parents that he has so much money, bought a house and a car. Tens of millions of assets can be kept in a bank account. However, houses and cars are public property, and there must be a reasonable explanation for them. All right, just say you won the lottery, and then you and your friends did some investments, and luckily, you made a lot of money. He racked his brains, trying to come up with some excuse. Chapter 22. You two are absolutely incompatible. Boom! Without further ado, the king completely let loose and took control of the Cullinan, flooring the accelerator and immediately unleashing a powerful roar from the engine. The Cullinan ran wildly through the streets of Jiangdu. Owning such a luxury car is undeniably very attractive. Along the way, many people exclaimed in admiration and screamed. Upon arriving at Marriott Plaza, the king drove the car into the underground parking garage. Wow, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. If you were to drive this car out to pick up girls, it would definitely be a huge asset. TSK, you're absolutely right. This car is perfect for picking up girls. You'll get one every time. My goodness, this car is said to be the most expensive SUV. It must cost several million. Holy crap, look at the license plate. Jianghe 66666. Jianghe 66666. That's awesome. Such an awesome license plate, paired with the Cullinan, is a perfect match. The license plate is probably worth more than the car itself. Even if you have money, you can't get such a cool license plate. You need social connections, influence, and power. Many people have noticed this Cullinan and are full of praise, envy, and jealousy. Some sharp-eyed observers even noticed the license plate on the Cullinan. A chorus of surprise and admiration for the license plate filled the air. These days, Pagani Huayra, Koenigsegg, Lamborghini Veneno are so rare, there are only a handful in all of China. Do you really think that just anyone on the street could recognize them at a glance? Then all sorts of envy, jealousy, and screaming? It doesn't exist. The vast majority of ordinary people don't have access to cars at that level. However, Rolls-Royce, with its prominent double R logo and distinctive SUV features, is easily recognizable to anyone with even a basic understanding of cars. Moreover, not only is the car itself amazing, but the license plate is even more amazing. Amidst envious glances, the king drove his car into the underground parking garage, parked it, and then went to the commercial street. The main reason I came here was that I was a little hungry. Then, the clothes I was wearing were a bit old and needed to be changed. After all, he's now a multimillionaire. Although Marriott International Plaza has 10 office buildings, all of which belong to him, the commercial street below has nothing to do with him. There are many brand stores and restaurants here, attracting many people to shop, eat, and so on. The king planned to buy a new set of clothes, hoping to transform himself and no longer be a loser wearing baggy shorts and a tattered shirt. The pedestrian street is lined with stores of major international and domestic brands. He completely ignored domestic brands. Wearing domestic brands? We can't even bring that up. Then there are international brands. He didn't particularly like Jack Jones, Mark Fairwell, or Versace, so he skipped those brands. I don't know if it's his aesthetic sense or if it just doesn't match these brands, but I just don't feel anything for him. After looking around, he settled on a menswear brand Hugo Boss. Marriott International Plaza's commercial street is the most prestigious business district in Jiangdu, and naturally, it boasts many major brands. Hugo Boss is one of them. Hugo Boss is a world-renowned luxury brand originating from Germany. Its main business includes men's and women's clothing, fragrances, watches, and other accessories, with menswear being its flagship brand. Based on the design philosophy of refined, yet unpretentious dressing, it launches various menswear series around the latest fashion trends. It insists on superior design, carefully selected materials, and pure hand craftsmanship, incorporating modern aesthetics to present the most elegant taste and personal charm. This is a top 3 ranking among the world's leading menswear brands by various media outlets. It's an absolutely top-tier brand, world-class. Wang Shang entered the shop. For some reason, this time I didn't encounter the same cold reception as when I bought the house last time. A young and pretty saleswoman greeted him with a sweet smile. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Hugo Boss. How can I help you?" Upon seeing such a beautiful saleswoman, the king's eyes lit up. The pedestrian street is full of beautiful women, especially now that the weather is hot. They are all dressed in cool and revealing clothes, showing off their waists and legs. However, a beauty like the one in front of us, with light makeup, delicate features, and a very graceful figure, is quite rare. Moreover, with her hair up, her face shape was absolutely perfect. A pair of bright, clear eyes. In the king's eyes, such a beauty would definitely be a 90 out of 100. "Oh, I'm just browsing, looking to buy an outfit. Do you have any suitable items? Could you recommend one?" The king was a little embarrassed. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had entered such a high-end luxury menswear store. Tension is inevitable. "Yes, sir. Hugo Boss, as a well-known menswear brand, has recently launched several new casual suits and shirts. This is it. Soon, with the help of the saleswoman, Wang Shang selected a light gray casual suit and a white shirt. Sir, you have excellent taste. This casual suit is one of our store's signature styles. It's made of top-quality materials, entirely handmade, and the style is very suitable for Chinese people. In addition, it's very comfortable to wear. You can try it on. The saleswoman was very helpful. The king felt very comfortable. This shopping experience made him want to spend money. No need to try it on, just wrap it up. He smiled slightly and glanced at the price tag on the clothes. 24,900 yuan. A suit costs 20 or 30,000. In the past, the king would never have dared to even think about it. But for now, it's just a drizzle. Sir, are you sure you don't want to try it on? The beautiful saleswoman, Su Chenxi, was stunned. This was a dress worth tens of thousands of yuan. How about you not try it on? Need not. The king answered very decisively. Su Chenxi didn't know what to say. After all, this wasn't like buying cabbage at the market, but a luxury suit worth tens of thousands of yuan. In any case, she should try it on and see how it looked. However, the young man in front of her wanted to wrap it up immediately. She had never met such a generous and magnanimous person before. The shirt is nice too. Let's wrap it up. The king then pointed to the white shirt. The price listed above is 3,890 yuan. Well, Su Chenxi was momentarily stunned, but quickly came to her senses and nodded. Just then, a figure walked over. It's someone I know. It's you, Your Majesty? Zhu Xiaoxia. Zhu Xiaoxia is the best friend of Zhang Lili, Zhang's ex-girlfriend. This is a girl who is a little chubby and has a face value of 70 or 80 out of 100. Although her looks and figure aren't great, she has always considered herself a slightly chubby goddess and is proud of it. She never felt that the king was a good match for Zhang Lili. Hey, aren't you with Zhang Lili? A hint of disdain appeared in Zhu Xiaoxia's eyes. No, I broke up with her, Wang Shang said calmly. It seemed that Zhu Xiaoxia was unaware that he had broken up with Zhang Lili. It's likely that Zhang Lili still harbored illusions about winning him back and becoming a wealthy man's wife, which is why she didn't tell anyone about the breakup. They broke up. Zhu Xiaoxia was stunned for a moment, then revealed an expression that said, "See, I knew this would happen. Actually, you two are not a good match at all." Chapter 23. I'm a billionaire, and I'm coming clean. After Zhu Xiaoxia said this, she was surprised to find that the king's face showed no emotion whatsoever. In her memory, the king had always been pursuing Zhang Lili. It was a typical case of a strong woman and a weak man. The woman was very assertive, while the man was very submissive and even humble. To put it bluntly, he was a simp. Lili has always been keeping the king on hold, waiting to find someone better. Based on my judgment of Lili, she will break up with the king sooner or later. Zhu Xiaoxia thought to herself. She felt sorrow for the king. What a pitiful guy. You're right, I really am not suitable for Zhang Lili. The king smiled calmly and said, By the way, what are you doing here? Zhu Xiaoxia looked puzzled, then suddenly realized to herself. That's right. Now that you've broken up with Lili, you should treat yourself better. Stop being a simp. You spent a lot of money on Lili over the past year, so it's time to spend some money on yourself and buy some nice clothes. The king smiled but said nothing. However, this store is a bit high-end. When you and Lili were together, she never brought you here. She always made you take her to women's clothing stores and spend money on her. I'm not saying anything against you, Your Majesty. You're quite handsome, but you're a bit poor. If you lower your standards and don't look for pretty city girls like Lili, you can still find a girl who is genuinely good to you. Zhu Xiaoxia said, feigning seriousness. To put it bluntly, given your current situation, your family runs a small, rundown supermarket, you don't have any real jobs, and your parents aren't retired employees from state-owned enterprises or public institutions. Your family's financial situation would truly place you in the lower class in a big city like Jiangdu. Given Zhang Lili's spending habits, it's perfectly normal for her to look down on you. Like a bullet leaving the barrel, it keeps going on. And this one, let's wrap it up too. This one too. This belt, and these leather shoes. The king continued to select clothes, shoes, and belts. Zhu Xiaoxia, you can say whatever you want. I'm listening. Noticing Zhu Xiaoxia's surprised look, the king smiled and said. At this moment, Su Chenxi was completely stunned. What's going on? Mr. Wang asked for a suit, several shirts, leather shoes, belts, and other items, saying he wanted them wrapped up. Is that really true? Su Chenxi, you're really going to wrap him up? Don't be ridiculous. I know him. He just broke up with my best friend. He doesn't have the money to spend in our boss's store. He's probably just upset. Hurry up and hang the clothes back up. Seeing Su Chenxi's bewildered expression, Zhu Xiaoxia quickly came over and said this. You two really know each other? Su Chenxi asked, stunned. Of course. Zhu Xiaoxia replied decisively. But this gentleman said to wrap it all up, he's the customer, and the customer is king. Su Chenxi hurriedly said, God what? A shirt here costs several $1,000s. He runs a small supermarket at home and struggles to buy my best friend a dress that costs over $1,000. How could he possibly afford it? Zhu Xiaoxia looked at him with disdain. Zhu Xiaoxia, I've already broken up with Zhang Lily, so why should I save money? What's the use of keeping tens of millions? I have to spend it all. I'm going to splurge. Don't stop me. Just go do what you're supposed to do. The king did not find it irritating. On the contrary, he found it rather enjoyable. Because Zhu Xiaoxia still thought he was the same poor, penniless boy she knew before. Zhu Xiaoxia was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. I laughed so hard I almost fell over. I laughed so hard tears streamed down my face. What are you laughing at? The king shook his head helplessly. Never mind, I can't talk to you about it. No wonder you and Zhang Lily are best friends. You're exactly the same. You have tens of millions? If you have tens of millions, I have hundreds of millions. That's hilarious. Zhu Xiaoxia looked at the king as if he were a monster. Immediately, she showed a look of regret. I know, you're heartbroken and devastated after being dumped by Lily. I completely understand. I'm sorry for what happened to you, but you know, everyone has to get through it. I didn't mean to laugh at you earlier. I just thought what you said was hilarious. If you had tens of millions, how could someone as materialistic and vain as Lily possibly break up with you? From now on, find a stable job, work hard, and with your looks, if you put in the effort, you'll definitely have a good girl by your side. After listening to Zhu Xiaoxia's words, Wang Shang pondered for a moment and said earnestly, Zhu Xiaoxia, you are a good person in every way, but you are a bit narrow-minded. If you hadn't said those things just now, and were honest and open-hearted, I would have already taken over this shop and let you pack up and leave. Zhu Xiaoxia was stunned. What is all this nonsense? They're taking over the shop and then telling me to pack my bags and leave? Why are you so serious? Making it seem like it's the real deal. Okay, I'm done pretending. I'm a billionaire, and I'm coming clean. After saying that, the king took out a super VIP black card and handed it to Su Chenxi. Calculate how much the clothes, shoes, and belts that were just wrapped up cost. Take them and swipe your card to pay. Okay, Mr. Wang, you bought 3 suits, 5 shirts, 2 pairs of leather shoes, and 2 belts. Let me calculate the cost for you. Su Chenxi picked up the calculator and started calculating rapidly. The total is 233,450 yuan. After calculating, Su Chenxi raised her head and looked at the king. Swipe your card. Why are you staring at me? The king said calmly. Okay. Su Chenxi felt a surge of nervousness. Normally, customers who come to this store and spend money would be doing well if they bought 1 or 2 suits, spending tens of thousands of yuan. Is he really capable of making the payment? Insert the card into the POS machine, and then enter the password. Bite. Card swipe successful. They actually paid. This ordinary young man, after entering the store for only a short time, spent a fortune buying more than 200,000 yuan worth of clothes and shoes. Exaggerate. That's outrageous. Su Chenxi was even more shocked. It turns out this young man is indeed a tycoon. You really paid? Over 200,000. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaoxia was completely dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes vigorously. How can all of this feel so unreal? Sir, please keep your card safe. Su Chenxi held the card in both hands and handed it back to the king. At that moment, she was excited and happy, because with sales of over 200,000 yuan, as a salesperson, she can get a commission of about 8% to 10%, which is more than 20,000 yuan. On this one day, he could earn more in sales commission from just this one customer, Wang Shang, than he could earn in a month. Your Majesty, you really bought so much. Why didn't you look for me when you came? You're being too polite. Seeing Su Chenxi's delighted expression, Zhu Xiaoxia was filled with remorse. She stammered to the king, her voice brimming with regret. I don't know what you're talking about, bye-bye. The king waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to waste any more words with Zhu Xiaoxia. Chapter 24. Top-tier fighting techniques. Looking at all these bags and packages, the king was a little troubled. How do I take it? By the way, Mr. Wang, we can deliver these items to your designated location. Su Chenxi hurriedly said. Okay, let me get into the car. Okay, it's my pleasure to serve you. The king didn't need to worry about the bags and packages at all, because Su Chenxi specially called a waiter to help carry them and put them in the car for the king. Your Majesty, wait. Seeing that the king had walked out of the boss store, Zhu Xiaoxia quickly followed, took the 2 shopping bags, and helped deliver the items, actually trying to get closer to him. Your Majesty, I never knew you were so rich. Lily must have been blind to have broken up with you. Your Majesty, do you have some time tonight? Shall I invite you to dinner? We arrived at the garage. When the king opened the door of the Cullinan and opened the trunk, Zhu Xiaoxia was shocked once again. She recognizes this car. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This is a car worth several million. The king used to just drive an electric tricycle, didn't he? They've upgraded their equipment so drastically. It's true, he's come clean and stopped pretending. He's a billionaire. Mr. Wang, this is my WeChat ID. Please scan the QR code. If you encounter any quality problems with a Boss brand clothing or shoes you purchase in the future, or if you have any needs regarding cleaning or maintenance, please contact me. Our Boss store provides free services. At this moment, Su Qinxi took out her phone and opened her WeChat QR code. All right. Wang Shang nodded, scanned her WeChat QR code, and added her as a friend. This is the normal procedure. The Boss store provides after-sales service to customers. However, Zhu Xiaoxia was extremely envious and jealous of this action. Although she is Zhang Lily's best friend, she still doesn't have the king as WeChat. I used to look down on adding Wang Shang as a WeChat friend, thinking he was too poor and had no future. Now, there's no chance. Soon the king drove off. Your Majesty, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Zhu Xiaoxia kept waving at Cullinan, trying to persuade the king to stay, but he simply ignored her. She really is. I'm so frustrated I could cry. Hey Lily, what's going on? Why did you break up with the king? Her best friend on the phone. Are you crazy? The king drive a luxury car worth hundreds of millions and casually spent hundreds of thousands at the luxury menswear store where my boss works. And you complain that he's poor. I dare say, in all of Jiangdu, there are very few young people richer than the king. After being scolded and criticized by our best friend, Zhang Lily on the other end of the phone was instantly reminded of the root of her pain, and tears streamed down her face. Oh my god, Xiaoxia, do you think I would break up with my current king? I don't know. I really don't know. He's so rich. Do you know, just the day before yesterday, he actually brought a whole ton of gold to the Huaxia gold shop where I work on a tricycle to sell it. That day, he somehow got hold of a ton of gold. All pure 24K gold, worth hundreds of millions. My god, what sins did I commit? A billionaire, and so handsome, and I missed out on him. I was the one who broke up with him, complaining that the bag he gave me wasn't good enough, and that he was just a small supermarket owner. Zhang Lily burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. After buying the clothes, Wang Shang returned to the vicinity of the small supermarket, parked his car in a parking lot not far away, walked home, ordered takeout, and enjoyed a delicious meal. Originally, the duplex mansion in Tianyuan City was ready for occupancy, but he still preferred to live here. Because, although the house is a dilapidated old house, right behind the small supermarket, it is the place he has lived for more than 20 years, and he has developed feelings for it. Your Majesty, you've returned. Why don't you open for business all day? That's right, we neighbors have to go all the way there if we want to buy something. In the alley, the elderly folks from the neighborhood would complain about the king whenever they saw him. Actually, it's also a form of care. Oh, I've been busy these past few days running some business with friends, so the small supermarket might not be able to stay open indefinitely. Sorry, everyone. Wang Shang quickly opened the supermarket door, hoping to stay open a little longer in the evening and provide more convenience for the neighbors. Your Majesty, this won't do. If you're very busy, you can hire someone to help you watch the shop. A neighbor made a suggestion. The king suddenly thought, this is a great idea. Why not just hire someone? It would save so much trouble. After all, with his current status as a billionaire, looking at a small, run-down supermarket would be too beneath him. So he picked up his phone, posted a message on his WeChat Moments, and also posted a message on a local community service platform. After taking photos of the small supermarket's environment, post a few photos and add text. We are hiring one store clerk. Monthly salary. Base salary of 10,000 plus commission. Job duties. Store management. The contact person and their phone number are clearly written down. Done. Wang Shang felt that the conditions were generous enough. He could earn tens of thousands a month just by running the shop. He was sure that many people would contact him tomorrow to apply for the job. No problem. He slept soundly that night. The next day, as was his habit, the king went into the supermarket to prepare for opening, took out a bottle of beverage, and opened it. Bite. Today's 1 yuan reward opportunity has been activated. Would you like to redeem it? The king responded skillfully. 1 yuan for a freebie. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your 1 yuan purchase has been successful. Your current wealth value has decreased by 1. You have received the following reward. Top-tier martial arts technique. World-class martial arts. The king was stunned. What's going on? Such a special reward? It's not simply about money and wealth, but about fighting skills. Wow. Suddenly, the king felt a wave of pain and numbness coursing through his body. his head throbbing as if it were about to explode, as if an electric current was violently drilling into his body, making him feel like he was about to burst. He fainted. He remained unconscious until the afternoon before waking up. I checked my phone and saw about 30 missed calls and dozens of unread messages on WeChat. Holy crap, what's going on? The king was somewhat annoyed. The roller shutter door was half open, and he didn't know if any thieves had broken into the shop. How did I fall into a deep sleep? Snap! He slammed his fist on the counter, a little angrily. Bang! In an instant, he smashed the entire counter to pieces. The glass shattered into pieces all over the floor, and the stone countertop was also reduced to dust. It really did break. That intense. The king felt that his body had changed. He had exerted only a little force, and yet possessed boundless power. Looking at my arm again, I almost peed my pants in fright. His arms were full of muscles, one big muscle at a time. He quickly went to the bathroom and took off his shirt. He was completely shocked. 8-pack abs, perfectly defined, are on full display. Chapter 25. Childhood Sweethearts. How could the king not know what his own body looks like? He was originally very thin. He was nearly 1.8 meters tall and weighed less than 110 pounds. After taking off his clothes, he was all skin and bones. Where's his muscle? But now, everything has completely changed. My body has become stronger, I have 8-pack abs, and my skin has become very firm. The former king was slender and somewhat handsome, but he was also a bit sickly. He wasn't particularly sunny and healthy, and he was often plagued by minor illnesses. Things are different now. The aura and feeling he exuded completely lacked any trace of illness, thinness, or frailty. He was entirely healthy, radiant, and full of strength, with his eyes displaying remarkable masculinity and determination. My God, I've changed so much. Could it be because I obtained top-level fighting techniques? The king stroked his chin, utterly shocked. This system is absolutely amazing. Not only will he be rewarded with wealth, but he will also be rewarded with a perfect physique, strong muscles, and a robust body. This is so rare. What does having money matter? When you have no money, having money is just a dream. Once you have money, wealth becomes less important. What matters most is enhancing your personal charm and physical fitness. Look at yourself in the mirror again, and then look at the countertop that you slapped so lightly that it shattered to pieces. The king knew that this was not a dream. It's true. He straightened up, and just as he had the idea of throwing a few punches, a multitude of fighting techniques quickly flashed through his mind. Then, with muscle memory in their fists and legs, any punch they throw could be a top-level fighting style. That's awesome. The king has been a kung fu enthusiast since childhood. He didn't like studying when he was young, and just wanted to go to Shaolin to learn kung fu. Now, my dream has finally come true. I have a strong body and top-notch fighting skills. All right, it's time to get down to business. He took out his phone and looked at the unread WeChat messages. First, there's the information on WeChat Moments. Wow, they're hiring shop assistants with a base salary of 10,000. I am applying. I can work you until you go bankrupt. Even large supermarkets wouldn't dare to hire store clerks with a base salary of 10,000 plus bonuses. Your Majesty, you've become arrogant. Did you add an extra zero? Your Majesty, is your little supermarket really that amazing? Please, Brother Wang, take me in. I quit real estate sales. I want to be a clerk in your supermarket. May I? The job posting he released yesterday received many responses on social media. In addition, many people responded to the information he posted on the local community information platform, expressing their desire to apply for the job. The king glanced through it. What's more interesting is that some old acquaintances and classmates responded with almost nothing but teasing and mockery, clearly enjoying the spectacle. They all thought that the conditions offered by the king were ridiculous. How could someone hire a shop assistant with a base salary of 10,000 yuan? However, two girls I met in the past 2 days, Jiang Wenwen, who sells houses, and Su Chinsi, who sells luxury clothing, responded very positively and wanted to quit their jobs to become shop assistants. He opened the supermarket door while replying to messages. Ding dong. Welcome. Just then, customers arrived at the small supermarket. It's a girl. She's a very pretty girl. She has fair skin, is about 1.65 meters tall, and wears a neat ponytail. She pairs her outfit with a simple denim jacket and jeans, which accentuate her slender and long legs. Her whole being exudes a youthful and vibrant aura. The girl's smile revealed dimples, making her exceptionally pure and charming. Your Majesty, brother. He called me brother so sweetly. The king put down his phone and looked in the direction of the sound. Zhou Yuqi, it's you. This pretty young girl is named Zhou Yuqi. She's a neighbor from the neighborhood and also Wang Shang's childhood sweetheart. someone he grew up with. You're on summer vacation, right? Have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water. The king quickly came out from behind the counter, moved a chair for Zhou Yuqi to sit down, and then went to pour water. Thanks. Zhou Yuqi has a very sweet smile. Yes, I came back to play during summer vacation. By the way, Your Majesty, where are your parents? I went to my grandma's house a few days ago and will be staying for a while before I come back. Wang Shang brought over a water glass and handed it to her. Thanks. Don't be so polite. You really have changed after going to university. You're so polite and courteous, and you're getting more and more beautiful, the king praised with a smile. In his memory, the most profound impression was Zhou Yuqi, the little snotty kid who followed him around when he was a child. Now, the little slug has grown into a beautiful young woman. No way, stop teasing me. I'm not teasing you. I'm serious. By the way, now that you're in college, have you got a boyfriend yet? When are you going to bring him home so the neighbors can all see him and give you their opinion? Wang Shang asked with a gossipy smile. Brother Wang Shang, look at what you're saying. I'm only a freshman in college. What do you mean by talking about boyfriends? Besides, I'm focused on my studies. I feel like you're worried I'll never get married. Zhou Yuqi pouted and said irritably. The king quickly replied, No way. I was just joking. How could our little sister Yuqi not be able to get married? Just wait until she's spoiled for choice. You said when you were little that you would marry me, Zhou Yuqi murmured softly. The king was slightly taken aback and quickly asked, Yuqi, what are you muttering about? Huh? It's nothing, it's nothing. Zhou Yuqi quickly changed the subject. By the way, Your Majesty, how's business at the supermarket? And what about your girlfriend, Sister Zhang Lily? The king's expression was complicated when faced with her question. Business is SOSO. Zhang Lily, I've already broken up with her. Although he said it with a smile, he had, after all, gone through a breakup, and it was inevitable that he would feel a little lost. The hesitation in his eyes was impossible to hide. This sense of loss and melancholy inadvertently captivated Zhou Yuqi, a young girl in the prime of her life at 18 or 19. After more than a year of dating, it was only me pursuing her. She still looked down on me for being poor, which is normal. It's better that we broke up. The king lit a cigarette and said something simple, without any complaints, only relief and liberation. His captivating figure, well-built muscles, and the aura and presence he exuded once again deeply attracted Zhou Yuqi. The current king is a master of top-tier martial arts, possessing a perfect physique and masculine strength. All of this was too much for the naive and inexperienced Zhou Yuqi to resist. My judgment back then was really terrible. The king chuckled self-deprecatingly. Brother Wang Shang, don't be sad. You're so outstanding, you'll definitely find the perfect girl. Zhou Yuqi comforted him with heartache. Thank you. The king habitually reached out and patted her head, his eyes full of tenderness. The gentleness, love, and doting of the older brother next door. It's still a head pat. Zhou Yuqi was completely smitten. In her eyes, the king was more handsome than before, and even more manly. Although she went away to study and met so many handsome and talented men from all over the country, she still felt that the most handsome and the safest place was still by her childhood sweetheart, the king. No one could replace that feeling. Chapter 26. Jiang Wenwen's Request. By the way, what are you planning to do during your 2-month vacation? The king asked with a smile. Okay, I'll find a part-time job. I can work during the day and spend time with my parents at night, Zhou Yuqi said obediently. Part-time job? All right. I happen to have a job here. How about you come and help me watch the shop? The king's eyes lit up. Isn't this just a ready-made employee? Watching the shop? That's right. It's about helping out at the shop. I've been very busy lately, going out to do business, and recently I've partnered with a friend to start a business. Your Majesty, you are truly outstanding. This is the job posting I sent out. The monthly salary is 10,000 yuan, and that's just the base salary. If you do well, there will be bonuses. If you Yuqi come, I'll offer you 20,000 yuan, and the bonus will be doubled. Oh my god, is it true? Of course I'd like to. Watching a shop is such an easy job, and the pay is so high. Your Majesty, you're so kind. Zhou Yuqi was immediately overwhelmed with excitement, and couldn't help but hug the king's neck. Just as she was about to give him a kiss, Zhou Yuqi realized that everyone had grown up now, and she was a young lady too. How can you be so frivolous? Her cheeks flushed instantly. Yuqi, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Don't think that running a shop is easy. You have to keep a record of how much you sell every day. When the delivery arrives, you are responsible for counting the goods and making sure there are no mistakes. The king spoke in a deliberately serious tone. Okay, is there anything else? Also, when collecting debts, you must make sure the accounts are clear and accurate to avoid mistakes. Anything else? It's gone. The king thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what else he should pay attention to. Is running a store not easy? It's not a technical skill at all. Zhou Yuqi is a college student. She can handle it easily. Let's do it right away. Even though we know each other well, we still need a proper contract. Wang Shang quickly drafted an employment contract on the computer, printed it out, signed it himself, and then had Zhou Yuqi sign it. The terms of employment, working hours, and salary are clearly stated above. Salary is paid in advance on the 5th of each month. Zhou Yuqi was a little stunned when she saw this. Because today is the 5th. Early disbursement? What's the meaning? Wang Shang picked up his phone, opened Zhou Yuqi's WeChat, and transferred 20,000 yuan to her. All right, your salary for this month has been paid. Now get back to minding the shop. The king smiled with narrowed eyes, concealing his identity and name. That was a really cool move. Zhou Yuqi. Soon, Zhou Yuqi, who had secured a shop assistant job with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, happily went to work, replacing Wang Shang and sitting behind the counter. As for the counter that the king smashed, he made a phone call and ordered a brand new counter made of marble, which was exceptionally hard and sturdy. He could simply replace the old one. Yuqi, you'd better watch the shop. I have something to do, so I'll head out now. The king waved to Zhou Yuqi and left with a flourish. Your Majesty, brother. Zhou Yuqi's delicate little hand, which he had just raised, fell back down helplessly, because the king slipped away very quickly. After coming out, Wang went to the parking lot across the street, took the keys, opened the Cullinan's door, and got in. A phone call came in. It was Jiang Wenwen calling. What's wrong, Miss Jiang? Stop being silly. I need to talk to you about something. Speak. Here's the thing. You bought a Cullinan at my cousin's car dealership yesterday, right? Last night, my cousin contacted me and asked me to invite you out. She's organized a party and wants you to attend. Invite me to participate? I don't know her at all. The king had no interest whatsoever. He roughly knew that the so-called gatherings organized by Jiang Wenwen's cousin, Jiang Ingxue, were mostly dinner parties for wealthy young people in the city. He's not one of those people. There's no need for him to join in the fun. She said it was to thank you for buying a new car from the dealership, which boosted her sales. She wanted to invite a big client like you to dinner to express her gratitude. Please, just do me the honor. I'm begging you. Jiang Wenwen pleaded in a playful and cute tone over the phone. Oh well, the king had no choice but to agree. He was a soft-hearted man, especially when a girl pleaded for him. He couldn't resist. As for boosting sales, that's all nonsense. The car dealership belongs to Jiang Ingxue's family. She's not a salesperson. Her family is so wealthy that they don't lack money at all. So why would she talk about sales? That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. I'll take a taxi to find you in a bit. I'll come find you. It's easier for me to drive. Okay, you're so kind. On the phone, Jiang Wenwen acted coquettishly, creating a sweet and charming atmosphere. Wang Shang felt like he was truly dating, and his heart felt as sweet as honey, incredibly comfortable. Looking back, my relentless pursuit of Zhang Lily was hardly love. It was just wishful thinking, nothing more than being a simp. The interactions between him and Jiang Wenwen now truly show what beautiful love looks like. Having agreed, the king took the banquet very seriously. After returning home, he took a good bath and changed into the luxury suit, shirt, tie, and other accessories he had bought from the boss's shop the day before. He put on shiny leather shoes. With just a little bit of styling, my whole being was completely and utterly transformed. Now he has a perfect physique, a strong body, sexy abs, and is very masculine. This outfit makes him look almost perfect, just like a male model. In addition, he has money, top-notch fighting skills, and a great aura and presence. He's a complete male god. Let's drive the Cullinan and set off. Half an hour later, he arrived at the location sent by Jiang Wenwen without incident. This is the entrance to a residential community. It's considered one of the older neighborhoods in Jiangdu. Jiang Wenwen's home is here. Jiang Wenwen, who is currently unmarried and single, lives with her parents. She usually goes to work and then stays at home after work, watching TV series and tending to her plants. Her life is very simple, even a little boring. But she likes this kind of life, simple, comfortable, with few desires, and rather Buddhist-like. But her parents have been urging her to find a boyfriend and get married quickly these past 2 years. That's probably how the older generation is. Your cousin really went out of her way this time, taking you to this dinner party. You'd better do your best. If you meet any nice guys, don't be too shy. You could be a little more proactive. That's right. Your parents don't want you to stay at home, become an old maid, and be laughed at by the neighbors. Stop talking. My daughter is so beautiful. With these qualities, of course, she'll choose a good one. So, don't worry about it. My mom is nagging me at home. She's so anxious, and sometimes she even criticizes all sorts of things about her daughter, Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen's father was standing nearby, praising her. After all, she is his precious daughter, and her father loves her the most. Okay, I got it, bye-bye. After carefully dressing up, Jiang Wenwen picked up her bag and went downstairs. Chapter 27. Come on, let's smoke a cigarette. Wow, where's Cullinan? Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It's said to be the most expensive SUV in the world. How awesome. Don't just look at the car, look at the license plate. 5 6s. That's awesome. This is the real deal. No, not just 666. It's 66,666. Although the neighborhood where Jiang Wenwen lives is quite old, it used to be a very upscale neighborhood. Many of the people who frequented it were highly educated individuals, such as teachers, lawyers, and doctors, as well as people working within the system. They may not be as rich as the nouveau riche, but they are definitely cultured and knowledgeable. Many people can recognize the Cullinan at a glance as soon as they step out of the neighborhood. Moreover, those within the system were very sensitive to the license plate number. Such a license plate number signifies not only wealth, but also power. In China, never think that money is everything. Besides having money, having connections and cultivating relationships with high-ranking officials is the key to success. Otherwise, a gust of wind could blow by, and before you know it, your wealth could shrink rapidly or even vanish into nothing. Amidst the envy of countless people, the king leisurely lit a cigarette in his car, opened the window, and began to smoke. Hey young man, your car is so cool. How much did you pay for it? An old man walked over with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, and asked, Grandpa, this car of mine isn't worth much, just over 7 million. Wang Shang smiled and handed the old man a cigarette. Over 7 million? My goodness. Over 7 million is enough to buy several houses in Jiangdu. The old man took the cigarette that Wang Shang handed him, lit it, took a deep breath, and continued. Young man, you're so rich, so dashing, driving such a nice car, and that license plate, so cool. Not at all, the king said modestly, chatting about the Cullinan and its incredibly cool license plate. Come on, everyone, smoke some cigarettes. Here, have a cigarette. Wang Shang was straightforward. He was an ordinary citizen from the streets and alleys, living a life full of warmth and connection. He found it very comfortable to greet people with cigarettes, chat, and make small talk. Just because you're now a billionaire doesn't mean you can look down on others. That's wrong. Young man, you're really amazing. So young, driving a car worth over 7 million, and with such an awesome license plate. Wow. Wow. This young man is handsome, rich, and even offered cigarettes to everyone. He's really generous. What a great young man. You're too kind. You're too kind. Faced with a barrage of praise, the king responded with a smile, displaying his usual humility and politeness. By the way, young man, do you have a girlfriend? At this moment, the enthusiastic Annies started to get excited and began to arrange dates for him. Not for now, the king said with a smile, sounding somewhat embarrassed. With all these qualities, you still don't have a boyfriend? No way. Your Annie has to find you one. By the way, old Zhang, isn't your daughter still single? Yes, old Zhang's daughter is incredibly beautiful and a top student. A flurry of chatter ensued. The king smiled to himself, thinking to himself that everyone was too enthusiastic and he couldn't handle it. Looking at the time, why hasn't Jiang Wenwen come down yet? Just as he was about to make a call to ask, a graceful figure appeared before him. As soon as Jiang Wenwen came down, she saw a large group of people gathered around. She thought there had been a traffic accident, but when she saw what was going on, she almost burst out laughing. It turned out that a lot of elderly men and women from the neighborhood were surrounding the king's Cullinan. And if you listen carefully, you could hear that several of the women were trying to introduce the king to potential partners. Jiang Wenwen, dressed in a stunning dress, was absolutely gorgeous, and her appearance quickly attracted the attention of many people around her. Almost everyone in the neighborhood knows that the prettiest girl is Jiang Wenwen, the daughter of the Jiang family, who works in real estate sales. Moreover, because the Jiang family is related to the Jiang family, a wealthy family in Jiangdu, Jiang Wenwen is not only the most beautiful girl, but also a girl with the bloodline of a wealthy family. An older woman just thought of it and introduced Jiang Wenwen to the king. But then I thought, no, Jiang Wenwen is the belle of the neighborhood, and she has the blood of the Jiang family, a wealthy clan. Ordinary people are definitely not good enough for her, not even rich nouveau riche. But at that moment, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Wenwen and Wang Shang locked eyes. Jiang Wenwen, get in the car quickly. Okay. Jiang Wenwen got into the car. Goodbye, grandpas and grandmas. The king waved to a group of stunned elderly men and women outside the car window, then laughed and drove off. What's going on? Didn't Jiang Wenwen say she wasn't dating anyone? Jiang Wenwen is dating someone? It's true. She certainly has high standards. She found such a handsome guy, and he's so rich too. I really envy the Jiang family. Inside the car, Wang drove the car, and after locating the place according to the name Jiang Wenwen gave him, he used navigation to get there. After glancing at the beautiful woman in the passenger seat, Wang Shang immediately felt a sense of pleasure. A girl with a short skirt, high heels, long legs, fair skin, beautiful face, and great temperament. Sitting in the passenger seat of this kind of girl is the greatest sense of accomplishment for the man in the driver's seat. Jiang Wenwen, you're dressed very formally today. The king started chatting casually. Jiang Wenwen smiled and said, Yes, it has to be a bit more grand, otherwise my cousin will say I'm old-fashioned again. Not all old-fashioned. You're beautiful, and you look especially gorgeous today. The king praised him. Thank you, Jiang Wenwen said, feeling as sweet and happy as if her heart had been filled with honey. Being praised by others and being praised by the king are completely different feelings. Wang Shangxin thought to himself, Isn't there a saying these days? The more successful a man is, the more beautiful and long-legged the girl in the passenger seat will be. It seems it's true. Before long, the car arrived at its destination. A lush private garden area, with mountains and a lake, with an enormous marble gate at the entrance, bearing the inscription, Yuji Mountain. The guard posts at the entrance, one on the left and one on the right, are staffed by upright guards who look particularly spirited and imposing. Jiang Yingxue had given prior notice of the banquet arrangements and the invitation to the king, so he could now drive straight in. The railing was raised, and the guard at the post gave a standard military salute. Driving a luxury car and frequenting such high-end places, one must have status. Where is this? Yuji Mountain? I've never been here before. The king drove his car, following the winding road upwards. Chapter 28. The Rich Young Masters of Jiangdu. Yuji Mountain in Jiangdu is the most luxurious villa area in the area, and it has been developed for more than 10 years. It is also the oldest villa area. At this point, Jiang Wenwen began to explain. It is said that 80% of the top-tier wealthy people, political and business elites in Jiangdu live here. Of course, my cousin's home is also here. Any villa here is worth over 20 million yuan, which is absolutely astronomical for the consumption level of a third-tier city like Jiangdu. Yes, a villa worth tens of millions. How many people in the entire Jiangdu can afford to live there? The king nodded, deeply agreeing. Your cousin's family is so rich, so your Jiang family must be a very famous and wealthy family in Jiangdu. So why is your family living in an old residential area? The king asked in confusion. Jiang Wenwen hesitated, as if she had something difficult to say. Never mind, forget I asked. Seeing this, the king did not ask any further questions. Soon, the car drove up Yuji Mountain, where villas built halfway up the mountain were visible everywhere, exceptionally beautiful and magnificent. Once you reach almost the very top of Yuji Mountain, there's a large open area in front of you, featuring a uniquely designed ground-level parking garage with a specially made carport and various beautiful shapes. As soon as the king drove the Cullinan over, a man who looked like a waiter came running over. Hello, sir. It's an honor to provide you with parking services. Faced with such a friendly young man, the king, though he knew how to park his own car, decided to follow local customs since he was already there and handed the car over to the young man after getting out. This way, sir. Madam, this way, please. As the king and Jiang Wenwen walked out of the garage, a girl who looked like a servant walked over with a smile. Lead the way. With the view opening up, the king realized that a huge villa was built on the top of Yuji Mountain. It occupies an area of at least several thousand square meters. The main white building is a 7-story building. On both sides are gardens and courtyards, as well as green lawns, small bridges and streams, corridors and carved railings, rockeries and gate towers. This is a villa in the style of a private estate, blending Eastern and Western styles. Although it is a mix, it looks very comfortable, and once you step inside, the style you feel is surprisingly harmonious and beautiful. Antiques and calligraphy are everywhere, along with rosewood tables and chairs and various objects made of precious stones. Entering the main hall, the style shifts to modern Western flair, with a huge crystal chandelier enhancing the atmosphere, and a spiral staircase evoking medieval European aristocratic style. It's said that the renovation cost more than the land price and the price of the main building when we bought this place. Jiang Wenwen said in a low voice. Wang Shang thought to himself, this is indeed too extravagant. A mansion worth tens of millions. The renovation will probably cost tens of millions more. In addition, those antiques and calligraphy are priced exorbitantly. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mr. Wang, you are a distinguished guest. Please come this way. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue, dressed in a formal gown, with heavy makeup and adorned with various jewelry, appeared before the king in the guise of a wealthy princess. At the same time, several young people also came here. There were men and women, mostly in their 20s or 30s, and the oldest probably wasn't older than 35. Judging from their clothes and appearance, they are all dressed in high-end luxury brands. Some of the girls are carrying Chanel or Gucci bags, which are either limited editions or commemorative pieces. These young men and women are none other than the group of rich young men and women in Jiangdu who are close friends with Jiang Yingxue. Actually, Wang Shang had already noticed in the garage that all those cars were luxury cars. Mercedes-Benz and BMW were just ordinary models, while Porsche and Ferrari were the mainstream. Jiang Wenwen, how have you been lately? At this moment, a young man, holding a glass of red wine, leisurely walked up to Jiang Wenwen, his smile somewhat wicked. Jiang Wenwen was a little nervous and timid, and said, hello, young Master Ming. I'm fine now. It turns out that this young man is the young Master Ming that Jiang Wenwen mentioned. His real name is Ming Nantian, and he's the second young master of the wealthy Ming family in Jiangdu. The Ming family of Jiangdu and the Jiang family of Jiangdu are considered to be equally powerful and equally influential families. In recent years, due to some industry changes, the two families have maintained close ties and have had many business collaborations. Of course, there will also be fierce competition. Due to various historical reasons, the relationship between the two families has always been rather tense. The older generation is too embarrassed to admit it, so they hope that the younger generation can visit each other more often. Therefore, various hints and even direct statements allow the younger generation to have closer relationships. They hope that young people can get along well and have more private gatherings. In fact, they all think that by sticking together, they can make their respective family businesses more prosperous. But they are young people, after all, with a great desire to have fun, especially since they come from a wealthy business family. They are young and rich, so how could they not enjoy themselves? Young people with ulterior motives gather together, having all sorts of parties and having a great time. Among them, Ming Nantian had long coveted Jiang Wenwen of the Jiang family. Although Jiang Wenwen and her family had long been excluded from the core of the Jiang family, no matter what, Jiang Wenwen still had the blood of the Jiang family flowing in her veins. Moreover, Jiang Wenwen is beautiful enough and exceptionally pure. She is a rare find among the wealthy young men in this circle of good girls. You know, countless scheming women would do anything to get into this circle. Cousin Wenwen, our young Master Ming has always liked you, so don't keep disappointing him. Ha ha ha, Jiang Yingxue said with a smile, glancing at Jiang Wenwen and then at Ming Nantian, her smile quite mysterious. The wealthy young men and women exchanged glances, all their eyes fixed on Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen looked absolutely stunning today, radiating charm and exuding a blend of innocence and sexiness. Her elegant dress, high heels, and light makeup perfectly captured the essence of her beauty, a captivating blend of purity and allure. Jiang Wenwen, you look beautiful today. Ming Nantian smiled as he looked at Jiang Wenwen, praising her sincerely yet with a certain hidden meaning. What is it? That's coveting and drooling. Although Ming Nantian tried his best to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor, he could not escape the king's sharp eyes and judgment. Thank you. Jiang Wenwen lowered her head. Our young Master Ming really cares about you, Wenwen. Knowing you were coming to visit me today, he specially drove back from out of town his Ferrari, worth over 10 million, driving at 200 miles per hour the whole way. I don't know how many times he was speeding. Jiang Yingxue gently patted her cousin Jiang Wenwen's shoulder and said with a smile, I'll accept any penalty points and fines just to see Jiang Wenwen. Ha ha ha. Ming Nantian laughed. Everyone joined in the laughter. Such a direct expression of affection fully demonstrates how confident Ming Nantian is in his own abilities. He simply couldn't believe that, with his proactive approach and his own abilities, he couldn't win over Jiang Wenwen. Chapter 29. Losing Face. Come on, Jiang Wenwen, let me toast you. Ming Nantian, who was holding a wine glass, took a glass of red wine from the servant and handed it to Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen smiled awkwardly, barely managing to catch it, but said apologetically, I don't drink alcohol. Drinking is just like drinking water. If you don't drink, you're disrespecting me, young Master Ming. Ming Nantian swirled his wine glass, adopting a condescending attitude, clearly with ulterior motives. I get drunk easily. I'm really sorry. I can't drink. Jiang Wenwen shook her head, somewhat embarrassed. You really don't want to give me any face? Ming Nantian was losing face in front of so many people. I'll drink it for her. At this moment, Wang Shang stepped in front of Jiang Wenwen and skillfully took the wine glass from her hand. He looked at Ming Nantian with a grin. Who are you? Ming Nantian's face darkened, and the way he had been smiling at Jiang Wenwen just moments before instantly changed. Like a chameleon, the cold questioning was filled with contempt and disdain. Oh, young Master Ming, this is Mr. Wang Shang. My car dealership sold a Cullinan yesterday, and Mr. Wang is the buyer. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue quickly came over and explained with a smile. Is the Cullinan that impressive? It's just a car worth a few million. Compared to my Ferrari, it's nothing. Ming Nantian remained disdainful, saying indifferently, besides, what makes him think he can replace Jiang Wenwen to drink with me? Who does he think he is? Miss Jiang Yingxue, did you invite the wrong person here? The king's face turned cold, and he spoke to Jiang Yingxue in an annoyed tone. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I'll try to persuade young Master Ming. Jiang Yingxue hurriedly said. Then, she approached Ming Nantian, lowered her voice, and said, Young Master Ming, please don't be like this. Mr. Wang is someone I invited. Give me some face and don't cause trouble. Mr. Wang is no ordinary person. You know Su Shengjie from the Jiangdu Charity Federation, right? Chairman Su Shengjie directly gifted Mr. Wang a license plate with 5 6s. So, although Mr. Wang's car is only worth a few million, the license plate is very impressive. He must have a good relationship with Chairman Su Shengjie. I'm causing trouble? What trouble am I causing? He's the one who came over to drink in place of Miss Jiang Wenwen. Why should I? I can give you face, but why should I give him face? So what if he's close to Chairman Su? Ming Nantian said coldly. President Su is not only the president of a charity federation, but also the chairman of our Jiangdu Chamber of Commerce. In Jiangdu, he's a big shot who can make the whole city tremble with a stomp of his foot. Let's not offend His Majesty. Jiang Yingxue patiently persuaded her. Upon hearing this, Ming Nantian became somewhat wary. He didn't care about the Charity Federation, but he couldn't ignore the Jiangdu Chamber of Commerce. Having returned from studying abroad less than 6 months ago, he has taken over part of the family business and is still in the familiarization stage. If he wants to make a big splash in the future, he will inevitably have to come into contact with the bigwigs of the local Chamber of Commerce. Although he looked down on the king and was very annoyed by this brat who suddenly appeared and ruined his chance to woo Jiang Wenwen, he could only suppress his anger for now. Who is this kid? He asked Jiang Yingxue in a low voice. I'm not too sure, but he's been getting quite close to my cousin Wenwen lately. According to her, he bought a luxury house in Tianyue City the day before yesterday, and then a luxury car yesterday. He's been spending money like water every day. I guess his family is in business, or he's doing some secret business investments or something, and he's made a lot of money. He's part of the new elite class in Jiangdu, with plenty of cash flow. Jiang Yingxue spoke in a low voice, expressing her guess and judgment. The newly rich are just people with a bit of money. Huh? Fine, let's play along. Suddenly, Ming Nantian became interested, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. You're drinking with me in Jiang Wenwen's place, right? He looked at the king with a mocking gaze. That's right. I've only known her for a short time, but since she's in trouble, I have to step up and help her. No problem. I'll drink it first. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the king picked up his wine glass, half filled with red wine, and drank it all in one gulp. This made Ming Nantian feel bored, and he felt embarrassed to continue drinking with Jiang Wenwen. His original intention was to take advantage of the drinking to launch an offensive against Jiang Wenwen, preferably by getting her drunk step by step, which would give him a better chance. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. Jiang Wenwen is a good girl. She doesn't drink alcohol at all. Throughout the party, everyone drank, ate, and chatted. Because Wang Shang was there to help Jiang Wenwen, she was well protected and not harassed by the scheming Ming Nantian. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue became unhappy. She invited Wang Shang here, hoping to exchange ideas, foster friendship, and make a new acquaintance from the nouveau riche class. The reason for inviting my cousin Jiang Wenwen over was to let her interact with rich people more so that she could marry into a wealthy family in the future. This would also benefit the Jiang family. Unfortunately, it is precisely because the king is here that Jiang Wenwen's contact with Ming Nantian has become difficult. I'm determined to have your cousin. Don't cause any trouble. Think of a way to get her to be alone with me. A short while later, Ming Nantian found Jiang Yingxue. Oh, you're tired of playing around with me, so you're thinking about my cousin now. You men are all so fickle. You're all the same. Humph. Don't say that. When you were with me, you were quite happy, weren't you? Besides, are you thinking about, Okay, come on. The two hid in a corner, flirting and teasing each other. Then, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, they slipped into a room and got entangled. The atmosphere in the room was extremely intense. Fortunately, this is a super mansion, and the soundproofing of each room is excellent. Ming Nantian was incredibly energetic, absolutely amazing. Having just seen the incomparably beautiful Jiang Wenwen, so pure and pretty, both innocent and alluring, he was already extremely aroused. So he unleashed all that impulse upon Jiang Yingxue. This guy is clearly aiming to win over both of his cousins, Jiang Yingxue and Jiang Wenwen, one after the other. Jiang Yingxue was used to having all sorts of fun starting her teens. She had countless men, changing men on average every month. But just 2 months ago, she started hanging out with Ming Nantian. But it was just for fun, a mere charade. Ming Nantian was no saint either. He was even more of a party animal than her. Ever since returning to China, relying on his status as the young master of the Ming family, he threw parties every day, inviting models and internet celebrities to his home for all sorts of wild parties. Playboy like that gets his hands on Jiang Wenwen, he definitely won't show her any mercy. He'll only end up ruining her life. Chapter 30. You drive it. Therefore, the king saw it from the very beginning, the evil intent that Ming Nantian had in his eyes, especially those deep dark circles under her eyes. This kind of scum can prey on women who are willing to be hurt, but don't even think about harming innocent girls. Otherwise, we absolutely cannot tolerate it. After a long and heated argument, Ming Nantian and Jiang Yingxue emerged from the room one after the other, straightened their clothes, and went to the living room. Several wealthy young men and women gathered together, chatting and laughing, discussing various wines, delicacies, luxury goods, as well as current stock market and business news. Jiang Wenwen had absolutely no interest in this, feeling completely unable to fit into such a circle and didn't understand why her cousin had invited her. Could it be that she came here to accompany the king? Or perhaps she should date that disgraced and scumbag Ming Nantian? She had heard plenty of bad rumors about Ming Nantian. She wouldn't have come if it weren't for the fact that this is her cousin's place. Anyone got nothing better to do? Interested in going out for a race? Suddenly, Ming Nantian made a suggestion. A wealthy young man stood up and replied with a smile, Sure, let's go then. Several wealthy young men and women chimed in, expressing their agreement. It's past 11 o'clock now. There's a newly built but not yet open elevated highway on the outer ring road of Jiangdu. I have some people there, so we can go over and have some fun. Maybe go for a spin. Another rich young man said this, raising his wrist to look at the Rolex Submariner Hulk he was wearing. Hurrah! Young Master Chen, you're amazing. Young Master Zhang, young Master Lin, let's go. Miss Wu and Miss Tong, let's go together. Your cars are here. Let's have some fun together. Just as the wealthy young men and women were about to leave, Ming Nantian deliberately turned back to look at the king and said sarcastically, Your Majesty, shall we come? Before the king could speak, he waved his hand and sneered. Forget it, you'd better not come. You drive an SUV. How can you compare to us who drive sports cars? Our worst car is a Porsche 911, which can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just over 2 seconds, leaving your Cullinan far behind. Ha ha, you do not say. The Cullinan is just an SUV. It's okay for off-roading, but forget about speeding. Don't call him anymore. He's embarrassing himself here. He's not even one of us. Cousin, you guys go ahead. The king and I are getting ready to leave. Jiang Wenwen said this, seemingly showing no interest whatsoever. It wasn't that she wasn't interested in the car, but rather in the group of people. Of course she likes cars, especially luxury cars. People who love cars, whether boys or girls, all have a dream of owning a luxury car. The pursuit of speed, the desire for speed, the dream of speed. Jiang Wenwen, aren't you coming with us for a race? My Lamborghini Aventador. You can have the passenger seat. Ming Nantian's gaze fell on Jiang Wenwen, and he took out his car keys, showing them off. This is the key to a Lamborghini Aventador. It's exquisitely crafted with a bull's head logo. So cool. A typical Lamborghini sports car costs tens of millions of dollars, while the top-of-the-line Lamborghini Aventador is said to cost over $50 million. Young Master Ming's Lamborghini Aventador was specially purchased from overseas and air freighted back last year for 20 million yuan. It's incredibly handsome and cool. I wonder how many girls want to sit in young Master Ming's Lamborghini Aventador. Yes, what a cool car. It's even cooler than my Ferrari 458. It's comparable to my Pagani. Several wealthy young men who love driving luxury cars and sports cars started comparing and praising each other. No, young Master Ming, I'm going home. Jiang Wenwen resolutely refused Ming Nanshan's invitation. Your Majesty, what about you? You really don't want to compete with us? Your Cullinan, which you just bought, should be taken out for a spin. Even if you lose badly, it's better than being too scared to participate and backing down, right? Of course, if you insist on not playing with us, racing or competing, then forget it. You can't afford to play. Ha ha ha. Ming Nantian laughed mockingly. That's because they can't afford to play. I've heard that our young Master Wang is from the newly rich class in Jiangdu, and he's very wealthy. Exactly. They're so rich. Even if they lose this race, they can just buy a sports car and race us again to win back their money. If you can't handle it, then forget it. Several wealthy young men began to mock and ridicule the king. The king knew they were using reverse psychology. Jiang Wenwen could tell from their words that they were talking nonsense, so she lowered her voice and said, Your Majesty, don't listen to their rubbish. Let's go. It's getting late. You can take me home. I'm a little tired. Don't you really like cars, especially luxury cars and sports cars? Suddenly, the king asked this question. I took her to buy a car at the dealership before. She knows a lot about cars and can readily share all sorts of interesting facts. Therefore, the king had already figured it out. Jiang Wenwen was a girl who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, with a wild dream of luxury cars and a strong desire to experience the feeling of speed. So why not go and have some fun? I like it, but your Cullinan isn't really suited for high-speed racing. Jiang Wenwen muttered to herself. It's okay. If you like, then we'll go and play with them. The king laughed. Really? Jiang Wenwen's eyes lit up immediately. She was also trying to save face for the king, not wanting him to drive his Cullinan and race other people's sports cars. Since he's already said that, it's good to broaden your horizons. Since one wants to go, Your Majesty, why don't you take your Cullinan and go for a ride? Don't be disrespectful to everyone. Just do it for my sake. Okay? Jiang Yingxue said with a smile, seizing the opportunity. She could see the expectation in Jiang Wenwen's eyes, and she knew all too well that Ming Nantian wanted to get her cousin. Therefore, she wanted to act as a matchmaker. Okay, I'll go with you. The king reluctantly agreed. Immediately, Ming Nanshan's eyes lit up with joy. He met Jiang Yingxue's gaze. This pair of adulterers were clearly in cahoots, their little schemes running wild. Jiang Yingxue only thought of using Jiang Wenwen, her younger cousin who was far from the core of the Jiang family, as a bargaining chip, selling her off as a favor to improve relations with the Ming family. We arrived at the parking lot. The king opened the door of the Cullinan and got in. Jiang Wenwen got into the passenger seat. Ming Nantian and the others got into their respective sports cars. Two wealthy young ladies arrived in sports cars and quickly changed their shoes, swapping their high heels for sneakers. With their long legs, they stepped into the driver's seat of the sports cars, ready to set off. Suddenly, the king became interested. You drive, Jiang Wenwen. He got out of the driver's seat and gave the seat to Jiang Wenwen. Huh, I'll drive. That's right, you drive. Your driving skills are better than mine, the king said with a smile. These words made Jiang Wenwen very happy. Let her drive? Of course she'd love to. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the sounds of various exhaust pipes and the roar of engines starting up rose and fell in waves, echoing through the parking area. Chapter 31, Supercar Gathering. Jiangdu, Outer Ring Road Viaduct. Sports cars drove across the city's main thoroughfares and arrived here. After 11 p.m., traffic decreased significantly, which is why some local street racers come here to race late at night. When traffic police arrest people, these wealthy young men, although they have ways to find someone to help them, are afraid of the trouble. Only when there are fewer cars on the road and you avoid those fixed speed camera locations can you speed freely and minimize the chance of getting caught. In the circle of wealthy young men in Jiangdu, there's a group of people who are particularly fond of racing cars, and the leader of them is Zhou Qiang, known as one of the three strongest, the king of street racing on the Outer Ring Road. This time, Zhou Qiang was also among the people Jiang Yingxue invited to the party. Zhou Qiang and Ming Nantian have a good relationship. They are childhood friends and are now rising stars in the business world of Jiangdu. They each inherit a part of their family business and usually get along very well. This time, Ming Nantian specially invited Zhou Qiang over, saying that he was going to have a party at Jiang Yingxue's house, where he could meet beautiful women and that he could take them out to have some fun at night, like racing cars. When it came to racing, Zhou Qiang agreed without hesitation and even brought over his most prized sports car. This is a McLaren GT, and it has been modified. The modifications reportedly cost more than the car itself. Besides the exterior, interior, and seats, the most significant changes were to the powertrain, exhaust system, and engine. Although it's a V8 engine, it can produce over 800 horsepower. Its 100-meter acceleration time is an astonishing 2.5 seconds. A professional modification team is very expensive, which shows Zhou Qiang's passion for racing and modification. He is willing to spend money on it in order to pursue speed and the thrill of racing. Besides Zhou Qiang's McLaren GT, there's Ming Nanshan's Lamborghini Aventador, Chen Xiao's Ferrari 458, and Zhang Xiao's Audi R8. Guo, the eldest daughter of a high-tech company and vice president, drives a Porsche 911. Her best friend, Lin, also from a wealthy family and the CFO of a company, drives a Porsche Cayman. A dozen or so sports cars drove onto the overpass. At an entrance that was cordoned off and still closed, someone got out of the car, greeted the person in charge, and had the cordon removed before driving in. It was Ming Nantian who found someone to make a call and get access to an elevated road that had been built but not yet officially opened, about 5 kilometers long. While the length is a bit short for racing, it allows one to exit the elevated road at the other end and enter the winding mountain roads in the suburbs. There are almost no traffic controls or speed cameras there late at night, and the road conditions are excellent and smooth enough to allow these sports cars to run wild and race recklessly. Wow. Whoa. Oh yeah, that is so cool. More than a dozen rich young men and women driving luxury sports cars, lined up in a row, stopping their cars one after another, cheering and screaming. They need to prepare for the match. They open the car doors, rolled down the windows, and some even opened the roofs of their soft-top sports cars. In a night breeze, they looked at the sky, at the distant night view of Jiangdu, and at this racetrack they could use to drive on. They were extremely happy. They were all incredibly excited and thrilled. For this competition, the route is set. It starts from this elevated road and goes all the way to the Mangrove Mountain in the northern suburbs. The winding mountain road there leads to the top of the Mangrove Mountain, which is the finish line. Whoever reaches the finish line the fastest wins. At this point, Zhou Qiang brought up the rules. To be honest, he drove the winding mountain roads of Hongshu Mountain quite a bit. In the Jiangdu racing circle, the winding mountain roads of Hongshu Mountain are often regarded as a racetrack. Therefore, he felt that he had an absolute advantage. Sanxiang, you're a semi-professional driver, and you know the roads well. You often race. We're different, especially since we have a few young ladies here. Do girls have to race against us? Ming Nantian said dejectedly. Every competition has winners and losers, and there will inevitably be rivalry between the participants. Ming Nantian is an extremely competitive person, but with Zhou Qiang around, he knew that it was almost impossible for him to be the first to cross the finish line. So he started making excuses. How about this if I, Zhou Qiang, don't get first place? I'll give each of you 1 million. If I do get first place, you'll each give me 100,000. The odds are 1 to 10. Is that acceptable? Zhou Qiang squinted and thought for a moment before speaking. Fine, I won't drive this McLaren anymore. I'll drive another car. Whoever has the lowest configuration and slowest acceleration, I'll drive that car, and that person can drive my McLaren. Is that okay? They looked at each other. 100,000 versus 1 million is indeed 10 times. Moreover, by giving up his McLaren GT, he essentially lost his best partner, much like a martial artist replacing his sharpest weapon with the bluntest one. That way, everyone can see the odds of winning. The suspense immediately began. Everyone's opponent is Zhou Qiang. As long as Zhou Qiang doesn't get first place, everyone will get money, and each person will get 1 million. Good. I agree. Agree. Everyone expressed their agreement. All right, let's get ready to begin. Soon, more than 10 cars started their engines again, and the roar was so loud that it could be heard all over the world. These sports cars, when put together, cost over 100 million. They really are rich young masters and ladies. They really spend money on sports cars. Huh, where is that brat, Your Majesty? It's still to come. Like a snail. Should we wait for him? Let's wait and see. Tell him the rules. If Zhou Qiang gets first place, he has to give Zhou Qiang 100,000. Just as everyone was preparing to start the competition, someone asked about the king. Because the king's Cullinan hasn't arrived yet. Finally, the Cullinan slowly drove up from a distance and stopped. Zhou Qiang, Ming Nantian, and their dozen or so sports cars were parked in a line, ready to start the race. The Cullinan, on the other hand, was parked at least 100 meters behind. If you start 200 meters behind, won't the gap just keep widening? Hey, Your Majesty, Ming Nantian leaned out of the car window and shouted back. The driver was not Wang Shang, but Jiang Wenwen. Hearing the shouts, Jiang Wenwen drove her car over and approached everyone's vehicles. Because Jiang Wenwen was the girl Ming Nantian wanted to pursue, everyone turned off the car again, waiting for Ming Nantian to explain things to Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen, are you driving? Well then, let's go over the rules for this competition first. When Ming Nantian saw Jiang Wenwen sitting in the driver's seat of the Cullinan, he was slightly taken aback, and his eyes revealed a hint of covetousness. However, when he saw Wang Shang sitting in the passenger seat, he was immediately disgusted. That brat was actually sitting lazily in the passenger seat, looking at Jiang Wenwen with an appreciative expression. It's like appreciating a beautiful work of art. At that moment, a sour feeling welled up in Ming Nantian's heart. Jealousy. The goddess of his dreams was driving someone else's car, and this brat was staring at her. It wasn't originally me who was driving. It was His Majesty who made me drive, Jiang Wenwen said somewhat timidly. No matter who's driving, since they're here, this Cullinan has to join the race. Let's agree on the rules first. Drive straight ahead on this road, then onto the winding mountain road of the Red Tree Mountain, all the way to the top. Whoever gets to the top first wins. We're all competing with Zhou Qiang because Zhou Qiang is the best driver. He's practically a semi-professional. He's the slowest driver among all of us sports cars. If Zhou Qiang comes in first place, we'll all give him 100,000 each. If he doesn't come in first place, he'll give each of us 1 million. Huh? 100,000? Jiang Wenwen was stunned and astonished after hearing Ming Nantian's explanation. Chapter 32. You must never lose face in front of the girl you like. 100,000. Where would she get so much money? Therefore, she simply cannot afford to play this kind of game. Let the competition be. I have no objection, but... Suddenly, the king said lazily. But what? Ming Nantian asked in surprise. Zhou Qiang, who had already swapped cars with a rich young man, was about to get into his car when he heard the king's questioning voice. He stopped in his tracks, looked over with interest, and his gaze fell on the king. If you don't want to play, and you're not willing to pay 100,000, you don't have to play. Nobody will say anything to you. Just drive away. Zhou Qiang sneered, his eyes full of mockery. There was even disdain. He had a good relationship with Ming Nantian, but he didn't quite understand why Ming Nantian insisted on pursuing Jiang Wenwen. Besides, there's that kid, the king, who's not even part of their circle, are easily within the reach of the wealthy young men in their circle. But for others, it's not necessarily the same. Moreover, he knew that Jiang Wenwen was not a member of the Jiang family's core circle, but merely a relative, and in fact, just a real estate salesperson. How could a girl of this caliber possibly afford a sports car that costs hundreds of millions? How can they afford to gamble with stakes of hundreds of thousands or millions? Could it be because of that brat whose origins are unknown, Your Majesty? Explain yourself. What is it? Ming Nantian stared at the king, his eyes blazing with anger. Besides, it's pointless. Tens of thousands or millions are just small fry. The king waved his hand lazily, looking utterly disinterested. Oomph. You think 100,000 or 1 million isn't enough, Your Majesty? It seems you're really rich. You think our stakes are too small. So tell me, how do you want to play? Ming Nantian smiled leisurely, looking at the king as if he were a fool. He thought it was ridiculous, really ridiculous. You little rascal, having a girl drive for you. Do you think you can win? Still think a prize of 100,000 or 1 million is not enough? Bah, how about this? At least a 3 million bet. If I'm the first to reach the top of Mangrove Mountain, you'll each give me 3 million. If I'm not the first, then I'll give you each 3 million. The king smiled leisurely, looking confident and assured. A prize of 3 million, and it's a full refund. There were 13 cars present, plus the king's Cullinan, making a total of 14 cars. The Cullinan's performance, whether in acceleration or handling, is simply incomparable to that of a sports car. Because the Cullinan isn't a sports car at all. 3 million? 3 million. Ha ha ha. This guy of ours must have lost his mind. He actually wants to race us to be the first to reach the top of Mangrove Mountain. It's hilarious. This is just burning money. Even if he has top-notch handling skills and is driving a Cullinan, he can forget about overtaking our awesome supercars. It will be difficult for us to surpass you or me, let alone surpass our young Master Zhou. That's utterly idiotic. Can he even come up with tens of millions? Don't listen to his boasting. These days, there are plenty of people making empty promises. Wait, hurry up and get the money ready. There are so many of us. 3 million for each of you is a huge sum. By the way, what if you back out later? A group of wealthy young men and women laughed, and no one thought that the king was serious. Ming Nantian keenly seized the opportunity to put the king in his place. So he asked him in a serious tone what would happen if he changed his mind. Wang Shang smiled calmly. Of course I won't go back on my word. We can record a video. Everyone can show their faces, express their opinions, and clarify the prize money for the competition. We agreed on 3 million. If I'm the first to reach the top of Mangrove Mountain, that's you guys, each of you will give me 3 million. If I can't do that, I'll give you all 3 million each. These days, with the internet so developed, this video can be posted directly on WeChat Moments, Douyin, and so on. With the video as evidence, I believe you rich kids are all respectable people who wouldn't go back on your word and lose all face for a mere few million. The same goes for me. I'm also a person who cares about my reputation. After hearing the king's words, everyone realized that this guy was serious. They're going to record a video as evidence. If they go back on their word, they'll lose face big time. Good. Very good. With your words, young Master Wang, you're a man. Ming Nantian immediately agreed, smiling and giving a thumbs up. He knew perfectly well that the kid had finally fallen into his trap step by step. I'll make you lose both your wife and your money. 3 million each, more than 10 people, that's 30 or 40 million. Humph. And Jiang Wenwen, seeing you make a fool of yourself, she'll definitely be disappointed in you. That'll be my chance. Ming Nantian thought to himself smugly. Soon, everyone recorded a video together as evidence. Young men and women from Jiangdu's elite circles all made appearances and solemnly pledged their commitments. Then, everyone just sent it out. WeChat Moments, local forums, Baidu Tieba, WeChat official accounts, and Douyin, TikTok, and similar platforms. The competition is officially about to begin. Everyone went to their cars, started the engines again, and set off. Meanwhile, the king, looking quite relaxed, leaned against the door of the Cullinan, smoking and puffing out clouds of smoke. You're insane. Your car, in terms of performance, can't even compare to those supercars that cost tens of millions. Besides, your driving skills are only SOSO. You're doomed to lose. So much money, just throwing it away like that. What a waste. Are you stupid? Stop messing around with them. Let's go. Jiang Wenwen complained and gave him a long lecture. Moreover, she grabbed his arm and tried to get him into the car and leave. Are you feeling sorry for me? The king revealed a wicked smile as he gazed at the beauty beneath the night sky. Who cares about you? They're obviously bullying you, and you're completely oblivious. You're such a fool. She pouted, raised her hand, and tapped the king's forehead, looking at him with a disappointed expression. Actually, she really felt bad about it. After all, she was the one who brought Wang Shang to the party. If he suffered a loss of tens of millions, she would feel terrible. Stop flirting and let's get going. Suddenly, Ming Nantian, sitting inside the supercar, glared angrily at the king and shouted, "You guys go ahead. I'll let you run a few kilometers first." The king waved his hand, his composure unbelievable. Ming Nantian, what the hell? Zhou Qiang, this kid is definitely sick. Other rich kids, where did they get the courage? Rich young ladies, brainless. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 supercars sped away, racing wildly along the elevated highway under the cover of night. Accompanied by the loud roar of engines and exhaust pipes, the scene was very lively, giving people a feeling of excitement. After all, these are all supercars, and when they race, it's all about speed and passion. Perfect timing. They've all driven away. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Don't just stand there like idiots. Let's get out of here quickly. Don't pay the money. That's tens of millions. No matter how much money you have, you can't be so extravagant. It's okay to lose face a little. A real man can bend and stretch. Jiang Wenwen quickly tried to persuade her. She thought that the king would be able to appreciate her good intentions. But to her dismay, she found that this guy still looked completely indifferent. How can we lose face? The king took out his phone and made a call. He looked at Jiang Wenwen and said very seriously, "When you're in front of a girl you like, you can lose anything but you can't lose face. Don't you think so?" Chapter 33. No pilot's license, and the demeanor isn't quite right. Jiang Wenwen blushed. Her forehead even felt hot. You can't lose face in front of the girl you like. Is this a confession of love to me? Jiang Wenwen froze on the spot, staring blankly at the king. His handsome face, the masculine aura he exuded, and his unparalleled charisma. It's such a damn captivating charm. Jiang Wenwen's heart was racing. She felt like her heart was melting. All right, my dear crew members, come over here quickly. Since this area is an airworthy zone, once we get there, drop down the rope ladder from the air. I'll bring a girl up with me. After speaking into the phone, the king revealed a confident smile. Jiang Wenwen looked even more confused. Previously, she drove here with Wang Shang in the passenger seat. On the way, Wang Shang made a strange phone call. What Sikorsky S-92, what airworthiness zone, etc. Enveloped in clouds and mist, boundless and unrestrained. Jiang Wenwen didn't understand at all. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, lights flashed in the sky not far away, and the sound of propellers and engines shook the heavens and the earth. As the unidentified flying object descended in altitude, the surrounding trees were blown about to fly by the swirling vortex of the powerful propeller. Finally, Jiang Wenwen saw clearly that what was in the sky was actually a helicopter. The helicopter was getting closer and closer, pinpointing its location precisely, less than 100 meters above the two of them. Dear Mr. Wang, we will arrange a rope ladder immediately. Please hurry. Dear Mr. Wang, have you received it? The loudspeaker blared out, extremely loud, echoing in all directions. The king heard it clearly, of course, and stood still, waving at the helicopter overhead. A rope ladder was thrown out of the helicopter and landed in front of the king. Wang Shang made an okay sign towards the plane, and then, without saying a word, wrapped one arm around Jiang Wenwen's waist. Jiang Wenwen, still in a daze, had no idea what was going on. She was already being lifted up by strong, thick arms, her body suspended in the air. Your Majesty, what is this? What are you trying to do? She was slightly panicked, but mostly excited and thrilled. Excitement at the unknown, and a strange sense of thrill. Hold on tight. I'll take you to heaven. The king smiled smugly, holding her with one arm and gripping the rope ladder with the other. Now, with top-notch fighting skills and superb physical fitness, his muscle strength is terrifying. Therefore, lifting a 100-pound girl and holding onto a rope ladder is no problem for him at all. Soon, the helicopter crew pressed a button and began pulling the rope ladder up. Immediately afterwards, the helicopter, which had been hovering in place, began to move forward slowly. In less than a minute, Wang Shang successfully carried Jiang Wenwen into the helicopter cabin. Good evening, Mr. Wang. Good evening, Mr. Wang. Good evening, madam. Welcome aboard Mr. Wang's private jet, a Sikorsky S-92. The entire crew is honored to serve you both. Once everyone was settled, apart from the pilot and co-pilot who were flying the plane, the other crew members were all very happy and greeted Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen. You've worked hard. Now let's go full speed ahead and get to the top of Mangrove Mountain as soon as possible, Wang said with a smile, glancing at the time. In the vast night sky, helicopters soar through the air, flying in a straight line, and will soon reach the summit of Mangrove Mountain. And there, the race ends. At this moment, Jiang Wenwen was completely stunned. Helicopters and private jets. My God, what kind of amazing person have I met? At such a young age, he already owns his own private jet and has a crew. This is outrageously extravagant. Her heart was in turmoil, a tempest of emotions. When she looked at the king again, her eyes were filled with astonishment and deep envy. So, you're so confident and determined to win, competing against them, just because you have a private jet. Finally, she recovered from her shock. The king smiled and said, no problem. While Ming Nantian and Zhou Qiang were still playing with luxury cars and supercars, you were already playing with private jets? That's right. To beat them, I have to use my trump card. It's a pity, though, that I only recently bought this private jet, so I haven't had time to get my pilot's license yet. My confidence isn't quite there yet, otherwise I could fly it myself. The king touched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, Jiang Wenwen, the temperament hasn't caught up yet. Is it really a good thing to be so low-key? The helicopter roared as it flew towards the summit of Mangrove Mountain. The king looked down at the pitch-black night sky. Below was an unopened highway with a dozen cars speeding along it, their headlights flashing but blurry. He's now in a superior position. While others drive up the mountain, he takes a plane. Your Majesty, is this really appropriate? If we fly up now, won't they deny everything? At this moment, Jiang Wenwen expressed her concerns. The rules didn't say you had to drive. So, does it matter whether I walk, drive, or fly there? It just said that whoever gets to the top of the mountain first wins. As for how you get there, nobody cares. The king revealed a cunning smile, as sly as a fox. You're something else. They definitely didn't say that we had to drive to the destination. Jiang Wenwen laughed, amused by his cleverness. What a clever little devil. Isn't that so? The king smiled, enjoying the pleasure of traveling in a private jet. He sat comfortably in his chair, sipping coffee, feeling utterly relaxed. In less than 10 minutes, the Sith Technologies S-92 helicopter arrived at the summit of Mangrove Mountain. There is no helipad on the mountaintop, so the helicopters have to hover in the air. The plane continued to descend, and when it was only a few dozen meters away from the mountaintop, it hovered, relying on the airflow generated by the propeller to maintain the aerodynamic balance of the plane's weight. It was very noisy, and the roar of the propellers was even louder. Mr. Wang, you and Ms. Jiang can now descend using the rope ladder. We wish you both the best of luck. It was a crew member who said politely. Soon, the two of them safely and smoothly descended using the rope ladder and landed on the ground at the top of the mountain. This was such an amazing experience. Stimulate. Jiang Wenwen was wearing a skirt, which was a bit inconvenient, as the strong wind inevitably caused her skirt to fly up. The king held her close, maintaining her balance and protecting her safety, and their contact became increasingly intimate. Feelings developed quietly and subtly through such interactions. He's so handsome, and he's so rich, he even has his own private jet. Moreover, he was so low-key. If it weren't for wanting to win this match, and if he hadn't been mocked by Ming Nantian and his people, why would he have brought out a helicopter? And most importantly, he seems to really like me. Under his protection, Jiang Wenwen was moved by his actions and blushed with embarrassment, completely falling for him. Such an outstanding young man is hard to find even with a lantern. Chapter 34. Thank you all for the oil money. Not long after, a modified BMW M4, with its powerful engine roar and deep exhaust note, sped down a mountain road and rushed to the top of Mangrove Mountain. Throughout the journey, this BMW M4 was unstoppable with no rivals. Except for the first kilometer when it lagged slightly behind. After 2 or 3 kilometers, it completely overtook everyone else. Among more than 10 supercars, this BMW M4 is the lowest tier in terms of both price and performance. However, the person driving this car is Zhou Qiang, Outer Ring Road speeding king. His driving skills are truly impressive. With a beautiful drift, the moment he drove his car to the top of the mountain, the joy, excitement, and triumph he felt, along with the feeling of being far ahead, made him involuntarily sing, "How lonely it is to be invincible," in the driver's seat. How lonely it is to be invincible. How lonely. However, etc. The art style is off. Why are there other people on the mountaintop? He had clearly sped all the way here, leaving everyone else far behind. However, there were actually 2 familiar faces on the mountaintop. One man and one woman. The man is none other than the king, who drives the Cullinan. The girl was Jiang Wenwen. The two embraced, looking very sweet like a couple. Under the cover of night, illuminated by the powerful headlights of the BMW M4, the figures and even the faces of the 2 men were clearly visible. No, absolutely not. Could it be, we've encountered ghosts? Suddenly, Zhou Qiang, who was in the car, broke out in a cold sweat. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Laugh. A sharp screech of brakes echoed from the mountaintop into the valley. Zhou Qiang slammed on the brakes and brought the BMW M4 to a stop on the side of the road, but he didn't dare get out of the car. The headlights were still on after the engine was turned off. The engine noise ceased, and the cacophony of sound from outside reached his ears. It seemed to come from the sky. Then, Zhou Qiang, who was in the car, suddenly raised his head. The next scene left him completely dumbfounded and speechless. Hovering in midair was a helicopter. The lights flashed, so bright and dazzling that they almost blinded his titanium alloy dog eyes. A helicopter? What's going on? He looked dazed. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 supercars arrived at the top of the mountain. The whistling sound came in waves. Finally, more than 10 supercars were parked on the roadside at the top of the mountain. The headlights of the cars illuminated the mountaintop, as if it were daytime. Bang! Bang! The sound of a door opening and closing. Zhou Qiang got off the bus, Mingnan got off the bus, and more than 10 people got off the bus one after another. They stared at the king and Jiang Wenwen in utter astonishment. Right now, I'm number 1. Is that right? Looking at this group of bewildered rich young men and women, the king smiled leisurely, took out his phone, filmed another video, and posted it online. Don't worry, I've already filmed the video and uploaded it online. The video is still quite popular right now. Ming Nantian was the first to step forward, staring at the king, then looking up at the helicopter suspended in midair. Why? You're number 1? Are you kidding me? He asked angrily. Isn't that right? What? Are you going to renege? The king's face turned cold. Ming Nantian roared angrily. Who would have thought you'd actually use a helicopter? We're racing cars, not planes. Damn it. Exactly. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Everyone else is racing cars, and you're playing with airplanes? That's not fair. That's not fair. A barrage of condemnations followed. Clearly, this group of people are following Ming Nanshan's lead. And even if their reasoning is flawed, they will still stand on Ming Nanshan's side. Have you no shame? The rules of the competition never said that you had to drive. They only said that whoever is the first to reach the top of Mangrove Mountain is the winner. At this moment, Jiang Wenwen couldn't stand it anymore, so she stood up and showed everyone the video evidence. Indeed, when everyone expressed their opinions at the time, they did not say that they necessarily had to use a car as a means of transportation. Whether you walk or fly, whoever is the first to reach the top of Mangrove Mountain is the winner. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Online, the videos previously posted by Ming Nantian and Zhou Qiang, featuring late night speeding on the outer ring road in a race with a stake of millions of dollars, have already generated a lot of buzz. Now, the video posted by Wang Shang, showing the results of his high-speed run on the outer ring road, shows him using a helicopter to get first place, and the video's popularity quickly soared to the top of the local trending charts. It's incredibly popular on social media platforms like WeChat Moments, Kuaishou, and Douyin. The numerous reposts, comments, and likes propelled the popularity of the videos featuring the outer ring road speeding up to new heights. Zhou Qiang, the king of street racing on the outer ring road. Isn't that Ming Nantian, the young master of the Ming family? A rich kid who races cars, driving supercars that cost tens of millions. Impressive. Who is that kid? He was the first to reach the top of Mangrove Mountain and sent the video. Isn't that the king driving the Cullinan? How did he get to the top of Red Tree Mountain so quickly? How did you do that? Wow, look, there's an airplane. There's an airplane flying above the king. Could it be that he sped off in a plane and was the first to reach the finish line? Damn, that was a crazy move. A series of actions that are dazzling. That's incredibly extravagant. Incredibly extravagant. Using a private jet, that's brilliant. He showed off some amazing skills. Zhou Qiang, the king of street racing on the outer ring road, is on the verge of tears. You damn ring road, speeding king. I'll crush you with my helicopter. I love seeing these rich kids get their comeuppance. Ha ha ha. Everyone took out their phones to see the buzz surrounding the related videos and the online discussions. It was fine if they hadn't looked, but once they did, Ming Nantian and Zhou Qiang were utterly humiliated. 3 million per person. Let me count. There are 13 people participating in the competition here, which is a total of 39 million. The king calmly observed the group, took out his phone, and displayed the QR code. Please scan the code. I'll wait to receive the payment. Zhou Qiang glanced at Ming Nantian, and Ming Nantian glanced at the other rich young men and women. Now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. If we don't acknowledge that the king got first place, then we're cheating. But if we admit it, then each of us will lose 3 million for nothing. Ming Nantian was the one who suggested the idea and used various provocations to get the king to participate in the competition, so it's not a big deal for him to suffer a loss. But what about the others? The others were implicated by him, and each of them lost millions. Besides the financial loss, there was also the loss of face and the crushing of intelligence. If they obediently scanned the code and each transferred 3 million to the king, then this group of people would be like fools being played by the king. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. I need to catch my flight. The king looked up and saw that the helicopter was still hovering in midair, waiting for his helicopter. Bite. 3 million has been received. Bite. 3 million has been received. One after another, rich young men and women had no choice but to accept their fate, swallow their pride, and scan the code to transfer money. The king smiled happily. Thank you so much for your generosity, young masters and ladies. I've covered the gas money for this trip using my private jet. Thank you so much. Chapter 35. This car is truly beautiful. Gas money secured. Hearing the king say these words, Ming Nantian and the others were so angry they almost vomited blood. Damn it, you took advantage of the loophole yourself. So cunning, teetering on the edge of cheating, using a private jet, and now you're showing off here, saying you've covered the fuel costs. What kind of person is this? This is absolutely infuriating. Thank you all for coming. Thank you so much. The king chuckled and laughed at everyone, so happy he felt like he could fly. He said that the only way to make money was to make money from the rich. And who would make money from the poor? That's so boring. Ming Nantian and the others wore whatever makes you happy smiles. Anyway, things were already like this. The money had been transferred, and making a fuss wouldn't do any good. Looking gloomy would just make them look too boring. Actually, it is. Smiling on the outside, cursing inside. Goodbye, everyone. Next time there's a high-speed game, remember to make it clear beforehand that you can only drive up to the mountaintop, so I could buy a new high-performance supercar to play with you. Bye-bye. Soon, Wang Shang, with Jiang Wenwen in his arms, grabbed the rope ladder. As the helicopter continued to rise and the rope ladder was pulled upwards, they soon disappeared from everyone's astonished gaze. Holy crap. He actually tricked me. He tricked me. Damn it. Fuck your mother. Ming Nantian and Zhou Qiang were so angry they kept cursing. Jiang Yingxue, where did you find this scoundrel? He's messed with us and ruined our lives. Exactly. Jiang Yingxue, you could have just sent your cousin, but instead you sent this weirdo? Her methods are despicable and shameless. She actually used a helicopter. Damn it. Jiang Yingxue, you're that kid spy, aren't you? They quickly vented their anger on Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue was on the verge of tears. She was filled with regret. She had originally planned to bring the king over and get to know this new scion, who might have a very powerful background. Who would have thought that bringing him here would completely disrupt the harmony of this circle? So many rich young men and women have been swindled by him. Return to the starting point. Looking up, Wang Shang watched the helicopter fly away, then climbed into the co-pilot seat of the Cullinan, leaving Jiang Wenwen to drive. For Jiang Wenwen, this round trip felt like a dream. It was so wonderful and exciting. I never imagined you could afford not only a multi-million-dollar mansion, but also a private jet. How much did that plane cost? Jiang Wenwen asked with a sigh as she drove. The king smiled calmly. It's all right, just a few tens of millions. Good heavens, only tens of millions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwen nearly jumped out of her seat. She tried to calm herself down and gripped the steering wheel tightly. This guy is so incredibly rich. Can't he please stop being so low-key? Actually, the king hadn't finished speaking because the unit after tens of millions was US dollars. Seeing Jiang Wenwen's horrified expression, he decided to keep quiet. Back in the city, at the entrance of Jiang Wenwen's residential compound. Beautiful Ms. Jiang Wenwen, please get off at our stop. The king prepared to get out of the carriage and let himself drive. Jiang Wenwen nodded, but a sense of resentment lingered in her heart. The astute king noticed this. He immediately examined himself, wondering if he had done something wrong. It's already 2 a.m. If I go back now, I'll definitely disturb my parents. Jiang Wenwen felt depressed. Besides, I called my parents beforehand and told them I was sleeping at my best friend's house tonight and wouldn't be coming home. I'm not going home. Not going home. I'm not going home. The king immediately felt as if his soul had been struck. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he was too much of a straight man and was simply a big idiot. The girl has already put it this way. If you still don't understand, you're destined to be single forever. If you're not going home, shall I take you to your best friend's house? The king asked again, risking his life. Jiang Wenwen was both anxious and angry. What time is it? How can we go to my best friend's house? Then what do you suggest we do? Are we going to go out and get a hotel room? But I don't have my ID card with me. Do you have yours? Wang Shang shrugged, looking helpless. Jiang Wenwen lowered her head, her face flushed. I didn't bring it. If I had known it would develop this way, I should have brought my ID card. That was too hasty. The king regretted it for a moment. Look at the Cullinan, it's so big. Have you forgotten that the back seats can be folded down? Suddenly, the delicate Jiang Wenwen blushed and said shyly, her voice trembling slightly. Yes. The king suddenly realized. He quickly opened the passenger door, got out, opened the back door, and climbed in. Jiang Wenwen also squeezed in. The back seats are really big enough and very spacious. In addition, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan boasts an unparalleled starlight headliner and superb ambient lighting, creating a cool and romantic ambience. The two of them couldn't help themselves and lay down. Enjoy the Cullinan's starry sky dome. Now the mode has been changed. Not only can you see the starry sky from the top, but you can also switch modes to see the shooting star. Jiang Wenwen was scrolling through her phone when she discovered a new feature of the car, something she was particularly interested in. There is a small button that allows you to adjust the mode. This button is located somewhere on the roof. Pressing the button revealed a starry sky ceiling over the Cullinan, with occasional shooting stars streaking across the sky. It was breathtaking. This car is absolutely gorgeous. The king looked at the carriage, then at her. As Jiang Wenwen lay on her side, her short skirt unknowingly rode up a little, revealing her long, slender, snow-white legs. It's true that adding even a fraction of an inch makes you fat, while subtracting even a fraction makes you thin. These legs have perfect lines, neither too fat nor too thin, just right. Under the enchanting starry sky, the beautiful woman, as lovely as jade, was an impeccable work of art from head to toe. This car has beautiful lines and an unbeatable, curvaceous silhouette. It's obviously a new car, one owner's car, and it smells especially fresh and appealing. Look at these leather seats. They feel so comfortable. The king sighed. Luxury cars are like beautiful women. A beautiful woman is like a luxury car. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwen turned to the side, thinking that the king was praising the car, but the two of them made eye contact. Their eyes were filled with boundless love. An ambiguous atmosphere fermented inside the car. In this private space, a man and a woman approach each other, gradually becoming entangled. We are intertwined. Our love is deep, yet neither of us speaks of it. The ultimate beauty in the world is the sublimation of feelings between men and women. Jiang Wenwen buried her face in his arms. From now on, I belong to you. You can't bully me. Whispered softly in his ear. Don't worry, Wenwen. She's my woman. Chapter 36, The Uninvited Guest. After a tender and intimate moment, Wang drove the car to the underground parking garage of Tianyue City, since the roadside at the entrance of the community was not very safe. Tianyue City boasts robust security and top-notch property management. Holding Jiang Wenwen's hand, Wang Shang arrived at the entrance of the duplex luxury apartment he had bought. After unlocking it with both fingerprint and facial recognition, he went inside. Honey, I'm going to take a shower and rest now. Jiang Wenwen reluctantly let go of his hand, her gentleness boundless, and her smile incredibly sweet. After they had physical intimacy, their relationship became very close. Once that thin veil was lifted, many problems were easily solved. Okay, there are plenty of bathrooms. You can choose whichever you like. This house will be our love nest from now on. Watching her walk towards the bathroom completely naked, the king kissed her and said with a smile, "Ah." Jiang Wenwen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, his face was filled with ecstatic joy. Really, overwhelmed with emotion, she hugged the king tightly and bit him hard on the forehead. This house was originally bought for my parents to enjoy their retirement, but now that you've gotten there first, I'll give it to you. I'll change the name on the property certificate to yours later. His Majesty had already made up his mind and decided to do so. And what about your parents? Jiang Wenwen asked hurriedly. Buy them another house, preferably a villa with a courtyard, so they can live comfortably without having to climb stairs or take an elevator. I believe that kind of house would make my parents more comfortable. The king laughed. He had actually thought about it. High-rise apartments with large single-level layouts are suitable for young people, but not so suitable for the elderly. Isn't Tianyue City in the east of the city? Do you have any of those very professional courtyard villas? Tomorrow, take me there so we can look at houses together and buy a 2- or 3-story courtyard villa. The king said. Jiang Wenwen nodded vigorously. For the super rich, of course they can buy whatever house they want. Full support. You really need to take this villa purchase seriously and help my parents choose a good one. You're an expert in this area. Leave it to me, Jiang Wenwen said with a grin. Drizzle. The sound of splashing water could be heard in the bathroom. Jiang Wenwen went to take a shower. The king also took a bath, and afterwards, he lay in bed and had a wonderful sleep. With a beautiful woman by your side, even your dreams are sweet. I slept from 2 or 3 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon. After Wang Shang got up, Jiang Wenwen had already washed up, dressed, and was ready to go to work. After being nourished, her complexion became rosy, and her figure and appearance seemed to have improved even further. This is the benefit of sexual intercourse between men and women. She's been relatively relaxed these past few days because she just sold a house worth several million, earning tens of thousands in commission, and the pressure to meet this month's sales targets has suddenly disappeared. Of course, the house worth millions was bought by the king. Today, she was going to visit the villas in the eastern part of the city by Tianyue City and greet her colleagues there. Several of her colleagues waited for her to bring the client there, just like they were waiting for a living saint. These past few days, her boss has been very polite to her because she can sell houses, has excellent sales performance, and is about to sell a luxury villa worth tens of millions. So now his work hours are completely flexible. It's very simple. Performance is the key. I'm going to work now. You can sleep a little longer. Call me if you need anything. Jiang Wenwen put on her high heels and went to work. Okay, baby, I'm counting on you to support me now, haha. By the way, why don't you take my Cullinan? All right. Watching his woman go to work looking radiant, Wang Shang felt like he was being kept and living off a woman. He felt comfortable and stayed in bed for a while longer. Having money is great. I can do whatever I want. As for going to work, that's completely out of the question for me now. Beep beep. My phone rang. It was a voice message sent by Zhou Yuqi. Brother King, what are you busy with? Why didn't you come to the supermarket today? I listened to what Zhou Yuqi said. So that's why they were urging me to go to the small supermarket. I almost forgot about that. The king isn't guarding the shop now. He's going to be inside, drinking beverages and opening lids to collect rewards. He discovered that it was impossible to get the reward of opening the bottle when drinking beverages elsewhere. It was only possible in his own small supermarket. After a while, Wang Shang didn't have a car to drive for the time being, so Jiang Wenwen drove the Cullinan. So now, he can only take a taxi home to the small supermarket. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Shang, who had just gotten out of the taxi, heard a commotion coming from the small supermarket. A group of people surrounded the counter of the small supermarket, staring at Zhou Yuqi standing behind the counter with ill intent. Today, Zhou Yuqi is dressed beautifully and innocently, wearing a cute short skirt and white canvas shoes, which perfectly suits her current status as a college freshman. The aura of youth is so strong. Every gesture she makes is filled with a captivating sweetness and gentleness. She used to be here minding the shop, and the customers who came and went would be pleasantly surprised to see such a beautiful woman. However, a few uninvited guests arrived today. A group of shady young people with brightly colored hair and various tattoos on their necks, arms, thighs, and other parts of their bodies. They whistled at Zhou Yuqi. "Hey little girl, you're so pretty. Who put you here to watch the shop? Hey beautiful, can I add you on WeChat? Hey beautiful, how old are you? How much do you earn a day? I'll give you some money. Why don't you come with us to a bar? I know this pretty girl well. Isn't she the Zhou family girl from the back alley?" Among the group of young thugs, a skinny young man with shifty eyes recognized Zhou Yuqi. "Sam Mao, is that you? We were in the same class when we were in elementary school." Zhou Yuqi was a little scared, but when she recognized an acquaintance, a look of joy flashed in her eyes. Starting yesterday, some shady characters started coming to buy things and deliberately pestering her to talk more. "What's Sam Mao? This is our brother Mao. Brother Sam Mao." Another young man shook the gold chain around his neck, looking smug. "Zhou Yuqi. Yes, it's Zhou Yuqi. I never expected you to be so beautiful. Tsk." The young man named Sam Mao stared blankly at Zhou Yuqi, swallowing hard and drooling. "Zhou Yuqi. Zhou Yuqi is a nice name. I like it. Ha ha ha. It sounds like a beautiful girl's name. Little Yuqi, come on. Come with your brothers and have some fun. We'll take you to do some fun things like drinking, singing, and dancing. Bars are so much fun. It's so boring being here, minding the shop." Among them, a blonde-haired youth who was the leader was wearing a tight-fitting shirt and shiny leather shoes. He was covered in tattoos, with 2 large floral tattoos on his arms, each featuring a blue dragon. There is a cigarette burned the size of a coin on my left forearm. He stared at Zhou Yuqi lecherously, as if he wanted to devour her whole. "I'm not going. Don't interfere with my work. You all go do what you were doing." Zhou Yuqi looked disgusted, filled with revulsion towards these street thugs. "Hey little girl, you think you're so great? Aren't you just being arrogant?" The blonde-haired youth with cigarette burns on his arm immediately changed his expression. Chapter 37. I'm your grandfather. The blonde-haired youth bypassed the counter, preparing to go inside and grab Zhou Yuqi. "Don't come any closer. There are security cameras here. If you come any closer, I'll call the police." Zhou Yuqi picked up her phone, ready to call the police. Snap! The blonde-haired youth slapped the phone out of Zhou Yuqi's hand. Zhou Yuqi's face paled, and she was a little stunned. From childhood to adulthood, because she was too beautiful, she had encountered many disgusting men who had designs on her and spoke rudely, but none of them were like this one, who was directly trying to touch her inappropriately. "Call the police? You dare call the police? Believe me, I'll beat you up." The blonde-haired youth cursed viciously, clearly furious and dissatisfied with Zhou Yuqi's earlier attempt to call the police. "What do you want? Get away from me!" Zhou Yuqi shouted, trying to attract the attention of passersby outside the small supermarket. However, this small supermarket is located in a rather remote area, and usually there aren't many customers coming in to buy things. Even if there were 1 or 2 customers who were planning to come in to buy something, they would simply take a detour and go elsewhere when they saw a group of shady young hooligans gathered there. Getting others to stand up and uphold justice is difficult these days. "What do you want?" Of course it's you. Little girl, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? How about I become your boyfriend and let you taste the flavor of man? Ha ha. The blonde-haired youth laughed wickedly and lewdly. Ha ha. Hey little girl, why don't you be our cigarette scar's wife? From now on, you'll be our sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. A group of thugs grinned wickedly, their evil eyes sweeping over Zhou Yuqi with unrestrained lewdness. "Little girl, you're Zhou Yuqi, right? Yuqi, my little beauty, come here, let your big brother see your face." Known as Scarface Bro stretched out his hand, grinning wickedly, ready to make a move on Zhou Yuqi. "Get out of here! Get out of here! You bastard, you beast!" Zhou Yuqi started cursing, her eyes turning red, filled with anger and panic. You guys block the door. No, no, no. Just close the roller shutter door. You dare call me a beast? Damn it. I can't take this anymore. I have to teach you a lesson, you little wench, how tough I am. Scarface roared menacingly at Zhou Yuqi, then turned and shouted at the group of young thugs. The group quickly got to work. Snap! Just then, Zhou Yuqi, with her fiery temper, couldn't stand by and watch herself be surrounded by this group of thugs. She grabbed a bottle of liquor from behind the counter and smashed it against Cigarette Scar's head. Cigarette Scar Bro was a trained fighter, a street hustler with some skill, and being a man, he saw Zhou Yuqi's movements as completely soft and slow. He caught it easily, gripped Zhou Yuqi's fair and delicate arm tightly, his face full of lewd and vicious lust. You little bitch, you're asking for death. After saying that, he suddenly pressed down on Zhou Yuqi. Help me. Zhou Yuqi felt herself fall backward, as the villainous demon in front of her pressed down on her like a mountain. At the same time, a group of thugs were preparing to pull down and close the roller shutter door, intending to carry out group violence against Zhou Yuqi in the small supermarket. As the roller shutter slowly closed with a hissing sound, the light outside dwindled, plunging the small supermarket into darkness. Zhou Yuqi, who was already pressed to the ground, saw this scene through the glass counter and was utterly devastated. 2 lines of tears streamed down her face. As the roller shutter door descended, the increasingly narrow gap allowed the last ray of light to shine directly onto Zhou Yuqi's face, reflecting her tear-streaked, utterly miserable and desperate expression. Why am I so miserable, suffering such misfortune? She thought of death. Rather than be tortured by these thugs, she would rather die. However, she was completely unable to move and was being pressed down by a pair of rough and fierce hands, almost suffocating her. It's all over. It's completely over. Who can save me? Who can save me? Wah! Zhou Yuqi fell into utter despair. Bang! Just then, a hand grabbed the closing roller shutter door from outside the small supermarket. Then, the hand was raised upwards. Arms that aren't too thick, very clean, without a single tattoo. Yet he possesses well-defined, firm muscles exuding power. The young thug who was closing the roller shutter door paused for a moment, then suddenly pulled it down with all his might. Unexpectedly, the hand outside was too powerful. The force it unleashed was something he couldn't contend with at all. Splash! Suddenly, the entire roller shutter door was forcibly pulled up from the outside. The small supermarket was once again bathed in light. The light of righteousness shines upon the earth. Who are you? In charge of closing the roller shutter door stared blankly at the man who appeared at the door. I'm your grandpa. The man's face was icy cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent, like a demon god descending upon the world. Hiss! The young thug was startled. A chill ran down his spine, from head to toe. For some reason, he felt extremely afraid when he looked at the man in front of him. Hey, Cigarette Scar, someone's here. He quickly turned around and shouted at the scarred man behind the counter, who was about to assault the poor Zhou Yuqi. Who dares to ruin my good time? Cigarette Scar? Damn it! Scarface flew into a rage, stood up abruptly, and glared furiously at the man standing in the doorway. Who the hell are you? The guy with the cigarette scars looked contemptuous, because in his opinion, the guy standing at the door was nothing special except for being handsome. Your Majesty, brother. Suddenly, Zhou Yuqi got up from the ground, struggled, and hope ignited on her desperate face as she shouted excitedly. The person who came here, isn't it His Majesty? At this moment, the king strode in. Bang, bang, bang. During this time, several young thugs viciously punched and kicked him, but he easily dealt with them all. With just a few close-quarters combat moves, he had 3 or 4 thugs lying on the ground, howling in pain. Upon seeing this, Cigarette Scar was startled. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Didn't I tell you? I'm your grandpa. What, you bastards, are your ears stuffed with boogers? The king's face remained cold. He looked around at the group of thugs and had only one thought in his mind: to teach them a lesson. Damn it! How dare you humiliate me like this? Let's get you. Scarface jumped out from behind the counter, took out a pair of metal boxing gloves from his pocket, put them on, and began to unleash a fierce attack on the king. Close-quarters combat in relatively confined spaces. Whether it's the speed of his moves, his reaction time, or his explosive power, he is top-notch. Therefore, dealing with these street thugs, who only have some rudimentary skills, is a piece of cake for him. Bang! Seeing the scarred man's punch coming, he slightly turned to the side to dodge, then reached out and grabbed the scarred man's arm, pulling and tugging at it. So Cigarette Scar slammed heavily against the wall by the door, his head breaking open and bleeding profusely, a truly gruesome sight. Seeing this, the thugs were dumbfounded. The king strode over, raised his leg, and stomped hard on the hand of the man with the scarred face who was rolling on the ground and screaming in pain. Click. Chapter 38. A pack of Band-Aids. The metal boxing gloves scraped against the ground, making a sharp, piercing sound, accompanied by the cracking of bones. Because Cigarette Scar was wearing metal boxing gloves, the pain was excruciating when his fingers were stomped on. Blood and gore. Blood was everywhere. Ayaya! The guy with the cigarette scars screamed and yelled in excruciating pain. Such a horrific scene sent chills down the spines of many of the young thugs. Where did this kid come from? What are you waiting for? Go for it. Fuck him. Get him. Damn it. Ayah! Cigarette Scar lay on the ground struggling, his face contorted with rage, shouting at the group of thugs. Ping ping bang bang. After a burst of fighting sounds, many items on the shelves of the small supermarket were overturned, and goods and broken items were scattered everywhere, leaving a mess on the ground. These 7 or 8 thugs were all beaten to the ground, rolling around and screaming in pain. Wang Shang stepped on Cigarette Scar and took down these thugs with his bare hands. He was incredibly domineering. He dusted off his hands, took a pack of cigarettes from the counter, lit one, and puffed away happily. The thugs were horrified to see this. Zhou Yuqi, who witnessed all of this, was dumbfounded. When did my brother, the king, become so amazing? Never heard of him. Has he ever practiced martial arts? That's really strong. Her heart was churning with endless surprise and confusion. In her eyes, the king was so handsome, so dashing and extraordinary. He was the hero in her heart. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. At this moment, while the king was taking a break to smoke, Yinba struggled to get up, preparing to slip away. He winked at his underlings and shouted in a low voice. 7 or 8 thugs, all badly injured, some with broken bones, others with dislocated joints, helped each other, a group of down and outs, as they retreated in a sorry state toward the entrance of the small supermarket. Etc. Suddenly, the king raised the hand holding the cigarette, flicked off the ash, and then a cold and fierce gaze swept over the group of people. Come and go as you please. Do you think this is a vegetable market? The king's face was icy cold. This isn't a farmer's market. It's a supermarket, but it's almost the same as a farmer's market. One of the thugs, who had been beaten relatively lightly, muttered under his breath. No, that's not a place where you bunch of scum can run rampant. Wang Shang said coldly, then went to Zhou Yuqi and asked carefully, Yuqi, were you hurt by them? How badly are you injured? Are you feeling particularly upset? A barrage of questions made Zhou Yuqi a little flustered. Actually, she was all right. Although she almost got slept with by that bastard Yinba, Wang arrived in time, and she was only a little frightened. Okay, I understand. Before she could answer, the king nodded to himself. Listen up. This supermarket belongs to me, and this young woman is my employee. She has been bullied by you, suffering physical and psychological injuries, and needs to go to the hospital for a full checkup. So, until this score is settled, none of you are leaving. The king moved a chair and placed it across the entrance of the small supermarket. He took off his shirt, revealing a domineering and imposing figure with his sword drawn, his muscles exuding terrifying power. You fucking stop playing, huh? Damn it. Cigarette Scar flew into a rage and started cursing, but the next second, suddenly, the king flashed out like lightning, instantly arriving in front of Smoke Scar and delivering a heavy punch to the latter's jaw. Bang! As Cigarette Scar let out a scream, several of his teeth were broken, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The entire jawbone was directly dislocated from the beating, causing excruciating pain. Scarface bro. This. Holy crap. Scarface bro. This scene terrified the other thugs, who all gasped in shock. That's terrifying, so horrifying. The king's sudden attack was too fast, and his moves were extremely quick. Before anyone could even see what happened, Smoke Scar was beaten until his mouth was full of blood. As a result, none of the thugs dared to make a move. That's quite a deterrent. The reason he had such a powerful deterrent effect was, of course, because he had just brutally beaten this group of thugs as if he were a god descending to earth. The thugs and gangsters known as Scarface are terrified of running into tough guys or ruthless individuals. The king was the toughest opponent they had ever encountered, the most ruthless character. Big brother, let's talk this out. We were wrong. We were wrong. We shouldn't have come here to cause trouble. We're so sorry. Big brother, please let us go. Cigarette Scar swallowed blood, this time truly swallowing his pride and choking back sobs as he murmured, Did I let you leave? Huh? The king snorted coldly. Cigarette Scar dared not disobey. I didn't allow it. If I didn't tell you, you'd better stay put. What's wrong? Is the air conditioning in my supermarket not nice enough? Or is the floor not comfortable to sit on? You all better stay alert. The king swept his gaze across the crowd. These thugs all tensed up, not daring to utter a sound. The accounts, one by one, need to be settled. The king spoke slowly and leisurely. 7 or 8 pairs of ears stood up to listen. You Cigarette Scar, right? I broke your teeth and stomped on your hand. How are you going to settle this score? The king first approached Smoke Scar. Fear filled Cigarette Scar's eyes. He hadn't checked the almanac before going out today and had run into a demon. He didn't dare to argue and quickly said with a smile, No need, no need. I deserve to be beaten. You don't need to compensate me, brother. That won't do. Wang Shang said with a serious face, took a pack of Band-Aids from a shelf, stuffed it into Cigarette Scar's arms, and said solemnly, Here, take these Band-Aids, consider it medical expenses. Is that all right? Cigarette Scar looked speechless. The thugs were all completely bewildered. You've crippled and injured us. We're covered in blood. Is a Band-Aid going to do anything about it? What? Not enough, the king asked coldly, his face quickly turning icy. That's enough. That's more than enough. Thank you, thank you. Cigarette Scar trembled with fear and nodded quickly. All right, here's a whole box of Band-Aids. This is compensation for you and your brothers. Consider this a settlement. Wang Shang nodded to himself, satisfied. So, can we go now? Cigarette Scar asked hastily. No ruse. The king was well prepared and at ease. Hasn't everything already been settled? Cigarette Scar and the thugs were all completely bewildered. Now that the matter of compensating you has been settled, it's time to talk about compensation for the losses suffered by my small supermarket and the losses suffered by my employees. The king spoke seriously. Cigarette Scarface was on the verge of tears. All right, brother, you tell me how you want to compensate me? Looking at my goods, there are 2 cases of liquor, 9 bottles of vinegar, 5 packs of instant noodles, a dozen bags of salt, and more than 20 packets of seasoning. All right, there are also 2 batches of eggs, totaling 60, and several disposable paper cups and bowls/chopsticks. Let me estimate, these goods aren't worth much, maybe 2,000 yuan. The king spoke slowly. I'll pay the 2,000. Cigarette Scar quickly interjected. Right now, he just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible because the pain in his body, with multiple fractures and dislocations, was driving him to the brink of collapse. Notarus. The king's gaze fell on Zhou Yuqi. It's not over yet. Chapter 39. Zhou Chang's angry demeanor. We haven't even talked about the bulk of the compensation yet. My employee, Ms. Zhou Yuqi, was bullied by you. Her clothes were dirted and torn. She just bought a limited edition Chanel dress yesterday, which cost over 30,000 yuan. In addition, you caused her to be traumatized, and she will have psychological trauma for the rest of her life. A full medical checkup at the hospital, a psychologist, and other miscellaneous expenses will cost at least 100,000 yuan, right? Okay, let's add it all up and give Ms. Zhou Yuqi 130,000 yuan in compensation. The king calmly and unhurriedly explained it this way. 130,000. Cigarette Scar felt like he wanted to die. 130,000? That's way too much. He trembled all over, clenched his fists, then relaxed them, his eyes filled with boundless grief and indignation, yet also with such helplessness. These thugs finally understood that in this situation, they were the fish on the chopping block, and the king was the butcher. They were thugs and bullies, involved in organized crime. But who would have thought that the king was even more ruthless and cunning than those criminals? 130,000, is that a lot? All right, let me calculate it for you in detail, the king said coldly. All right, 130,000 it is. I accept it. At this moment, Cigarette Scar hung his head, resigned to his fate. As the saying goes, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He was terrified that the more he calculated, the more troublesome the king would become, and then he would be doomed. Chanel's new summer limited edition? What is that? Zhou Yuqi was completely bewildered, then suddenly realized that her brother, the king, was trying to extort money from these thugs. The dress she was wearing was just a cheap, low-end item, costing a little over 100 yuan. It was nowhere near a luxury brand item worth tens of thousands of yuan. All right, pay up. Wang Shang casually picked up the supermarket's payment QR code and placed it in front of Yanba's eyes. What does this mean? Cigarette Scar trembled all over, wincing in pain, and could barely speak. Pay. What else do you mean? See that QR code? Hurry up, the king said irritably. Cigarette Scar's face instantly turned bitter, and he said pitifully, Big brother, don't be like this. 130,000. It's not 13 yuan. Where am I supposed to get so much money? Can you give me a few days to raise the money? Raise the money. The king said firmly, no, you're not leaving here without the money. Cigarette Scar thought for a moment and said, how about this, brother? My brothers and I have all the money we have on hand. We'll give it to you. If it's not enough, we'll pool our money and give it to you. Is that all right? The king knew that tens of thousands of yuan was not a small sum for these street thugs, and that he couldn't force them to hand over the money. Okay, hurry up and skin the code. Transfer me whatever amount you have, and if you don't have enough, make up the difference. Okay. Quick, Ari, come here and skin the code. And David, Adi, hurry up. Cigarette Scar felt like he'd been granted a pardon, so he quickly took out his phone and scanned the code to pay. In total, all sorts of things were swept up, probably amounting to 7 or 8,000. With over 120,000 left, we can only owe it for now. Without hesitation, Wang immediately drafted an IOU, had Yinba sign and fingerprint it, and recorded the entire process on video as evidence. Remember this. You have 3 days to raise the money. After 3 days, I must see the remaining 122,000 yuan in your account. Or else, you know what will happen. The king carefully put away the IOU, his gaze sweeping over the group of thugs, and coldly said, get out. You can all get out now. Thank you. Smoke Scar and his gang quickly fled, looking utterly disheveled. A group of people suffered such a crushing defeat, were beaten, lost face, and suffered a huge loss. The leader, Cigarette Scar, and his gang dared not go to major hospitals, so they could only go to private clinics for treatment and wound care. Brother Chong, we got beaten up badly. Brother Chong. Soon, Cigarette Scar made a phone call. Inside the small clinic, there was a chorus of wails. Treating the wound is very painful. You also have to adjust and reposition the fractured or dislocated parts. It's impossible to use anesthesia, so this process is extremely painful. Not long after, a McLaren supercar, accompanied by the powerful roar of its engine and exhaust pipe, arrived at the entrance of the small clinic at the corner of the alley. A young man got out of the car and quickly went into the clinic. Brother Chong. As soon as the young man entered, 7 or 8 thugs, including Cigarette Scar, quickly called for backup. Chong, what have you been busy with lately? The owner of the clinic was an old man in his 50s. He was a little intimidated when he saw the young man come in, and they exchanged pleasantries with a slightly awkward expression. The young man called Brother Chong is none other than Zhou Qiang, who drives a McLaren and races at high speeds. Playboy in the local rich kid circle. There is another layer of identity, and it is precisely because of that layer of identity that the clinic owner is afraid of. Anyone who's been around for a while knows, or even if they don't know, they've heard of an organization called the Four Dragon Society in Jiangdu's underground underworld. The Four Dragon Society is the largest underground force in the area. It is very powerful, with a large number of members and considerable strength. Zhou Qiang is a member of the Four Dragon Society, and not just an ordinary henchman, but a mid-level member. It is said that his family has always had intricate connections with certain underworld forces. Cigarette Scar and these thugs all followed Zhou Qiang. Seeing his brothers beaten to a pulp, especially Cigarette Scar, Zhou Qiang's most valued subordinate, being beaten so badly, a fierce rage quickly rose in his eyes. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Who did this? He lowered his voice and asked coldly. Yinba hurriedly said, Brother Chong, please calm down. Don't be so angry. We've met a tough opponent this time. It's not someone to mess with. If we brothers get hurt, just consider a loss and let it go. Forget it. The word forget it doesn't exist in my Brother Chong's world. Zhou Qiang became even angrier after being told that by Cigarette Scar. Actually, Yinba said that intentionally as a provocation. The best thing to do is to provoke Zhou Qiang to the greatest extent possible, so that Zhou Qiang can use the most ruthless means to deal with that brat Wang Shang. Get your ass out of here and explain yourself. Zhou Qiang roared. So, Smoke Scar and the others had no choice but to recount the whole story in detail. The details of how they bullied the young girl Zhou Yuqi and how they acted arrogantly were omitted. Instead, the focus was on how they were brutally beaten by the king. After hearing their story, Zhou Qiang was very surprised. That guy's name is Your Majesty? What does he look like? He wondered if he had misheard. What a coincidence. Could it be the same king? Look, this is the kid. A thug took out his phone. He had secretly taken a picture of the king in the small supermarket earlier. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked. But once he did, Zhou Qiang was dumbfounded. Chapter 40. The Charitable Foundation. Officially established. Brother Chong, what's wrong? Cigarette Scar hurriedly asked, sensing that something was amiss. It's him. Holy crap. It really is him. Zhou Qiang slammed his clenched fist against the wall. Brother Chong, do you know this kid? Cigarette Scar looked surprised. Of course I know him. Zhou Qiang said through gritted teeth, his voice filled with malice. Know him? Brother Chong, how do you know that bastard? Scarface asked with a vicious look. Just yesterday, your brother Chong was racing with a bunch of rich young men in the industry. Do you know the Jiang family? The Jiang family of Jiangdu, one of the most powerful families. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Yingxua, brought a couple, and the man was Wang Shang. Damn it, they actually raced with us. What a bastard. Zhou Qiang got angrier and angrier as he spoke. Brother Chong, you're the king of street racing on the outer ring road. Anyone who races with you is just asking for trouble. Cigarette Scarface said with a fawning expression. Zhou Qiang said coldly. You can even use idioms now? Stop flattering me. I lost. We all lost to that kid. Damn, do you know why? Huh? You lost? No way. Cigarette Scar was astonished. Why, Brother Chong? One of the thugs asked hurriedly. Zhou Qiang took a deep breath. Even now, he still felt it was a tremendous humiliation, and he was filled with resentment. Damn it, we were racing cars, and that son of a bitch, the king, actually used a private jet. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Cigarette Scar and the group of thugs were all dumbfounded. Racing cars and airplanes. Can you still call it racing if you're flying a plane? Damn it. They didn't make it clear at the beginning that we had to drive. They only said whoever gets to the finish line first wins. Damn it. They took advantage of this tiny oversight and used their private jet to beat us. Damn it. We each lost 3 million. Zhou Qiang gritted his teeth in anger. Looks like that son of a bitch is really infuriating. Damn it. He's practically rubbing your IQ into the ground. Scarface said angrily. What are you saying? Damn it. Zhou Qiang slapped Cigarette Scar on the head. Brother Chong, I misspoke. Cigarette Scar quickly apologized. Zhou Qiang sat down, and Yinba came over to offer him a cigarette, which he lit. All right, you guys owe him over 10,000, and I lost 3 million on him. Let's settle both the old and new scores together. Damn it, we have to teach that kid a lesson. Zhou Qiang lowered his voice and said this. Are we really going to send him over 10,000? Cigarette Scar asked, trembling. Send it to the hell. Just wait, we'll set a trap for him, and then we'll make him cough up all his money and pay us back double. Zhou Chong's eyes darted around, flashing with an astonishingly fierce light. Then how do we do it? Cigarette Scar leaned close to Zhou Chong's face, looking all ears. So, Zhou Qiang lowered his voice again. The conspiracy in the small clinic began. Meanwhile, in the small supermarket, Wang Shang had just dealt with a group of thugs and bullies. Together with Zhou Yuqi, they cleaned and tidied up the shop and the floor before resuming business. If she hadn't experienced it herself, Zhou Yuqi would never have believed that she could witness such a spectacular show. The invincible, handsome, and dashing King brother smashes a bunch of thugs and hooligans. It felt like we were filming a movie. Your Majesty, are you all right? She walked over, asked with concern, and casually grabbed the king's arm, looking him over from left to right. It's nothing, the king said with a smile and a shake of his head. So many people were beating you up. I was so worried. It was terrifying. Those bad guys were like demons. If you hadn't arrived in time, I don't know how things would have turned out. Wah! Zhou Yuqi felt a chill run down her spine just thinking about it, and couldn't help but cry again. The king gently patted Zhou Yuqi's shoulder and softly comforted her. Yuqi, don't be sad or afraid. It's all over now. Those thugs won't dare to come back. Don't worry. Despite saying that, the king was still worried. This time, I arrived just in time and used force to deal with those bastards. But what if there's a next time? After thinking for a moment, he walked out of the supermarket and quietly made a phone call all by himself. Is this the Civil Affairs Bureau? Yes, how can I help you? Oh, it's like this. I am the king who recently began preparing to establish a charitable foundation. Wow, it's Mr. Wang Shang Wang. We've heard so much about you. Hello. We were just about to ask you about your plans for establishing a charitable foundation. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking about. I'm planning to open a charitable foundation in my family's supermarket. How would you like to know how to do it? That's easy. Our Civil Affairs Bureau can send someone over right away. Where's your supermarket located? Number 32, Rena Avenue. Okay, we'll coordinate with personnel right away. In addition to the Civil Affairs Bureau, colleagues from other departments will also come to help set up the foundation's office. We'll put it in your supermarket for your convenience. That's exactly what I meant. By the way, my foundation involves charitable funds of several hundred million, so it needs to be equipped with strong security. That's a must. I'll contact the relevant departments right away and recruit some reliable and capable professional security personnel for you. I guarantee they'll all be veterans of the Special Forces, so please rest assured, Mr. Wang. That's good. After finishing the call, Wang Shang finally felt relieved. About an hour later, several dozen people from several departments, including the Civil Affairs Bureau, came to Wang Shang's small supermarket to inspect the situation and make arrangements. The small supermarket is really too small, but as a charity, a small office is enough. An office can be set up in the open space in front of the supermarket, and a sign indicating that it was approved by the government can be hung up. Wang's Charitable Foundation Jiangdu office. The listing has been completed. For the king, this was a momentous occasion in his life. This scene left Zhou Yuqi stunned, and the neighbors nearby were also dumbfounded. When did Wang Shang, this down-on-his-luck young man who couldn't find a job and stayed at home, tending his shop, become the chairman of a charitable foundation that attracted so many leaders and bigwigs from the city? That's incredible. As a result, the small supermarket entrance became bustling with activity. Leaders from various departments and authorities rushed over to congratulate the establishment of the Wang's Charitable Foundation's office. Wang Shang is the undisputed head of the office and also the president of the foundation. With the government's intervention, 2 retired Special Forces soldiers were quickly recruited as security guards at the Charity Foundation's office, responsible for security work. The king paid them salaries with the funds coming from the charity fund. In addition, to celebrate the establishment of the Charity Fund office, he approved a charity education project on the spot, allocating $10 million to purchase documents, school bags, computer equipment, and other supplies, which were then delivered to impoverished students in several poor counties and districts near Jiangdu City. This project is the foundation's first charitable project, and the king is personally in charge of it. He will be fully involved in and supervise the procurement of supplies to ensure that all donations and materials reach the hands of impoverished students. Most importantly, with retired Special Forces security personnel standing at the entrance of their small supermarket, thugs and hooligans will have to take a detour when they see them. Chapter 41 shares with a market value of nearly $2 billion. The establishment of the Wang Family Charitable Foundation caused a sensation among many neighbors in the surrounding area. The king, of course, had to provide a reasonable explanation. He had already spoken with the relevant department heads, and the reason he gave everyone was that he won a huge lottery prize and used a portion of the funds to establish a foundation. Therefore, the charity he wants to do is genuine charity, helping those who truly need help. Unlike some rural celebrities who become famous and make a lot of money, who become successful and have the whole village come to borrow money, and who take it for granted and never pay it back. To prevent such a situation from happening again, the king thought that the idea of establishing a foundation was excellent. The neighbors all praised him for his good fortune, saying he had struck it rich by buying lottery tickets. Brother King, you're amazing. You've made a fortune, yet you still think about helping those in need. You're truly my idol. I admire you so much. Zhou Yuqi held her hands to her heart, looking like a little fangirl. Standard procedure, Wang Shang said with a calm smile. Wow, the Wang Family Charitable Foundation? Impressive. Whose charitable foundation has set up shop here? A crisp sound rang out. Wang Shang and Zhou Yuqi, who were standing inside and outside the counter, looked in the direction of the sound. A very pretty girl, dressed in a shirt and jeans, a simple and casual outfit, couldn't hide her graceful figure as she strolled over. Isn't that Jiang Wenwen? Wenwen, what brings you here? Wang Shang smiled broadly and generously introduced her to Zhou Yuqi. Yuqi, this is my girlfriend, Jiang Wenwen. I've told you about her before. She works as a real estate consultant at Tianjin City. Wow, hello, miss. You're so pretty. Zhou Yuqi's eyes lit up. From a moment Jiang Wenwen appeared in her sight, she stared at her intently. Who says only men like to look at beautiful women? Actually, women are the same. Thank you, you're very pretty too. Jiang Wenwen took a liking to this sweet, cute, pure, and charming little sister at first sight, as if she saw herself when she was in school. Wenwen, please sit down. I'll go make some tea. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Wenwen sat down gently, looked at the small supermarket, and then at the newly opened sign of the foundation's office, finding it all quite novel. Why did the foundation move its office into your supermarket? Jiang Wenwen asked in surprise. Sister Wenwen, you don't know, this foundation was set up by Brother Wang Shang. Zhou Yuqi said with a smile. What? He did it. Jiang Wenwen was stunned. The king brought over a teacup and said with a smile, Yes, I got nothing better to do, so I'm setting up a foundation for fun. You really are a hidden talent. Jiang Wenwen was bewildered. I happen to have some spare money, so I'm starting a foundation to help vulnerable groups and impoverished children in need, Wang Shang said with deep emotion after taking a sip of tea. I just love doing good deeds. I can't help it. Jiang Wenwen didn't know what to say. Although she was his girlfriend, she was just a girlfriend, not a wife, and had no right to control how he spent his money. Okay, I support you. Do more good deeds and accumulate more merit. Jiang Wenwen expressed her agreement. It's great that you support me. The king was overjoyed, thinking that his choice would not be approved by her. Now it seems I was overthinking things. Jiang Wenwen is still very supportive of her. By the way, Sister Wenwen, where did you buy these jeans? They're so pretty. The cut is amazing. The clothing market right next to the central supermarket. The two girls were having a great time chatting. With nothing to do, the king suddenly remembered that he hadn't used his One Yuan Exchange item yet. So he stood up, walked to the shelf, took a bottle of drink, and opened the cap. A golden light flashed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have been granted a One Yuan Exchange opportunity. Would you like to use it? Use! Ding! Host has used a One Yuan Exchange opportunity. Current wealth value -1. Reward. The status of the third largest shareholder of Lin's Hotel and Catering Group. Obtained 12.8% of the shares of Lin's Hotel and Catering Group with a market value of 1.98 billion. Lin's Hotel and Catering Group, the third largest shareholder, 1.98 billion shares. My God! Although the king had mentally prepared himself for what amazing wealth reward would be given after the One Yuan Exchange program started, he never expected that this time the reward would be shares. Moreover, the first thing they brought was shares with a market value of nearly 2 billion. Just as he was immersed in the moment and still savoring the moment, a phone call came in. Hello. Hello, are you Mr. Wang Shang? Yes. Dear Mr. Wang, we are Jiqing Trust Company, the largest asset trusteeship institution in Jiangdu. You have now acquired 12.8% of the shares of Jiangdu Lin's Hotel and Catering Group with a market value of 1.98 billion. Where are you now? I'm at the Wang's Charitable Foundation office, specifically at number 32 Rena Avenue. Okay, we'll arrange for a professional lawyer to come over immediately to handle matters such as signing the equity agreement for you. Okay, I'll wait for you. Wang hung up the phone. As for the 12.8% stake, which is worth 1.98 billion, can it be transferred to his name? That's for sure. After receiving the previous rewards, he is now quite calm, because the system has already arranged everything for him. All he had to do was wait for the signature. A small office, about 10 square meters in size, has been specially set up at the entrance of the supermarket. It has a desk, a sofa, and a coffee table, and can be used to receive guests, have tea, and discuss business. This is not the most crucial point. Most importantly, the two security guards standing at the entrance were both over 1.8 meters tall, standing ramrod straight with sharp, piercing eyes. They're all skilled in martial arts. One of them could easily handle 7 or 8. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Upon seeing the king approach, the two guards on either side quickly greeted him. You've worked hard. You can take a break. Don't be so serious. It's fine to wander around the neighborhood. We'll have guests coming later, so just don't wander too far. The king said. The two security guards shook their heads in unison, like robots. No, we must fulfill our duties and be worthy of this job. Then, the two of them continued to stand guard, neat and orderly, looking particularly majestic. Not long after, a Toyota Alphard minivan arrived. The car stopped by the roadside, the door opened, and 7 or 8 people got out. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit, about 40 years old, who looked very energetic, with short hair and a very capable demeanor. The middle-aged man was carrying a file folder, and several other people, both men and women, followed behind him. A young man who looked like an assistant took out his phone and made a call, but the middle-aged man immediately stopped him. No need to call, it's right ahead. Chapter 42, Multiple Identities. Sure enough, the middle-aged man keenly spotted the sign for the Charity Foundation's office right in front of the small supermarket. He straightened his collar and strolled inside. Hello, is your majesty in? That's me, Wang Shang, who had just settled in his office chair, saw someone coming to see him and responded with a smile. Wow, so you're Mr. Wang. I never imagined you were so young. You're truly a remarkable young man. The middle-aged man offered flattery at the opportune moment. This flattery made the king feel very comfortable, but he did not lose his clear-headed rationality. What brings you here? Oh, right, Mr. Wang, we were just on the phone. This is Jiqing Trust. Your shares in the Lin's Hotel and Catering Group are currently being managed by our trust company, and we need you to sign some documents now. Oh, it's you guys. The middle-aged man and several assistants showed their work identification and produced some contracts and documents. Moreover, a professional legal team also came along. They are here to serve the king. This involves nearly 2 billion yuan worth of equity in the Lin's Hotel and Catering Group, which is a huge asset. Generally speaking, it would be very troublesome for an individual to manage. Entrusting it to a professional asset management and trust institution can save a lot of trouble. All the king needs to do every now and then is listen to the professional reports on the management of the equity, the profit and loss situation, and then sign some documents and contracts, and everything will be fine. Professional asset management institutions and trust companies make their profits by managing various assets and financial businesses. Someone like Wang Shang is definitely a super big client. They must provide the best service and the highest level of professionalism to help him manage his assets. After all, the king had attended university and had some knowledge of finance. Although he was not a professional, he was still able to communicate with them. He was very satisfied with the final result. He continued to have Jiqing Trust manage his equity assets, and it was agreed that a certain percentage of the asset profits would be given to the trust company as commission. If losses are incurred, the trust company shall be fully responsible for making up for the losses. In this way, the king was completely in an invincible position. He reasoned that while he might earn more by managing the equity assets himself, it would be troublesome and time-consuming. It would be better for him to earn less and let the trust institution make money as well, saving himself the trouble. Besides, in a worst-case scenario, he might not make any money, but the core equity assets would not suffer losses. Let professionals do what they are good at. The king thought there was nothing wrong with it. After signing all the agreements and documents, the king finally breathed a sigh of relief. He now has multiple identities. President of the Wang's Charitable Foundation, owners of 10 office buildings in Marriott Plaza, a VIP member of the private jet management department at Jiangdu International Airport, and the owner of a Sikorsky S-92 private jet, world-class MMA fighter, the third largest shareholder of Lin's Hotel and Catering Group. He wondered what it would be like when his parents came back and found out about his past. Mom and Dad won't be so overjoyed they faint, right? Looking at the dates, Mom and Dad have agreed on a return date, which is the day after tomorrow. I wonder if Jiang Wenwen has found a house in the villa area yet? After finishing his business and saying goodbye to the people from the trust company, Wang Shang left the Charity Foundation's office and went into the small supermarket. The two girls were still chatting enthusiastically. Ahem, by the way, Wenwen, how's it going with the house I asked you to help look for? The king asked. Jiang Wenwen slapped her forehead. Look at me, I forgot about the important matter. Immediately, she took out a brochure from her bag. This contains floor plan information. Tianyuan City was previously an established villa community, which had been around for several years and is considered one of the most upscale villa communities in the city. The property prices there are quite high, since they are villas. Prices are high and taxes are high. All things considered, a 2- or 3-story villa with front and backyards, around 300 to 400 square meters, would cost 8 or 9 million. With all the D-taxes, it would be over 10 million. Jiang Wenwen gave a general overview of the property prices, the structure of the villa, the building area, the style of the front and back gardens, and the interior decoration. Currently, there are only 3 houses left in the villa area. The layout, size, and location are all excellent. They are all 3-story villas with underground parking, each around 450 square meters in size, and include 2 yards, front and back. They are also fully furnished, and the total price is around 13 million. A house worth over 10 million, my God. Hearing this, Zhou Yuqi was extremely surprised, her eyes widening in astonishment. Your Majesty, are you going to buy a villa worth over 10 million? She couldn't believe what she was hearing. I always felt that this was an illusion. She knew exactly what the king's conditions were. The family only owned this small supermarket, and the old house was in dire need of repair. They had been waiting for demolition, but it hadn't been demolished yet. Where to get so much money? Even if you win the lottery and start a charitable foundation, you still can't just casually buy a house worth over 10 million. Yes, Yuqi, once I bought the house, you can come and visit, the king said with a smile. Zhou Yuqi was utterly astonished. It's actually true. Little sister Yuqi, you have no idea. Your brother the king is super rich. I don't know where he got so much money. I even suspect that he was chosen by some powerful figure who gave him billions of dollars to spend as he pleases. Jiang Wenwen smiled. Zhou Yuqi murmured, no way. Is it like in the movies where the king has a super rich uncle who has no descendants, and after searching around, he found the king, who is his only blood relative, and then gave him billions to squander in a certain number of days? Wouldn't that be like the tomato richest man? I think it's possible, Jiang Wenwen whispered in Zhou Yuqi's ear. The two girls smiled at each other, their curiosity about the king growing even stronger. Wenwen, let's go take a look at the existing house first. Good. Soon, Wang Shang pulled Jiang Wenwen away from the small supermarket to look at houses in the villa area. Seeing the two of them so sweet together, Zhou Yuqi felt a pang of envy and a little sour inside. It doesn't feel good. How outstanding is the king? He's rich, handsome, brave, and incredibly cool. If I could be the king's girlfriend, how wonderful that would be. After all, the two of them were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. She felt hopelessly infatuated with the king. But the king already has a girlfriend. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuqi's eyes welled up with tears, her gaze filled with a melancholy and resentment. Chapter 43. All Talk and Anger. Bite. A text message was sent to the king's phone. Your account ending in 2345 has received a payment. The remarks are, Lin's Hotel and Catering Group's second quarter equity-based dividend. 125,646,000 renminbi, China Construction Bank. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Cullinan, Wang Shang held his phone, read the text message, and counted it. The total dividend payout is over 120 million. Moreover, it's just the basic dividend, the quarterly basic dividend he received from his equity in Lin's Hotel and Catering Group, excluding dividends from the group's profits. Based on a rough calculation, the shares he currently holds, if the Lin Group operates smoothly and according to past profits, would amount to around 700 to 800 million yuan per year. This is the power of capital. With money invested in sound assets and a well-established, consistently profitable conglomerate, you can simply sit back and earn dividends. In particular, he is the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group, holding more than 10% of the shares. With over 100 million yuan received, plus the remaining 50 million yuan, the king now has 170 to 180 million yuan in liquid funds at his disposal. As for the villa we're going to see soon, it'll cost at most a little over 10 million, and even with the best interior decoration, it'll probably be less than 15 million. This amount of money is nothing to the king. Leaning comfortably against the leather seat cushions, the king looked relaxed, a smug smile playing on his lips. Why are you laughing? Jiang Wenwen, who was driving, asked curiously. The king used his hands as pillows, rested them behind his head, and said leisurely, I feel so happy to have such a beautiful girlfriend like Wenwen. I'm so happy. TCH, Jiang Wenwen said coquettishly, don't try that on me. You're definitely hiding a lot from me. Now that I've suddenly asked, you're just making up some excuse to compliment my beauty, thinking you can get away with it. No way, Wenwen. How could you think of me like that? I was just genuinely complimenting you. You're incredibly beautiful. I dream about you, and I'll wake up smiling. Besides, being with you, what's wrong with smiling? It's perfectly normal. Come on, tell me honestly, as a young man in his early 20s, your family situation is just average, and I haven't seen any super rich relatives of yours. So where did your money come from? Jiang Wenwen had been looking for an opportunity to figure these things out. And now that the conversation had come to this point, she simply asked all the questions at once. The king felt it was necessary to have a proper talk with her. If they're just ordinary friends, there's no need to get to know them deeply or explain everything clearly. However, Jiang Wenwen is not an ordinary friend. She's his girlfriend. Moreover, Jiang Wenwen's attitude clearly showed that she was acting from the perspective of a girlfriend and wanted to understand his situation more deeply. That's normal. Wenwen, actually my initial success came from winning a big lottery prize. Then I invested in stocks, funds, silver futures, and the like. I made a fortune through a series of blitzes. I guess you could say I was incredibly lucky and blessed by heaven. After carefully considering his words, the king explained in this way. I can believe you won the lottery. That's just good luck. But you say you're good at investing, like futures, stocks, funds, and silver. While they offer high returns, they also carry high risks. You may be making a lot of money now, but there's no guarantee you won't suffer huge losses later. So, you should play it safe and not be too reckless. Honey, although I don't know exactly how much money you have, you've already bought a house and are going to buy a villa, which puts you ahead of 99.9% of your peers. I'm already very satisfied. Don't take any more risks with your investments in the future. Just enjoy a peaceful life. Can you even listen to what I'm saying? Jiang Wenwen said a lot. The king listened to her advice. In fact, she meant well and hoped that he would not take any risks, but rather play it safe and keep a low profile. By the way, you said you're with me with marriage in mind, right? Suddenly, the king said this. Having experienced failed relationships before, to be honest, your majesty will inevitably be more cautious about relationships. When he asked that question, Jiang Wenwen's face turned cold, and she ignored him. Honey, are you angry? A look of heartache appeared in the king's eyes. He felt that he really shouldn't have asked that question. Who's going to marry you? I'm just after your house and your car. A multi-million-dollar mansion, a multi-million-dollar Cullinan. So many women would only dream of that. And me? They're all within my grasp. All I did was sleep with you once. Jiang Wenwen's eyes remained cold as she spoke expressionlessly. Don't be angry, darling. I know you were just saying it in anger, the king said with a smile. No one can really explain matters of the heart. I like you for who you are, handsome, dashing, and with an extraordinary air. Of course, there's also your wealth, luxury cars, mansions, and private jets. You're just too outstanding. I'm afraid I'm not good enough for you. Afraid I can't hold your heart. As Jiang Wenwen spoke, her expression darkened, and she looked very disappointed. The king felt a pang of sadness and quickly comforted her. My dear, don't be like this. I've said it before, you are my woman, and I will take full responsibility for you. I swear this here. If I go back on my word, may I be struck by lightning. Stop talking. Jiang Wenwen reached out and quickly covered his mouth. I will not allow you to use such vicious words to describe yourself and to bind yourself. Okay, Wenwen, my darling, let's go look at villas. If we like them, we could buy 2 more, one for my parents and one for us. The king said with a smile. Jiang Wenwen was speechless for a moment. She felt that she and he couldn't connect on any level. Didn't we just say that we should be steady, keep a low profile, and avoid spending money recklessly? Why are people suddenly buying several villas all at once? All right, don't worry, darling. I know what I'm doing. The king gently patted her shoulder and said softly. Looking into his warm and tender gaze, Jiang Wenwen's heart melted instantly. How could she bear to criticize the king? She fell silent. We arrived at the villa area. After getting out of the car, Jiang Wenwen called her colleagues, and soon several real estate consultants in business suits rushed over. These real estate consultants all looked older than Jiang Wenwen, like middle-aged women, and were probably very experienced professionals who had worked in the industry for many years. They come into contact with wealthy people every day. After all, those who come here to buy property are definitely not ordinary people. Therefore, when they first saw the king, they could hardly believe it. Do young people like these really have that much money to buy villas that cost tens of millions? Sister Zhang, Sister Chun, Sister Sun, this is my boyfriend. He said he wanted to come and see the villas around here. You are familiar with this area, so please show him around. Jiang Wenwen said with a grin. Wow, Wenwen, your boyfriend is so rich. He's so accomplished at such a young age. Yes, Wenwen, I really envy you. You found such a young and rich boyfriend. Several real estate consultants laughed, their eyes filled with envy for Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen was overjoyed. After all, women are bound to have some vanity. Chapter 44, My Down on My Luck Old Classmate. Seeing how envious her colleagues were of her, how could Jiang Wenwen not be happy? To be honest, after meeting many wealthy people, these women's perspectives and values about life will change to some extent. Women their age might just want stability, a reliable husband, a house, a car, and children. That would be perfect. But this is just the ideal life in the eyes of ordinary people. They, on the other hand, have even higher demands. They dream of living in big houses, mansions, villas, and driving luxury cars. Unfortunately, their own circumstances make it difficult for them to infiltrate wealthy families and establish relationships with rich people. However, their inner greed for material things is uncontrollable. As a result, some real estate consultants go astray, becoming mistresses to wealthy people or maintaining improper relationships with wealthy clients to seek personal gain. So now, when they see a young and wealthy man like the king, their eyes immediately light up and they start having ulterior motives. Mr. Wang, let's add each other on WeChat. You can ask me any questions about the house. Mr. Wang, this is my WeChat. Please add me too. I've been working in this villa area for many years. The first step is to quickly get their contact information. The second step is to take action. Mr. Wang, come with me. I'll take you on a tour of our villa area, show you the surrounding environment, and then we'll go see the model homes. Mr. Wang, please come with me. I happen to have the keys to several villas, one of which is even fully furnished. Several older women, each one extremely eager and thirsty, grabbed the king's arm, intending to take him away. The king was completely bewildered. The scent of their perfumes mingled together, creating a rather indescribable aroma. Anyway, I'm not feeling well. Mr. Wang, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I'm here to buy 2 villas. The decision is up to my girlfriend, so please don't bother me. I want to rest. You can take my girlfriend to see the houses directly. The king said this. He was happy to have some peace and quiet and didn't want too much trouble. These words left the women feeling particularly helpless and embarrassed. Jiang Wenwen, standing to the side, coughed, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. She thought to herself, what are you old ladies doing? You want to find ways to talk about my boyfriend too? This isn't a good idea, ladies. Wenwen, look, we're just joking with your boyfriend. Huh? Wenwen, I really envy you. Look at your boyfriend, how much he dotes on you. He bought 2 villas and gave you the right to view them. He treats you like a princess. Wenwen, you're so lucky to have a man like that. Jiang Wenwen felt a bit overwhelmed. She had a good temper, smiled slightly, and said, all right, ladies, now take me to see the apartment, okay? Walk. Meanwhile, the king was leisurely resting in the developer's office area of the villa district, drinking tea, enjoying the air conditioning, and feeling completely at ease. As luck would have it, someone recognized him. Hey, isn't this our old classmate, Wang Shang? A strange, eerie voice came from not far away. The king was drinking tea when he slowly put down his teacup and looked in the direction of the sound. A young man of similar age to him, carrying a glittering gold leather bag, adorned with gold chains and small watches from head to toe, and wearing a Gucci belt, was swaggering toward him. At a glance, the king recognized him. This guy was none other than his high school classmate, Zhang Kaiheng. Back in high school, Zhang Kaiheng loved to show off. His family was in business and had money, so he wore all sorts of designer clothes and shoes and used all kind of high-end products. Aside from his love of showing off, this guy doesn't have any other major flaws. Zhang Kaiheng. Huh, Your Majesty, what are you doing wandering around here? Here, have a cigarette. Zhang Kaiheng walked over, took out a cigarette, and handed it to the king. Isn't this typical of a street hustler? Wang Shang smiled and took the cigarette, saying, I'm just showing up around here with a friend. By the way, old classmate, do you live around here? No way. I can't afford to stay in such a high-class place. Zhang Kaiheng quickly waved his hand, then leaned closer and whispered, any house here, even with renovations, can easily fetch over 10 million. What? So expensive? The king feigned surprise, though he was actually playing along. That's right. Zhang Kaiheng touched his forehead, which was covered in sweat, and he didn't know what he had been doing. Zhang Kaiheng, back in high school, everyone knew your family was rich. You were the most flamboyant one in the class. Everything you ate, wore, and used was a big brand. If you can't afford to live here, then which of our old classmates can afford to live here? Wang Shang said with a smile, showering him with compliments. These words seemed to strike Zhang Kaiheng's heart like a hammer blow. He suddenly seemed like a different person. He pulled Wang Shang to sit down, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and looked haggard and disappointed. Old classmate, it's only when I meet you that I'm willing to pour out my heart and vent my frustrations. What's wrong, old classmate? Wang asked hurriedly. My family runs a renovation business. After graduating from high school, I helped my family manage the business. Unfortunately, we expanded too much in the past few years and lost a lot of money. Now we're heavily in debt. It's tough. I just came from a wealthy family's place. It's an old business friend of mine. I was going to ask him for some advice, but guess what happened? What's wrong? He didn't say anything. I had just sat down to have a cup of tea when he filled the cup to the brim, overflowing it. I know the saying, a full cup of tea drives away guests. Damn it. I slammed the door and left. Back then, that bastard was poor and destitute. If it weren't for doing a few business deals with my family, would he be where he is today? Now he's successful and prosperous, while my family has fallen on hard times, and he doesn't even give me a second glance. Old classmate, what kind of friends do you make in this world? Once they're gone, they forget you completely. When you're doing well, a whole bunch of people flock around you, but if you fall on hard times, whoosh, they all run away like swarms of bees. I really cursed them out. At this point, Zhang Kaiheng's eyes reddened, and he was both angry and furious, his mouth full of foul language, indicating that he was deeply hurt. All right, old classmate, take it easy. Business has its ups and downs. You can always make a comeback. After all, we're still young. Wang Shang patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. All right, old classmate, since you've listened to my rant, it's my treat today. It's rare for us to get together. Let's have a few drinks. Zhang Kaiheng said with a relieved smile and a carefree attitude. Old classmate, please don't blame me. I can't help you much, so I'm just offering a few words of comfort, Wang Shang said with a smile. Look at what you're saying. I didn't expect you to help me. Do you think I don't know your family situation? I've heard from some of my old classmates, Chen Weining and Xiao Yu, that you graduated from university and are unemployed at home, running your family's small, rundown supermarket. You're probably penniless. Enough said. Let's go have a drink. How about I treat you to a drink? The king suggested. Get lost. I, Zhang Kaiheng, am a prominent figure in the Jiangdu decoration industry. Even if I'm down on my luck, I wouldn't need my old classmate to treat me to a drink. Stop talking nonsense and come with me. Zhang Kaiheng put his arm around Wang Shang's arm and walked out. Chapter 45, Class Monitor Chen Yueming. With such an enthusiastic old classmate, there's no reason for the king not to give him face. So he called Jiang Wenwen, explained the situation, and then left to go have drinks with his old classmates, telling her to drive home after she finished her work. Your Majesty, who are you calling? It sounds like your girlfriend. Yes, this is my girlfriend. She sells houses and was showing properties to clients when I came over because I had nothing else to do. The king explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaiheng immediately became very cautious and said earnestly, Your Majesty, it's not that I'm being nosy, but your girlfriend sells houses in such a high-end villa area. She's dealing with all sorts of wealthy people. You must be extra careful and take good care of her, lest she be seduced by rich men. The king touched his nose and smiled. In the past, he would have been really worried, but now, he is not worried at all. Zhang Kaiheng, your intention is good. I'll be careful, but it's okay. My girlfriend and I are doing great. Don't worry. I'll definitely invite you to my wedding banquet. That's great. I'm looking forward to your wedding. The two chatted and laughed as they left the villa area. Zhang Kaiheng drives an Audi A6, which is a very good car, but it's quite old. Obviously, he's lost money in business in recent years and can't afford to buy a new car. But he can't go out to do business without a car, so he has to make do with the old one. Old classmate, your car is nice. The interior is great. After getting in, Wang Shang smiled and praised it a few times. Men, well, they all like cars, and they all like being complimented on their cars. Unfortunately, Zhang Kaiheng was somewhat dejected. He patted the steering wheel and said helplessly, Old classmate, I'm not bragging, but if this car wasn't a loss in business, I would have traded it for a Porsche or Ferrari long ago. Too bad, I don't have that kind of money. Things will get better. Don't be discouraged. The king comforted him with a smile. Old classmate, your words of comfort have made me feel much better. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's go have a good drink. Not long after, the two drove to the city center. Zhang Kaiheng chose a decent seafood restaurant and went in with Wang Shang. Since they had agreed to have 2 drinks, Zhang Kaiheng didn't hesitate and ordered several hearty dishes, such as seafood hot pot, abalone, and lobster, all of which were quite expensive. He also ordered 2 bottles of Wulianya liquor. Goodness, this meal must have cost at least several thousand. This also shows that he is truly willing to part with it and values this friendship with his classmates. Zhang Kaiheng tossed aside his handbag, bracelet, and gold ring, and without a word, opened the bottle and poured wine for the king when the waiter brought the food and drinks. We're going to drink until we drop tonight. Drink. The two quickly got to work, enjoying a seafood feast and drinking to their heart's content. Before long, Zhang Kaiheng's face was flushed, he was drunk, and his forehead was covered in sweat, but he showed no sign of stopping and kept pouring more wine. The king was also quite drunk, his face and neck were flushed, and, as he ate hot pot and drank baijiu, he felt like his throat was about to spew fire. No, bro, I need to go to the toilet to relieve myself. Ha, go, a little while. The king came out and, taking the opportunity to go to the restroom, prepared to settle the bill for the meal. Although he is low-key and doesn't flaunt his wealth, he felt obligated to pay the bill when he encountered such a sincere old classmate and such a loyal and affectionate brother. Otherwise, it would be too inappropriate. All right, waiter. When they arrived at the cashier, Wang looked up at the waiter, about to say the table number and pay the bill, but before he could finish speaking, he froze. Because what a coincidence, I ran into someone I knew, and this acquaintance happens to be a high school classmate. Wang Shantai recognized him because he was Chen Yueming, the class monitor in high school. Well, Chen Yueming had excellent grades back then and was outstanding in many ways, but there was one thing. His classmates didn't really like him. That is, he likes to take advantage of his position as class monitor to manipulate power, speak in an official tone, act superior, and frequently go to the homeroom teacher's office to report on others. Back then, some teachers liked to extend class time, turning physical education into academic classes. The students dared not speak out against it and were very resentful of it. Chen Yueming, as the class monitor, liked to speak in official jargon, as if he had transformed into a messenger of justice, lecturing the students in various ways. Back then, many classmates said that Chen Yueming was the homeroom teacher's shadow. Later, Chen Yueming was admitted to a good university and went to work for a company in Jiangdu after graduation. Unexpectedly, I met Chen Yueming here. Your Majesty, Chen Yueming, old squad leader. When the old classmates met, they recognized each other immediately. After all, one is the class monitor, and the other is the most handsome boy in the class. Such people have a very high profile. Even after many years, they can still be recognized if you encounter them outside. Old squad leader Chen Yueming. What are you doing here? Well, I work here, or rather, strictly speaking, I come down here to check the accounts and inspect the situation. My main job is at the company's catering headquarters. My major in college was finance, so I'm doing finance-related work now. Chen Yueming said in a serious tone, habitually adjusting his glasses as he spoke, appearing quite refined. Director Chen, here is this month's bill. Please take a look. At that moment, a cashier opened a computer screen and showed it to Chen Yueming. The address of Director Chen brought a smile to Chen Yueming's face. He sat up straight and said, "Okay, I'll take a look in a bit. You go ahead and do your work." "Okay, Director Chen." Upon seeing this, the king smiled and complimented. "Chen Yueming, you're an official now in the company's management." "That's amazing." "Oh, it's nothing. When I joined the company, I worked alongside the head of the finance department. The old head retired the year before last, and I took over. I was just lucky," Chen Yueming said with a smile. "Chen Yueming, I really envy you. You're so young and already a manager in the company." TSK, TSK. Wang Shang nodded with satisfaction, followed by another round of flattery. Actually, he was thinking to himself, "Chen Yueming, you're in this position perfectly well. When I was in school, I was the class monitor and a tag-along for the homeroom teacher. After graduation, I became a tag-along for the boss and always took advantage of others. It was truly my consistent style. By the way, Your Majesty, what are you busy with these days? Where are you working?" After talking about himself, seemingly without making a sound but actually subtly showing off, Chen Yueming asked about the king's situation. "Me? I was unemployed right after graduation, so I stayed at home and ran a shop." The king is indeed honest. Chapter 46. One way in public, another in private. That's true. Your family owns a supermarket. It's a family business, and you have to inherit it. I really envy you, having a family business to inherit and making money while sitting at home. Unlike me, I'm stuck working a miserable job outside, relying entirely on myself. Chen Yueming's grumbling was, in fact, overt or covert, a way of praising himself and belittling the king. You stay at home, eat at home, use home, and run a rundown shop. What kind of skill is that? As for me, I work outside, dress smartly, just starting out in high-end places, and I'm a manager in a big company, young and promising. Old squad leader, stop joking with me. I'm a useless person now. Just staying at home, I don't have any skills. How can I compare to you? Your work is so excellent. You become a manager. I don't think most of our old classmates could do as well as you. You really deserve to be the squad leader. You're outstanding. Wang praised him so much that Chen Yueming felt embarrassed and continued to belittle him. Chen Yueming was overjoyed. By the way, where is the headquarters of your company? Which company is it? I still don't know. I'll come visit you sometime. Wang asked with a smile. Oh, here, my business card. Soon, Chen Yueming took out his business card from his shirt pocket and handed it to Wang Shang. The king took it and examined it carefully. Chen Yueming, audit director of the finance department, catering business division, Jiangdu Linshur Hotel and Catering Group. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked, but once he did, the king was a little stunned. What a coincidence. It turns out that Chen Yueming is actually an employee of the Lin Group. The Lin Group is divided into a hotel business department and a catering business department. And Chen Yueming is the audit director of the finance department of the catering business department. This position is indeed equivalent to a mid-level management position in the company. To climb to this position at such a young age shows that Chen Yueming is quite capable. Wow, the audit director, wow, impressive. The king praised it highly. This isn't flattery, nor is it hypocrisy. It's genuine admiration. For Wang Shang, the work of financial auditing, with so much data and accounts, was overwhelming, and he simply couldn't imagine how he could work. Besides, he usually runs a small supermarket, keeping track of accounts, and even that small amount of work is tedious and gives him a headache. All right, old classmate, stop praising me. By the way, what are you doing here? Having dinner with someone? Chen Yueming asked with a smile. Wang Shang laughed and said, what a coincidence. I was indeed eating here with some other people. I drank too much and came out to use the restroom. By the way, guess who I was drinking with? It was one of our high school classmates. How could I possibly guess? Chen Yueming said with a smile. It's Zhang Kaiheng. I just ran into him, and he insisted on having a couple of drinks with me. By the way, Chen Yueming, if you're free, let's go over and have a couple of drinks together. Wang Shang said with a smile. No, I have some things to take care of. You guys keep drinking, I'll come over when I'm done, Chen Yueming said, patting Wang Shang on the shoulder. That's fine, you go ahead and do your thing. You're in management, you must have a lot of things to do. By the way, what's your room and table number? This meal is on me. Chen Yueming was going to show off and be extravagant for once. But when the king mentioned the table number, Chen Yueming glanced at the bill and his expression changed slightly. Because the bill showed that the total cost was over 5,800 yuan. That's almost half a month's salary for him. He wouldn't be willing to treat everyone. So after seeing the bill, he felt extremely regretful because he had been too hasty. Don't say you're treating if you don't understand how much it costs. I originally thought that it wouldn't cost much for just the king and Zhang Kaiheng to have a meal and some drinks. At most a few hundred. The result was several thousand. By the way, Your Majesty, I didn't bring my card. I'll treat you next time. Okay. The thought that he might have wasted money and treated his girlfriend to a meal was enough to get him a beating when he got home. So he had to come up with an excuse. Wang Shang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and said, Old squad leader, you can pay with your phone now. No need to swipe a card. Besides, you're in management of this company. You're here to inspect the work at the restaurants. Treating me to a meal is no big deal, right? Faced with this situation, Chen Yueming was in a bind. If he doesn't spend this money, not to mention whether he can save face, once the news spreads in the class group, he'll have nowhere to hide his face. But if you waste your money, that would be truly... Come on, let's go have a drink first. It's been a long time since I've seen Zhang Kaiheng. I wonder what Mr. Zhang has been busy with these days. Suddenly, an idea struck him. She immediately put her arm around the king's neck and walked towards the dining table. Pay the bill? Of course, we should run away if we can. He's not stupid enough to actually pay the bill, only to end up not getting a single drink or a bite of food. The king chuckled inwardly. Our old squad leader is incredibly shrewd. Just like before, they're always calculating and scheming. They want to show off, but they don't want to spend any money. That doesn't make sense, does it? However, he saw through it, but didn't say anything. Great, let's go get some drinks. The two of them went to the dining table. When Zhang Kaiheng saw his old squad leader, Chen Yueming, arrive, he greeted him with a smile and exchanged a few pleasantries. He didn't say much, as if he was hiding something. Mr. Zhang, I heard your home renovation and building materials business isn't doing too well. I'll see if I have any potential clients and introduce them to your company so they can choose to renovate their homes. After they took their seats, Chen Yueming and Zhang Kaiheng started chatting. Thank you. Zhang Kaiheng picked up his wine glass. His face flushed and replied weakly. In fact, he knew very well that such words were just polite formalities. He knew what kind of person Chen Yueming, the squad leader, was back then. Just 3 years ago, Zhang Kaiheng, who was in business, would often get together with his high school classmates for gatherings. He was naturally very enthusiastic about these gatherings, as they allowed him to build connections, develop clients, and bring business to his renovation company. But Chen Yueming is two-faced, saying one thing in public and another in private. We agreed to use his company for the new house renovation, but we ended up going to another company instead. It wasn't a big deal, and Zhang Kaiheng didn't take it too seriously. But then, something happened that made Zhang Kaiheng very unhappy. It turns out that Chen Yueming was very shrewd and greedy, and he had a close relationship with a company that was in competition with Zhang Kaiheng's decoration company. Chen Yueming cultivated a close relationship with Zhang Kaiheng, making various promises to bring clients to discuss renovation projects. However, he ended up finding out some of Zhang Kaiheng's bottom line prices, and none of the projects were successfully completed. And those customers eventually went to competing renovation companies. Because that company learned some of the internal prices and material bottom prices of Zhang Kaiheng's decoration company from Chen Yueming, they were able to know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. They quickly caused Zhang Kaiheng's decoration company to suffer a lot of losses. Zhang Kaiheng only learned about these insider details later. Chen Yueming took kickbacks from other companies. He could get a kickback for every customer he brought in, and he made a lot of money by cheating his conscience. This practice is, frankly speaking, deception and unfair competition, but the law has no jurisdiction over it, and Zhang Kaiheng has no evidence whatsoever. It is entirely Zhang Kaiheng's own carelessness and mistaken trust in Chen Yueming. Zhang Kaiheng could only suffer in silence. He hasn't broken ties with Chen Yueming yet because they're old classmates, and he still values their friendship. Chapter 47, Swipe My Card. However, Zhang Kaiheng was no longer able to say much to Chen Yueming. At most, they would meet, exchange a few pleasantries, and that would be the end of it. If it weren't for the king's sake, Zhang Kaiheng definitely wouldn't have sat at the same table drinking with Chen Yueming today. Mr. Zhang, you were the coolest guy in our class back then. Everyone envied you. Business is tough these days. Don't be discouraged. Keep up the good work. You'll definitely make a comeback. Chen Yueming plopped down, and the person next to him pretended to offer words of comfort. Zhang Kaiheng took a sip of wine by himself, without even clinking glasses with Chen Yueming next to him. By the way, Your Majesty, let's drink together. If you're not drinking, at least pour some wine for us. Don't just stand there. Chen Yueming started to greet Wang Shang, clearly putting on airs of officialdom. I've come to have a good chat with my old classmate and comfort our disheartened Mr. Zhang. Ha! Stop talking nonsense. Let's drink. Zhang Kaiheng was too lazy to listen to this guy's rambling, so he picked up his wine glass and poured the wine down his throat. Chen Yueming looked at the glass, which was full of wine, and pretended to take a small sip. He does have the capacity to drink, but he doesn't think it's necessary. Because if you get drunk, you'll have to lie here, and when you wake up, you'll have to pay the bill. Not worth it. He came here to drink, intending to get Zhang Kaiheng drunk and make Zhang Kaiheng pay the bill. Drink, drink, drink. Mr. Zhang, your business is so big. You've taken too big a step. If you had been more steady and grounded, you definitely wouldn't have run into any problems, and you wouldn't be in this rather passive situation now. Come on, have a drink. He continued to urge them to drink. Zhang Kaiheng was already slightly tipsy and not very clear-headed, while he, on the other hand, had just started drinking and knew exactly what he was going to do. Chen Yueming, you're my old squad leader. I have always respected and trusted you. I never expected you to treat me like this. Feeling a little tipsy, Zhang Kaiheng suddenly stared coldly at Chen Yueming and said this. Chen Yueming's heart skipped a beat. I felt somewhat embarrassed and uneasy. Mr. Zhang, I don't understand what you're saying. Stop pretending. Since we have a chance to drink together today, I'll tell you the truth about what you did behind the scenes with Rongqing Decoration Company. Don't think I don't know what you did. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm too lazy to dwell on the past. That was your own choice, and I made the mistake of trusting certain people. In the end, it was my own fault. All right, Chen Yueming, you're doing well now. You are in the management of the Lin Group. This restaurant belongs to your company. Enough said. This meal is on you. Go pay the bill. Zhang Kaiheng said irritably. Half of it was said in anger, and the other half was meant to provoke Chen Yueming. Chen Yueming felt as if he had been slapped in the face, and he said coldly, Zhang Kaiheng, what do you mean by that? You go your way, I'll go mine. Do you think your renovation business will be affected by me? You overestimate me. Besides, why should I pay for this meal? Then you should leave. You're so busy, don't waste your time here. Zhang Kaiheng had also drunk a bit too much and couldn't control his emotions, showing signs of wanting to break ties with Chen Yueming. Well, Zhang Kaiheng, you're really something. Your business is almost bankrupt, and you're still showing off like a big shot? A meal for two, a little food and drinks, and you've already spent thousands of yuan. You don't know when to back down. You have no bottom line. When things aren't going well, you don't know how to save money. You should know your place. I'm really ashamed of you. You've loved to show off and flaunt your wealth since you were in school, and you still can't shake this bad habit. At this moment, Chen Yueming launched into a merciless tirade against Zhang Kaiheng. It seems like things are about to turn sour. Chen Yueming, don't give me that crap. You promised to bring me clients, and I trusted you so much that I even told you my bottom line. But what did you do? Did you have even the slightest consideration for our friendship as classmates? You betrayed me just to get a kickback from Rongqing Decoration Company. You have the nerve to bring clients to someone else? Damn it. Suddenly, Zhang Kaiheng stood up abruptly, grabbed a wine bottle, his face red and his neck bulging, as if he were about to fight. Zhang Kaiheng, don't come any closer. Don't try to act tough. What kind of skill is this? Don't frame me without evidence. Chen Yueming took 2 steps back. Then, he subconsciously glanced at the king beside him. After all, it was an old classmate meeting, and he still wanted to save face. If things really come to a complete breakdown, it would be very embarrassing for him to betray Zhang Kaiheng back, then if it got out and spread among our old classmates. Your Majesty, don't listen to Zhang Kaiheng's nonsense. He's lost money in business, and nothing's going right for him. He's like a mad dog, biting anyone he sees. Now he's even framing me. Isn't that ridiculous? He said this because he was afraid the king would suspect him. The king remained indifferent and said nothing. You should stay away from him from now on, or he might bite you too. Chen Yueming said irritably. Who the hell are you calling a dog? Say it again and see what happens. Zhang Kaiheng rolled up his sleeves, revealing a full-body tattoo that looked intimidating. Zhang Kaiheng, don't come any closer. Don't act tough. I'm calling security. Chen Yueming quickly took a few steps back, afraid of getting hurt. Zhang Kaiheng let it go. The king came over to defuse the situation. This kind of commotion is really boring. He didn't know why the reunion of old classmates had turned into such a scene. Chen Yueming, tell me honestly, did you do something to betray your old classmate? Look at Zhang Kaiheng. He's in such a bad situation now. His business has lost a lot of money. He's had a tough time, so don't talk about him like that. The king attempted to ease tensions between the two. Don't listen to his nonsense. Whatever he says goes. Why should I? Chen Yueming quickly defended himself, but his shifty eyes betrayed him. The king wasn't stupid. He saw through it all. That was the situation. Chen Yueming had definitely acted against his conscience and lied to his old classmate Zhang Kaiheng. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. All right, Chen Yueming, you go ahead with your work. I don't think Zhang Kaiheng is in the mood for drinking with you anymore. Let's go. Wang Shang waved his hand, feeling rather bored. You said it yourself. You told me to leave, and Zhang Kaiheng told me to leave too. It's not that I don't want to drink with you, so you'll have to pay the bill yourselves. Chen Yueming didn't feel ashamed or uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief. Because we don't need to drink anymore, and we don't need to spend money. Don't worry. I'll pretend I never heard of your offer to treat us. The king smiled and dismissed it. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly, Zhang Kaiheng got angry and said coldly to Chen Yuejin, Chen Yueming, you said you treat us, so treat us. This is a restaurant owned by the company you work for, so there's nothing wrong with you treating us. Go and pay the bill. Since he no longer considered him a worthwhile old classmate, Zhang Kaiheng had no reason to hold back and didn't want to give him any face. Chen Yueming's face darkened. He was losing face. Never mind. Wang Shang took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter beside him. Could you please go and settle the bill? Use my card. The total bill for your table is 5,860 yuan. The waiter took out the bill and looked at it again. Chapter 48. Investing 10 million. Swipe it. The king nodded. He had already seen the bill. Beep beep. Card swipe successful. It's a very simple thing, just settling the bill. The king truly couldn't understand why things had become so complicated. At this moment, the scene was completely silent. Chen Yueming stared blankly at the king and murmured, You pay the bill? Trying to act like a big shot, huh? Yeah, I'm just pretending to be rich. I'll meet up with old classmates, have a meal and drinks. What? You can't even afford a meal. Wang Shangxin truly despised Chen Yueming. Your Majesty, you're a couch potato, you don't even have a proper job, you're nothing. So what are you acting all high and mighty for? Why are you paying the bill? Let Zhang settle it. Honestly. Chen Yueming launched into another tirade. Wang Shang was truly angry this time, waving his hand dismissively. Go away. Chen Yueming, can't you be a decent human being? I'm paying the bill. I'm treating my old classmate to dinner and drinks. What's wrong with that? Why are you babbling so much? You're so stingy, but you can't let others be generous? You think you're so great? Get out of here. These words made Chen Yueming blush. I'm so ashamed. Chen Yueming, you're something else. You brag to everyone you meet about how great your job is, how you're a leader, and how you earn tens of thousands a month, but you can't even afford to spend money on treating people to meals. Don't even mention it. Just leave. I really don't want to see you. At this point, Zhang Kaiheng continued to sit in his seat and drink, too lazy to pay any more attention to Chen Yueming. Chen Yueming hesitated, wanting to argue something, but found himself at a loss for words. He was utterly humiliated in front of the waiters and quickly slunk away. Zhang Kaiheng put down his wine glass, picked up his handbag, took out a wad of cash, and shoved it into Wang Shang's hand as he drank. Here's 6,000 yuan. Take it. There's no reason for you to treat me. What kind of person are you to act like a big shot in front of me? Hurry up and put the money away. Otherwise, your girlfriend will scold you when you get home. The king was both amused and exasperated, but felt a warmth in his heart. Come on, let's drink. The two clinked glasses and drank another glass of wine. All right, I'll take the money. The king accepted the money without hesitation. Keep it safe. Even though I've lost money in business, I still have this little bit of money. Brother. Zhang Kaiheng patted Wang Shang on the shoulder. Let's not do what Chen Yueming did, saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. Let's not waste time with vague words. So Zhang Kaiheng, I've decided to invest in your renovation company. The king suddenly changed his demeanor, sitting up straight and speaking in a serious tone. Investment? My renovation company. Zhang Kaiheng was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha, old classmate, don't joke around. With your resources, what are you going to invest in? Besides, a renovation company isn't a small investment. In a third-tier city like Jiangdu, a renovation company of any decent size requires an investment of several million or even tens of millions of yuan just to make splash. After laughing, Zhang Kaiheng said seriously, without implying that he looked down on the king, he was just telling the truth. How much capital does your renovation company need to get back on track? Add to that your current losses and debts. Take everything into account, Wang Shang continued. Are you serious? Zhang Kaiheng's eyes changed slightly. Of course we're serious. Let's skip the formalities between old classmates. The king said seriously. Upon arriving here, Zhang Kaiheng was truly unsure whether he lacked understanding of the king. Is this guy really just like he said, staying at home and running the shop? To be honest, I've been a bit flush with cash lately. I won the lottery, and I made some money playing the stock, futures, and silver markets. Taking out a few million or tens of millions is quite easy for me, Wang said modestly. Let alone tens of millions. Even tens or hundreds of millions would be a piece of cake. Really? You're something else. Wow, you've really impressed me. Zhang Kaiheng was incredibly excited and patted Wang Shang's shoulder hard. Cough, cough, cough. The king coughed after those few slaps. Dude, be gentle. Tell me quickly, how much investment do you need from me? The king urged him on. Zhang Kaiheng put his arm around Wang Shang's shoulder, extremely excited. Old classmate, I didn't expect you to be serious. You were so low-key, yet you made a fortune. Ha ha ha. All right, you think highly of me and are willing to invest. Of course I welcome it. How about this? You invest 10 million in me. What do you think? Is it too much trouble? If it is, then forget it. No problem. The king nodded without the slightest hesitation, because what he valued was Zhang Kaiheng's character. If someone has good character, there shouldn't be any major problems. In business, making money and losing money is perfectly normal. He believed that with Zhang Kaiheng's youthful vigor and his honest and loyal character, given time, he would definitely be able to build up his business, revive its former glory, and even make it bigger than before. Great job, buddy. Come on, let me toast you. Upon receiving the king's affirmative reply, Zhang Kaiheng excitedly grabbed a wine cup and downed the entire cup of wine. I was quite tipsy from drinking. He was a little tipsy earlier, but now he's overjoyed. He's found an investor and has the funds, so his renovation company has been completely revived. If I told my parents this good news, they would be even more excited. So, he got too excited and drank another bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, drinking until he was completely drunk and unconscious. We drank until well past midnight. Wang Shang made a phone call to Jiang Wenwen. Wenwen, could you come here? They successfully lifted Zhang Kaiheng into the car. Jiang Wenwen drove, and Wang Shang sat in the passenger seat. The king briefly recounted what had happened. He also talked about the investment and explained why he was willing to invest. The king wasn't a chauvinist, but since they weren't married and he was wealthy enough, frankly, he didn't need to tell his girlfriend too much about making investments. But he still spoke up. It's actually very simple. It's about respecting your girlfriend. The importance that this relationship places on you. Honey, I trust your investment acumen. The reason you've made so much money must be because you have excellent judgment. Jiang Wenwen agreed wholeheartedly. However, I only have one concern. You have to be prepared that if you lose that 10 million, you have to accept it. Investing is not something that can always make money or always achieve the desired results. Losing money is normal. I hope that since you've made this investment because you value the friendship between old classmates, even if you lose money, it won't affect that friendship. She added these 2 points. The king suddenly realized that he had underestimated her. Such a perspective, such a mindset, and such values are not something that ordinary girls can have. My views on money, my views on investment, and my views on relationships. Seriously, their values are incredibly positive. The king felt that he had truly found a treasure. Chapter 49, Buying a Supercar. After dropping Zhang Kaiheng off at home, Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen drove back to their home in Tianjin City. This is their love nest. After taking a shower, the two lay down on the bed. Young people are full of energy. Even in the middle of the night, they still have a lot of stamina. Soon, the two got entangled in conversation. After their previous intimate encounter, the two had already broken through that barrier. Now it's all falling into place, so just enjoy it to the fullest. A night of passionate lovemaking. The king didn't wake up until 10 a.m. the next day. He opened his eyes and saw that no one was beside him. He stood up and went to the spacious and luxurious living room, only to find that Jiang Wenwen had already gotten up and was tidying up the house. A delicious aroma was coming from the kitchen. She had already prepared breakfast. Soy milk, egg pancakes, bread, and grilled sausages. A very hearty breakfast. Go wash up, and come have breakfast when you're done. Jiang Wenwen saw that he had gotten up and gave him instructions. Good. The king, beaming with happiness, walked over and embraced the graceful beauty. While staying at home, Jiang Wenwen dressed very lightly, wearing a thin, semi-transparent short skirt that revealed glimpses of her skin. A pair of snow-white and delicate feet, wearing slippers with slender calves, smooth and bright, especially beautiful and charming. Stop fooling around, go on, wash up, and then come have breakfast to replenish your nutrition, Jiang Wenwen said with a smile. The king chuckled and pinched the fleshiest part of her back, making her giggle. With a little devil like you, I definitely need to replenish my energy. Only by replenishing myself can I truly shine on you, the king said with a smile, teasingly. You bad thing. Humph. When Jiang Wenwen pouted and acted coquettishly, she was incredibly charming and alluring. The king felt especially comfortable living such a warm and romantic life. Perhaps this is what love should be like. It felt like falling into a honeypot. Even the breath was incredibly sweet. Jiang Wenwen stayed at home until 11 o'clock. Then it was time to go to work. It's a good time to go over, have a working lunch, and then continue working in the afternoon. After viewing 2 villas yesterday, she is now a prominent figure in everyone's eyes. In just a few days, multiple houses were sold, with a total value of tens of millions. No salesperson can compare to her. After Jiang Wenwen drove off to work, Wang Shang also had to check on a small supermarket, because only by taking out a beverage bottle and opening the cap in your own little supermarket can you trigger the One Yuan Exchange reward. So for him, it doesn't matter if any other money-making business fails, but his own small supermarket absolutely cannot have any problems. However, Jiang Wenwen used the car to go to work, so now Wang Shang can only take taxis, which is a bit inconvenient. Looks like it's time to buy myself a car, the king murmured. After leaving Tianyuan City residential area, Wang Shang took a taxi directly to the place where he bought the car last time. Jiang Yingshue's family owns the largest car dealership in the city. The last time I came here, I brought Jiang Wenwen along and we bought a Cullinan. This time, the king decided that since he already had an SUV, he would treat himself to a sports car. As soon as I entered the store, the sales staff surrounded me. Wow, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. A crowd flocked to the store because the king was a VIP customer and had bought a Cullinan worth 7 or 8 million. In addition, some people heard rumors that the king was extremely wealthy and owned his own private jet. As a result, everyone admired and respected him greatly. Who knows what kind of background or connections a super rich young man has? We must treat them with utmost courtesy. Is your store manager, Jiang Yingxue, here? The king asked casually. As Jiang Wenwen's boyfriend, it was only polite for him to ask if Wenwen's cousin was there when he came here. Manager Jiang is out. Should I call her? No. The king waved his hand. It's just buying a car. There are so many salespeople available. It's not like I necessarily need Jiang Yingxue to greet me. By the way, Mr. Wang, is there anything we can help you with? A young and pretty saleswoman asked with a smile. This is the store's top saleswoman. She's beautiful and has a great figure. Every day, she dresses in a very sexy way, wearing black stockings, long legs, and high heels. Sometimes she also likes to wear low-cut tops, revealing her very alluring cleavage. These days, many women are going to great lengths to attract customers, draw attention, and boost sales. For example, if a car salesperson is a beautiful and sexy woman, she has a significant advantage because most car buyers are men. Men like beautiful women. And if there's a beautiful saleswoman accompanying them, especially one who knows cars, that's just perfect. Oh, I don't have anything to do. I just wanted to come and look at the car. The king laughed. Okay, Mr. Wang, what kind of car do you want? Which one have you chosen? The beautiful saleswoman winked at Mr. Wang, smiling charmingly. She even squeezed her body forward, her smile incredibly alluring. The king felt a chill. This woman was decent looking and had a good figure, but she was no match for Jiang Wenwen at all. Moreover, this woman's demeanor is really lacking. Not all. She's the girl the king likes. However, to be fair, they came here to buy a car, not to pick up girls, so the king didn't mind. I want to buy a sports car. Can you tell me about some? Okay, Mr. Wang, this way please. The beautiful woman quickly grabbed Wang Shang's arm and headed towards the sports car exhibition area of the car dealership. Mr. Wang, if you're looking to buy a sports car, you've come to the right place. We have the widest and most complete selection of sports car brands here. The beautiful woman, her eyebrows dancing with excitement, began explaining to the king, introducing various models of sports cars. As expected of the largest car dealership in the city, it truly brings together sports cars from many brands. You can find almost any sports car on the market here. This is the Lamborghini sports car display area. We have Gallardo and Reventon in stock, and the Aventador can be ordered. And over here is the Porsche sports car exhibition area, with a more common 911, as well as the Boxster, Cayman, Panamera, Kian, and Mekong. Look over here, in the Ferrari section, there are even more sports cars. This is a Ferrari 458, and there's also a Ferrari LaFerrari, a Ferrari 488, and a Roma. For the rest of the time, Wang listened to the beautiful saleswoman's explanations and looked at all the sports cars from various brands. From exterior to interior, from handling to details and performance. The king felt like he was about to become a sports car salesman. These are all too ordinary and common. Could you introduce a different, rarer model? The king still felt it wasn't enough. Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, and all those other car models cost at most a few million or tens of millions of dollars. They're nothing special to drive. Therefore, he wanted to own a different kind of sports car, at least one that others could hardly afford, to distinguish himself from those rich kids. Because those second-generation rich kids driving sports cars on the street, whether it's a Porsche or a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, are really not that interesting. How about you take a look at this car, Mr. Wang? At this point, the beautiful saleswoman had no choice but to pull out her trump card. We arrived at the innermost exhibition area. A car covered by a car cover looks particularly mysterious, and even though the body lines are covered, they still have a very good feel. Chapter 50 Pagani Wind God. What kind of car is this? The king asked curiously, because there were no signs or displays nearby, and no brands were shown. Wind God. Pagani Huayra. The beautiful saleswoman said earnestly. He was very cautious, spoke very softly, and his facial expression showed extreme tension. Because it's impossible not to be nervous. This is a super luxury sports car worth tens of millions. As a mid-engine supercar, the Pagani Huayra was launched in 2011 by the renowned Italian sports car manufacturer Pagani. It features a Mercedes-AMG customized M158 Series 6.0L twin-turbocharged V12 engine, producing over 730 horsepower and approximately 1,000 Nm of torque. Equipped with a 7-speed sequential single-clutch transmission, it has a top speed of 370 km/h. After listening to the saleswoman's explanation, Wang Shang immediately became interested. The Pagani Huayra is completely superior in every aspect compared to the sports cars that the beautiful saleswoman had explained. Whether it's displacement, engine, maximum power, or top speed, it's all excellent. This car is nice. Just tell me, how much is it? The king asked. The saleswoman held up 3 fingers. 3 million? The king asked in confusion. No, 30 million. That's what the pretty saleswoman said. Upon hearing the price, the king did not hesitate at all. All right, 30 million, I'll take it. When the king said this, not only the beautiful saleswoman, but everyone else was dumbfounded. 30 million. This is no small amount. Yet they didn't even hesitate. Could it be that this kid's money just fell from the sky? The saleswoman hesitated for a moment, then confirmed again. By the way, this Pagani Huayra costs 30 million, with no discounts whatsoever. Mr. Wang, are you sure you want to buy it? Absolutely. I don't need a discount. The king smiled, appearing completely calm and collected. If this happened to someone else, 30 million, a whole 30 million, who could spend it all in one go just to buy a sports car? Soon, the king took out the card. Just like when I bought the Cullinan last time, I'll pay by card in one lump sum. I just hope you can complete the formalities as soon as possible so I can drive off. Wang Shang took out his bank card and handed it to the beautiful saleswoman. Okay, Mr. Wang. The beautiful saleswoman bowed at a 90-degree angle. She was so excited. This time she sold 30 million Pagani Huayra cars, and her commission will be substantial. Moreover, this is a limited edition worldwide. The Pagani Huayra, priced at 30 million, is incredibly stylish and eye-catching. Its overall design is absolutely stunning, with a streamlined body that utilizes aerodynamics and optimized design to balance aesthetics with minimal wind resistance, maximizing the sports car's performance. The sports car's butterfly doors opened, and I climbed in and sat down. The king felt as if he had entered not the driver's seat of a car, but the cockpit of a fighter jet. It was so futuristic, so dreamlike. It all feels like a dream. It's unbelievable. Whether it's the seats, the steering wheel, or the various control buttons, everything is incredibly high-tech, like something out of a science fiction movie. The king, now led by the staff, has arrived at the test drive area. Touch the button to start the engine, then activate racing mode. I floor the gas pedal. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Oh my god. The incredibly powerful engine roar is the strong, surging roar unique to V12 engines. It's so damn masculine. It's practically a steel behemoth. The car shot out like a bullet. The intense pushback sensation almost made the king lose his balance and fly off his seat. The force of the push is terrifying. The king was utterly amazed. This was the true supercar. He was test driving the Dongfeng, experiencing its charm. A professional was in the passenger seat to help him drive the car more quickly and familiarize himself with its various controls and buttons. Therefore, he became familiar with it very quickly. At the dealership, the staff used his car to swipe the card for a total cost of a little over 30 million for the Pagani Huayra. Everyone was completely silent. Shocking. It was incredibly shocking. He just bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth several million a day before yesterday, and now he's bought a Pagani Huayra. Wow, what a tycoon. So incredibly rich. All the car dealership staff were waiting for Wang Shang to return from his test drive, and for him to happily take delivery of his new car so that they could have a grand delivery ceremony. Not long after, the king, having returned from his test drive, got out of the Pagani Huayra. At first glance, everyone thought the king was simply too dashing. Perhaps it's because the king is so rich, he has an aura of wealth that is incredibly attractive. Moreover, he's so young, yet he can casually buy a supercar worth 30 million, which is definitely the #1 supercar in this city. Even within the entire province, this Pagani Huayra ranks among the top. Because there are indeed very few people who can afford a supercar worth over 30 million. Very few people can own one. Before long, the staff completed the formalities and selected a license plate for him. This time, the king just randomly chose a license plate without paying too much attention to it. The Cullinan's license plate number is already quite special. It uses such a prestigious license plate. So he uses this supercar for his own personal use, just to drive it around and have some fun, so the license plate and such are not important to him. The king thought it was a good idea to use such an awesome car with a low-key license plate. After all, this car is priced accordingly. You can just drive it anywhere and attract countless eyes. The license plate doesn't matter at all. Congratulations, Mr. Wang, on your new Pagani Huayra. 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 A grand car delivery ceremony was held in front of the car dealership. The car dealership's dozens of employees lined up in 2 rows. Everyone cheered and applauded in unison. Wang Shang walked in the middle and took the car keys for a Pagani Huayra from a male manager at the dealership. Her face was beaming with joy, and she was all smiles. It can truly be said that they are riding high on the spring breeze. Boom, boom, boom. Finally seated in his own supercar, the king lightly pressed the accelerator and sped away amidst the gazes of the crowd. The Pagani Huayra cruised gracefully onto the city's main road. This car is so attractive that many people exclaimed in amazement after seeing it. Wow, what kind of car is that? So handsome and cool. Wow, it's a Pagani. Quickly check what kind of car it is. Wow, it's a Pagani Huayra. A Huayra, a globally limited edition, starting at 30 million. Sitting in the carriage, the king couldn't hear what the envious and jealous people outside were saying, but from their expressions, he could clearly see that they were full of envy. The king drove his carriage leisurely, whistling, enjoying the breeze. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was an unknown number calling. Chapter 51, King of Snipers. Hello. The king assumed it was some kind of phone advertisement, so after answering, he tossed the phone onto the dashboard and ignored it. Are you the king? A cold, ruthless voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang thought to himself, these days those who run those quack-selling phone ads are pretty good. They've done a thorough investigation. They even know his name. Yes, I am the king. Very well, your majesty, listen carefully now. Your sister is in my hands. Remember, don't call the police or I'll kill her. And remember that too. Wait for my call and get the money ready. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. That's how the call ended. The king was completely dumbfounded. When I called back, the other party couldn't connect. The king was truly speechless after receiving this phone call. What is all this nonsense? Younger sister? He's an only child, so he doesn't have a younger sister. It must be a prank. Humph. Some people these days are really crazy. So bored. They must have eaten too much shit. After the initial tension subsided, the king relaxed and realized it was a prank. So he continued driving leisurely. We arrived near the small supermarket. The appearance of the Pagani Huayra caused a sensation, and many people in the parking lot turned their attention to it. The king quietly alighted from his carriage. Fortunately, he usually stays at the shop and only occasionally gets new stock. Most of the goods are delivered to his door by someone. In addition, he is a homebody, so he doesn't socialize much. So, no one recognized him in the parking lot. There used to be an old man who watched over the parking lot. He knew him, and they would chat when they bumped into each other. But now it's all automated, and the parking lot doesn't need anyone to watch over it. The old man has retired honorably. The king left the parking lot and arrived at the entrance of a small supermarket. The gate was tightly closed. The Wang Family Charitable Foundation next door was open, with 2 security guards standing by, and everything seemed orderly. "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Hello, Mr. Wang." Upon seeing the king, the 2 quickly greeted him. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, why is the supermarket closed?" "Where's Zhou Yuqi?" the king asked. "Mr. Wang, we came to work at 8 o'clock this morning and haven't seen Ms. Zhou Yuqi. The door hasn't been open either, and it's still closed now. We thought the supermarket was closed for the day." That's what a security guard said. Zhou Yuqi, have you been slacking off?" The king murmured to himself, took out his phone, and called Zhou Yuqi. The call went through, but no one answered. Suddenly, the phone went dead with a dial tone. "The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable." No one answered? The king was a little angry. If the call was made without any problems, but suddenly cannot be connected, there is only one reason. The other party hung up the phone. He hung up on me on purpose. He angrily swung the gun again. "Umph. Zhou Yuqi, I think you don't want this job anymore, do you? You're driving me crazy." Unexpectedly, the call went through this time. "Hello." Over there came the voice of an unfamiliar man. The king was startled because it was very familiar, extremely familiar, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "By the way, that strange, unfamiliar phone call just now, that voice, it's this person." Suddenly, the king realized what was happening. "Where is Zhou Yuqi?" he tentatively asked in a low voice. "Yeah, let me go. Let me go. Wah, wah." Suddenly, a struggle sound came from the other end of the phone, and then it sounded like someone had covered her mouth, making the sound very faint and inaudible. The king felt a chill run down his spine, because that voice was none other than Zhou Yuqi's. "Zhou Yuqi, what's wrong? Zhou Yuqi," he shouted. In his haste, he exposed himself. "I just called you. That's right. Your sister, Zhou Yuqi, has been kidnapped and is in my hands. Now you need to prepare a ransom of 10 million and send it to the location I specify. I will then arrange for someone to meet with you." On the other end of the phone, it was still that cold, arrogant male voice. The king's voice trembled. "Who are you?" He never imagined that such a thing would happen to him. "Zhou Yuqi's sister has been kidnapped. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you do as I say, or else you'll be collecting your sister's corpse." All right. I'll give you the money, but you can't do anything to hurt Zhou Yuqi. Otherwise, you won't get a single penny." Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected again. The king panicked. Judging from the other party's tone, and combined with Zhou Yuqi's voice on the phone just now, it's obvious that this is not a joke, but for real. He needs to calm down now. When kidnapping happens to him, he needs to process it. Open the supermarket door and go inside to sit for a while. Call the police? His first thought was to call the police. But if we call the police, what if we alert the perpetrators and they kill the hostage? Now he can only wait for the other party to call, agree on a location, and then he will deliver the money. I just hope the kidnappers are only after money and won't hurt Zhou Yuqi. The king, extremely agitated, depressed, and flustered, subconsciously grabbed a bottle of beverage. Open the lid. Ding. One Yuan exchange opportunity. Trigger? Certainly. The king responded irritably. Right now, all he could think about was how to rescue Zhou Yuqi. As for the system rewards, no matter how much wealth he received, he didn't care. Ding. 1 Yuan purchase successful. Host current wealth -1. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Gun God skill and a free King of Snipers super sniper rifle. Ding. Gun God skill. World-class marksmanship. 100% accuracy within range. King of Snipers. A world-class sniper rifle capable of holding 100 rounds at a time with unlimited ammunition. The king was stunned. I was completely stunned. What kind of divine reward is this? That's absolutely amazing. The reward is a master marksmanship skill, and it also comes with a free super sniper rifle. Holy crap. Chapter 52. The King's Confidence. A brief dizziness, as if an electric current, carrying a vast amount of knowledge, skills, and experience, suddenly pierced into the king's mind. After fainting for about several tens of seconds, the king recovered. He already possessed a complete set of military knowledge and extensive experience in using sniper rifles and other firearms. Now, he was a super powerful marksman. So this was the necessary process by which the system rewarded him with the gun god skills, allowing them to be integrated into his body. This system is incredibly intelligent. The king was completely shocked. He thought to himself, the system is incredibly powerful. Zhou Yuqi was kidnapped, and the system's reward is the Sniper King. With the help of the gun god's marksmanship, his temperament has undergone some changes. Coldness and ruthlessness, the killer's icy demeanor, became part of his overall character. Now, he has the marksmanship of a shooting god and a world-class sniper rifle like the king of snipers, with unlimited ammo. It's just too awesome. He had originally planned to secretly call the police, but now it seems he can venture into the lion's den alone. I just don't know where that kidnapper is hiding. Ding! The king of snipers' sniper rifle is on the shelf against the wall. Please go and retrieve it. The system will give another prompt. The king quickly went over. A black cloth covered the shelf. Whoosh! He ripped it open. I am absolutely stunned. A sniper rifle that is about 1 meter long. It comes with a very detailed instruction manual and instructions on how to use it. Of course, the king is already very familiar with how to use it, having mastered the gun god's gun technique. However, the king still felt it necessary to read the detailed instruction manual for this special king of snipers. The gun body and stock are all black, made entirely of non-reflective metal, providing excellent concealment. The barrel is approximately 70 centimeters long, with a 13 millimeters caliber. It is equipped with an ultra-high-definition night vision scope with a magnification of over 10x and rangefinder reticles, where 1 dot corresponds to 0.75 mils. Currently, the longest-range sniper rifle is the American M200 sniper rifle, with an effective range of 2,300 meters. But this king of snipers has an astonishing effective range of 2,800 meters. Muttered to himself as he read the instruction manual. The overall performance of this sniper rifle is truly outstanding. It's the best in the world. Pick it up, hold it in your hand, sling it over your shoulder, and look through the scope. It felt familiar, as if I'd been a sniper for many, many years. All of this happened so skillfully and naturally. The king, already a master sniper, became a different person at this moment. He was no longer an ordinary young man, but a super sniper. He quickly and skillfully disassembled the gun, finally taking it apart and storing it in the pre-installed gun case. Then he noticed that there was a box next to where the sniper rifle had been placed. I opened it and took a look. Wow! He couldn't help but exclaim, because it turns out it was completely full, a whole box of bullets. According to the specifications written on it, there are a total of 100 sniper rifle bullets. Taking a deep breath, the king was now full of confidence and could challenge the kidnappers properly. However, he still felt it was best to be on the safe side, so he contacted a high-ranking official in the city. Municipal building. The phone rang in a leader's office. Hello, this is Director Wu's office in the city. Hello, I am Wang Shang, the president of the Wang's Charitable Foundation. The king briefly explained his identity. Because I had dealt with people from a municipal government when I was setting up the foundation, the secretary in the office of a certain department immediately handed the phone to the leader after the call was connected. Director Wu, it's Chairman Wang calling. President Wang? Yes, it's Chairman Wang who spent hundreds of millions to set up the foundation. On the day of the founding ceremony, you even specially arranged for me to attend. Oh, I remember now. So, is there something wrong, Chairman Wang? As a capable assistant to the party secretary of Jiangdu City, Director Wu's position as the office director is crucial. He is a confidant of the party secretary and is responsible for many and varied matters. The secretary had noticed the young man named Wang Shang a long time ago. Therefore, he was specifically instructed to pay close attention to the king and cultivate good relationships with the young people. At this moment, the young secretary handed him the phone. He temporarily put aside what he was doing and took the phone while chatting with his secretary. He immediately smiled and said politely, Hello, Chairman Wang. I'm Director Wu. Director Wu, my sister has been kidnapped. Without the slightest hesitation, the king got straight to the point. Kidnapping? In the office, Director Wu suddenly stood up, looking very surprised. Yes, my sister is missing. The kidnappers just called and told me to prepare 10 million yuan and wait for them to call me to confirm the handover location. They said I mustn't call the police or they'll kill her. The king said very urgently, President Wang, don't panic. With such a big incident, you must stay calm and not lose your composure. Rest assured, you've come to me, which means you trust me, the city, and our secretary Luo. Besides, you are the youngest and most outstanding philanthropist in Jiangdu. We will definitely find a way to help you and rescue your sister. All right, I'll contact the comrades at the municipal bureau right now and have them come up with a plan to launch a covert operation to help you deal with those kidnappers without alerting them. Soon, Director Wu said solemnly, Thank you very much. The king was fairly satisfied. After hanging up the phone, he set off immediately. Wang rented a small truck from a nearby car rental shop. He brought a sniper rifle and was fully equipped with ammunition. He also made a phone call to the bank manager to withdraw 10 million yuan in cash. He is a top-tier VIP client, So while others need several days and various approvals for large withdrawals, he only needs the simplest and fastest process and can get 10 million in cash in no time. After receiving the cash, Wang loaded it into the truck. After all, it was a huge sum of 10 million yuan, and the cash weighed 2 or 300 kilograms, so it could only be transported in a small truck. His Pagani Huayra at home simply didn't have enough space to carry the money. Besides, this is kidnapping, not a drive or a supercar. Are you kidding me? He made thorough preparations so that he could rush there immediately as soon as the kidnappers called to confirm the handover location. Shortly after he drove his pickup truck away from the bank, his phone rang. Upon closer inspection, it was another unfamiliar number, different from the ones that had called before. It seems the kidnappers are quite cunning and experienced, constantly changing their phone numbers. Your Majesty, have you prepared a ransom of 10 million? Hurry up. Don't worry, kidnapper. I've prepared the money. By the way, how's my sister? I want to hear her voice. The king was very calm, but he spoke with great anxiety, giving the kidnappers a sense of panic and cowardice. After a burst of static, Your Majesty, brother. From that direction came panicked and frightened shouts. Wang Shang's heart tightened and his eyes reddened. He gripped his phone tightly and said, Yuchi, are you all right? Don't panic. I'll get the money to save you. Pack the money, get going quickly, and remember to drive alone. Don't let anyone know. First, get to the vicinity of the Tanling overpass on the South 3rd Ring Road. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief explanation, the kidnapper hung up the phone. The Tanling overpass on the South 3rd Ring Road. Chapter 53, The Kidnapper's Identity. The location of the South 3rd Ring Road is relatively remote compared to the city center. It is close to a large farm in the far suburbs of Jiangdu, surrounded by farmers and some old industrial plants. This area has evolved from a desolate wilderness into a suburban area as the city has expanded. There are also some overpasses and ring roads on the South 3rd Ring Road, which are places where some street racers like to gather. Of course, Zhou Qiang, known as the king of outer ring road racing, is also among them. There was an abandoned state-owned factory nearby, with a huge area of tens of thousands of square meters. Zhou Qiang used his connections to acquire it and put it to his own use. He used this space to build a go-kart track and several repair shops, making a place for racing enthusiasts to hang out. It has everything, a one-stop shop for eating, drinking, and entertainment, and often some hooligans come and go, bringing shady women to throw all sorts of chaotic and outrageous parties. It even involves some illegal transactions and activities. It was common for groups of hooligans and spoiled brats to gather together to solicit fans. Someone reported this place. However, Zhou Qiang relied on his family's special connections. His father had some power, so no one dared to deal with it. It was just a formality, a perfunctory matter. Therefore, for a long time, this place has become a breeding ground for crime and a den for criminals. What's even more terrifying is that the largest evil force in Jiangdu's underground, known as the Four Dragon Society, has set up a branch here, and Zhou Qiang, as a mid-level member of the organization, has become the person in charge here. He was known as the head of the hall. Zhou Qiang, the head of the South City branch of the Four Dragon Society. Inside an abandoned factory, the air was thick with the smell of oil, and various discarded machines were scattered everywhere. There was some exercise equipment in the open space, and even a shooting range specifically for practicing shooting. The dozens of branch members of the Four Dragon Society are, to put it bluntly, a bunch of thugs and bullies who hang out here all the time. They practice martial arts, fight, and even gun skills. They're all muscular, with fierce faces and all kinds of tattoos covering their arms and backs. Zhou Qiang also practices martial arts, boxing, then weapons, and then shooting at a shooting range. Of course, all the guns they used were illegal, smuggled in through special channels abroad. Under normal circumstances, members of the Four Dragon Society are not allowed to use guns. When they fight or cause trouble or go out to do dirty work such as debt collection and extortion, they can scare others into paralysis just by their numbers and intimidation. Zhou Qiang usually hangs out with rich young men, frequents various high-end venues, drives sports cars, plays exciting racing games, and picks up girls. On the surface, he is just a rich young playboy. In fact, his true identity is the branch leader of the Four Dragon Society. His henchman, Cigarette Scar, was beaten up, and he himself was swindled out of millions while racing cars. So, he was determined to avenge both the old and new grudges. All the blame is being pointed at one person. Your Majesty. Dealing with the king was not easy, so they focused their attention on the people around him. Originally, Zhou Qiang intended to target Wang Shang's girlfriend, Jiang Wenwen, but considering the Jiang family's prestige and influence, he ultimately refrained from making a move against her. As for the king's parents, they investigated and found they hadn't returned. Finally, they set their sights on Zhou Yuqi, who was watching the shop for the king. Unlucky Zhou Yuqi left home around 6 or 7 in the morning. Before she had even finished walking down a small alley, someone blindfolded her, put a cloth over her head, knocked her unconscious, and took her away. Zhou Qiang did all of this. He arranged for a few thugs from the Four Dragon Society to carry out a kidnapping in a black car with fake license plates. Wah! Wah! From a corner of the abandoned factory, the sound of a girl whimpering and struggling could be heard. Against the wall, there was a girl in a white dress. She was slender and graceful, with fair skin and a beautiful face. She was very pure and charming, and one could feel pity for her at first sight. However, what is outrageous is that this beautiful young girl in the prime of her life was actually tied up. Her mouth was gagged with duct tape. She was struggling all over. Her 2 snow-white legs were kicking incessantly, and her shoes had even been kicked off. How pitiful. Here, a shirtless, tattooed young thug walked over, extremely annoyed. He ripped the tape off the girl's mouth and cursed viciously. Shut the hell up. Save your energy. Damn it, if your sweetheart can't come, we brothers still have to play with you. Upon hearing this, several thugs and bullies nearby let out lewd and evil laughs. They gathered together, playing cards, gambling, drinking, and using drugs. Several guys were staring intently at Zhou Yuqi, this beautiful young woman, their eyes practically gleaming with lust, and their mouths were practically watering. Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! Zhou Yuqi was terrified. Her beautiful eyes flashed with panic, and she remained silent as a cicada in winter. Let you go? Oof. Our leader is still waiting for a ransom of 10 million, a thug sneered. No, where would the king get so much money? Don't make things difficult for him. This is a crime. This is doing something bad. You'll be punished. Ha ha, we're doing something bad. By the way, your lover is very rich. He even owns a helicopter. 10 million is nothing to him. How about we have some fun first? This chick is so delicate, so fresh and tender. You could squeeze water out of her. Ha ha ha. The thugs laughed, thinking Zhou Yuqi was just a lamb, waiting to be ravaged by the storm. Beep beep beep. Just then, a young man's phone rang. The man who stood up from his seat was none other than Zhou Qiang. What the hell are you all thinking? Stay away from her. I'm waiting to use her as bait to lure that bastard into the trap. Don't touch her until it's all done. Zhou Qiang walked over and cursed at the thugs. After he finished yelling, he answered the phone. Hello. This is the king. I've arrived near the Tanling overpass on the South 3rd Ring Road. Call Zhou Yuqi at the North 3rd exit. I need to hear her voice. If you harm even a hair on her head, you won't get a single penny. This was sent by the king. Hearing the king's voice, Zhou Yuqi felt both happy and scared. Chapter 54 Police Deployment. Speak. Let him know you're still alive and well. Zhou Qiang shoved his phone in front of Zhou Yuqi and roared rudely. Zhou Yuqi turned pale with fright. Being kidnapped like this would be unbearable for anyone. I actually encountered a scene from a movie. Moreover, these weren't just a group of simple kidnappers after money, because she overheard their conversation, which involved how to lure the king here and how to deal with him. Hurry up! Zhou Qiang kicked Zhou Yuqi, showing no mercy whatsoever. Zhou Yuqi! Zhou Yuqi! On the phone, Wang Shang's anxious shouts came through. Your Majesty, I'm alright, don't worry. Zhou Yuqi shouted loudly, not wanting the king to be too anxious, even though she herself was in such a predicament. Don't worry. I've already brought the money and am on my way. You'll be fine. The king said this on the phone. You heard that, kid? Humph. Your little sister is doing great. All of us brothers are with her. She's such a beautiful little flower. It makes everyone's mouth water. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qiang sneered. On the other end of the phone, Wang Shang sat in his car, suddenly slamming his fist on the steering wheel, his heart filled with hatred, his eyes bloodshot. Now, keep driving forward, along Beishan Road for about 5 kilometers, and you'll see a factory. Drive straight in. Remember, don't try anything funny. I have surveillance cameras everywhere here. If you bring helpers or call the police, then you can wait to collect your sister's body. Zhou Qiang said coldly, just as I was about to hang up the phone. Your Majesty, please don't come any closer. They're after you. There are so many of them, and so many guns. Run. Zhou Yuqi suddenly screamed and struggled desperately. Beep beep beep. The call ended. At this moment, Zhou Qiang's trusted subordinate, the guy known as Smoke Scar, rushed over and slapped Zhou Yuqi across the face. "You little bitch! Are you looking for death? You little slut! Do you have a death wish? Damn it! You still dare to tip off that bastard? If he doesn't come here and obediently hand over the money, and lets our leader teach him a lesson, you're finished. Understand? Humph! Young Master Zhou, this little wench needs a lesson. How about we brothers teach her a lesson and make her behave?" "Yes, Master Zhou, we have to teach this woman a lesson. She's got quite a temper. If we teach her a good lesson, she'll behave herself and won't ruin our plans." After a beating and a barrage of insults, the thugs were about to assault Zhou Yuqi. Several members of the Four Dragon Society were casually playing with their guns, glancing sideways at Zhou Yuqi. Such a stunning beauty being captured is undoubtedly like lambs to the slaughter. "We're surrounded by wolves. You bunch of bad guys. Villains. The police will come and arrest you all, and put you all in jail. Bastards. Snap." Before Zhou Yuqi could finish cursing, another thug rushed over and slapped her across the face. Her fair and delicate face was covered with slap marks, red and swollen, a shocking and pitiful sight. Zhou Yuqi felt wronged, angry, hateful, and desperate. A complex mix of emotions welled up within me. The thought of suffering misfortune at such a young age, with my studies unfinished, my parents' kindness unrepaid, and my life yet to begin, filled me with a profound sense of loss. She burst into tears, her face streaked with tears, a heart-wrenching sob. "Stop fighting, all of you, get out of here. Don't touch this chick yet. How many times have I told you? You bunch of idiots who only think with your lower bodies. Damn it, after we deal with that kid, we'll have some fun with this chick. In the end, we'll sell both the chick and that kid abroad." Zhou Qiang walked over and kicked away several guys who were surrounding Zhou Yuqi. He had somehow acquired a submachine gun, and with a smug look on his face and a cigarette dangling from his lips, he was incredibly cocky. Upon hearing that she was to be humiliated and sold abroad, Zhou Yuqi felt utterly hopeless and devastated. She cried even harder, knowing that she was about to suffer a terrible fate, and that she was also dragging her brother, the king, into this mess. As for what it means to sell them abroad, she had just heard people from this evil organization talk about it. It actually means human trafficking and profiting from organ sales. "Your Majesty, please don't come. Please don't come. They want to harm you. They want to capture you and sell you abroad." She prayed silently that her life and death were already predetermined, and she could not escape this calamity. She only hoped that her beloved king brother would live well and not come to his death. Jiangdu City Police Station. Director Zhang received a call from Director Wu of the Municipal Party Secretary's office, informing him of a major development. He quickly made arrangements, and the entire police station was bustling with activity. Because this involves the kidnapping of the sister of Mr. Wang, a young billionaire worth billions. It's difficult for others to investigate the king's wealth and status, but those within the system can find out with a simple check. The chairman of a charitable foundation, a major shareholder of the Lin's Hotel and Catering Group, the owner of a private jet, and a property owner of 10 office buildings. Adding all of these together, wouldn't that amount to billions in net worth? In a third-tier city like Jiangdu, how could someone with billions of yuan at such a young age be an ordinary person? Even Director Wu of the Municipal Party Secretary's office attached great importance to this matter, which shows that the top leader of Jiangdu must also be paying close attention to it. Therefore, Director Zhang instructed the information department to follow up on Wang Shang's call records and track the unknown numbers that the kidnappers were calling. And tell the comrades in charge of criminal cases to start taking action immediately. A police car was the first to rush out of the city police station compound. The driver was a policewoman with a heroic and spirited demeanor, yet she also had a very beautiful face. The policewoman looks a lot like a Hong Kong and Taiwan actress from the past. Her features are very delicate and distinctive. She is the kind of great beauty with beautiful bone structure, unlike the current internet celebrity beauties who seem to be made from the same mold. The policewoman's beauty grows on you the more you look at her. Her name is Luo Xiaoxiao, a star figure in the Jiangdu public security system, and widely recognized as the #1 policewoman. Having graduated from police academy, she has been promoted to captain of the city's criminal investigation team after working for more than 3 years. It's said that she has powerful connections and is quite extraordinary. This girl is simply unbeatable. She's a criminal investigator, stunningly beautiful, and comes from a powerful family. However, none of this affected her professional skills. The number of cases she handled and the case-solving rate have consistently remained at an excellent level. Therefore, in this kidnapping case, she naturally took the lead. "Captain Luo, where are you?" Director Zhang told us to hold our positions for now and not rush out, as we haven't gathered enough information. What do you mean by steady? Stop rambling and hurry up and send me the location range. I've already set off with Xiao Liang and Xiao Chun. Holding a walkie-talkie, Luo Xiaoxiao looked capable and experienced. At only 25 years old, she already had the air of a team leader. Team Los Angeles. Too lazy to waste words, Luo Xiaoxiao turned off the walkie-talkie, stepped on the gas, and the police car sped off, making the two young policemen sitting next to her in the back feel their hearts pound. The legendary hot-tempered policewoman is indeed a rose with thorns, quite fiery indeed. Chapter 55 Mysterious Trailer. Soon, Luo Xiaoxiao received a message. It was a colleague from the Bureau's information department who sent the location. The location information was obtained based on big data and a complete set of rigorous information investigation procedures within the public security system. The police have roughly pinpointed the location of the kidnappers to the southern suburbs of Jiangdu. The kidnappers were quite cunning, constantly changing their phone numbers, making very short calls, and using special encryption methods, making the investigation extremely complex. Therefore, we can only provide a general location. Based on my judgment, the kidnapping in the southern suburbs is still inextricably linked to the Four Dragon Society. The Four Dragon Society has been entrenched in Jiangdu for many years, committing all sorts of evil deeds and establishing an underground kingdom of dark and evil forces. They are really too difficult to deal with. Luo Xiaoxiao was driving when she glanced at the location information. She couldn't help but snort coldly and said fiercely. She was filled with anger at the actions of those lawbreakers. During her 3 years as a criminal investigator, she dealt with criminal cases involving the evil organization Four Dragon Society more than once or twice, but each time it was all bark and no bite. In the end, she could only catch some minor thugs on the periphery, but never the core members of Four Dragon Society. Of course, she never gave up and kept up with the Four Dragon Society's actions. She spent countless hours and effort to wipe out the Four Dragon Society in one fell swoop. Not only high-ranking leaders in the city, but also high-ranking officials in the province attached great importance to cracking down on evil organizations such as the Four Dragon Society. She was entrusted with this important task and had already established a special task force to specifically target the criminals of the Four Dragon Society, arranging and deploying resources to combat their crimes. It's the Four Dragons gang again. Those bastard criminals are despicable. Although they are very likely related to this kidnapping case, it's difficult to find evidence of their crimes. This is a tough situation. Yes, Captain Luo, haven't we recently received clues suggesting that the Four Dragon Society may have smuggled a batch of weapons from abroad? If that's the case, then they'll be even more difficult to deal with, fraught with danger. The two colleagues whispered to each other, boosting the enemy's morale while diminishing our own. I don't believe it. I've been tracking them for over 2 years, gathering evidence at every possible rate, and secretly investigating their hideouts dozens of times. I know they're hiding in that abandoned factory in the southern suburbs. They seem normal at first glance, but they're actually highly suspicious. This is a good opportunity to investigate the kidnapping case and give those bastards a good talking to. Otherwise, all my years of investigation, follow-up, hard work, and effort will have been wasted. Luo Xiaoxiao said earnestly, her eyes sparkling with a strong sense of mission and justice. She entered this industry not for a secure job, but out of her love for this noble profession. Captain Luo, we support you. We'll obey your orders. It's an honor for us to work under Captain Luo. The two young comrades looked at each other, both very excited. Luo Xiaoxiao's words had stirred their passion and filled them with fighting spirit. We're almost there. Get ready and check the weapons one last time. Luo Xiaoxiao calmly gave the instructions. Click, click. With the sound of a bullet being chambered, the atmosphere inside the police car suddenly turned cold and solemn. At the same time, an old pickup truck drove up to the vicinity of this abandoned factory in the southern suburbs. As demanded by the kidnappers, Wang Shang now needs to hand over the small truck containing 10 million in cash to their people. He stopped the car, looked around warily, and when no one was around, quickly opened the sniper rifle case, skillfully assembled it, and loaded the bullet. Suddenly, a large trailer appeared on the road not far away. Immediately afterwards, a message arrived. Now drive your pickup truck forward. When the king saw that the message came from the kidnappers, he had no choice but to comply. The large trailer made a loud, thumping sound, slowed down, and stopped in place. The trailer door opened, and a metal plate was lowered, allowing vehicles outside to drive in and park. The king's expression hardened. He took a deep breath and drove in steadily. Clang! The moment he drove the pickup truck in, the trailer door slammed shut. The kidnappers are too cunning. This is how they handed things over. Pitch black. Rat. The large trailer started moving again. The king was stuck in the small truck, the engine was off, and he could only wait there. In the pitch-black carriage, he could only vaguely make out the situation inside by the light from his phone screen. There was no one else besides him. It seems this trailer is likely to tow him and $10 million to the location of the kidnappers. Another possibility is that they would kill him to silence him, take the $10 million, and then abandon the truck off a cliff, causing a car accident. Regardless of the possibility, his situation will become increasingly perilous over time. Not long after, a large trailer drove into an abandoned factory. As the king listened quietly in the carriage, he could vaguely hear the harsh sound of metal scraping against the ground as the iron gate opened. However, it was difficult to hear clearly due to the loud noise from the trailer itself. The person is inside. You can go and inspect the goods now. The tow truck stopped, and the engine was turned off. Outside the carriage, someone spoke. Chapter 56, separated by a wall. The king, who possesses the skills of a gun god, is not merely someone with the world's top marksmanship and mastery of firearms. It is a talent ingrained in his very being. Moreover, as a top-notch gunman, he possesses exceptional mental fortitude and adaptability, and a wealth of experience gained from countless battles. These are all rewards given to him by the system. It's important to understand that top-notch marksmen are invaluable and rare military talent resources in any country. With the king's current marksmanship and mental fortitude, he could definitely join the top special forces team in China, and in any country's highest-level special forces organization in the world, he could easily get in. Such a remarkable person, appearing in this abandoned factory, even trapped inside the cargo box of a large trailer, remained exceptionally sharp, like a beast in stillness, always ready to unleash a deadly and frenzied attack and slaughter. The cargo door slowly opened. They loaded everyone in, car and all, and towed them over. Ha, that was a brilliant move. What are you talking about? Who is our Hall Master Zhou? They have connections with higher-ups and are extremely familiar with the police's case-handling procedures. Anyone who goes against our young Master Zhou will see how they die. Ha. As the cargo box door opened, in the empty, abandoned factory building, in an abandoned workshop, a group of thugs from the Four Dragons gang chatted and laughed, all their eyes fixed on the open cargo box. They were there to deal with the king and take the ransom. They were, of course, a group of capable elite members of the Four Dragons Society, skilled in combat and with excellent marksmanship. As a hall master, Zhou Qiang was a mid-level member of the Four Dragons gang. He needed a group of reliable and capable subordinates around him. After all, the Four Dragons gang was currently in a period of rapid expansion and had recruited too many petty thugs and hooligans from the community as reserve forces. The quality of the personnel was also chaotic and uneven. In a corner not far away, there was only one wall separating it from the large trailer truck that had just driven in. Did you hear that? Your sweetheart is so obedient. He drove all the way here, huh? The man with the cigarette scars drank and smoked, staring intently at Zhou Yuqi, the pure and beautiful woman tied to the iron bars, and laughed smugly. What are you going to do to him? Zhou Yuqi glared fiercely at the man with the cigarette scar. Zhou Yuqi now knows that this group of people are not just after the ransom. More importantly, they want to target the king, kill him to silence him, and vent their anger. Because back then, it was Yinba and his gang of thugs who bullied her in the small supermarket, and Wang Shang, like a god descending to earth, beat them up. The reason she didn't tell the king about these things on the phone, explaining that the kidnappers were a group of thugs, was to avoid causing the king too much stimulation, making him feel too intense hatred, and causing him to lose his temper and reason. After all, the more panicked and fearful a person appears when kidnapped, the stronger their reaction becomes, and the more the kidnappers feel they can keep increasing their leverage. It's nothing serious. Your lover was driving a small truck loaded with cash when we intercepted it on the way here with a big tow truck and towed it over. A thug walked over with a grin, playing with a sharp cleaver in his hand. I'll play with him for a bit later. He's actually pretty good at fighting. Ha! You're breaking the law. Zhou Yuqi blurted it out, but suddenly felt that she was being ridiculous. Is it illegal? Yes, this is a gathering place for a group of criminals who do all sorts of illegal things and commit all kinds of evil. If you tell them it's illegal, wouldn't that be making a fool of yourself? It's so frustrating. Okay, we are indeed breaking the law, kidnapping, and while we're at it, we'll teach your lover a lesson. Ha. Don't worry, only your lover came here. No one else will have followed you here. The carriage has very powerful signal jamming equipment. Even if he installed a tracker and called the police, it would be useless. No one could find this place. Ah. Little beauty, just wait and see the show. We'll get 10 million in ransom, and then we'll have some fun with your lover. You'll see how we slice him to death, cut him to pieces, and stab him to death. That'll be so exciting. Zhou Qiang took out a half-meter-long, gleaming white short knife. The blade was clearly sharpened and looked exceptionally sharp, probably the kind that could cut a hair with a breath. He took the knife, licked the blade, and his eyes suddenly filled with a ferocious and malevolent light. Chapter 57. The Ghostly God of Slaughter. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Zhou Yuqi's eyes welled up with tears, and they flowed again. She knew that these thugs and bullies were definitely not making things up. Given the king's temperament, he will definitely raise the ransom to come here and rescue her. She and the king were childhood sweethearts. They grew up together, so she knows the king's character and nature very well. Loyal and devoted to friendship. I've ruined you, your majesty. I've really ruined you terribly. Her face turned utterly desperate, and her eyes became vacant. Bang! But just then, a gunshot rang out, a very muffled sound. It abruptly shattered her thoughts. She was suddenly startled. Could it be? These thugs, bullies, and evil elements, they opened fire? So who was the shot aimed at? Bang! Another shot rang out. The gunshot was followed by a scream. Zhou Yuqi's heart was bleeding, and she was trembling all over. But she suddenly realized that the scream didn't sound like her brother, the king, but rather like the voice of an elderly middle-aged man. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, bursts of bullets rang out from the other side of the wall. Zhou Yuqi was completely dumbfounded. Judging from the gunshots, there must be dozens of people involved in this firefight between the two sides to make such a commotion. She never imagined that the one who fired the first shot would be none other than the king. At this moment, crouching low and hiding in the truck bed, using the small truck of a certain domestic brand as cover, Wang Shang was a completely different person. He seemed to be a god of death who had emerged from endless bloodshed and gunfire. His eyes were piercing, and his whole body exuded a chilling aura of killing intent. He pulled the trigger again and again. Bang! 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 The bullets were fired, hitting their targets perfectly, all striking the temples of the group of armed thugs outside the carriage. Even with a silencer, a sniper rifle will still make a sound when it fires a bullet, though it won't be very loud. Outside the carriage, on the ground, the group of thugs were also firing, shooting fiercely at the king, the sound louder and more piercing. However, it can't be heard from outside. This abandoned factory has undergone a major renovation, which Zhou Qiang spent a lot of money to build. In order to facilitate the brothers' shooting practice and prevent them from being discovered by the outside world, imported soundproofing equipment had long been installed. You could say that even if a gunfight involving hundreds of people were to break out inside, no one outside would hear it. But at this moment, many of the thugs and bullies were so frightened that they could hardly hold their guns. Because the bullets fired from the trailer's cargo box are incredibly strange, incredibly accurate, almost unbelievable. Every single bullet takes a life. 1 kill, 2 kills, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. In just a few minutes, the 7 or 8 thugs who had been surrounding the cargo box, ready to come in and deal with the king, were all killed. The flying bullets were like deadly demons. Such precision, the precise angle of the shot, and the seasoned experience in concealing the weapon. It's truly terrifying. Searchlight! Searchlight! Someone come quick! Everyone get your weapons ready. Someone broke down, screaming and yelling wildly. Because the cargo container was completely dark and nothing could be seen clearly, some of the evil members of the Four Dragon Society thought it was a lighting issue that allowed the gunmen hiding inside to calmly fire and kill the suspects. Bang! Someone turned on the main switch for the searchlights. Soon enough, all the high-brightness searchlights in the entire factory area lit up. Others were holding searchlights and shining them into the dark cargo container. It's so bright it's blinding. When his brothers were shot, Zhou Qiang, the leader of the Southern Suburbs branch, couldn't sit still. He quickly called his brothers, grabbed their weapons, and rushed over. In an instant, dozens of armed members of the Four Dragon Society occupied the area around the cargo box of the small truck. In the chaotic firefight, just now, more than a dozen brothers fired at the cargo container. Now that Zhou Qiang has arrived, they look at each other, and no one dares to fire again. Looking at the wrecked cargo box, the trailer with its tires blown out, and the bullet holes all over the iron railings and the metal box itself, Zhou Qiang gasped in shock. How many bullets were fired? Young Master Zhou, someone is hiding inside and firing shots. Several of our brothers are dead. Master, who exactly is inside? Could it be that bastard king? That's unlikely, isn't it? The person who shot him from the shadows is quite skilled. Several brothers quietly approached Zhou Qiang and whispered among themselves. Let's go up and see what's going on. Damn it. He ganged up on my brother and killed him. I'm going to shoot him to death. Damn it. Zhou Qiang cursed viciously. He casually shoved one of the thugs next to him hard. Go up. But how could the thugs who were pushed dare to get into the cargo box? If you don't go, I'll kill you. Zhou Qiang began to curse angrily, his face trembling with anger. Like that, the thug had no choice but to steel himself and walk step by step toward the cargo box, trembling all over. When he got there, he lifted his leg and started to climb up. Bang! A crisp, decisive thud. The thug, shot in the head, lay back on his back. Snap! It fell to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a pillar. Seeing this, many thugs and bullies were stunned. Zhou Qiang's heart skipped a beat. Grass! What happened? The people inside the cargo container seemed like ghosts, or even like the Grim Reaper. They reaped countless lives, yet Zhou Qiang and his gang of evil men didn't even see a trace of them, let alone their real bodies. Suddenly, the entire factory fell into a deathly silence, the atmosphere heavy and eerily terrifying. Chapter 58, Extremely Low. No one dared to approach the trailer's cargo box. Nobody knows if they will be the next one to be killed. These thugs and bullies from the Four Dragon Society took deep breaths, trying to calm themselves down, but they were still extremely nervous and terrified. They dared not look at Zhou Qiang, because Zhou Qiang was their leader and a wealthy young master in Jiangdu's social circle. Usually, they were the ones who did the dangerous, dirty, and tiring work. Zhou Qiang would never lift a finger himself. There was no way around it. He was a hall master, a member of the Four Dragon Society with high status. In the Four Dragon Society, which had strict rules, obedience to orders was mandatory. Anyone who dared to violate the rules and discipline would suffer a terrible fate. Moreover, the dozens of thugs and bullies present were all followers of Zhou Qiang, and they relied on Zhou Qiang to pay them, so they could afford to eat, drink, and have fun. Zhou Qiang was quite shrewd. He would reward anyone who made a contribution, was willing to do things, or was willing to do illegal or smuggling work, and did it well. For example, in this kidnapping, several of his trusted subordinates specifically conducted an investigation, staked out the location, and found the best opportunity to kidnap Zhou Yuqi. Furthermore, by using Zhou Yuqi as leverage, they sought to extort millions in ransom and lure the king out, killing two birds with one stone. What the hell are you all standing there for? Tiger, Scarface, Dephone, Lao Ding, get him. What are you afraid of? Are you saying we're all afraid of just one guy? Zhou Qiang shouted again, but although his words were arrogant, he lacked confidence and appeared weak inside. These thugs cursed Zhou Qiang's ancestors for 18 generations in their hearts. They thought to themselves, damn it, you order us around. Why don't you do it yourself? Bang! Just as I was hesitating, a gunshot rang out. Another thug fell to the ground, without the slightest struggle. Whoosh! Immediately, the dozen or so thugs around the thug who had been killed scattered quickly, each one like a frightened bird, terrified. They quickly backed away, hoping to get as far away from the trailer as possible. Fuck you. At this moment, Zhou Qiang went berserk. His taut nerves were provoked once again. Watching his brothers being killed one by one, he was on the verge of losing his mind. As the head of the hall, when have you ever encountered such a ghostly thing? Rat! Rat! So he grabbed a machine gun and started firing bullets wildly at the cargo container. A barrage of bullets, like a sudden storm, rained down on the cargo container. Accompanied by sharp, piercing gunshots, some bullets pierced the cargo container, smashing the metal sheet and sending sparks flying. Everyone's eardrums are about to burst. Zhou Qiang still wouldn't give up. Damn it, playing tricks and hiding like that. If you got the guts, get out here. Get out here. I'll kill you. I'll blow your head off with a bullet. Inside the cargo box, using the truck as cover, Wang Shang watched as it was constantly hit by bullets, riddled with bullet holes, yet he showed no fear. Because these bullets were fired haphazardly and indiscriminately, not as if for suppressive fire, but rather as a form of venting anger. As a sharpshooter, Wang Shang believed that Zhou Qiang's act of picking up a machine gun and firing was reckless and foolish, wasting bullets completely useless. At the level of gun masters, what truly matters is not the amount of firepower, but the precision of the strike. In a duel between experts, often only one or two bullets are needed to resolve the issue. Often, a very small mistake or oversight can ruin everything. Therefore, when it comes to handling guns, Zhou Qiang and his gang of thugs are extremely low compared to world-class gunmen like Wang Shang, as low as the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean. So, using the small truck he had driven there as cover, he lay prone on the ground in a completely blind spot, so no matter how many bullets came from outside, they couldn't hurt him at all. Of course, he couldn't stay here forever. The series of gunfights and precise sniping just now, reaping kills time and time again, were exciting, but just an appetizer. His goal was to deal with these villains and rescue Zhou Yuqi's younger sister. It really was him. Humph. He couldn't beat me, so he resorted to underhanded tactics, actually kidnapping my childhood sweetheart, Yuqi. You bastard. Suddenly, Wang Shang, holding a super sniper rifle, saw a familiar face among the many thugs and bullies outside through the highly accurate scope and the numerous bullet holes in the trailer's cargo box. Zhou Qiang. That's right, it's Zhou Qiang, the rich young master who competed against him in the speed race last time. I never imagined that Zhou Qiang would possess his own armed force and commit such heinous crimes as kidnapping. He deserves to die. He muttered to himself, his eyes blazing with fury. Your Majesty, come out here. Come out and surrender. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Just then, the thug with the scarred face shoved a frail, beautiful girl and brought her to this place. Wang Shang looked through the scope. My heart skipped a beat. The girl is none other than Zhou Yuqi. Chapter 59 Luo Xiaoxiao is arrested. A police car pulled up on the dilapidated road outside the abandoned factory. The vehicle was traveling at a high speed, and the uneven road surface caused it to bounce violently. The driver was Luo Xiaoxiao, the captain of the criminal investigation team of the municipal bureau, with two young police officers sitting in the back. Luo Xiaoxiao quietly got out of the car after parking it in a secluded spot among the roadside weeds. Come with me. Holding a gun, she cautiously emerged from the jungle, crouching low, preparing to cross the wall. Because the abandoned factory buildings and warehouses inside were the hideouts of those criminals that she had been monitoring for a long time. In this kidnapping case, the location of the kidnappers was ultimately pinpointed to this area after a thorough analysis of the city police's big data. Therefore, it was only natural for Luo Xiaoxiao to sneak in and thoroughly investigate the situation. As a police officer, she could certainly take a search warrant and walk through the main gate to search, but that would alert the suspect. Only by infiltrating secretly can we avoid alerting the enemy, gather irrefutable evidence, and deal with those heinous bastards. Be careful, everyone. Those criminals are extremely ruthless, so please be very cautious. She lowered her voice and gave the order. Yes, Captain Luo. Yes, Captain Luo. Two young policemen followed behind, nodding. To be honest, they were somewhat afraid of Luo Xiaoxiao, the fiery female captain, despite their admiration for her. Of course, her respect and high esteem are not diminished in the slightest. Within the police system, Luo Xiaoxiao is a well-known figure. She has handled numerous criminal cases in Jiangdu and is a highly dedicated and fearless outstanding criminal investigator. The three of them climbed over the not-too-high wall and, using the surrounding overgrown weeds for cover, made their way to the vicinity of the factory. Surprisingly, there weren't many people here. There are usually some thugs and bullies who patrol around the perimeter of the wall, basically keeping watch. If there are any changes, they will immediately notify the people inside. But today, almost all the thugs and bullies went inside the factory. What happened, of course, was because there was a sharpshooter inside. Luo Xiaoxiao and her two companions secretly rejoiced that their infiltration had gone relatively smoothly. Little did they know, they had already been exposed. The members of the Four Dragon Society are very cunning. They have long since installed very hidden surveillance cameras, concealed in mottled walls and on some utility poles, making them very difficult to find and even more difficult to avoid. This factory, where dozens or even hundreds of members of the South City branch of the Four Dragon Society gather, has no blind spots in surveillance. Soon, the brother in charge of monitoring the surveillance called Zhou Qiang. Young Master Zhou, someone has broken in. New. At that moment, in the factory warehouse, Zhou Qiang received a phone call, and his face became increasingly ferocious and menacing. As expected, they have accomplices. He tossed his phone aside, gritted his teeth, and walked towards Zhou Yuqi, who was being held by two of his men, pointing the gun at her head. Damn it, get out here. You actually brought backup. Didn't I tell you to come alone? If you dare break the agreement, I'll kill you right now. Zhou Qiang shouted loudly, clearly indicating that he was extremely agitated. He guessed that since there were accomplices, the king must have called the police. Now he even suspects that the person driving the small truck is not the king himself, but a special police officer. Otherwise, how could the king possibly possess such formidable and precise marksmanship? It seems there's more than just your lover in the truck. Too bad. Your lover broke his promise. I'm going to kill you now. Zhou Qiang held the gun, the muzzle sliding repeatedly against Zhou Yuqi's trembling, fearful face. Zhou Yuqi could no longer bear the immense psychological pressure and collapsed, her legs giving way, and she slumped to the ground. Two thugs who were holding her up forcibly pulled her up. Just then, "Put down your gun. Police, put down your guns." Not far away, next to the factory warehouse gate, there was a large hole punched in the iron wall due to the intense firepower just now, and someone crawled in through the hole. One woman, two men. Zhou Qiang was very familiar with the woman in the lead. Those vile women, surnamed Luo. Damn, it's her again. Filled with rage, Zhou Qiang yelled at the police officers who barged in. "You bitch surnamed Luo, it's you again. What have I ever done to you that you're targeting me like this? You son of a bitch." Sure enough, it was Luo Xiao and two policemen who barged in. "You're near the entrance. Quickly notify the station and have them send people over." Luo Xiao entered. She realized something was wrong and quickly gave instructions to her two subordinates. So the two young policemen quickly left. Luo Xiao remained, holding a gun, facing dozens of armed members of the Four Dragons gang and several dozen thugs carrying weapons. More than 100 people were gathered in this factory and warehouse area, packed tightly together. And she was all alone, and she was a policewoman. It feels like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Even if the lamb is fierce and fiery, it is still all alone. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, more than a dozen armed criminals pointed their guns at Luo Xiao. "Not bad, Officer Luo. You're so beautiful. Even with a gun, you're captivating. I wonder how wonderful it would be to win over a beauty like you. Ha ha. You think you can make a fuss all by yourself? Come on, try firing a shot and see if my men can turn you into a sieve in a mincemeat. Ha ha." At this moment, Zhou Qiang burst into wicked and unrestrained laughter. A pair of burning, evil eyes stared at Luo Xiao, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Put the gun down." Suddenly, Zhou Qiang roared fiercely at Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao sighed helplessly. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was too weak to fight alone. Even if a fight broke out, she could only kill a few thugs at most, and she would be quickly overwhelmed by the concentrated firepower. This will not have much effect on the kidnapping case, or on the punishment of the entire Four Dragons gang's illegal members. If you kill innocent civilians and lay a hand on this girl, it won't be as simple as a kidnapping case. So she had no choice but to put down her gun and add a few words. Zhou Qiang's heart skipped a beat. These people wouldn't just kill her so easily. After all, she was the captain of the city's criminal investigation team. If things got out of hand, it was entirely possible that a large force would be mobilized to crush and flatten this place. The higher-ups of the Four Dragons Society have strict orders. They may engage in illegal activities for profit, even kidnapping, but they must never provoke someone of Luo Xiao's status. Originally, they were an underground force, so they had to hide and be extremely secretive. "You guys tie her up and lock her in the small hut in the back." Zhou Qiang gave orders to his men. Chapter 60, The Dark Realm. Luo Xiao is imprisoned, but her situation is not as bad as it seems. A graduate of the police academy and a criminal investigator, she possesses exceptional physical abilities and strong individual combat skills, and she carries more than one gun. Of course, if these thugs and bullies wanted to search her, they could find a gun. However, their attention was focused on the trailer's cargo box. What threat could a beautiful policewoman pose, especially one who has laid down her weapon and surrendered? Lock her up first, and after we deal with the bastards in the cargo box, we'll have some fun with her. I've never had my hands on such a beautiful female cop before. Zhou Qiang grinned smugly. Several thugs rushed over quickly, their faces showing a hint of fear, but mostly excitement. How could these thugs and bullies not be excited to have the chance to meet such a beautiful policewoman? Several people quickly grabbed Luo Xiao and searched her body, finding a walkie-talkie, handcuffs, and other items. Just as they were touching certain parts of Luo Xiao's body. "Stop touching me. Stay away from me." Luo Xiao snorted coldly and glared fiercely at the thugs. Luckily, she was dressed very conservatively, otherwise she would have been disgusted to death by this group of thugs. Zhou Qiang, wary of trouble and not one to act rashly, raised his hand and coldly said to his men, "All right, take her away and lock her up." The thugs and bullies quickly complied. "Take her with you too and lock her up." Zhou Qiang issued another order. In his view, It would be best not to take action against the policewoman Luo Xiao and the hostage Zhou Yuqi before dealing with the sniper in the cargo box. They could be used as bargaining chips to blackmail the other party should the situation change. If he successfully takes out the sniper hiding in the cargo box, wouldn't both of these beauties become his playthings? Just thinking about it is so exciting and exhilarating. Bang! The door was closed and locked from the outside by the thugs. Zhou Yuqi and Luo Xiao, two girls, were both in the same boat, locked in the same small, dark room. It was pitch black, and we couldn't see anything outside. Help me, policewoman. I'm so scared of those bad guys. Don't be afraid, little sister. Don't worry, there are many more police officers on their way. Remember, justice will always prevail over evil. Okay. Little sister, what's your name? How did they kidnap you? Can you tell me? Inside the small dark room, Zhou Yuqi and Luo Xiao spoke in hushed tones. But outside, it's a completely different story. Inside the cargo container, Wang Shang held a sniper rifle. Through the bullet holes, he could clearly see Zhou Qiang and his scoundrels through the high-definition scope. When he saw the police arrive, only to be detained by Zhou Qiang's men, his heart sank again. He didn't want to drag others into this mess. What made his pupils bulge even more, and what made him extremely uncomfortable, was that the two young male police officers who had come with the policewoman earlier had been brought here bound hand and foot not long after leaving the abandoned factory warehouse. Damn it, come here. Get out of the way. Still trying to go out and report? It turns out that everything was under Zhou Qiang's control. The two policemen were caught red-handed by members of the Four Dragon Society outside shortly after they ran out. After all, they had only been in the criminal investigation team for a short time, and their experience was lacking. Their combat and adaptability were really poor. So there was no other way but to get arrested. Zhou Qiang ordered his men to tie them up and make them squat in the corner. The two trembled, their hearts pounding with anxiety as they couldn't see their captain, Luo Xiao. An ominous premonition surged in their hearts. The criminals in the South City branch of the Four Dragon Society have exceptionally strong counter-surveillance capabilities. Luo Xiao would meet with misfortune before the main force of the municipal bureau arrived. You guys inside, come out. If you dare fire again, I'll kill Zhou Yuqi first, then these cops. I might as well die together. Zhou Qiang roared angrily. Indeed, things have calmed down now, and the king really doesn't dare to continue sniping. If it weren't for Luo Xiao and the others coming in and making things worse, and if it weren't for concerns about Zhou Yuqi's safety, the king could have easily taken out all the bad guys here all by himself, single-handedly, with just a sniper rifle. But now he has to think things through. He has to play it safe. These bastards and lawbreakers deserve to die. But he can't let Zhou Yuqi and the others suffer innocent casualties. However, if you go out and expose yourself to the dark gun barrels of dozens of criminals, you will surely die. Now, we have reached the most critical and momentous moment. Suddenly, through the high-definition scope, the king spotted a target in his constantly moving line of sight. He was overjoyed, his eyes gleaming with excitement and exhilaration. Bang! A gunshot rang out. What followed was a sudden explosion of electricity from a switch on a wall 200 meters away in his line of sight, sending sparks flying. Thud! Thud! Immediately afterwards, the factory's electrical circuits short-circuited, and all the lights went out. Everything around us was plunged into darkness. Under the cover of darkness, he silently rushed out of the cargo container, his sniper rifle temporarily slung over his back. Moving like a ghost, he employed world-class combat skills, moving with unparalleled ease, unleashing a death-like slaughter in the night. Chapter 61. Hell on Earth. In his mind, he had already calculated what he should do and what position he should be in at each step. This is a powerful ability unique to a top-tier sharpshooter with rich combat experience. It's not just about superb marksmanship, but also about the ability to assess the situation, how to respond to any situation, how to find the enemy's weaknesses, and how to break the deadlock. When Wang Shang rushed out of the pitch-black factory warehouse, relying on his superior physical abilities honed by top-tier combat skills, he leaped onto the top of the cargo container, quickly crouched down, and prepared to fire his sniper shot. Bang! Bang! With the help of a high-definition night vision scope, Wang Shang skillfully fired, hitting his target accurately. One bullet took a life. Hearing the sounds of bullets exploding in the head and their companions falling one by one, the thugs and bullies of the Four Dragons were all panicked and terrified. Stop playing tricks on me. Get out here, you son of a bitch. Zhou Qiang shouted and yelled, becoming extremely agitated. Through the king's night vision scope, he appeared panicked and disoriented, on the verge of losing control and descending into hysteria. Because he had never experienced such a situation before, and his men had never encountered it either. It was pitch black. You couldn't see anything at all, not even your hand in front of your face. Moreover, in the darkness, you don't know who your opponent is or where they are, yet they could fire a bullet at any moment and take your life. This is terrifying. Everyone be careful. Be careful. Crouch down and find cover. Bang. Bang. Just as they were all on edge and reminding each other, several more bullets were fired from the sniper rifle, hitting the heads of the thugs who had just spoken. A direct headshot, blood gushing out. And so, once again, several thugs and bullies fell to the ground. Suddenly, there was a deathly silence. The aura of death permeated the air, lingering in the hearts of every thug and bully, impossible to dispel. No one dared to speak. They believed that the sound they made must have alerted the mysterious gunman, who lurked in the darkness like a ghost of death, to their opportunity, find the right direction, and kill them with a single shot. Shut your mouth, crawl down, and try your best to feel around for a place to take cover. But it was pitch black. Who would dare to make a move? We can only proceed with extreme caution, just as someone was trying to be clever and took out their phone to shine a light. Bang! Another shot. Harvest! The phone fell to the ground, and the person had already been shot in the head. This! Using the light from the phone screen, some of the local thugs who witnessed this scene gasped in horror, their spines tingling and their bodies going limp, too terrified to even breathe. They quickly retreated, shrinking back relentlessly. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen thugs and bullies had been killed. Every time someone fell, the other surviving thugs and bullies suffered immense torment. Their hearts went numb, their legs went weak, and their whole bodies trembled. This was an immense torment for them. Nobody knows if they will be the next one to fall. Yeah, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. You damn bastard. You fucking bastard. Stop dodging. Stop dodging. Come out. Come out. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore, grabbed a gun, and started firing wildly in the direction of the cargo container. Regardless of whether they could hit the target, they just fired wildly and indiscriminately. It was less like firing and more like venting their anger and endless fear. They figured it was better to take a gamble than to be silently eliminated. Since they were going to die sooner or later anyway, they might as well go all in. In the darkness, Zhou Qiang silently slipped away towards the small dark room. He knew he was at a disadvantage. His opponent was extremely cunning. He had smashed the power switch, damaged the factory's electrical circuits, and plunged the factory into darkness, allowing the other side to fire their guns with ease. Therefore, the Four Dragon Society's advantage in numbers and firepower was completely negligible. More and more thugs and bullies from the Four Dragon Society were firing wildly with their guns. Something terrible happened. Some thugs and bullies were injured by shrapnel and other stray bullets fired by their own men. Who the hell is this? Are they fighting amongst themselves? Damn it, stop shooting. Damn it, stop. Zhou Qiang quickly shouted to stop his men from acting irrationally and recklessly. He himself had already slipped to the door of the small dark room, groped around until he found the lock, and was preparing to rush in and arrest the person. Bang! Just then a bullet flew over and hit him precisely in the right knee. A blood-curdling scream burst from Zhou Qiang's mouth, shrill and agonizing. It turned out that his every move was within the range of the king's sniper rifle scope. Seeing that this guy was going to the dark room to find Zhou Yuqi and Luo Xiao, it was definitely not a good thing. He was most likely going to kidnap them to blackmail them. Therefore, the king preemptively struck, firing 2 shots in quick succession, shattering his kneecaps. Thump! Zhou Qiang knelt on the ground, blood gushing from his knees. It was a gruesome sight. Bang, bang, bang. Several more thugs rushed to the door of the small dark room, and Wang Shang fired his guns without hesitation. In an instant, dozens of corpses of murdered thugs and bullies lay scattered across the dark factory warehouse, covered in blood. The air was filled with a pungent, nauseating, and dizzying smell of blood. It was like hell on earth. Chapter 62. The head on your neck is quite something. In the darkness, no one could see where the king was. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew by. A figure suddenly appeared, leaping down from the top of the cargo container and walking until he reached Zhou Qiang. At this moment, inside the warehouse of the abandoned factory, apart from Zhou Qiang, whose legs were crippled, bleeding profusely, and on the verge of death, all the other thugs and bullies had been wiped out. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Who are you? Who are you? Devil. Devil. Although Zhou Qiang couldn't see it, he could sense that someone was approaching. Moreover, he was holding a sniper rifle. Because the other party was close to him, the infrared night vision aiming of the sniper rifle sent a very subtle beam of light across his body and face. As the beam of light moved closer, Zhou Qiang roughly saw the outline of a person. You kidnapped Zhou Yuqi, harmed innocent people, and committed numerous evil deeds. Your Four-Dragon Society has committed heinous crimes and deserves to die long ago. The king gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "If you want to know who I am, then take a good look." As he spoke, he took out his phone, and the light from the screen shone on Zhou Qiang's face. With blood continuously flowing from both knees, Zhou Qiang was in excruciating pain. At this moment, he was extremely shocked to discover a face that he could hardly believe. "It's you." Zhou Qiang was stunned when he saw the king's appearance clearly. It was actually the king. That guy who races in a helicopter. That bastard who stole his millions. It was actually the king. He is not only extremely wealthy and skilled in close combat with considerable martial arts background, but also possesses unfathomable marksmanship. At that moment, Zhou Qiang's mind went blank. An overwhelming sense of fear surged within me. Their Four-Dragon Society, just the South City branch he led, had dozens of official members and over 100 prospective members who wanted to join. Almost all the official members would be here, practicing shooting every day. However, their marksmanship was far inferior to the king's, by a huge margin. You actually resorted to kidnapping and dared to demand 10 million in ransom? That's really something. The king sneered. As he spoke, he once again aimed the sniper rifle at Zhou Qiang's head. I was wrong. I was wrong. Brother, it was just a joke, a misunderstanding. You can take the 10 million. I don't want it. You can take your sister with you too. I'm so sorry for offending you. Zhou Qiang trembled, his body covered in cold sweat, and kept begging for mercy and showing weakness. 10 million is mine. I withdrew it from the bank and filled a whole truck. It was a very arduous process. Also, that cigarette scar under your command still owes me 120,000. Wang Shang revealed a harmless smile, the muzzle of his sniper rifle sliding across Zhou Qiang's head and face. Zhou Qiang was terrified. Even with his exceptional mental fortitude, he was on the verge of a complete breakdown. Cigarette scars. Cigarette scars. He suddenly shouted, trying to struggle to his feet, but blood was still flowing from his knees. When he tried to support himself with his hands, he found that his body was completely limp, he was barely breathing, and he had no strength left. After those two shouts, his face turned deathly pale, as if he had exhausted all his energy. "Stop shouting, Cigarette Scar is already dead." Wang Shang snorted coldly. He had been positioned on top of the cargo container in a sniping spot and had already spotted Smoke Scar and killed him. "Brother, I'll pay back the money Cigarette Scar owes you. I'll pay it back. And if there's anything else you want, just tell me, and I'll do my best to fulfill your request." "Do my best," Zhou Qiang muttered to himself, looking like he was on his deathbed. Right now, all he wants is to live. Money doesn't really matter to me. After all, I'm very rich. I'm not short of money. Ha ha. The king laughed. His smile was so radiant, but to Zhou Qiang, it was terrifying and horrifying, shaking his very soul. "Then what does Big Brother need?" Zhou Qiang quickly asked. After all, he was still very young and wanted to live. "I need something from you." Suddenly, the king became quite interested and said this. "What is it? Please tell me, brother." Zhou Qiang's pale, weak eyes suddenly bulged, flashing a sharp light, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. "Look at the head on your neck. It's big and round. I think it's pretty good. The king of hell would definitely like it." The king suddenly gave a wicked smile and slowly murmured the words out of his mouth. "Ah!" Zhou Qiang's face instantly turned pale with fear. The next second, bang! Without further ado, the king fired a shot decisively. Bang! Zhou Qiang collapsed with a thud. Wang Shang skillfully put away the gun, disassembled it, and put it back in the gun case. Then, they went back into the truck and hid the gun case. Sitting quietly in the driver's seat of the small truck, the king waited patiently. He leisurely lit a cigarette, took a puff, and exhaled smoke with a carefree air. When he arrived, he was very nervous and worried. He thought that if something happened to Zhou Yuqi, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Uncle and Aunt Zhou, and he would have no choice but to give himself an explanation. After all, Zhou Yuqi was innocent. The Four-Dragon Society was targeting him, and Zhou Yuqi was just unlucky enough to be implicated. Thud! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the abandoned factory, and a heavy door was smashed open. "Put down your gun. Police! Put down your guns. Put down your gun." Chapter 63. Weak and Powerless. Director Zhang personally led more than 100 fully armed police officers to the scene. The entire force was mobilized. Almost all available armed forces were deployed, surrounding the area in layers. Luo Xiaoxiao, who was brave and fearless yet meticulous, had already reported the situation to her superiors at the bureau through high-tech equipment. So even though she was arrested and her communication devices were confiscated by those thugs, it didn't affect the city bureau leaders who learned of the situation and located the criminals' hideout. Director Zhang quickly made arrangements and mobilized the entire bureau to rush to the scene. Outside, sirens blared. A row of police cars lined up outside the gate of the abandoned factory, all with their headlights on, shining directly into the dark factory. Suddenly, everything here gradually became as bright as day. Xiao Yang. Suddenly, several colleagues spotted Xiao Li and Xiao Liang huddled in the corner. They had come with Captain Luo Xiaoxiao to investigate a case, going deep into the criminal's hideout. They were both bound tightly with ropes. Xiao Yang, in particular, had been hit in the shoulder by shrapnel from the earlier chaotic gunfight and was bleeding profusely. Fortunately, his life was not in danger, and everyone arrived in time. Quick, get Xiao Li and Xiao Liang to the emergency room. Xiao Liang, hang in there, are you alright? I'm fine. By the way, our Captain Luo was captured by those criminals. They took her to that little house over there. Hurry and rescue her. Xiao Liang was pale, having lost a lot of blood, and was not quite conscious. Even so, he immediately explained the situation and asked his colleagues to go find Captain Luo Xiaoxiao. As all the headlights and the searchlights held by his colleagues continued to illuminate the factory and warehouse, the sight of corpses strewn everywhere, covered in blood, terrified many young police officers who had only recently joined the force. As everyone ventured deeper inside, the pungent smell of blood was terrifying, utterly unpleasant, and sent shivers down their spines. Soon, colleagues found a small dark room, broke down the door, and rescued Luo Xiaoxiao and the kidnapped hostage girl, Zhou Yuqi. Captain Luo, how are you? Are you alright? Comrade Luo Xiaoxiao, are you alright? Everyone rushed over to inquire about the situation, showing great concern. Get Luo Xiaoxiao to the ambulance, quick! Some comrades were preparing to take Luo Xiaoxiao to the emergency room first. After all, the scene was so bloody, the number of deaths was too high, and it was too tragic. No one knew if Luo Xiaoxiao was injured or what she had gone through. No, I'm fine. Luo Xiaoxiao dusted herself off and said to her colleagues, I'm perfectly fine. By the way, you guys quickly take Ms. Zhou Yuqi to the ambulance, get her checked out, and make sure to comfort her and take care of her emotions. She quickly gave the instructions. Although she was in a dark room and couldn't see what had happened, she heard gunshots and knew that what had just happened must have been extremely tragic. As a criminal police officer, she has a strong mental fortitude. But Zhou Yuqi was different. This young woman, still in college, had experienced being kidnapped by an evil organization, heard gunfire, smelled the strong, pungent stench of blood, and now witnessed corpses strewn everywhere, blood splattered all over the ground. These scenes, and everything she experienced, were too cruel for her. She needed psychological counseling to soothe her emotions. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to calm down, which would have a negative impact on her future studies, work, and life. After her colleagues helped Zhou Yuqi outside, Luo Xiaoxiao quickly threw herself into the on-site investigation. Comrade Luo Xiaoxiao, you've worked hard. As one of the first comrades to rush into the gathering place of criminals, you are very brave and fearless, and everyone admires you. But now, you should go and rest first and leave this to us. At this moment, Director Zhang walked over, looked at Luo Xiaoxiao with admiration in his eyes, and said the following. Director Zhang, you flatter me. I'm fine, I don't need a rest. I can continue working, Luo Xiaoxiao said. However, everyone should be careful and not be careless. Some individual criminals might commit acts of terrorism and violence, or hide and shoot in the dark. She added a sentence. Immediately, everyone tensed up. Although they had just thoroughly searched the entire factory and warehouse and found no living people, Luo Xiaoxiao's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. The tow truck hasn't been searched yet. There's still something inside. Director Zhang waved his hand, and his gaze fell on the large trailer. Clang! The metallic sound of iron plates colliding suddenly rang out. Everyone raised their guns, ready for battle. A person raised their hands and jumped out of the trailer. It's me, murmured weakly, looking at the 100 or so police officers opposite him. Bang! Suddenly, he collapsed weakly to the ground. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Suddenly, someone shouted. Chapter 64, Brother God of War. The person who shouted was Zhou Yuqi, who had just reached the factory gate and was about to go to the ambulance. She turned around and saw the king jumping down from the cargo box. His excited shouts, tinged with tears and filled with deep emotion, moved everyone present. It's Your Majesty. These kidnappers have taken me hostage to get rid of Your Majesty. Zhou Yuqi explained nervously. She was very worried about the king's current situation. What if something bad happens to her? How will she survive? Quick, it's Mr. Wang. It's Mr. Wang. The city is demanding that we protect him. Director Zhang was the first to react and quickly arranged for people to rush over. Soon, Wang Shang and Zhou Yuqi, who had just opened their eyes, met inside the ambulance. The king saw it immediately, a beautiful face filled with anxiety and worry. Seeing that he had woke up, she asked him carefully and with great concern, Brother King, how are you feeling? The doctor examined you and found that you are all right. There's nothing seriously wrong. The king was of no serious condition. He had only been acting deliberately fainting. It was all to deceive others. It's all right, I'm fine now. By the way, Yuqi, when you were kidnapped, did those bad guys do anything to you? The king asked hurriedly. Zhou Yuqi shook her head. I'm fine. They didn't do anything to me. They were just trying to lure you in and arrest you. I'm so glad to see you're all right. After saying this, Zhou Yuqi, overwhelmed with emotion, couldn't control herself and threw herself into the king's arms. Drip, drip, the tears flowed incessantly. Don't cry, Yuqi. We're all fine now. It's all over. Wang Shang paused for a moment, feeling the soft fragrance of her body and her warm temperature, and didn't know what to say. Wah. Okay. Even professional psychological counseling couldn't alleviate Zhou Yuqi's need for emotional guidance as gently as Wang Shang's pats on the back, offering tender comfort. By the way, Your Majesty, who's with you? Why are they so skilled? Their marksmanship is amazing. Zhou Yuqi gradually recovered and was relieved from the fear and psychological pressure of being kidnapped. Asked earnestly. Of course, she didn't suspect the king, because she didn't believe the king possessed such formidable and terrifying marksmanship. Forget about marksmanship. The king and she were childhood sweethearts. They grew up together, and they had never been exposed to anything related to military matters. They had never even handled a gun. How could they possibly possess such powerful marksmanship? Dozens or even hundreds of thugs and bullies from the Four Dragon Society, who specialized in guns and practiced their marksmanship all day long, were still sniped and killed by that person silently. That's terrifying. I don't know where that person came from. It was very strange. He hid in the cargo box. I was driving a truck with 10 million yuan in cash when those thugs and bullies came in a trailer and hauled the whole truck and me inside. After that, the warehouse was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. I could only hear gunshots. I have no idea who that person is. It must have been that mysterious man who took out the gun and killed them. The king took the oxygen mask, took a deep breath, and continued to feign weakness, muttering to himself. Do you think it's possible that the mysterious person is a police officer? Suddenly, Zhou Yuqi mentioned a possibility. Wang Shang's eyes lit up. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? It's entirely possible that he's an undercover police officer. That must be an extremely powerful special forces member, a special forces soldier or something, like the god of war in many novels these days, with superb kung fu and marksmanship. Let's call that mysterious person god of war brother. Immediately, Zhou Yuqi looked at him with adoration, completely like a lovesick girl. No way, god of war. The king was both amused and exasperated, feeling a bit jealous. But it was strange. How could he be jealous of himself? Because no matter how much Zhou Yuqi admires the so-called god of war brother, that god of war brother is himself. Brother War God is so great. He upholds justice and rids the people of evil. Those thugs and bullies are truly wicked and evil. I don't know how many innocent people they have harmed or how many girls they have ruined. Humph! Brother War God sent them to hell and punished them severely. He is so wonderful. He is my hero, a great hero. Zhou Yuqi's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration and joy. No way, Yuqi. I risked my life to raise 10 million just to save you. And now you're thanking some unknown so-called god of war brother? Maybe he's just an old man in his 40s or 50s. The king still felt jealous of himself. Even if he's old, he's still a charming uncle. Uncles these days are so charming. I love uncles. Zhou Yuqi said with a smile. All right. The king was at a loss for words. Okay, Your Majesty, you're the best. You risked your life to raise so much money. Otherwise, I don't know if I could have survived. War God is very powerful and important, but your majesty, you are even more important. I will never forget that you saved me. Zhou Yuqi smiled at the king and said this. Such heartwarming words made the king feel much better. Just then, Luo Xiao, dressed in a police uniform, walked over. Once inside the ambulance, Luo Xiao sat down, took a deep breath, and looked at the king. You're Mr. Wang, right? Don't be nervous. I'm just here to investigate the situation. Please tell me everything you know truthfully. Luo Xiao said calmly. Chapter 65 System Warehouse. Wang Shang breathed a sigh of relief as he emerged from the abandoned factory. Because of Luo Xiao's questioning, he answered almost flawlessly, basically portraying himself as a coward hiding in a small truck, too afraid to come out. As for the killings outside, the sniper's heroic performance in taking down so many criminal elements of the Four Dragon Society, it had nothing to do with him. In this way, he was no longer involved in this major case. He was merely a kidnapper who had driven a small truck carrying a ransom of 10 million to rescue people. Of course, the police will investigate, and they will conduct a thorough investigation from all angles. The king is definitely a suspect. Who is the mysterious gunman who caused the deaths of dozens, if not hundreds, of people at the Four Dragon Society's southern branch? Is it possible that he was an assassin hired by the king? However, the police couldn't find any leads and had to give up. As for the king himself, the police had no suspicions. First, no weapon was found. Second, the king's fingerprints were not found on the guns left at the scene or on the corpses of the Four Dragons gang members. Therefore, the police believed that Wang Shang could not be the mysterious gunman. Finally, the police considered the possibility of internal strife within the Four Dragon Society, believing it to be a very likely scenario. This was because illegal organizations like the Four Dragon Society consisted of ruthless and violent criminals who were quick to brandish knives and guns and were prone to violence. It was easy for internal conflicts to erupt due to disputes over interests or other reasons, which could escalate into large-scale gunfights and melees, resulting in a tragic situation. The investigation went in the direction that the king had expected and hoped for, which pleased him greatly. At least for now, he doesn't want anyone to know that he's the invincible sharpshooter. The more skilled someone is, the more they need to conceal their abilities. Besides, if people knew that he had single-handedly killed more than 100 armed members of the Four Dragon Society, what a sensation that would be. Moreover, having suffered such a heavy blow, the Four Dragon Society will inevitably seek revenge and will use every means possible to investigate the truth and find a culprit. Now, the person who knew I was a sharpshooter is dead. Let this secret remain forever. The king thought to himself. Not long after, Zhou Yuqi, the kidnapped person, got out of the car after being questioned and given a statement by the police. Mr. Wang, your van has been inspected and there are no problems. The banknotes on it have been counted. Fortunately, it was a bank metal safe. Some of the safes were damaged by bullets, but the banknotes inside are still intact. Now, if Mr. Wang wants to take the cash to the bank, we can immediately arrange 2 police cars to escort you back to the bank. Soon, a policeman arrived and said politely, the service is pretty good. After all, the current king is of noble status, a major financial backer in the eyes of the Jiangdu city leadership, young and promising, with abundant capital. Wang Shang nodded. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. I was lucky this time and escaped a disaster. They kidnapped Zhou Yuqi to get ransom for me. Strictly speaking, I'm the one who dragged Zhou Yuqi into this mess and also caused you police officers to work so hard to investigate the case. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. At this moment, the head of the police force, Director Zhang, walked over, smiled warmly, and shook hands with Wang Shang. By the way, Director Zhang, I would like to make a promise here, as a token of my gratitude to your police force, that I have decided to use a portion of the funds from the Wang's charitable foundation to donate to your police force to purchase more weapons, equipment, case handling funds, facilities, and so on. Of course, this donation, in addition to my approval, also requires some departmental procedures. I will contact the people in the city regarding this matter, and they should be able to make proper arrangements. The king said with a smile. These words deeply moved Director Zhang and filled the officers handling the case with gratitude, excitement, and joy. Thank you so much, Mr. Wang. It's our duty as police officers to come out and investigate cases. We are truly grateful for your generous donation. Then I can only say thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Soon, led by Director Zhang, all the police officers expressed their gratitude. This action instantly brought the king closer to them, and everyone's impression of the king improved even further. They felt that this young man was truly outstanding and generous. Based on this kind of vision and the generosity of their donations, it's no wonder they're so wealthy. Drive the money back to the bank and deposit it again. After finishing these matters, the king still had to return the car because he had rented the van. On his way back to return the car, he stopped by his home. The case of the super sniper rifle hidden in the truck should be taken out immediately and hidden at home. Fortunately, he had established good relations with the police, and they were unable to find the super sniper rifle hidden inside the van. Otherwise, the problem will be much bigger. This sniper rifle is so awesome and cool. There's only one in the world. You can't buy it no matter how much money you have. He now desperately desires to have his own private space, like system repository or a small space. Then you can put the super sniper rifle and ammunition in a small space where no one can find it, and only you can control it. That would be wonderful. Unfortunately, this is just a small fantasy of his for now. After a day of fighting and killing so many criminals, he returned home and quickly became tired. He lay down on the sofa and soon fell asleep. As for Zhou Yuqi, he had already told her that she didn't need to work at the supermarket today, but should rest well and have 2 days off. She could come back to work after she had rested and adjusted. He slept very, very soundly, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, completely entering a deep sleep. Early the next morning, when the king woke up, he felt exceptionally comfortable and refreshed. Excellent energy and spirit. Oh, I forgot to return the car to the rental company. He then realized that he had hidden the sniper rifle at home, but had forgotten to return the car. He returned the car as soon as possible that morning. Then we arrived at the small supermarket, opened the door, and started doing business. The first thing to do when you're on duty is, of course, to take a drink from the shelf. Open. Ding. Congratulations. You have a chance to redeem something for just 1 yuan. Would you like to redeem for 1 yuan? Yes. Ding. 1 yuan purchase successful. Current host's wealth points -1. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. System warehouse. Chapter 66. Better to seize the day than choose another. Upon hearing the words system warehouse, Wang Shang froze for a moment, then spat out a mouthful of his drink. That's awesome. It's like my wish came true. This reward came at just the right time. The system understands me so well. Activate system repository. Certainly. System warehouse is activating. Please wait for successful activation. Warehouse description. 3 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters high. Can hold items the host wishes to place. Usage. The system warehouse can be opened and closed at any time by thought. Holy crap. Your Majesty, this is absolutely amazing. The system repository, it actually exists. He immediately followed the system's instructions, his mind racing. A virtual warehouse space, about the size of a small house, actually appeared before his eyes. Floating in the air, it's incredibly sci-fi and magical. He was so excited that he grabbed some items from the counter along with his phone and put them inside. It's very convenient to place, no problem at all. Then a thought flashed through his mind. The system repository is missing. He looked at what was in front of him again and returned to normal. The small items and mobile phones that I just placed in the system warehouse have indeed disappeared. Then he tried again. With a thought, the system warehouse opened and floated before my eyes. Very good. The king was extremely excited. This way, he could put the very difficult-to-handle super sniper rifle in the system warehouse so that no one could find it. Only he himself could take it out and use it at any time and put it back in and hide it away at any time. At that moment, Jiang Wenwen called. Actually, since yesterday, he has had several missed calls on his phone, all from Jiang Wenwen. I couldn't reach you all day yesterday. I called you, but you didn't answer. What happened? As soon as the call connected, Jiang Wenwen began shouting anxiously on the other end. Are you deliberately avoiding me? You've got me, and now you're abandoning me? Humph, you king. Let me tell you, you won't get rid of me. Jiang Wenwen shouted angrily on the phone. The king didn't speak, letting her vent first. It was completely understandable. After all, the two had only recently started dating and were in the honeymoon phase. It's perfectly normal for a girl to be clingy. This also directly showed that Jiang Wenwen was very dependent on him and that it was true love. Why aren't you saying anything? Huh? After venting her anger, Jiang Wenwen snorted coldly and asked the king why he was silent. Honey, don't be angry. I had some things to do yesterday. I went to the police station, and it wasn't convenient for me to answer the phone. The king then offered an explanation. He gave a brief account of what happened in the abandoned factory in the far suburbs of the southern city. What? Zhou Yuqi's sister has been kidnapped. Oh my god. Yes. Yesterday was too dangerous. The kidnappers told me to bring the ransom to exchange for the hostage, or they would kill him. Oh my god. Honey, you actually went through something like that? That's terrifying. Where are you? Are you at the convenience store? Don't go. I'm coming right now. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wenwen immediately became very nervous and uneasy. She quickly said on the phone that she would come over right away and have a good talk with him. As for the anger from before, the sulking and petty tantrums about not answering the phone all day, they were all forgotten and vanished. The two met, sat down in the small supermarket, and had a good chat about what had happened yesterday. Jiang Wenwen held the king's hand tightly, as if she were afraid he would be kidnapped by bad guys. The king could fully sense her nervousness and concern for him. Everything is fine now, don't worry. I'll be more careful from now on. The two whispered sweet nothings to each other for a while, much to the dismay of the customers who came to the small supermarket to witness their public display of affection. By the way, Wenwen, how's the situation at the villa? We've already chosen 2 villas. Why don't we go over now and take a good look? You should give us your opinion. What if you don't like them? No, I'll like it as long as you like it. The villas over there are all very beautiful. We can live in one, and my parents can live in the other. When we get married and have children, my parents can help take care of them, or we can hire a nanny. Don't you think that's a perfect arrangement? The king said with a smile. Frankly speaking, how could a villa worth over 10 million not be beautiful? Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Wenwen blushed shyly. Pa, who wants to have a child with you? Huh, then you won't have a choice. You'll have to give me a big, healthy son and a cute little girl. You wish. Jiang Wenwen was being hypocritical. In reality, she had long been devoted to the king. Oh right, there's something else. I've already told my parents about our situation. Why don't you come with me some time to visit them? No problem. How about today? The king readily agreed. Today? Isn't that a bit too fast? Jiang Wenwen suddenly panicked and nervously grabbed Wang Shang's hand. This was her first time dating, and the first time she had such a strong desire to bring her boyfriend home to meet her parents and get their approval. As the old saying goes, there's no time like the present, the king said with a grin, staring at her. Chapter 67, Meeting the Parents. Jiang Wenwen is a well-behaved girl. From childhood to adulthood, she has been raised with strict family discipline. Even after entering university, her parents were very strict about her dating life, and could even be described as interfering excessively. This resulted in her having a completely blank romantic history before meeting the king. Let alone sex, we've never even kissed or held hands. When she met the king, she felt she had met the perfect lover of her dreams. She was so lucky. Her first serious relationship was so perfect. Hey, Wenwen, don't bring that boy home. How about this? Your dad and I are out running some errands, so we'll come and check on him. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Just then, her mother called, leaving Jiang Wenwen feeling somewhat lost. What's wrong with him? Didn't you say that the boy's family owns a supermarket? His job is to watch over the supermarket every day. Your dad and I want to see him and see what he's like. Isn't that great? Mom, are you at a supermarket right now? Yes. Okay, send me the address. Your dad and I will come over right away. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Jiang Wenwen was a little confused. What is all this nonsense? Judging from her mother's tone of voice and the way she referred to him as that boy, it's clear that her family hasn't accepted her boyfriend yet. Only time will tell. As Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin emerged from the residential area, a man in his 40s approached them and parked his car on the side of the road. His name is Zheng Guoren. He is Jiang Chongshan's cousin and Jiang Wenwen's uncle. He lives in the same community as Jiang Wenwen and her family of 3, but not in the same building. Cousin, are you two going to meet Wenwen's boyfriend? Come on. Come on. I'll take you there and be your driver, huh? Old Zheng, why are you everywhere? I want to see my daughter's boyfriend. Why are you meddling in my business? Jiang Chongshan was a little unhappy. That's just his personality. He hates trouble and keeps a low profile. Cousin, what are you saying? Well, what can I do? I'm Wenwen's uncle, so I'm naturally very concerned about Wenwen's marriage. Zheng Guoren said with a grin. Our child's cousin is also concerned about Wenwen's marriage. What? You're not going to let him go and take a look? Jiang Wenwen's mother, Su Yin, glared at Jiang Chongshan with annoyance. She had some complaints about her somewhat incompetent husband. If it weren't for certain events that led Jiang Chongshan to not fight for her family, the 3 of them wouldn't have ended up living in such an old neighborhood, further and further away from the core of the Jiang family, until they were ignored and forgotten. Both are sons of the Jiang family patriarch, but while others own the largest car dealership and large restaurants in the area, Jiang Chongshan works for a state-owned enterprise, stuck with a small plot of land and a fixed salary. He's really not a good person. Therefore, Su Yin desperately hoped that his daughter could marry into a good family, at least not like her father Jiang Chongshan, who was unambitious and content with mediocrity, because that would be too useless. My daughter has a boyfriend now, so of course I want to go and see how things are going. Okay, let's go together. Jiang Chongshan, being a soft-hearted person, agreed. The couple got into Zheng Warren's car. This is a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, a car that costs 3 to 400,000 yuan, which is quite good for the average person. Zheng Guoren is in the seafood business. He's quick-witted and runs restaurants and eateries of all sizes. He's made quite a bit of money in recent years. Actually, I have someone in mind, a pretty good candidate. He's about the same age as One Yuan, and quite successful in his career. He's a manager at Tianyuan Restaurant, earning over 10,000 a month. Plus, he has an older brother who works at the Lin Group, the parent company of Tianyuan Restaurant, right? He's a middle manager there, very capable. While driving, Zheng Guoren kept talking. He had mentioned to Jiang Chongshan and Su Yi more than once that he wanted to introduce Jiang Wenwen to potential partners. Jiang Chongshan wasn't very interested. Deep down, he felt that while material conditions were important, they weren't the deciding factor. His daughter's pursuit of happiness depended on whether the two people were compatible. What's that young man's name? Where does he live? Has he bought a house or a car yet? Su Yi, on the other hand, was very interested and kept chatting with Zheng Guoren. The young man's name is Chen Ufa. I got to know him because I supplied his restaurant, Tianyuan Restaurant. He's a really nice guy, very sociable, quick-witted, and quite handsome too. Really? That makes sense. I knew it. When I introduce a guy to One Yuan, he has to be presentable. One Yuan is so beautiful. There aren't many girls in the whole of Jiangdu who can compare to her. Hey. After driving for about half an hour, Zheng Guoren brought Jiang Chongshan and Su Yi to the parking lot near Wang Shang's small supermarket. What frustrated Zheng Guoren was that he thought his car was pretty good, but who would have thought that there was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan next to where he parked? The car stopped, and the three of them got out. When Jiang Chongshan and Su Yi saw such a small, old-fashioned supermarket, their faces immediately fell. Su Yi, in particular, had a dark expression and furrowed his brows. Dad, Mom, come in and sit down. Jiang Wenwen ran over happily, smiling as she took her parents' arms and walked into the small supermarket. Su Yi looked miserable. Wenwen, don't tell me your boyfriend's family owns such a small supermarket, and in such a remote location at that. Su Yi, shut up, you're being rude. Just then, seeing a handsome young man approaching, Jiang Chongshan immediately interrupted Su Yi. Chapter 68, A Speech and Reprimand. Su Yi kept his mouth shut, but the dissatisfaction in his eyes and brows was impossible to hide. Mom and Dad, this is my boyfriend, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, these are my parents. And my uncle is here, too. This is my uncle. Soon, Jiang Wenwen excitedly began to introduce it. Wang Shang brewed some tea, brought it over, offered a cigarette, and greeted everyone with a polite smile. Hello, uncle and aunt, hello, cousin. I am Wang Shang, Wenwen's boyfriend. Seeing Jiang Wenwen so happy, Su Yin's face immediately fell. He was so angry that he couldn't even drink a sip of tea. He put the teacup aside and sulked. It was Jiang Chongshan, who was usually taciturn, who broke the deadlock and started chatting with the king. Xiao Wang, do you usually mind the shop? How's business? Is there a lot of foot traffic? Uncle, my main job is to look after the store. Of course, I also have some side businesses. The small supermarket business is just SOSO because the location isn't very good and the foot traffic is relatively low. I saw a foundation in front of the supermarket. What does it do? Jiang Chongshan asked curiously. Just as Jiang Wenwen was about to explain that it was the office of the private foundation established by the king preemptively explained. Oh, it's just the office of a private foundation. That's strange. Why is the foundation's office located here? Jiang Chongshan was somewhat curious, finding some foundations these days quite strange, and wondered what those people were thinking. Who owns the foundation? Of course, Jiang Chongshan clearly didn't think of Wang Shang as a suspect. By the way, Xiao Wang, what do your parents do for a living? My parents are retired and don't have much to do. They went to my maternal grandmother's house a few days ago. The king answered truthfully. You said you have some side jobs. What are they? Oh, it's nothing, just some investments I made with friends. The king was very low-key, responding with a smile, and occasionally refilling Jiang Chongshan's teacup with tea and offering him cigarettes. Jiang Chongshan hesitated for a moment and said, Investing is fine, but you young people have little social experience and knowledge, so don't get scammed. After all, your family doesn't have any other income, and you rely on running a supermarket to make money, which is not easy. You need to be careful with your investments. Thank you for the reminder, uncle. I will be careful. The king nodded with a smile. Jiang Chongshan smiled. To be honest, putting aside material conditions, at least from this brief interaction, he felt that the young man, Wang Shang, was quite acceptable. He is very polite and sensible in his interactions with others. Dad, listen to me. The king is actually very good at doing business and making money. Don't be fooled by how small this supermarket is, Jiang Wenwen said with a smile. But before he could finish speaking, Su Yin interrupted him immediately, saying irritably, "This little supermarket is no more than 30 square meters in size, and it doesn't sell much stuff. I've been watching for a while, and hardly anyone comes in to buy anything. How much money can it make all day long? And you're taking the money to invest with your friends? In my opinion, that's just ridiculous. Mom, don't talk about His Majesty like that." Wenwen, shut up. I haven't finished speaking yet. Jiang Wenwen looked aggrieved and timidly met the king's eyes. She felt extremely embarrassed and guilty, wondering how her family could treat the king like that. But the king's gaze, as he looked at her, was so gentle, so understanding, so calm and composed. Such a boy is like a Prince Charming. He's so elegant, generous, and humble. Yes, Wenwen, let Annie finish speaking. We, as the younger generation, will just listen, the king said with a smile. Su Yin was taken aback. He had intended to criticize the king, but seeing how polite and courteous the king was, he was quite surprised. However, she showed no mercy and said what she had to say directly. Your Majesty, please don't blame me for being materialistic and heartless. Let me tell you, if you really want to marry my Wenwen, then you absolutely cannot just sit at home and run this small supermarket. Is this what young people should be doing? Not having to worry about anything, just watching the store and scrolling through your phone. Only retired old men do this kind of low-skilled work. These words left the king both amused and exasperated. Jiang Wenwen was extremely anxious. She was about to explain to her parents how good Wang Shang was at investing, buying cars worth millions and villas worth tens of millions so casually. However, she was stopped by the king's gaze and remained silent. Let me put it this way, you're so young, you should go out and make your way in the world. You should find some promising jobs. As for the small supermarket at home, you can leave it to your parents to run. Aren't your parents retired? I just graduated not long ago, and it's hard to find a job right now, so I haven't found one yet. The king smiled modestly as he explained. Now that he's a billionaire, it's impossible for him to find a job. It's impossible for him in this lifetime. But in order to comply with his aunt's wishes, he didn't explain anything further. That's nonsense. How can you find it if you don't try? Are you going to spend your whole life running a shop? That would be a waste. My daughter would never marry a useless shopkeeper. Of course, if you really have a good side business that can be developed into your main job with great potential and the ability to make a lot of money, then that's a different story. Auntie, please calm down and have some tea. The king quickly busied himself serving tea and water. Taking advantage of Wang going to the back to get hot water, Jiang Wenwen quickly followed. The two lowered their voices and whispered inside. Your Majesty, why don't you tell the truth and tell my parents that you bought a house and a car, a villa worth tens of millions, and a luxury car worth several million? If you told them, my parents definitely wouldn't see you that way, especially my mother, who said such hurtful things. Jiang Wenwen was truly indignant on behalf of her boyfriend. It's all right, it's nothing. After all, my main job right now is running the shop. I can't lie to your parents, that's the bare minimum. Besides, houses and cars are just material things. I hope that if your parents approve of me as their son-in-law, it's because they value my character, not my wealth. What do you think, dear Wenwen? Oops. The king gently patted Jiang Wenwen's curvaceous body, eliciting a coquettish laugh from her. Okay, never mind. Jiang Wenwen knew that the king had his own principles, so she wouldn't force him. Outside, Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin chatted with Wenwen's cousin, Zheng Wuren. Rude, but Wenwen's current boyfriend's family is simply not good enough for her. The supermarket is so small, a profit of 10,000 yuan a month is the absolute maximum. And that's the entire family's income. It's too low. For what the young man said, his parents are retired, and they're getting old, so their health probably won't be very good. They'll need someone to take care of them in the future, and illnesses and hospitalizations will inevitably involve that. Their meager savings are simply not enough. Besides, when young people get married these days, Wenwen is the bride, so she should at least get a dowry. With his family's circumstances, how much dowry can they afford? And what about the house? The car? We haven't seen anything. Cousin and cousin-in-law, you need to stand up for Wenwen and stop wasting time on Xiaowang. They can't be together. Cousin, keep your voice down. You're in someone else's shop. Be mindful of your behavior. You can say whatever you want back home. Cousin, you're such a coward. What are you afraid of? This is a matter of life and death for your child. How can you not be worried at all? You're ruining the child, do you know that? Old Jiang, I think our child's uncle is right. Just then, Zheng Wuren's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Zheng Wuren immediately made a shushing gesture towards Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin. Chapter 69, The Woman Introduced by My Cousin. Hello, Manager Chun. I was just about to call you. Uncle Zheng, didn't you say you were going to introduce me to someone? Yes, that's right. Wait a minute. After finishing his sentence, Zheng Guoren hung up the phone and told Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin about the matchmaking arrangement. Isn't doing this a bit unethical? My husband and I came to see our daughter's boyfriend today. She seemed quite happy and attentive to him. It wouldn't be right for her to go on blind dates with other men now. Jiang Chongshan took a sip of tea, coughed lightly, and said, Old Jiang, what are you saying? What's wrong with it? Our daughter just hasn't had enough contact with boys. Now she's met one who seems polite and charming, and probably knows how to sweet-talk girls. She's completely smitten, acting like she's never seen the world before. Humph, we should take her to see other outstanding boys. Suyin thought for a moment and then said this. She felt that her daughter should be allowed to meet other people, especially outstanding boys. Otherwise, the daughter will be like a frog in a well, completely unaware of how big the world is or what an outstanding member of the opposite sex looks like. When Jiang Wenwen came over, Su Yin immediately grabbed her hand, explained the situation, and solemnly warned her that if she didn't go to meet the boy introduced by her uncle Zheng Guoren, her mother would be angry. When a mother gets angry, the consequences can be severe. Although Jiang Wenwen was a well-behaved girl, she was extremely unwilling to hear such a perverted request. Who goes on blind dates when they already have a boyfriend? If you do that, what's the difference between that and green tea? No, Mom, you can't do this to me. I get along very well with the king. Why do you want me to meet other boys? I have absolutely no interest in them. Wenwen, can't you listen to me? Mom is doing this for your own good, you know? Mom, if you really force me to go, I'll just passively resist. It won't do any good. In the end, it'll all be in vain. Humph. Jiang Wenwen decided that she had to stick to her bottom line on matters of principle. How can you be so inseparable from your boyfriend while also going on blind dates with other guys? Otherwise, we could go and take a look, Wang Shang said gently, looking at Jiang Wenwen. He didn't want to put Wenwen in a difficult position, nor did he want to cause a rift between Wenwen and her mother. Besides, feelings are something that can't be forced. Everyone was stunned when he said that. Jiang Wenwen's eyes widened, and she tugged hard at his sleeve. Your Majesty, are you crazy? My parents have taken me to meet other boys. This is so unfair to you. How could you do this? It's all right. I know you genuinely like me. What's wrong with letting you meet other guys? The king smiled confidently. His demeanor was now completely different from before. Jiang Chongshan immediately looked at Wang Shang with new respect, realizing that this young man was quite extraordinary. Your Majesty, you are so magnanimous and broad-minded. It's truly remarkable. Actually, you're right. If you were good enough, why would you worry about other boys stealing Wenwen's heart? This is an era of free love. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Su Yin was overjoyed and began to sing praises, using all sorts of high-sounding words. In reality, he had been waiting for a long time to pull his daughter out of the king's deep pit. My precious daughter, with her stunning beauty, goddess-like looks, and perfect figure, Mary is such a good-for-nothing man? Absolutely not. Auntie is absolutely right. The king praised it highly. At this point, Zheng Guoren felt that the time was ripe and that he could sell his high-quality resources. If he could make a good deal, his relationship with Chun Yuefei would become closer and they would become relatives. This would be a great benefit to his aquatic product business. Hello, Manager Chun. You've already booked a private room? Great. I'll bring the bride and her parents over right now. Okay. Zheng Guoren received another call from Chun Yuefei. He was overjoyed and readily agreed. Cousin, since you've said so, let's go over there. That young man is very considerate. He's already booked a private room and a table since it's almost lunchtime. Zheng Guoren smiled as he looked at Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin. Before even meeting the person, they started praising the young man. It seems Zheng Guoren is really going all out to introduce Wenwen to potential partners. Jiang Wenwen looked aggrieved. What was all this about? She was deeply in love with the king, inseparable from him, and had given him her most precious possession. Should I go on blind dates with other guys now? Are you kidding me? Honey, I'm a little scared. If we really have to go, then please come with me. She grasped the king's hand and whispered in his ear. Okay, I'll stay with you. The king held her hand tightly and nodded. At this point, Su Yin became displeased and said irritably, Xiao Wang, you can go with Wenwen, but from now on, you two keep your hand apart. Don't be so affectionate. What kind of behavior is that? If the boy sees this, how can you date? This is a fair competition. Xiao Wang, if you're really capable, then compete properly with a boy and see who is better and more worthy of Wenwen. Mom, don't do this. I think Annie is right. I agree. The king took the initiative and let go of her hand. It seems that winning over your mother-in-law isn't easy. Chapter 70. Please move aside. How could such a request be agreed to? Accompanying your girlfriend to meet her blind date? This scene surprised both Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin. This kid is really good at holding back. Even Zheng Wuren, who had ulterior motives, was quite surprised. Generally speaking, most men simply cannot bear the thought of their woman going on blind dates with other men, especially with her parents accompanying her. However, the king is no ordinary man. Split up. Zheng Wuren drove along with Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin. The king said that he had his own carriage and therefore did not need to ride in Zheng Wuren's carriage. He doesn't have a car. When I came in just now, I saw a tricycle outside. I guess he was talking about the tricycle. After all, that kid Wang Shang needs to buy supplies for his supermarket. Sigh, it's so pitiful for our One Yuan. She's reduced to having to travel by tricycle. Zheng Wuren shook his head and sighed, then got into the passenger seat. At that moment, Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin also got in. Upon hearing his words, the couple fell silent. Suddenly, Su Yin opened the door to go out, her face full of indignation. No way. Let that brat Wang drive his tricycle there himself. My precious daughter can't ride with him in a tricycle. It's too unsafe. Jiang Chongshan didn't stop her. He thought to himself, that makes sense. How can I let my daughter ride in a tricycle? What parent doesn't feel heartache for their own child? So the couple opened the car door and got out. Just then, Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen walked over hand in hand, affectionately, and arrived at the parking lot. The Pagani Huayra was parked next to Zheng Wuren's Mercedes C300. At this moment, two young and beautiful girls and a boy gathered here and kept taking pictures. Wow, that looks like a Pagani sports car. Yes. Pagani Huayra. It really is a Pagani Huayra. I just scanned it with the AutoHome app, and oh my god, it's a limited edition. There are only a few dozen in the whole world, and the number we have in China can be counted on one hand. Wow, our Jiangdu actually produced such an amazing car. I checked, the lowest bid is 30 million. Young people are powerless against sports cars, especially such a top-of-the-line supercar that is so awesome and stylish. Two women and one man were completely captivated. One girl dressed in a very trendy and fashionable style, showing off her thighs and slim waist, even sat directly on the hood of a Pagani Huayra and took a selfie. No, get up. What if the car owner comes and says you damaged or dirted the car? How are you going to pay for it then? One of the boys was a little jealous and complained as he saw the girl taking pictures so freely. Don't give me that. Aren't all men the same? So what if the car owner comes? Seeing how pretty and sexy I am, he definitely won't blame me. At worst, I'll just get into his car and go with him. Ha ha ha. The fashionable beauty laughed, wishing she could jump into the function right now. Take me with you, another beautiful woman said with a grin, her eyes full of envy and longing. The guy was trembling with anger. He had spent a lot of money to get these two girls last night when he was out at a bar, but he had drunk too much and slept soundly when he got back to the hotel, so he hadn't had a chance to do anything to them. Now, as I was driving, I actually saw a world-class supercar, the Pagani Huayra, in the parking lot. Suddenly, my Porsche 911 seemed like a common, vulgar car. What angered him even more was that the two girls refused to continue, saying they were ready to wait for the owner of the Pagani Huayra to arrive. Although I knew perfectly well that these two girls weren't good people, they went to bars, got tattoos, went clubbing, had abortions, and so on, I couldn't resist their good looks and great figures. Anyway, it was just a fling. Men are afraid of being compared. Now that his Porsche can't even attract two girls, how can he not be annoyed? Honey, who are those people? What are they doing? Jiang Wenwen frowned upon seeing this. This man and two women clearly don't look like respectable people. I don't know. I've never seen it before. The king shook his head. Oh, they must have seen that luxury car and were taking pictures to show off. Jiang Wenwen noticed the Pagani Huayra, but she didn't know that the king had bought it yesterday. Maybe so. Let's go. The Cullinan is over there. Will you drive this time, or should I? You should really let your parents see that you drive a luxury car. Then they'll treat you better. Jiang Wenwen said, speaking up for Wang Shang. It's okay, drive my car. I just bought a nice one. The king smiled and took out the keys to his Pagani Huayra. The two arrived in front of Pagani's Huayana statue. Please move aside. The king smiled calmly and looked at the man and two women. I thought to myself, taking some photos is fine, just don't sit in the car. What are you doing? Trying to take pictures? Can't you see we're taking pictures? Aren't you envious of this Dongfeng? It's a sports car worth tens of millions. Who wouldn't want to take a second look? The man spoke in a menacing tone, clearly mistaking the king for a passerby, like them who had seen the super luxury car and wanted to take pictures. However, he soon spotted Jiang Wenwen, the beautiful woman beside the king, and immediately revealed a lecherous smile, saying, "Beauty's first. You can come over and take pictures first. I can serve you. Do you want to strike a pose or shoot a short video for Douyin?" Jiang Wenwen quickly waved her hand. "No, no." I said, "Please move aside," the king said to the man and two women, still maintaining his composure. The man didn't get angry, but the two frivolous girls were the ones who got furious first. "Where did this bumpkin come from? Look at your clothes, so tacky. And you even have a beautiful woman with you. Humph. Go away, go watch the show. This road is so wide. Who's blocking your way? Get out of the way. You look so poor. You'd better stay away from this top-of-the-line sports car. If you bump into it or scratch it, you couldn't afford to pay for it even if you sold both your kidneys. Humph. If you want to take photos to post on social media and show off, then you'd better line up and wait until we're done taking yours." The two women mocked and ridiculed each other with sharp and sarcastic remarks. As girls who frequent nightclubs, their judgment of men is basically based on what clothes they wear, what accessories they wear, especially watches, etc. They judge whether a man is rich by these external material things. In their eyes, the king was too shabby, just a loser. They actually wanted to come and join the fun, take photos, and didn't even queue up, showing no regard for first come, first served. "Who do you think you are? Beep beep." Just then, the king took out his car keys and pressed a button. "Get out of the way. I'm driving away. This is my car. Why the hell am I standing in line?" he said irritably. The doors of the Pagani Huayra slowly opened upwards, looking incredibly cool. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the king pulled Jiang Wenwen over and sat down. Chapter 71: Luxury Cars and Beautiful Women, a Winner in Life. His car? Is that his car, the Pagani Huayra? Someone who looks incredibly poor and unsophisticated actually afford a top-of-the-line supercar worth tens of millions? Impossible. Impossible. Watching the king drive away in his Pagani Huayra, the explosive sound of the exhaust pipe seemed to pierce their souls. The man and two women were instantly stunned, petrified, and dumbfounded. And they even mocked him, calling him a loser? Now they've actually taken out their car keys, driven off, and disappeared. That's a slap in the face. This is a blatant slap in the face. No, no. But soon the two girls realized, impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be some other reason. Yes, it's a rented sports car. There are more and more luxury sports car rental businesses these days. It must be rented. How could someone like him possibly afford a supercar worth tens of millions? That's right. That must be it. They found a reasonable way to save face. These days, you not only need others to give you a way out, you also need to learn how to give yourself a way out. The man next to them, smoking a cigarette, glanced sideways at the two scheming, manipulative women who frequented bars, clubs, and had abortions, thinking to himself, they're just two brainless idiots. Damn it, they get jealous when they can't have something, and then they accuse others of renting it. That's true, that's true. As long as you're not embarrassed, then it's others who will be embarrassed. "My Porsche, are you still going to sit in it or not?" he asked the two mentally challenged women. If things don't work out, he's going to go after other girls. These two girls should just get out of there after they've had their way with him. He's still patient now, entirely because he hasn't won them over yet, hasn't had a chance to really play around with them. You're not worthy to ride in someone else's Pagani Huayra. You know that? He thought to himself. Unfortunately, both girls were completely captivated by the Pagani Huayra and didn't hear a word the man was saying. This scene was witnessed by Zheng Wuren and the couple Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin. When they saw Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen walking over, they thought that young people these days like to join in the fun and that they couldn't resist taking pictures of luxury cars and posting them on social media to show off. As a result, the Pagani Huayra, worth tens of millions, the king actually took it away. It drove away. Zheng Wuren was completely bewildered. He rubbed his eyes hard, feeling that what he had just seen was so unreal. Old Zheng, was it that kid Wang Shang who drove off in the sports car? I heard it's some kind of limited edition Wuren, worth over 30 million. Is it true? Su Yin reached out and patted Zheng Wuren, who was sitting in the driver's seat, on the shoulder, and asked curiously. It took Zheng Wuren a while to recover his senses. He subconsciously murmured, "Yes, it's the Pagani Huayra." I was curious and looked it up. It is indeed the Pagani Huayra logo. Looking at the badge on the rear, that string of English letters, it is definitely a limited edition launched a few years ago. As for the value, it certainly starts at 30 million. Upon hearing Zheng Wuren's words, both Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin gasped in shock. Those young people outside said that there are more and more luxury car rental businesses now. That kid Wang must have rented it. With his conditions, how could he possibly afford a supercar worth tens of millions? He probably had to grit his teeth to pay the rent just to save face. After experiencing surprise and shock, Zheng Guoren regained his composure and rationality and made his own judgment. This is probably the judgment of almost everyone on this matter. That's true. Sui notet agaren wiletet. Honey, is this really your car? Inside the car, before she could even properly appreciate the wonder of such a top-of-the-line luxury supercar, Jiang Wenwen, sitting in the passenger seat, was nearly thrown off balance by Wang Shang's acceleration through a corner. Such a beautiful woman, with her long, flowing hair, is incredibly alluring. At this moment, the king, surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, is truly a winner in life. This is the car I bought yesterday. After all, you gotta drive the Cullinan, and it's not very convenient for me to take a taxi myself, Wang Shang said with a smile, gripping the steering wheel. The steering wheel of the luxury car felt just like the steering wheel of a Formula One race car. It was a really good feeling to hold it. My God, I just heard that this is a supercar worth tens of millions. My parents should really experience it too. Jiang Wenwen was filled with emotion. Wang Shang's face darkened. This car only has 2 seats. Oh, okay. Jiang Wenwen suddenly felt stupid. This was a supercar, made entirely of carbon fiber, with genuine leather seats, showcasing high technology everywhere, and a standard 2-seater. How can a third person fit in there? Before long, the king arrived at his destination in his function. It is indeed a supercar, arriving much earlier than Zheng Guoren's Mercedes. The blind date arranged by Zheng Guoren was named Chen Yuefei, and a private room had already been booked at the restaurant. The Tianyuan restaurant, owned by the Lin Group, happens to be where Chen Yuefei is in charge. Soon, Zheng Guoren arrived here with Jiang Wenwen's parents. Chapter 72, A Strong Sense of Presence and Superiority. Chen Yuefei had long coveted Jiang Wenwen, Zheng Guoren's niece, because a long time ago, Zheng Guoren came to deliver various kinds of fish and turtles to Tianyuan restaurant and got to know Chen Yuefei. At that time, in order to curry favor, Zheng Guoren mentioned that he had a particularly beautiful niece. Moreover, he even showed Jiang Wenwen's photo to Chen Yuefei. At the time, Chen Yuefei was amazed. He couldn't believe that there could be such a beautiful girl in the world who could possibly become his blind date. He immediately made up his mind to find a way to get close to Jiang Wenwen. Well, here comes a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We booked the most upscale luxury private room at Tianyuan restaurant and ordered a table full of the restaurant's signature dishes, as well as abalone, lobster, and other expensive items. In addition, he also obtained 2 bottles of matai. This table of food and drinks alone is worth tens of thousands of yuan. When Chen Yuefei saw Jiang Wenwen appear in front of him, he was stunned and somewhat dumbfounded. If Zheng Guoren hadn't patted him hard on the shoulder, he would have been extremely embarrassed. As a manager at Tianyuan restaurant, he meets all sorts of people every day, but based on his experience, the girl in front of him is at least in the top 3 among all the girls he has ever met. If anyone could compare to the girl in front of me in terms of looks and figure, it would probably be the president of the Lin Group. However, that goddess-like CEO was too aloof. He only caught a glimpse of her a few times from a distance during the Lin Group's annual meeting. Chen Yuefei, this is Jiang Wenwen, whom I mentioned to you, and these 2 are Jiang Wenwen's parents. Wenwen, this is Chen Yuefei, the manager of Tianyuan restaurant. He's very young, only in his early 20s, yet he's already very successful, and he's quite handsome too. Zheng Guoren began his introduction with a smile. As the matchmaker who introduces potential partners, he is naturally responsible for keeping the atmosphere lively and preventing awkwardness. Upon seeing such a beautiful woman, Chen Yuefei immediately began to display his sociable side. Hello, Jiang Wenwen. Hello, uncle and aunt. Please sit down. Old Zheng, please sit down too. Here, uncle will have a smoke. Chen Yuefei took out the yellow Crane Tower 1916 cigarettes he had prepared beforehand, offered them to Jiang Chongshan, and then to Zheng Guoren. He knew perfectly well that if he wanted to win over Jiang Wenwen, he had to satisfy her aunt and uncle first. How should I address this gentleman? Upon seeing the king, Chen Yuefei was momentarily curious, wondering why the woman had brought a man with her on this blind date. Oh, he's an old friend of Jiang Wenwen's. He just happened to run into her while passing by. Zheng Guoren quickly made up an excuse to avoid Chen Yuefei asking any more questions, which would be too awkward. Hello. Hello. I greeted them, but it was purely a matter of courtesy. Wang Shang sat calmly in the corner, smoking the cigarette Chen Yuefei had handed him. Chen Yuefei nodded dismissively, ignoring the king. Regardless of whether they were old friends or had any other relationship, Chen Yuefei felt it was nothing. He is quite confident in himself. Xiao Chen, look how young you are, and you're already a supervisor. How many years have you been working here? Su Ying clearly had a good impression of Chen Yufei, and on the way there, Zheng Guoren kept praising how outstanding Chen Yufei was. "Auntie, please have some tea." Chen Yufei was very perceptive. Seeing that Su Ying didn't smoke, he quickly offered her tea and water, showing a little flattery. He replied with a smile, "Auntie, I've been working here for over 5 years. I was promoted to supervisor last year, and my salary and benefits have increased a lot. I currently earn over 10,000 yuan a month, not including the year-end bonus." Taking the opportunity to answer Su Yin's question, Chen Yufei casually mentioned his current income, which was also what the elders were most concerned about. "That's really good. You're still very young. If you continue to develop like this, your potential is limitless. Becoming a manager or even achieving higher positions is entirely possible. It's just around the corner." Su Yin's face lit up with joy, clearly very satisfied. When she looks at a boy, she considers not only his current situation, but also his potential for development. In her opinion, Chen Yufei is definitely full of potential. "Yes, Xiao Chun is a really good kid. I've known him for a few years, and he's very serious and responsible in his work. He's also very capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a supervisor at such a young age," Zheng Guoren said with a smile, praising Chen Yufei profusely. In a third-tier city like Jiangdu, earning over 10,000 yuan a month and receiving a 5-figure year-end bonus in your 20s is really impressive, Su Ying said, full of praise and very satisfied with Chen Yufei's income. "By the way, Xiao Chun, has your family bought you a house yet?" she asked with a smile. "This involves a very core issue. I bought it. My family paid the down payment, and I'm paying the mortgage myself now," Chen Yufei said with a smile, very confident. At his age, owning his own house is quite rare. "Really? You've already bought a house? That's great." Su Ying beamed and immediately tugged at her daughter Jiang Wenwen's sleeve under the table, giving her a meaningful look. "See that? Look how great Xiao Chun is. Good job. Promising future, he's bought a house. He's a million times better off than some people. Don't let some people fool you, renting a sports car and thinking you're all that." She lowered her voice and whispered in Jiang Wenwen's ear. Jiang Wenwen was about to explain when she couldn't find an opportunity because her mother was chatting with Chen Yufei and Zheng Guoren again. "Sister-in-law, I think that with Xiao Chen's qualifications, he and our Wenwen are a perfect match. Look at Xiao Chun. He's being so hospitable and extravagant. So many dishes, wow, even mitai. How much did this meal cost?" Zheng Guoren kept praising Chen Yufei. Then his gaze fell on the dining table. Facing a table full of sumptuous dishes, he gave another speech that seemed polite but was actually flattering Chen Yufei. "It's not expensive at all. I'm the manager here. I can sign the bill. Besides, I took these 2 bottles of mitai myself. They don't cost me anything," Chen Yufei said with a smile, very smug. As the manager of Tianyuan restaurant, he could take advantage of his position to exercise special privileges and seek personal gain, and he was proud of it. That's how society is now. People with a little power will make good use of it and be proud of it. "Xiao Chun, you're amazing. Being a manager really makes a difference." "Ha ha ha." Zheng Guoren immediately showered him with praise. "Xiao Chun, you ordered so many dishes and even brought mitai. Don't you want to spend any money?" Jiang Chongshan suddenly asked. He was a bit old-fashioned and conservative. Chen Yufei laughed and said, "Uncle, I'm a supervisor, so I have some special privileges. I can handle all of this in the accounts." The wine was taken from the warehouse and was originally intended to be given to clients. "Actually, I'm in charge of that too. It's just a matter of a word for me to arrange it." His words and actions exuded a strong sense of presence and superiority. Chapter 73. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Jiang Chongshan frowned, his expression showing surprise. He was fairly satisfied with Chen Yufei's conditions, but he had some doubts about the young man's character. "Old Jiang, what are you saying? What's wrong with it? Little Chen is capable. He manages so many people. What's wrong with having a few privileges? In this world, who doesn't want to be a leader? I think little Chen is great, so enthusiastic and generous. He ordered so many dishes and even brought mitai. Isn't that great? Unlike you, old Jiang, you have no skills at all. These days, the more honest you are, the less successful you are, the more useless you are." At this point, Su Ying gave Jiang Chongshan a thorough dressing down. Jiang Chongshan snorted coldly. Fine, fine. I'm too lazy to talk to you." Su Ying rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. How could she have married such an honest and useless man? The more this happened, the more determined she became, convinced that her daughter must not repeat the same mistakes. If she were to marry, She must marry a capable man who was successful and well-connected in society. Uncle, don't be angry. Auntie, please calm down too. Here, eat these dishes while they're hot. I'll pour you some wine. Uncle, please have more. Chun Yufa smiled and tried to smooth things over, easing the tension, and picked up the mitai, ready to open it. Wait! Suddenly, someone spoke. It was the king sitting in the corner. Chun Yufa was taken aback, wondering who it could be. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw it was this unassuming young man. They followed Jiang Wenwen's family around like a shadow, freeloading off them without any shame. Is that you speaking? Chun Yufa looked displeased and arrogantly gazed at the king. The king's face was cold as he coldly questioned. You ordered such a large table of dishes and even brought mitai liquor. This must have cost tens of thousands. What? Are you planning to eat public money, line your own pockets, and then try to balance the books? Do you really think this restaurant is your private property? After these words were spoken, the private room fell completely silent. Chun Yufa was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a mocking expression. Brother, I just don't understand. You came here with others to freeload. What did I do to offend you? I'm a manager of this restaurant. What's wrong with me using my authority a little? What's it to you? Who do you think you are? The repeated questioning made the air feel oppressive and heavy. Zheng Guoren's face turned cold, and he scolded the king in an annoyed tone. You child, how can you talk like that? Manager Chun is treating you to dinner. Why don't you just eat your meal and stop with the nonsense? Exactly. Your Majesty, have you gotten yourself into a mess? If you're so capable, why don't you treat everyone to dinner earlier, book a private room, serve a lavish meal, abalone, lobster, and mitai? Little Chun was just being nice by treating us, and you're not happy about it? Suyin also spoke sarcastically to the king. Chun Yufa, do you really think that just because you become a small manager, you can do whatever you want, seize company profits, and play those power-abusing tricks? Ignoring Zheng Guoren and Su Yin's accusations, the king continued to question Chun Yufa. Chun Yufa was somewhat worried, but when he saw Zheng Guoren and Su Yin criticizing the king and standing on his side, he became even more arrogant and assertive. He said smugly, let me tell you, Tianyuan Restaurant's parent company is Lin's Hotel and Catering Group. My brother works in the group's finance department and is a mid-level manager. He helps me with the bookkeeping and balancing, without any problems. Humph. What? You're not convinced? Keep it to yourself. Seeing his arrogant and smug face, the king could no longer contain himself. If he doesn't do something, then, as the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group, it would truly be a dereliction of duty on his part. Have your brother come over within 10 minutes, or you'll face the consequences. Suddenly, the king stood up. It exudes an imposing aura, restrained yet domineering. It's as if he's become a different person. Everyone was taken aback. Oh ho! What? You're planning to report me? Report my brother? Do you have any evidence? Even if you do you think the group headquarters will listen to you? It's just eating, drinking, and doing some small accounting. Who doesn't turn a blind eye? Besides, who do you think you are? Chun Yufa gave a cold, merciless laugh, so smooth and worldly wise, so self-righteously experienced. The general manager's office on the 5th floor of Tianyuan Restaurant. Lin Shuji, who is in his 40s, is a member of the Lin family business and is in charge of the business of several restaurants. However, he is only one of the dozens of senior executives in the Lin Group and has not entered the core level. The real core group consists of the group president, vice presidents, and a few members of the executive shareholders meeting, totaling less than 10 people. He just received a call from the group's president's office. Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Wang Shang, the third largest shareholder of our group. He is currently at the Tianyuan restaurant, which you manage. Please be sure to receive him. Okay. He quickly roused himself, called his assistant over to make some arrangements, and hurried downstairs. Chapter 74. Who do you think you are? Although Lin Shuji had no right or qualification to enter the core of the Lin Group and have any influence on the shareholders, he was still aware that some changes had occurred in the group's shareholders. Most importantly, in the past 2 days, the group issued a notice that the former third largest shareholder has retired and transferred all of his shares. As for who it was handed over to, whether it was a private individual or an organization, Lin Shuji had no way of knowing. Today, I suddenly received a message from headquarters saying that the third largest shareholder has come to the restaurant he manages. How could he not be nervous? The third largest shareholder, that's a share with a market value of nearly 2 billion, the third person in the group. When such an important person comes to a restaurant, it's most likely to be to inspect the work. Therefore, Lin Shuji must be fully focused and do his best to receive the major shareholder well. Otherwise, a single oversight could jeopardize his future. The third largest shareholder is an absolute core member of the group's senior management, possessing decision-making power. Inside the private room, Chen Yuefei actually made a phone call and summoned his brother. When Chen Yueming pushed open the door to the private room and walked in, Chen Yuefei immediately beamed with joy, stood up, and hugged Chen Yueming's neck with a smile. These two brothers, though they don't look alike, are both dressed in suits and ties, looking energetic and very proper. This is my brother, Chen Yueming, the audit director of the finance department of the Lin Group. How about it? I brought my brother here. Chen Yuefei looked at the king and said smugly. Chen Yueming and Wang Shang looked at each other. Like brother, the king sneered. He had already guessed that Chen Yuefei's brother was probably Chen Yueming. I can't believe it, it really is true. Old classmate, we meet again, what a coincidence. Chen Yueming said with a smile. Although they had a bad time before, and he had lost face in front of his old classmate Zhang Kaiying and was completely outmatched in his confrontation with Wang Shang, he still did not think that his old classmate who was running a shop at home was very successful. Old classmate, since we're so close, I won't waste any more words. You and your brother have done some bad things that have harmed the company's interests. To be honest, I'm very disappointed in you for doing this. The king shook his head and said angrily. What do you mean? Chen Yueming was stunned, wondering why his old classmate Wang Shang was speaking so strangely. Chen Yuefei quickly recounted what had happened. Brother, it's like this. After listening, Chen Yueming suddenly realized what was going on, and the curiosity on his face gradually turned into sarcasm and ridicule. Hey old classmate, last time you were all putting on airs, Zhang Kaiying and I both thought you were poor and broke, but then you ended up paying off the bill of several thousand yuan. Didn't you think you were really cool back then? It's alright, I'm not like you. I always mess with my old classmates. The king said coldly. Okay, I've heard that. You're a savvy investor and have made some money, so you like to act like a big shot. But I'm just wondering, what's it to you that my brother treated us to dinner? Who do you think you're to stand up and lecture people? Chen Yueming stared coldly at the king and said irritably. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Is your majesty, Mr. Wang, inside? Lin Shuji, accompanied by his secretary, assistants, and a group of others, stood cautiously at the door. Hearing the noise outside and seeing the tense atmosphere inside the private room, Jiang Wenwen immediately went to open the door. Lin Shuji's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Wenwen, such a beautiful girl. He knew that everyone in the private room was Mr. Wang's guest, so he was very polite to Jiang Wenwen and smiled. Excuse me, is Mr. Wang here? That's me. The king stood up and waved his hand. Immediately, Lin Shuji perked up and quickly stepped forward, walking briskly toward the king. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. At this moment, the Chen brothers, Yueming and Yuefei, saw President Lin arrive and hurriedly greeted him, extending their hands to shake his. However, Lin Shuji completely avoided them, treating them as if they were invisible. The two brothers' outstretched hands, their gazes, and their incredibly fawning smiles all awkwardly hung in midair, unsure of what to do next. Whether it's Chen Yuefei, the manager of the restaurant, or Chen Yueming, the audit director of the group company's finance department, although they are officials and can manage some people and things, they are no match for Lin Shuji. In front of Lin Shuji, the two of them were just small fry, the youngest of the youngest. Mr. Wang. Suddenly, the two brothers realized why their boss, Mr. Lin, kept calling him Mr. Wang. Who is Mr. Wang? What? President Lin actually shook hands with the king in a friendly manner, and even his eyebrows showed respect and flattery. Oh my God! Incredible! In the private room, President Lin bowed slightly and shook hands with the king respectfully and politely. This scene is incredible. Mr. Wang, why didn't you give us a heads up before coming to Tianyuan Restaurant? By the way, I am Lin Shuji, the general manager of Tianyuan Restaurant. I am very pleased to welcome you to Tianyuan Restaurant for your inspection. Your presence is truly an honor for Tianyuan Restaurant. Lin Shuji quickly offered a barrage of flattery and praise, placing himself in a very humble position. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm just here having a meal with a friend. I didn't mean to disturb your work, Mr. Lin, Wang Shang said with a smile. He knew that the reason the restaurant general manager was being so polite was because his shareholder status had been exposed in some way. Those who know his identity are probably only the core senior executives of the Lin Group. Chapter 75. Just a small investment. Not at all. Welcome, Mr. Wang, to inspect our work. Please point out any shortcomings, and we will humbly accept your feedback and do our best to improve every aspect of the restaurant's business, Lin Shuji said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Wang. Everyone is looking forward to your feedback and guidance for our restaurant. Yes, Mr. Wang. The group of staff who came with Lin Shuji to meet the major shareholder, Wang Shang, were all extremely respectful and had smiles on their faces the whole time. Only Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei stood there dumbfounded. Supervisor Chun, Director Chun, you two brothers are here too? Come over here quickly. Didn't you see Mr. Wang wanted to give us some feedback and instructions? Suddenly, Lin Shuji noticed the Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei brothers in the private room and called out to them. Both of their gazes turned sharply from Lin Shuji to the king. Stunned, dumbfounded, bewildered, their feet felt like they were filled with lead, incredibly heavy, making it impossible for them to move their legs. The king actually had President Lin accompany him with utmost respect, being extremely courteous. But what did those two actually say? Who does the king think he is? Digging your own grave. Come here, Lin Shuji urged, his face showing some displeasure. Didn't you two hear what I said? Huh? Despite repeated urging, the Chen brothers, Yueming and Yuefei, remained unmoved, making Lin Shuji feel particularly embarrassed. He was furious, and his roar was like a thunderclap that exploded in the private room. The two brothers were startled and quickly came over, but neither dared to look the king in the eye again. I don't have any opinions or instructions here, but there's one thing I want to discuss openly. The king spoke solemnly and earnestly. Mr. Wang, please go ahead, we're listening. Lin Shuji nodded repeatedly. Soon, Wang Shang recounted the events, including how Chen Yuefei abused his power, infringed upon the company's interests, indulged in lavish meals and drinks, and how he obtained 2 bottles of Matai to cover up the discrepancies in the accounts. What? Such a thing actually happened. Lin Shuji grew angrier as he listened, veins bulging on his forehead. If the Lin Group continues like this, with its corruption and power-hungry practices constantly escalating, and if these employees and phenomena are not eradicated, then it's doomed and will be destroyed sooner or later. Remember this, 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. The king spoke very sternly. Such earnest teachings. Lin Shuji listened very attentively, just like a primary school student in front of the head teacher. He quickly turned his gaze to Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei. You two, Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei, are really working together to line your own pockets, harm the company's interests, and violate company rules. It's absolutely despicable. General Manager Lin. Mr. Lin, please let me explain. Actually, the two brothers were on the verge of tears. They had realized that their careers working for the Lin Group were nearing their end. All right, you two don't need to waste any more words on me. Chen Yuefei, you're under my jurisdiction, so I'm informing you now that you're fired. Go to the finance office to collect your salary for this month, pack your bags, and leave. And you, Chen Yueming, although you're in the company's finance department and not under my jurisdiction, you can still resign voluntarily. If the company investigates and finds out about the shady things you did that harmed the company's interests, it won't be as simple as just resigning. You'll face legal sanctions. Lin Shuji said sternly. These words plunged both Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei into despair. They were extremely puzzled as to why things had turned out this way. Who exactly is the king? Why is President Lin always so respectful to him? President Lin, I'll leave the rest to you. Right now, I just want to have a quiet meal. Wang Shang stretched and returned to his seat. They kept a very low profile and went back to eating. Okay, Mr. Wang, please enjoy your meal. This meal is on me. Lin Shuji bowed deeply to Wang Shang, then left the private room with Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei. Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin were dumbfounded when they saw Wang Shang engrossed in eating. Zheng Guoren was stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. They're not really stupid. Even a fool could see that this young king was no ordinary man. It's highly unusual that the restaurant's general manager would treat him with such courtesy and make such a swift and decisive decision to fire an employee after he mentioned something. Uncle, Annie, please eat too. The food will get cold and won't taste good. And Uncle Zheng, you eat too. This meal is being treated by Mr. Lin, the general manager of the restaurant. Haha, let's eat in peace. The king smiled as he looked at everyone. By the way, Xiao Wang, why was the general manager so polite to you? Jiang Chongshan asked, genuinely curious. Yes, your majesty, you'd better make things clear. Jiang Wenwen pouted, stopped eating, propped her chin up with her hand, and stared straight at him. Wang Shang looked at his uncle and aunt, then at Jiang Wenwen, and smiled. Actually, it's a very simple matter. I made some investments outside, and I happened to get to know President Lin. The Lin Group values investors' opinions very much, so... You invested in the Lin Group? Su Yin was stunned again, finding it unbelievable. I suppose so. The king nodded. As the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group, it was perfectly reasonable for him to say that he had invested in the Lin Group. The Lin Group is worth tens of billions. You actually invested in the Lin Group. How much did you invest to make the restaurant manager under the group treat you with such politeness and respect? Su Yin took a deep breath and realized that he and Lao Jiang had seriously underestimated the power of this young man, Wang Shang. It's not much, just a small investment, haha. Wang Shang laughed it off. Chapter 76, First Visit. A small investment? Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin are not stupid. If it were just a small investment, how could the restaurant's general manager treat him with such politeness and respect? Just now, in the midst of laughter and conversation, Lin Shuji took the initiative to deal with the two brothers, Chun Yufei and Chun Yueming, who had violated the rules. These are not ordinary frontline employees, but rather junior leaders, such as supervisors and audit directors. Lin Shuji didn't hesitate at all. Anyone who didn't know better would think the king was the CEO of the Lin Group. Of course, Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin did not ask any more questions at this point. They knew that if the king did not want to talk, it would be futile to ask any more. Besides, they had witnessed firsthand how powerful the king was. By the way, Your Majesty, was the car you were driving just now rented? As they chatted, Su Yin brought up the topic of cars. The king smiled and said, I bought it. I just bought it a few days ago. It's a Pagani Huayras supercar. I drive it around for fun when I have nothing to do. After saying that, he took out the driver's license from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin. Cough cough, it really is yours. Jiang Chongshan took the vehicle registration certificate and nearly fainted upon seeing it, muttering, a sports car worth tens of millions, just for fun. Su Yin also took the vehicle registration certificate and looked at it. Sure enough, it was registered in the king's name. He was immediately excited. Your Majesty, so you are really good at investing and you made a lot of money. Otherwise, how could you afford such an expensive sports car? Wang Shang smiled and said, Auntie, you flatter me. I'm not that capable. I just had good luck and some good fortune. You're too modest. I never imagined you were so amazing. You're a true master who doesn't show off. You're so low-key and patient. In today's fast-paced society, there are so few young people like you who are so humble. You're excellent. And he gives you a thumbs up. Su Yin said with a smile, praising the king endlessly. Her attitude towards the king had completely changed. Su Yin, look how outstanding the king is. You, without understanding the situation, thought he wasn't suitable for our daughter. Now, do you feel embarrassed? Aren't you ashamed? Jiang Chongshan scolded Su Yin, finally finding an opportunity to properly talk to his domineering wife. Su Yin was speechless, and his face showed shame. I forgot to mention before, His Majesty has already bought houses, and more than one. Jiang Wenwen added from aside. Wow, Xiao Wang, you've really bought a house. Su Yin et gleam et Sitan Li. The king nodded. Now it was Jiang Wenwen's turn to truly feel triumphant. She gave a brief account of the house purchase. Not only bought a house in Tianyue City, but also 2 villas. After she explained the situation, Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin were both stunned. Sitting in the corner, completely speechless, Zheng Guoren was utterly shocked, and then stood there dumbfounded. He felt like a clown, and a ridiculous one at that. Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen are in a free love relationship, and they both like each other. This outsider of theirs is meddling, constantly jumping around, trying to introduce Jiang Wenwen to other men. The key point is that the king is actually a hidden super rich man with several houses and cars worth tens of millions. And Chun Yufei, whom he introduced, is nobody. Compared to the king, he's nothing. After dinner, Su Yin warmly invited Wang to come to his home. Jiang Chongshan shared this sentiment and warmly welcomed Wang Shang to visit his home. As for Zheng Guoren, no one spoke to him. By the way, uncle, are you coming over to our house later? Yes, come over for tea later. You can't leave yet. Your cousin and I need your ride back. Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin said with a smile. Zheng Guoren's main role now is to drive Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin back. After all, the king's Pagani Huayras can only seat 2 people. Zheng Guoren nodded repeatedly, not daring to show his frustration. He had hoped to get closer to Chun Yufei and make him one of their own, but now Chun Yufei had been fired. This is so surreal. Want to come to your house? The king decided to ask Jiang Wenwen's opinion, so he lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. Go ahead, it's rare for my mom to be so proactive and enthusiastic. You're the first boy to visit my home, Jiang Wenwen said shyly. The king smiled. Not long after, Wang Shang drove his function car, carrying Jiang Wenwen to the entrance of the residential area and parked in a parking space. Wow, what kind of car is this? Let me see. Wow, Pagani. A Pagani. And a Huayra at that. The famous Pagani Huayra. How much does this car cost? Tens of millions. Oh my god. A question on Jihu. What's it like to have someone else's supercar worth tens of millions parked next to your family car that costs a few 100,000 yuan? Thanks for the invitation. I live in a rather old neighborhood, and today I encountered this situation. Next to my Honda was a Pagani Huayra, a limited edition at that. My current feeling is one of envy and resentment. I really want to get the supercar owner's keys and go inside for a test drive. The surrounding cars, which were originally parked nearby, moved away when they saw the Pagani Huayra supercar. Those that could be moved, and those that couldn't be moved as far away as possible. They were terrified of running into this luxury car. Otherwise, we simply can't afford to pay the compensation. Others are taking photos, posting on social media, browsing Jihu and Tushio, and answering questions related to supercars. In short, it was very lively. At this moment, Wang Shang had already taken Jiang Wenwen's hand, and they arrived at the front door of their house. Chapter 77. The beautiful scenery in the love nest. The king was very polite and did not come empty-handed. He specially prepared some gifts, including fine cigarettes and wines, as well as a cosmetic set for Aunt Suyin, etc., which were quite valuable. On his first visit to Jiang Wenwen's home, Wang Shang's humility and friendliness were admirable. Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin grew increasingly fond of the king, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. Now the two of them are thinking that they should get to know each other well as soon as possible, and preferably establish a relationship and get married. Of course, as people with experience, they also know that this matter cannot be rushed. Sometimes, the more anxious you are, the more likely you are to ruin a good thing. Sipping tea, chatting, tasting snacks and desserts made by Aunt Suyin, and playing chess with Uncle Jiang Chongshan. An afternoon passes quickly. The king is now enjoying this slower pace of life. Living leisurely is the true meaning of life. Of course, this is based on the premise that he possesses sufficient wealth, owns numerous buildings to collect rent, and holds shares in the group company to receive dividends. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to live such a carefree and leisurely life. Evening came quickly. Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin cooked for themselves. The honest and upright Jiang Chongshan has excellent cooking skills, which he can show off by making some delicious food for his future son-in-law. Su Yin assisted from his side. The king now sees it clearly. Although the couple doesn't seem to get along, they inevitably quarrel, and they look down on each other. That's all just on the surface. The couple's relationship is quite good. A daughter raised in such a family environment is bound to be good. After dinner, it was time to say goodbye. Wenwen, why don't you see the king off? Su Yin winked at Jiang Wenwen, wanting her daughter to spend more time with the king in private. The parents' good intentions are truly admirable. Mom and Dad, actually Wang Shang and I are already living together in our new house in Tianyue City. Jiang Wenwen said shyly and sweetly. She's now come clean with her parents, and she's living with the king now. She's practically saying it's a done deal. Are you living together? Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin looked at each other, somewhat surprised, but they tacitly agreed. Yes, Mom and Dad. Jiang Wenwen's face turned so red it looked like it could bleed. All right, you all need to be careful. By the way, Your Majesty, you must take good care of Wenwen. Su Yin added a few more words of advice. Don't worry, Auntie. Auntie, where are you? Su Yin was clearly a little angry. Are you silly? Don't call me Annie anymore. Even if you don't call me mother-in-law, you should still call me Annie. It sounds more friendly, Jiang Chongshan said with a smile. As a father, seeing his beloved daughter with a man inevitably brings him heartache and makes it difficult for him to accept. But after a struggle with his mind, he felt relieved. Anyway, daughters are going to date and get married eventually. Now that she's found a good man, such an excellent guy, he should be happy. Seeing that her father was joking around, Jiang Wenwen felt much better. She had thought that if she came out and let her parents know that she and Wang Shang were living together, it would make them unhappy. It seems that this matter has been resolved smoothly. We're all family now, so let's not be so formal, Su Yin said meaningfully. The king immediately understood. Uncle and aunt, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Wenwen and make her the happiest woman. Upon hearing these words, the elderly couple were immediately very gratified and happy. Now that the young couple had their own love nest and had already put things this way, Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin weren't the stubborn old folks, so they didn't say anything more. He let his daughter go out with the king. Watching their daughter's departing figure, the couple sighed. A daughter grows up and leaves home. Their only hope now is that the young couple can get their marriage certificate as soon as possible, become husband and wife smoothly, and have a big, healthy baby boy in the future. We returned to Tianyue City to a luxuriously decorated, large-scale penthouse. I entered by scanning my face and fingerprint, and then closed the door. The two young people, Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen, quickly embraced and became entangled. "Darling, I miss you," murmured softly, her voice slightly husky and sexy. Her thin clothes, like flower petals peeling away, revealed an extremely alluring view. Having overcome her parents' hurdle, Jiang Wenwen has become much more passionate and proactive than before. It seems that a girl really does undergo a significant change when she becomes a woman. "I miss you too." The king held her tightly. After one night, I opened my eyes to bright sunshine streaming in through the drawn curtains. A happy smile appeared on the king's face because the woman beside him had already gotten up and gone to the kitchen to make breakfast. In their love nest, Jiang Wenwen was dressed very lightly and casually, wearing a loose white shirt, shorts, and slippers. From behind, her long, snow-white, sexy legs were on full display. So beautiful. The king got up, dressed casually, went to the kitchen, and embraced his incomparably beautiful woman from behind. "Stop it, you're so annoying." "Hee hee, Wenwen is so pretty." "Okay, breakfast is ready in no time. Go sit down in the dining room and wait, my darling." Uh-huh. Sweet conversations are the most wonderful moments for couples in love. Having breakfast together and enjoying this wonderful time, there's nothing better than this moment. After eating breakfast and changing her clothes, Jiang Wenwen looked stunning in her professional suit, quickly said goodbye to the king, and went to work. With nothing much to do, the king went to the small supermarket after dinner, as he had given Zhou Yuqi 2 days off and needed to be in charge of the supermarket himself. He now feels that he should start his own company so that Wenwen can work for him instead of going to work elsewhere. Boom! Sitting at the supermarket counter, Wang Shang took out a bottle of beverage and opened the cap. A new day begins, and the 1 Yuan reward program starts. Ding! Congratulations! You have a chance to redeem something for just 1 Yuan. Would you like to redeem it for 1 Yuan? Certainly. Ding! 1 Yuan purchase successful. Current host's wealth points -1. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. The lost national treasure. The 9 tripod cauldrons. Chapter 78. The 9 provinces cauldrons unearthed in the backyard. The origin of the 9 tripod cauldrons. In the early Xia dynasty, Yu the Great divided the land into 9 provinces, each with its own governor. Later, Qi, the founder of Xia, ordered the governors of the 9 provinces to contribute bronze to cast 9 tripods. Beforehand, he sent people to draw pictures of the famous mountains, rivers, scenic spots, and unusual objects of each province. Then, he dispatched selected master craftsmen to copy these drawings on the 9 tripods, with each tripod symbolizing 1 province. The 9 tripods symbolize the 9 provinces, reflecting the unity of the country and the high degree of centralization of royal power, showing that the Xia king had become the supreme ruler of the land, in accordance with a mandate of heaven. As the saying goes, under the whole heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the land, all people are subjects of king. From then on, the 9 provinces became synonymous with China, and establishing the tripods became synonymous with the establishment of national power. The 9 tripods include those from Yangzhou, Jingzhou, Liangzhou, Shuzhou, Yuzhou, Yongzhou, Qingzhou, Jizhou, and Yanzhou. Ding! The 9 provinces cauldron has appeared 1 meter behind the host's room. Dig it up to obtain it. The king was dumbfounded. Listening to the system's explanation, everything felt so unreal. Holy crap! A national treasure lost for 1,000 years can be given as a reward? This is absolutely amazing. He was so excited that he kept gesturing wildly, which made several customers who wanted to come in to buy things look at him with surprise. Is the owner of this small supermarket crazy? Let's get going. This is insane. This is insane. At this moment, the king was indeed on the verge of madness. He immediately went online to check the origin of the 9 cauldrons, and it was exactly the same as what the system had said. But where are the 9 tripods? The king suddenly thought of this most crucial question. Because of the previous rewards, such as a ton of gold, they appeared on the shelves of the small supermarket. So, found 1 meter behind the house? Can it be obtained by digging? He remembered the system notification. So I rushed home. He carried a hoe and went to the backyard. The old houses in this area are all quite old, including Wang Shang's house. The old, dilapidated house is on the verge of collapse, with a small yard where his parents usually grow some vegetables. Dig down with a hoe. There was no movement. Keep digging. Keep digging. Finally, they dug to a depth of nearly 1 meter. Wang Shang was extremely careful, gently using a hoe to clear away the soil before jumping in and digging with his hands. Um. Suddenly, the king paused, his fingers touching something hard. He sensed an ancient aura and a touch of something from a bygone era emanating from his fingertips. Strange and mysterious. The king quickly continued to dig through the soil with his hands. The hard thing wasn't stone but bronze. The king was extremely excited and kept digging into the soil. Soon, an ancient bronze cauldron covered in mud appeared before his eyes. Then he picked up the bronze cauldron, which was very heavy, and it took him a lot of effort to put on the ground. Then he washed it clean with water. This bronze tripod looks so ancient and timeless. The top ring is engraved with patterns and inscriptions in ancient scripts from extremely long periods of time. Next, the king could no longer personally go and excavate the remaining 8 bronze cauldrons, because it's too much effort. In addition, he must be able to identify that this is the genuine Zhuzhou Ding, a national treasure that has been lost for thousands of years. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Although he has complete faith in the system and believes there will be no problems, he still needs confirmation from archaeological experts at professional appraisal institutions. He quickly contacted people in municipal government, since he had gotten to know some high-ranking government officials through his previous work running the foundation. Because the matter was of great importance, he contacted Director Wu in the party secretary's office directly. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello. Director Wu, this is what happened. Ancient artifacts were discovered in my backyard. Ancient artifacts? My God. Excellent. I'll report this to Secretary Luo immediately and arrange for archaeological experts from the relevant departments to come over. Mr. Wang, please wait. With Director Wu's arrangements and Secretary Luo's attention, Wang Shang felt relieved. The 9 tripods are national treasures among national treasures. They have been lost for thousands of years, which has always been the biggest regret for the archaeological community. The 9 tripods and the imperial seal of the state are arguably the most mysterious and top-tier lost national treasures of China. Tripods, a national treasure of the highest level, can truly be unearthed. Then Jiangdu City will become the focus of attention for all of China and even the world. What a huge uproar it will cause, what a frenzied media frenzy it will generate, and what a fervent following among archaeology enthusiasts it will garner. Unbelievable. The king never considered taking the national treasure for himself, because that was impossible. Of course, you can make a lot of money by selling them on the black market, but that's not his usual style. Over the years, our country has emerged from war and turmoil. After being backward and vulnerable to attack for so long, it was the hard work of generations of Chinese people that brought the country to its current level. Many ancient artifacts were scattered all over the world, but through the efforts of the Chinese people, they were brought back little by little and sent to museums to be passed down so that future generations of Chinese can see them. If he sells it to the black market, then he's no different from a traitor. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. It was my mom calling. Mom and Dad, are you coming back? Son, your dad and I are almost at Jiangdu East Station, so you don't need to come pick us up? Your dad, and I'll take the bus back. I've come to pick you up. Why would you pick someone up? You don't even have a car. How can you do that? No need. All right, Mom. I forgot to tell you, I bought a car. Wait for me. I'm coming to pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shang happily went out the door, ready to drive his Pagani Huayra. However, when he thought about picking up his parents and their luggage, he realized he couldn't bring the sports car. So he had no choice but to call Jiang Wenwen. Wenwen, my parents are back. They're at the East Station. I'm going to pick them up. If you're not busy, you can drive over. Ugh. On the phone, Jiang Wenwen readily agreed. Not long after, Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen drove to Jiangdu East Railway Station. Half an hour later, Wang Shang successfully picked up his parents. Mom and Dad, this is my girlfriend, Jiang Wenwen. Wenwen, these are my parents. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Hello, Jiang Wenwen. Hello, Jiang Wenwen. After the introductions, Jiang Wenwen greeted the king's parents with a smile, displaying poise, humility, and politeness. She is so well-mannered. Wang Shang's parents were very happy and quite surprised. In their eyes, their son had struck it lucky to have met such an outstanding girl. She is beautiful, has a good personality, and is humble, sensible, and polite. You little rascal, your dad and I have only been gone for a few days, and you've changed quite a bit. Hey. The king's mother pulled the king aside and whispered a few words to him. Did your dad and I come back too early? No. I was thinking of letting you stay at your grandma's house for a few more days so you and your girlfriend could spend more time together. By the way, when was that? I met her in the last few days, and things are going quite well. The mother and son chatted for a while, and then the 4 of them got into the car. Wenwen, is this your car? It's really nice. It looks so high-end. As soon as she got in the car, Wang Shang's mother kept praising how good it was. As an ordinary middle-aged woman and a retired mother, she didn't have much knowledge or experience. She was just simple and unpretentious. Actually this car was bought by His Majesty. Jiang Wenwen was about to tell the truth and explain that the Cullinan was actually bought by His Majesty, but a look from the king stopped her. Hey, Mom and Dad, have some water. This car belongs to Wenwen. It's not a very high-end car. Wang Shang took 2 bottles of water from the car's mini fridge and handed them to his parents. Chapter 79. Indignation. Jiang Wenwen drove skillfully. She was becoming more and more familiar with the Cullinan, and the king can then peacefully be a passenger, which feels wonderful. Healthy parents, a lovely girlfriend, and a comfortable life are the dream of countless people. This car even has a refrigerator. Isn't that high-end? You're really arrogant, kid, Wang Shang's father said in a lecturing tone. The king's face darkened. Indeed, this car is high-end enough, worth over $1 million. If I were to reveal the price, my parents would definitely think I'm crazy. How could I possibly have that much money? By the way, Your Majesty, why aren't you driving? You're making Wenwen, a girl, drive. Don't you know how to be considerate and caring toward a girl? Ugh, don't you want to drive me crazy? The king's mother glared at him, annoyed. It's all right, Auntie. I like cars and I enjoy driving, Jiang Wenwen said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble you. If there's anything wrong with that brat, you must tell us. Humph, just wait and see how his father and I teach him a lesson. The fact that the king's mother said this clearly shows that she is very satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. Okay, Auntie. Jiang Wenwen was overjoyed and winked at the king, beaming with pride. Gaining the approval of her boyfriend's parents was the best thing for her. For a relationship to blossom, it needs to lead to marriage, and for a successful marriage, the consent of both sets of parents is required. By the way, Mom and Dad, there's something I need to tell you. Suddenly, the king spoke. Hearing him say that, his parents both became a little nervous. What's wrong, child? What's wrong, Your Majesty? You're so easily startled, child. Looking into his parents' eyes, Wang Shang said earnestly, Actually, I've changed a lot lately, mainly because I won several million in the lottery, then made some investments, and I was incredibly lucky, making a fortune. He had to give his parents an explanation for this. Otherwise, it will be impossible to explain things clearly later. It's impossible to keep it a secret forever. Besides, it's tiring. I bought a car, I bought a house, and I even bought a house for my parents. He briefly described what he had done, mainly buying property and a car, and the source of the money. Hearing these words, Mom and Dad were stunned. My son has made something of himself. Wow, that's amazing. You're so lucky to have won the lottery and made so much money from your investments. My goodness. Could it be that our Wang family's ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke? Ah. After initial shock, disbelief, the couple became extremely excited. They believed what the king said, because, based on their understanding of their son, there was no other possibility for him to get rich except by buying lottery tickets. As for investment, these days, it's entirely possible for a blind cat to stumble upon a dead mouse. Take stock trading, for example. Some people study it every day but still lose money, while others buy a few stocks randomly and make a fortune. There's a kind of metaphysics in this world called luck. And it's also about wealth. Fortune is coming your way, and there's no stopping it. Thank God, our Wang family has been poor for generations, always stuck at the bottom of society, never amounting to anything. But now, we've finally turned things around. Thank God. Thank Buddha for his protection, and thank the ancestors of the Wang family for their blessings. At this moment, the king's mother was so excited that she knelt down on her seat and began a kowtow. She believes in Buddhism and some other religions, but she is not a religious believer. She just has a broad belief in the existence of gods. This is how he became who he is today, with faith and reverence in his heart. Kindness teaches people to be grateful. Child, you're making so much money. You're very lucky. You should make some contributions and give back to society. She began to give instructions to the king. The king nodded, deeply agreeing. I'm home. The four of them got out of the car and walked to the king's house. Strangely enough, several excavators were parked in front of the gate. Each excavator had an operator sitting on it. In addition, a large number of people had gathered from the alley entrance to Wang Shang's doorstep, including neighbors and some people that Wang Shang and his parents did not recognize. These people were dressed like respectable people, but they were dressed like street thugs, with their arms and legs exposed and covered in various tattoos. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, tall and strong, with thick waist and arms, looking particularly solid and powerful, with thick muscles and dark skin. Old Kuei, the company ordered them to come and demolish this area, but they won't. Damn it, they're really screwed. Old Kuwei, we're just waiting for you to make your move. We can't do without you. The excavator operators gathered around the middle-aged man, offering him cigarettes and showering him with flattery. No problem. Known as Lao Kuei, calmly smoked his cigarette. He was surrounded by a large group of brothers, all of whom seemed ill-intentioned and not good people at all. Wang Shang, along with Jiang Wenwen and his parents, arrived at the door, but before they could open it and go inside, they were blocked by this group of people. What's going on? The king's face darkened. Old Wang and Zhang, you're finally back. Our whole neighborhood is going to be demolished. Apparently, a very powerful developer has come and wants to take our houses, but the compensation they're offering is very low, so everyone's protesting and try to stop the demolition. Someone came over. They were neighbors. They explained what had happened. It turns out that this group came to forcibly demolish the property. Behind them was a demolition company, which, to put it bluntly, hired a bunch of thugs to oppress ordinary people. Of course, behind the forced demolition is a developer, rich and powerful, waiting to take over the land. However, the compensation offered was much lower than the prices offered for land acquisition in the surrounding areas, which naturally angered the neighbors. The situation is currently at a stalemate. Wang Shangsai found out what was going on because he hadn't been home and had been staying at the small supermarket in front of the store. As for the small supermarket, because the foundation's office was there, to be honest, these thugs didn't dare to cause trouble and didn't bother the king. They are bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. According to the developer's plan, Wang Shangjia's house will be demolished, but the small supermarket in front can be preserved. Of course, the foundation's office will also be preserved. They dare not touch it. However, the houses behind, as well as the houses of 20 or 30 neighboring households, are all to be demolished, and at a price lower than the compensation offered for demolished properties in the surrounding area. The residents of this neighborhood are mostly from the lower rungs of society, especially the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. So the developers behind them thought these people were easy to bully, and they arranged for a so-called demolition company, which was actually a group of thugs and bullies, to come and threaten to forcibly demolish their homes. Now that the developers think this area is worth demolishing and commercializing, you're lucky. Humph. If the boss hadn't taken a liking to this place, you'd still be living in these old, dilapidated houses. Now that they're demolishing it, they're giving you new houses and compensation money. So what are you making a fuss about? The leader of this gang of thugs, Lao Kuei, walked over, his vicious gaze sweeping over the dozen or so local residents present. No, absolutely not. Your compensation is too low. The developer's compensation is twice as high as yours. Why are you giving us so little? We won't accept it. Yes, we won't do it. The crowd was in uproar, filled with indignation. Chapter 80. Righteous and awe-inspiring. Seeing that he had incurred the wrath of the crowd, Old Kuei panicked a little, but he quickly calmed down. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he arrogantly surveyed the crowd and sneered. Let me tell you, these 20-odd old houses in this area must be demolished. This land is collectively owned. Your community has already issued a notice, and you've all signed it. What, you common folk? How much trouble can you possibly cause? Upon hearing this, the neighbors who had been standing in front of the door, vehemently protesting against the thuggish demolition company, all became deflated. Because the community did issue a notice and people signed it. Now, only a few households haven't signed or put their fingerprints on it, but this won't affect the pace of demolishing these old buildings. Of course, in order to avoid troublemakers escalating the situation or causing other problems, the developer behind the demolition company issued an order that the demolition of this old and dilapidated house must begin today, without delay. Now, in order to get bulldozers, excavators, and other equipment moving forward as quickly as possible and start demolition work, the demolition company has brought in Lao Kuei and his gang. Not far away, under an old locust tree, a black Mercedes-Benz van was parked. Inside the car, in the back seat, sat an elderly man in his 60s or 70s. He looked energetic, healthy, and had sharp, bright eyes, except for his white hair. The man had a cigar in his mouth, a wine glass in one hand, and his arm around a woman with the other. Smoking cigars, drinking red wine, and being accompanied by beautiful young women. This kind of life is very leisurely. The old man was dressed in a very luxurious and elegant manner, wearing a suit and leather shoes and head-to-toe designer brands. Mr. Bai, looking at the situation outside, the demolition should be able to start before this afternoon, right? The man who looked like a lackey, sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at the old man through the rearview mirror and asked cautiously. It turned out that the old man was the top figure in the Jiangdu city underworld. known as Old Man with White Hair, and respected by all members of the Four Dragon Society. Master Bai nodded and said leisurely, there shouldn't be any problem. This time, with old Kuei involved, he's efficient and decisive in handling matters, never dragging things out. That's true. Old Kuei is Bai Ye's most capable assistant. He has been with him for decades, starting from the beginning when he was a street urchin, doing all kinds of dirty and hard work. He fought his way up step by step to where he is today. 20 years ago, Lao Kuei was my most capable subordinate in the Four Dragons gang, and he still is. Back then, the Four Dragons gang only had a dozen or so people. They fought tooth and nail for territory, and Lao Kuei deserves a lot of credit for that. Now I've given him the most lucrative position in the Four Dragons gang, the East City Hall Master, as a way of not letting down the blood and sweat he's poured into it over the years. As Bai Yi slowly recounted his story, his eyes grew weary and misty as he drifted into memories. Mr. Bai, you're a righteous man. Praised by his assistant, Master Bai laughed heartily a few times. Over the years, in order to successfully go public, we went from underground to the surface, what they call laundering. That's right, we opened so many companies and put in so much effort to launder our money. How long have we swallowed our pride? Not long ago, a major incident happened in the South City branch. Our leader, Xiao Zhou, and dozens of our Four Dragon Society brothers were killed, and the situation is still unclear. The truth is unknown. Damn it. Thinking of this, Bai Ye's gaze turned fierce and violent. He stubbed out his burning cigar and pushed away the woman next to him. I'm not in the mood for smoking anymore, and I'm not in the mood for playing with women either. He was the leader of the Four Dragon Society. Dozens of his brothers have been killed, and even the Hall Master had been killed. How could he let such a serious matter be left unresolved? We've finally uncovered some details. Our leader, Xiao Zhou, kidnapped a girl to blackmail a man before his death because he had some unpleasant experience with that man prior to this. Mr. Bai, please take care of yourself and don't get too excited. The driver, who was also Bai Ye's confidant, quickly offered a reminder. I know. Bai Yi waved his hand and continued. We found out about that man. He's a young man in his early 20s living in these old houses. His name is Wang Shang. According to our investigation, he has quite a bit of wealth. He's outstanding among young people. However, we haven't found out much more about him, and we don't know why he comes from an ordinary family and has such considerable wealth. In short, this time it involves demolishing dozens of old houses, including his, so we must do this properly. Besides, the developer, Mr. Zhao, is my friend, so I have to give him face. No matter what, we have to demolish their houses. Bai Yi said fiercely. Through the car window, he noticed a young man standing in front of a house where a crowd had gathered not far away. It was none other than the king. Click. Upon noticing the young king, Master Bai's gaze suddenly turned fierce and filled with hostility. He clenched his fingers so tightly that his knuckles turned white and made cracking sounds. Seeing the imposing and furious Bai Yi, the young women beside him were terrified and quickly hid to the side, close to the car door and window, trembling slightly. Don't worry, Mr. Bai. These 20-odd households have all been dealt with by the community officials and have signed the necessary documents. They're just making a fuss and complaining, thinking the compensation isn't enough. But this isn't their place to haggle. A bunch of troublemakers, just a bunch of powerless, penniless commoners. What are they making a fuss about? All right, just wait and see. The standoff between the two sides gradually escalated to a fever pitch. Wang Shang's neighbor, Brother Delin, usually runs a small stall business, selling breakfast and such. Although he doesn't have a formal job, he is young, has a strong sense of law, and dares to defend his rights. He stepped forward and roared at Lao Kuei and his group. You bunch of bastards, try bringing an excavator to demolish my house. Let me tell you, any notice issued by the community has no legal effect. It only becomes valid if every resident and property owner signs it. We don't agree to your demolition, so you can't demolish it. Don't even think about demolishing my house unless you raise the compensation standard to the proper level. Unless you run me over. Delin's wife stood beside him, her face full of worry. It was because Lao Kuei and his gang of thugs from the Four Dragon Society were not to be trifled with. They certainly wouldn't dare to directly run over ordinary people with their excavators, but resorting to underhanded tactics, knocking on your door in the middle of the night, having a group of thugs constantly harassing you, threatening and coercing you, relentlessly pestering you. That feeling and the experience. It's truly unsettling. Of course, this is how demolition companies operate. Otherwise, such an industry wouldn't have emerged. Old Kuei's lips twitched, his eyes filled with ferocity, and he coldly cursed. Damn it, you're pretty cocky, aren't you? You really think we wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? Damn it. I have so many brothers here. I'm giving you a chance to move out quickly. Don't be stubborn and ask for trouble, or you won't be able to blame me if you get hurt. Those who know the inside story and understand the law can see that this group is all bark and no bite. But those who dare to stand so firmly and confront these bastards and bullies head on, are truly rare. Go ahead and try if you dare. Brother Dalin remained righteous and fearless. Chapter 81, Luo Yuliang arrives. Old Kuei's face, full of menacing features, trembled with rage. Suddenly, he waved his hand and shouted to his henchmen behind him. Get them moving. Start the machine. Damn it. I'll see if my machine is tougher, or if these little bastards and troublemakers have tougher heads. He wanted to intimidate Dalin and some of the so-called troublemakers and troublemakers they represented. They wouldn't dare to actually start the machines and rush over, directly targeting people and crushing houses. Rumble, rumble. The machine started up. A red excavator rolled over from the road, not far away, slowly approaching Brother Dalin. Immediately, most of the neighbors who had gathered nearby were frightened and quickly moved away. Dalin remained unmoved, tears glistening in his eyes. Although he was also afraid, he was determined to protect his rights. Brother Lin, be careful. Seeing this, the king was both angry and worried, and rushed over to pull Brother Dalin away. The excavator ran right over the spot where Brother Dalin had just been standing. Because it was so heavy, the tracks crushed a large chunk of the concrete pavement in front of the door. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, one of the gangsters from the Four Dragon Society, a thug operating the excavator, a cigarette dangling from his mouth in the cab, roughly maneuvered the machine, causing the boom and bucket to shake violently, emitting a piercing sound, and swung it towards the side wall of Brother Lin's house. It looked like they were about to go and destroy Brother Dalin's house. You've gone completely lawless. You've gone completely lawless. Upon seeing this scene, Brother Dalin, with a sob in his voice and red eyes, shouted at the top of his lungs. The neighbors were all deeply moved and felt the same way. Everyone was in danger because their own houses were about to be demolished. Stop! Suddenly, an old woman rushed out of the house and stood under the sidewall. Isn't this Brother Dalin's grandmother, an elderly woman in her 80s? Seeing this, the thugs operating the excavator panicked. Old Kuei panicked and quickly shouted to stop. So the thug operating the excavator quickly stopped the machine and dared not continue. They dared not cause any violence or bloodshed because their boss, Master Bai, had given orders to avoid casualties and to use threats as the primary means of communication. If you dare to demolish my house, I'll kill myself. I'm an old man who's had enough of living, and I'll drag you down with me, even in death. Dalin's grandmother, her body trembling, spoke with a trembling voice, yet she used all her strength. Although she seemed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the powerful giant machine, her imposing presence showed her attitude and determination. A person lives for their pride. Grandma, be careful. Brother Dalin shouted in a tearful voice and rushed towards his grandmother. Fuck you. Old Kuei's mood suddenly turned terrible. He had originally thought the matter would be easy to resolve, as most of the people were too frightened to step forward. However, as things developed, the man and the old woman who had suddenly appeared were really a bad thing. He angrily cursed and shoved Dalin. Caught off guard, Dalin stumbled and fell to the ground, hitting his head on the wall, drawing blood from the cut. Dalin. Brother Dalin's wife rushed over crying, her face full of worry and her eyes filled with hatred. She glared fiercely at Lao Kuei. Seeing this scene, the crowd was outraged. You've gone completely lawless. You bastard. How dare you hit someone? Someone's being assaulted. Call the police. Call the police right now. Old Kuei was a little flustered, but still swaggered around. Damn it, who dares to come over? Come try. I'll beat you up. This little bastard fell down on his own, and I only got hit by him. Damn it, trying to scam me? Get up. You clearly pushed Dalin, but now you're denying it. You're lying. You bastard. You scoundrel. Everyone started cursing and gave Lao Kuei a thorough dressing down. Bang. Suddenly, a figure flashed over and kicked Old Kuei hard. It was powerful and incredibly fast. The kick was so powerful and fast that Old Kuei didn't even have time to react before being sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily into the wall. He collapsed, feeling like his bones were about to break, and blood was gushing from his nose and mouth. The figure landed, and the one who had just kicked Old Kuei was none other than the king. Everyone who saw this felt incredibly satisfied and relieved. Good. Well done. Your Majesty, well done. Who the hell kicked me? Damn it. Come here, all of you. Damn it. I'll see who dares to utter a sound. Old Kuei grimaced in pain, wiping the blood flowing from his mouth and nose. His face contorted with rage, and he quickly called for reinforcements. Dozens of thugs and bullies rushed over to his side, all armed with weapons. The standoff between the two sides is becoming increasingly intense. Just then, several police cars and several black government vehicles drove up on the main road not far away. One of the cars had a very distinctive license plate, which would be immediately noticeable to anyone with keen eye. Just now, Wang Shang made a phone call to Director Wu of the City Party Secretary's office, explained the situation here, and sent over photos of the bronze tripod. Director Wu already took the situation on Wang Shang's side very seriously. When encountering illegal demolitions, he naturally made arrangements to have relevant departments come and handle the matter. In addition, the photos of the bronze tripod that Wang Shangfa posted were so impressive that he was immediately stunned. He was particularly interested in ancient artifacts, and after looking at the photos himself and consulting with experts in the field, everyone agreed that it was a matter of great importance and that they had to go to the site as soon as possible. This matter quickly attracted the attention of Secretary Luo Yuliang. Therefore, Luo Yuliang came over in person. A large number of leaders from various departments in the city, as well as cultural relics experts, drove over. They even used police cars to clear the way in order to maintain order and protect the cultural relics. Director Wu was the first to get off the bus, then quickly ran to the other side, opened the door, placed his hand on the edge of the car, and acted with great respect. Secretary Luo, we've arrived. Please proceed. The city's top leader stepped out of the car. Luo Yuliang is not tall, is in his 50s, has a kind face, is unpretentious, and gives people a very approachable feeling. However, as he walked towards the Wang family's house, the aura of a high-ranking person immediately emanated from the large group of secretaries, assistants, and bodyguard around him. Upon learning that Luo Yuliang was coming, the entire city, district, sub-district, and community mobilized. After some back-and-forth communication, several community staff members quickly went to the neighborhood and solemnly explained the situation, informing everyone that Luo Yuliang from the city had arrived. These staff members were extremely nervous, their hearts pounding. Chapter 82, The Great Lucky Star of Jiangdu City. Soon, Luo Yuliang arrived in front of the crowd. Hello, leader. Hello, leader. Secretary Luo, you've finally arrived. You've worked hard, rising higher and higher, pushed the atmosphere to its peak. Luo Yuliang listened to the report and thus knew what had happened here. On one side are the ordinary people dissatisfied with the demolition compensation standards because they believe the developers are indeed manipulating the process by lowering prices behind the scenes. On one side were the demolition company people led by Lao Kuei, who acted brutally. I will handle the situation here properly. Everyone can rest assured. As for who started the fight, we will definitely deal with it according to the law. Luo Yuliang first stated his position to reassure the people present. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions revealing admiration and respect. No matter which developer it is, this area is impossible to develop. The city will not approve at first. The situation has changed, and everything before is put on hold. Luo Yuliang continued, clearly indicating that there were other arrangements for the relocation and resettlement of the dozens of households in this area. The numerous staff members present, from high-ranking city officials to grassroots community workers, listened attentively and dared not show the slightest negligence. This is the ironclad rule. Immediately, district leaders arrived and quickly persuaded the so-called demolition company employees who were causing trouble to leave the scene. With the armed police deployed, a whole convoy of police cars was parked nearby. So how could this group of thugs and bullies from the Four Dragon Society dare to resist in the slightest? They quickly backed away, and the thugs who had been driving the excavator also got out of the cab and hurried away. Just then, all right, since we have machines ready, let's get started and dig up Mr. Wang's backyard. Luo Yuliang noticed the excavator that Lao Kuei and his men had brought. Everyone was taken aback. What's going on? What is Luo Yuliang trying to do? Old Kuei had led his men away and retreated quite a distance when a large group of staff from relevant departments surrounded them, reprimanding and urging them to leave. I'm talking to you. Old Kuei was dumbfounded, feeling it was very abrupt, and blankly pointed to himself with his finger. I can't believe it. Comrade, are you in charge of these excavators? Luo Yuliang's gaze fell on Lao Kuei. Old Kuei's legs went weak, and he turned pale with fright. This was the number one person in the city. He had never faced such a high-ranking person in his life. Even though he was the most lucrative leader of the East City Hall and the Four Dragon Society, and had experienced so many ups and downs and years of fighting and killing, old Kuei was still feeling guilty and terrified at this moment. Yes, yes, the old man replied tremblingly. He noticed not only Luo Yuliang's authoritative gaze, but also the gazes of a large group of high-ranking leaders. If anything goes wrong, a lot of people will probably take action against him, and the Four Dragon Society will also be implicated. The Four Dragon Society originally profited in the gray area, and many of their operations and transactions had to be conducted underground. In addition, over the years, Master Bai has been doing business and running companies to try his best to whitewash his past crimes and distance himself from his heinous crimes. They have many enemies, but they are not afraid of forces in society. What they fear is the actions of the authorities. If they really offend certain people, causing the higher-ups to launch a massive and powerful operation, it would be enough to give the Four Dragon Society a hard time. How about this? We'll requisition your excavator and dig up this young comrade's backyard. What do you think? Luo Yuliang was very polite and asked with a kind and gentle expression. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Old Kuei nodded hurriedly, finally relieved. I thought Luo Yuliang was going to deal with the incident immediately. The demolition company's violent demolition and Lao Kuei's injury to the people. The result was completely different. In fact, most people were completely confused and had no idea what Luo Yuliang was trying to do. Only Luo Yuliang, Director Wu, a few key city officials, and the archaeological experts who rushed here knew what had happened. Secretary Luo, it's like this. Oh, no need. I'll go with a few comrades. You can wait outside. Several district and community staff members eagerly approached, ready to report the situation, but were interrupted by Luo Yuliang. They assumed that Luo Yuliang came here mainly because of the demolition issue. Therefore, there are a few people who are extremely nervous right now because they have close ties with the demolition company. Luo Yuliang's attitude is very clear. Commercial development here has been put on hold and will not be given to developers, so there will be no demolition. In this way, it is completely understandable that some people are as anxious as ants in a hot pan, with pale faces and trembling legs. Going against Luo Yuliang is going against the Jiangdu authorities. What will be the consequences? So you really don't want to work here anymore? Secretary Luo, this is Comrade Xiao Wang. Oh, hello, Comrade Xiao Wang. You're truly a lucky star for Jiangdu City. Hello, Secretary Luo. Comrade Xiao Wang, you reported such a big matter to the city immediately. You are truly outstanding and a role model for everyone. You are of noble character, selfless, and excellent. Secretary Luo, you flatter me. It's what I should do. By the way, I'll lead the way so the excavator can drive past from the side. At this time, Wang Shang met Luo Yuliang through Director Wu's introduction. The two shook hands warmly. Luo Yuliang praised the king highly. Comrade Xiao Wang, then I'll trouble you. You're too kind. Soon, led by the king, Luo Yuliang and several key high-ranking officials from the city arrived at his backyard. The more people looked, the more confused they became. Wasn't Secretary Luo Yuliang here to deal with the demolition issue? Could it be that so many high-ranking officials from the city came just to meet with the king? The neighbors were all dumbfounded, not knowing what Luo Yuliang was up to. Soon, neighbors came to inquire about the king's parents, expressing various surprises and envy. Because anyone who isn't blind can see that Secretary Luo Yuliang has a special fondness and even a degree of respect for Wang Shang. That posture, that warmth during the handshake, and that look in his eyes, they don't lie. Such a high-ranking official actually came down to the lowest level among ordinary people and had a pleasant conversation with a young man in his early 20s, giving him a special audience and even visiting his home. What does that mean? This means that Wang Shang has been noticed by Secretary Luo and is definitely a talent valued by Secretary Luo. From then on, the Wang family rose to prominence. I don't know, old Wang and I were gone for many days. We just got back, and our son picked us up. We didn't know anything about it. Don't ask me. How would I know? What has that brat been up to these past few days that managed to attract such a high-ranking official as Secretary Luo? He's so busy, he's always on his mind. The king's mother was in a very complicated mood at this moment, unable to say whether she should be happy or unhappy. Actually, she was more worried. Just like the king's father, she was very worried. I don't ask my own children to be successful or bring glory to the family. I only ask that they be safe and sound. Now this matter involves high-ranking officials in the city, and the key question is whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. The elderly couple is very worried. Chapter 83, The Supreme Treasure appears. By the way, Wen, You should know that you two have been together these past few days, haven't you? Suddenly, the queen's mother turned her gaze to Jiang Wenwen. She shared the same thought as the king's father. If others didn't know what had happened to the king, did Jiang Wenwen, as his girlfriend, not know either? Yes, Wenwen, you're the king's girlfriend. You must know what he's been up to lately. Wang Shang's father also quickly pressed for more information. I don't know either. Jiang Wenwen blushed and shook her head helplessly. The elderly couple were filled with hope, but little did they know that even their son's closest girlfriend was unaware of the truth. It seems things have gotten quite complicated now. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwen received a message on her phone. She quickly unlocked it to take a look. It was sent by the king. Perhaps because he was with Luo Yuliang and the others, Wang Shang was too busy to make a phone call or come out to explain the situation. So he simply sent a message to reassure Jiang Wenwen and her parents. Sent by His Majesty. What did they send? Wenwen, tell us quickly, what did they send? My parents were extremely nervous. At that moment, the neighbors, community staff, and many district workers were also incredibly anxious. None of them were qualified to follow Luo Yuliang to the backyard of Wang Shang's house. We could only wait outside. The longer they waited, the more anxious they became. Now, the king's girlfriend says that the king has sent a message. How could everyone not be excited and eagerly hoping that it would be released? Of course, we are extremely eager to see that. There are treasures in the backyard, and we are all witnesses to history. Jiang Wenwen looked at the message and read it aloud clearly, word by word. Everyone listened quietly. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned once again. There's a treasure in the backyard? What treasures are there? The neighbors looked at each other. All the old houses in this area were pretty much the same. In front was the road, and in the back was a small yard for each household, usually used for storing odds and ends or growing vegetables. What kind of treasure could there be? Witnesses to history? Everyone was even more confused. So now, all they can do is wait and see how things develop. In the backyard, the excavator came rumbling in, its bucket digging down, scooping out bucket after bucket of soil. With professional guidance, they explained clearly how deep to dig and how to dig without damaging the cultural relics inside. Luo Yuliang and Wang Shang stood in a circle, watching with extreme tension. Archaeological experts have already carefully examined and analyzed the bronze cauldron that was unearthed before the king. Next, one bronze cauldron after another was unearthed. They were lined up in a row and placed against the wall in the backyard. There are a total of 9 bronze tripods. Excavation complete. More than a dozen archaeological experts were all extremely envious, like hungry wolves who had spotted a lamb and were just about to pounce on it. My God, the 9 cauldrons. It really is the 9 cauldrons. The 9 tripods, a national treasure lost for thousands of years. It really is the 9 tripods. This cauldron is a Yangzhou cauldron. Judging from the patterns, the inscriptions, and the topographical drawings, it perfectly matches the ancient Yangzhou's topography. This is the Jingzhou Ding, a type of ancient Chinese bronze vessel. This is the Liangzhou Ding. This is the Shuzhou Ding, a type of ancient Chinese bronze vessel. This is the Yuzhou Ding, a type of ancient Chinese bronze vessel. Yongzhou Ding, Qingzhou Ding, Jizhou Ding, Yinzhou Ding. Each of the 9 tripods underwent verification by more than a dozen archaeological experts and more than 20 professionals from museums, cultural relics bureaus, and other relevant departments, leading to the conclusions reached. They meticulously analyzed and assessed the evidence, took photos, and conducted investigations. Furthermore, experts directly contacted leading figures from top-level archaeological institutions and universities in the capital city of China. After rigorous analysis and evaluation, the 9 tripods, a top-tier lost national treasure, have finally been discovered. Next, wasn't just Jiangdu City that came. Experts, leaders, high-level officials, and representatives from the highest-level relevant institutions and departments also arrived in droves. Such a sensational event across the country has attracted great attention from various bigwigs, provincial leaders, and high-ranking officials from national ministries. In an instant, there was an overwhelming amount of publicity and news reports. Soon, the news of the discovery of the national treasure Jizhou Ding in Jiangdu made headlines on all mainstream news media, self-media, and major social media platforms. The unveiling of the national treasure, the 9 tripods, has shocked the world. A world-shaking treasure, the most supreme national treasure of China, lost for 1,000 years, has finally reappeared in the world. A national treasure has reappeared in the world, an auspicious sign, a blessing from heaven for China. Trending topic on major Weibo platforms. The #1 trending topic. It's gone viral on WeChat Moments. Who is he? What secrets does he hold? A national treasure lost for 1,000 years was discovered in the backyard of a mysterious young man. Mysterious young man unearths a 1,000-year-old national treasure, shocking the world. The mysterious young man and the supreme national treasure, the 9 cauldrons, a story that must be told. When the mysterious young man unearthed the first 9 provinces cauldron, he immediately contacted the relevant departments and successfully excavated the complete 9 provinces cauldron, making a world-shaking contribution. The discovery of the 9 tripods is of epic-making significance. It is the most important event in Chinese archaeology in recent decades and the greatest archaeological discovery of this century. The 9 tripods will become China's #1 national treasure. Countless news reports, constant updates, and countless news features are pushed out. As the first person to discover the 9 cauldrons, the king became the focus of attention. However, he is very low-key. From contacting leaders and meeting with Luo Yuliang, to meeting with high-ranking officials in the province, and even the Ministry of State, he always requested that he not publicize himself, and that being referred to as the mysterious young man be sufficient. He didn't want to be in the limelight. Mr. Wang, as the first person to discover the 9 tripods, you unearthed them in your own backyard, astonishing the world. Donating such a supreme national treasure to the motherland. You are truly remarkable. Mr. Wang, what are your requirements? When faced with questions from senior leaders, the king responded simply, I hope to build a museum on the original site of the excavation of the 9 tripods so that people around the world can see and appreciate them, not only for us Chinese people, but also for people all over the world. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. The highest level department in charge of this matter will coordinate the establishment of a museum in that area, properly resettle the local people, and increase the compensation standards. When the museum is completed and staff are recruited, residents near the site where the 9 cauldrons were unearthed, which is Mr. Wang's neighborhood, will be given priority in the recruitment process. Chapter 84 Zhao Jingming, his character. Jiangdu, Beicheng Economic Development Zone. Dayu Huanfeng Investment Company. This company is the developer behind the plan to demolish the homes of dozens of residents, including the king's house. Originally, a commercial layout was prepared. After demolishing the site and acquiring the land, a large-scale integrated commercial complex was to be built. However, the plan changed and all the plans and blueprints fell through. As the company's CEO, Zhao Jingming sat in the general manager's office, so angry that his nose and mouth were crooked. Across from him sat an acquaintance. Master Bai, the big boss of the Four Dragons Society. Bai Yi remained silent. The tea in his cup had gone cold, but he had no appetite for it. Mr. Zhao, no one expected things to change so quickly. Dealing with those troublemakers and completing the demolition work should have been a straightforward task, but things had turned out differently. Well, finally, Master Bai spoke. A sigh. His face was full of helplessness. Yeah, who would have thought that they'd actually unearthed a national treasure? Damn, even if the world's top and most powerful developers came, it wouldn't have mattered. Which businessman would dare to go against the government? With the museum's location already decided, I have nothing to say. Zhao Jingming shook his head in anger. Dayu Huanfeng Investment Company is a large and powerful company with abundant assets and extensive connections. Its headquarters are located in one of the most economically developed first-tier cities in China. Now, it is venturing into a third-tier city like Jiangdu, which is bound to be a major expansion. The company had its eye on a plot of land that seemed rather remote, a bit far from the city center, and was determined to acquire it. But look what happened. It was all that kid's doing. Now I see the whole story. Sudendi, Bai Yi Angridi Drusit. You bastard. Last time, dozens of my Four Dragons gang brothers died in a gunfight for no reason because they kidnapped one of that kid's sisters. Now, Mr. Zhao, your business is facing a major setback. Also because of that kid. It seems that kid is indeed too suspicious and strange. I wonder what secrets he is hiding. Bai Yi's expression became complicated. Master Bai, are you talking about the king? The king whom Luo Yuliang and the city's top officials highly value? The philanthropist? The king who is the lucky star Jiangdu? Zhao Jingming hurriedly asked. He is a businessman, backed by the huge Dayu Huanfeng Company, and has a particularly wide and well-connected source of information. Therefore, he certainly knew something about the king. Even though the higher-ups in Jiangdu City are very secretive about the king's identity, there are no secrets that stay hidden forever. Yeah, although we haven't found any clues that directly connect the kidnapping case to the deaths of dozens of my Four Dragons gang brothers, nor have we found any clues that show that the King Kid has any connection to the brothers' deaths. He's too strange and highly suspicious. It's as if he's a jinx sent from the sky, specifically to restrain my Four Dragons gang. Damn it. Bai Yi couldn't help but hurl insults again, his teeth itching with hatred. His authority is now under great challenge, and he is under immense pressure. After all, the Four Dragon Society only had 200 or 300 official members, and dozens of them died. A lot of cleanup work needed to be done, and, as the leader, he had to step forward and give his fallen brothers an explanation. Otherwise, he, as a big shot, wouldn't be able to command respect. I really don't know who that kid is. Bai Yi's gaze was extremely fierce. Of course, he was trying every possible means to investigate the king, but unfortunately, he had collected too little information so far. It is said that he made his fortune by buying lottery tickets, then investing in stocks and real estate, quickly accumulating capital. He is also very good at cultivating relationships with high-ranking officials, establishing a foundation and gaining their trust and support. Now, he has unearthed a national treasure in his backyard and immediately informed the higher-ups. As the first person to discover this supreme national treasure, he is naturally even more valued. It is said that he has been received by leaders of the highest departments. Zhao Jingming began to explain slowly. Based on his own investigation, as well as the investigative capabilities and connections of the Dayu Huanfeng headquarters, he uncovered more information about Wang Shang than Bai Yi did. Is that so? Master Bai was stunned and a little embarrassed. As a big shot in Jiangdu's underworld, the Four Dragon Society had been entrenched in the local area for decades, but now, he was not even as well informed as the boss of an investment company from another place. Based on the information I've received, it should be correct. After all, Dayu Huanfeng's headquarters is in Jianghai, which is the economic center of China and the most developed first-tier city. The information there is bound to be much more readily available than in Jiangdu, a third-tier city. Zhao Jingming said this. That's true. Master Bai nodded. So now, it's very difficult to make a move against him. Although he appears to be just an idle young man who helps his family run the shop, he's not. He definitely has many identities behind him. We need to be extra careful and not act rashly. Zhao Jingming continued. President Zhao, I understand what you mean. This setback has severely disrupted the business layout of your Dayu Huanfeng company. From the headquarters in Jianghai to the branch in Jiangdu, everyone must hate that brat Wang Shang to the bone. I completely understand. And I also hate that kid to the bone. Now, President Zhao and I are on the same side. We have a common enemy, and we'll take care of him sooner or later. Oof. President Zhao, don't worry. If there's anything I can help with in the future, I, Lao Bai, will definitely help to the end. Zhao Jingming smiled and said, with Master Bai's words, I'm relieved. In Jiangdu, I'll still need your help. After he finished speaking, he called out, and his beautiful secretary in a black stockings and skirt standing next to him quickly took out a leather suitcase, unlocked it with a password, opened it, and placed it in front of Master Bai. It was completely filled with banknotes. Please accept this token of our appreciation, Master Bai. There will be many things in the future that will require your and the brothers of the Four Dragon Society's help. Sure. Ha ha ha. Chapter 85. 9 Mysterious Needles. Ancient Chinese Medicine Acupuncture Technique. Although reluctant to leave and filled with longing for their homeland, Wang Shang's parents and dozens of neighbors cooperated very well in completing the demolition and resettlement work for this old house area. Because a museum dedicated to the national treasure, the 9 tripods, is being built, and it is a first-class museum of the highest level, the residents involved have been fully compensated. This is far better than the compensation offered by those unscrupulous developers who lower their compensation conditions. Brand new houses are already under construction around the museum. Residents affected by demolition and resettlement who want to work can be given priority for employment at the museum. Although these are only service and auxiliary positions, they are still considered very good. The current king has become a hot topic of conversation among the neighbors and residents of several nearby communities and streets because he unearthed the national treasure, the 9 tripods. The elderly couple also benefited from this, going out frequently and receiving a lot of praise whenever they met someone. Old Wang, your son is really great. Everyone benefits from your son's success. The demolition compensation is several times higher than others, and we get housing and cash subsidies. It's all thanks to you. You're too kind, everyone. You flatter me. My son is so lucky, so lucky. Ha ha. The location of the small supermarket was unavoidable as it was within the museum's construction area. However, the king had his own insistence and requirements. The small supermarket's location had to remain unchanged, and it had to continue existing, and it could not be demolished. from the city government to the highest levels of government. Everyone respected his wishes and kept the small supermarket and even the foundation office at the entrance. It only occupies about 20 or 30 square meters, so it's nice to have such a small supermarket next to the museum. It's convenient for tourists. The authorities' plan has only one requirement: renovate the small supermarket so that its appearance matches the overall color scheme and style of the Zhou first-class museum. The construction of the museum and the surrounding supporting facilities are all proceeding in an orderly manner. A meeting is about to begin in the main conference hall of the Jiangdu Government Affairs Building. The time was set for 10 a.m. Wang got up early in the morning and received a call from Director Wu of the city, who told him that he must attend the meeting, which involved very important matters. The meeting participants included high-ranking officials from the city, as well as leaders from the province and the highest-level departments. According to Director Wu, if Wang Shang does not attend, then this meeting will lose its meaning. Okay, Director Wu, I understand. I will attend. The king agreed. I hung up the phone. Life goes on. After washing up, Wang Shang left the Tianwest City Villa area in his Pagani Huayra, looking incredibly cool. As we drove out of the villa area's main gate, the security guards at both guard posts gave us a crisp military salute. This sense of honor and supreme satisfaction can easily make one feel elated. Those who live here are, of course, the wealthy and powerful bigwigs of Jiangdu. The current king has also become one of the big shots. As for his parents, he has already brought them over and let them move in. The old house has been demolished, and the new house they received as compensation is still under renovation, so they definitely can't move in for at least a year or two. According to my parents, they still hope to move into the compensation house. After all, it's where all the neighbors live together. It's their old social circle, their life circle, and they're reluctant to give it up and adapt to a new environment. The king did not insist and followed his parents' wishes in everything. They could live wherever they wanted. After parking his Pagani Huayra in a designated paid parking lot, Wang Shang got out and walked a short distance to the entrance of the small supermarket. Just as I was about to open the door and go in, unexpectedly, Zhou Yuqi had already opened the supermarket and was sitting there working and minding the store. Dressed in denim, she looked incredibly pure, beautiful, and charming. He had already told his parents about Zhou Yuqi working at the store, saying that she was doing part-time work at the small supermarket during her summer vacation at university to earn some money. My parents are very happy and fully supportive. They can finally enjoy their retirement without having to run the shop anymore. Their son is successful, and very successful at that. Besides, my son and Zhou Yuqi grew up together. They were childhood sweethearts. The couple both wanted a daughter, and had always treated Zhou Yuqi as their own daughter. Your Majesty, brother. The clear and sweet call made the king feel especially sweet, and his mood for the whole day became very pleasant. Are you feeling better these past few days? Much better. That's why I'm here at work. Brother Wang, you're amazing. You even managed to unearth the national treasure, the 9 tripods. You're now the lucky star of Jiangdu, the city's pride, a star in the entire Chinese archaeological community. Okay, Zhou Yuqi, stop praising me like that. The king smiled and waved his hand. She skillfully took out a bottle of beverage. Boom! Open the bottle cap. A golden light flashed. Ding! The One Yuan Exchange System is refreshing. Today's One Yuan Exchange opportunity has been triggered. Would you like to exchange? Certainly. Ding! 1 Yuan purchase successful. Host's current wealth value -1. Host receives reward. 9 mysterious needles, ancient Chinese medicine acupuncture technique. 9 mysterious needles. Ancient Chinese medicine acupuncture technique. The yin and yang of the human body are fundamental principles. Those who understand the universe since ancient times know that life originates from yin and yang. Yin stores essence and gives rise to life, while yang protects the exterior and provides stability. Heaven has 5 qi, and earth has 5 elements. Humans are born from the center of heaven and earth and possess 5 internal organs. These organs store the essence of heaven and earth, thus forming their physical form and making them human. Therefore, to understand the yin and yang of the human body, one must first understand the qi transformation of the 5 internal organs. Lesser yang and greater yin follow the root. Lesser yin and greater yang follow both the root and the branch. Yangming and Jian do not follow the root and branch, but rather the center. A torrent of information, like an electric current, surged into the king's mind. He suddenly felt weak and dizzy, and his body slumped down on the counter and fell asleep. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Your Majesty, brother. Zhou Yuqi was shocked and immediately became anxious, shouting in panic. Chapter 86, How Ridiculous! Just as Zhou Yuqi was about to call for an ambulance, she heard a soft snoring sound beside her. It was snoring coming from the king's mouth. Wow, your majesty is asleep? No way. How could he fall asleep so quickly? Did you stay up especially late last night? Zhou Yuqi was dumbfounded, her mind racing with all sorts of wild thoughts. She knew that the king had a girlfriend, and that his girlfriend, Jiang Wenwen, was incredibly beautiful, cute, and sexy. So last night, Brother Wang must have slept with Jiang Wenwen and was exhausted. The thought of this made her feel uneasy. Why couldn't her childhood sweetheart, the boy next door, be her boyfriend? Your Majesty, brother. She leaned close to his ear and called out a few times, but there was no response. There was nothing else she could do but help him up and take him home. After all, sleeping on the counter of a small supermarket in broad daylight is not a good solution. Now all the old houses in this area have been demolished, and everyone is waiting to move into new homes. However, during this period, the neighbors who received generous compensation for the demolition, including Zhou Yuqi's parents, are all renting places to live temporarily. I remember that Brother Wang said he bought a house in the villa area of Tianyue City. Let's take him there. Zhou Yuqi murmured to herself, temporarily closing the supermarket and preparing to hail a taxi on the roadside to head to the Tianyue City villa area. Miss Zhou, do you need help? Hey, isn't that our boss? Why is he asleep? At this moment, two security guards from the foundation's office next to the small supermarket came over. When they saw that it was Zhou Yuqi supporting their boss, Wang Shang, they quickly inquired about the situation. He fell asleep in the supermarket. I helped him back to rest. You guys go ahead with your work. Zhou Yuqi hurriedly replied. Okay, I'll help you flag down a car. Thank you, but no need, I can manage on my own. The two security guards understood each other perfectly, said nothing more, and exchanged a glance. This scene made Zhou Yuqi blush involuntarily. She quickly hailed a taxi on the roadside, got in, and told the driver her destination. A villa in Tianyue City? Young lady, is this young man your boyfriend? Why is he sleeping in broad daylight? The taxi driver was driving, chatting, and laughing. No, he's not my boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend. This is the older brother next door. He was too tired and fell asleep. I helped him back to rest. Zhou Yuqi lowered her head shyly. Haha, you're such a pretty girl, and your boyfriend is good-looking too. You two are a perfect match. The taxi driver smiled, a knowing smile just like the two security guard from earlier. Zhou Yuqi finally realized that everyone thought she was the king's girlfriend. We're really not boyfriend and girlfriend. Zhou Yuqi quickly offered an explanation. Young lady, look how nervous you are. I really envy young people like you. It's so great to be young. You can pursue what you love, and even if you take the wrong path, you can turn back. Even if you fall in love with the wrong person, you can pull yourself back from the brink. Isn't that wonderful? The taxi driver said with a smile. I have quite a few feelings about this. Zhou Yuqi didn't know what to say and felt somewhat depressed after hearing these words. What does it mean to have taken a wrong path? To have loved the wrong person? There's something hidden in this taxi driver's words. Arrive. After a while, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Tianyue City Villas. The grand and imposing gate of the villa complex has guard booths on both sides, where upright security guards stand, looking very solemn and serious. Master, can you drive in? As you can see, I'm a girl, and it's not easy to help me. It would be best if you could drive all the way to the entrance of villa number 23. Zhou Yuqi hurriedly said that she remembered the king mentioning that the villas he bought were number 23 and number 24, and that number 24 was currently where the king's parents lived. I'm sorry, young lady, you'll have to help him out of the car because I can't drive in, the driver said with a shrug. Why? Zhou Yuqi, who had never been to a villa area before, asked with a surprised look. Because this is a villa area, not to mention high-end villa areas, even slightly nice residential areas have very strict security. You can only enter if you show your ID. I see. Zhou Yuqi was somewhat helpless. She didn't have any identification to prove she lived there. But the king is fast asleep, so how can we prove that he owns two villas there? Hey, stop blocking the road. Show me your ID before you can pass. If you don't have ID, then get out of here. At this moment, the security guard came out and yelled at the taxi in an annoyed manner. The taxi driver looked helpless and said to Zhou Yuqi, Young lady, look, this isn't my fault. You'll have to get out of the car. When Zhou Yuqi saw the security guard outside with his fierce expression and a hint of contempt, she immediately retorted angrily. Why are you being so aggressive? My brother lives here. Is this how you treat homeowners? Your brother? Who is your brother? Whoever he is, he needs to show his ID and have his identity verified. This is the Tianyue City Villa area. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come in. The security guard snorted smugly, his face full of superiority, as if working here as a security guard and letting rich people pass through every day made him a member of this circle of the wealthy. How ridiculous! Chapter 87, 2 Zong's Roar and Fury. This is my brother. He bought 2 villas inside. He's asleep and wants to go home now. Why can't we let a taxi in? Zhou Yuqi shouted at the security guard. Who's this? Never seen him before. The security guard glanced at the person sleeping soundly on the seat inside, waved his hand, and sneered. Get out of here. Young people like you are nothing. You take a taxi here and dare to talk big about owning 2 villas. Where's your shame? You can't brag like that. Muttered coldly. Young lady, stop arguing. Get out of the car now. Don't delay my business. Humph. Do you know how much a villa around here costs? Several million, even tens of millions. How old is your boyfriend? He's already bought 2? He's just bragging. He'll only make things worse. My brother really is a homeowner here. Zhou Yuqi was almost in tears. What kind of world is this? Nobody believes the truth. Beep beep. Beep beep. At that moment, some cars behind honked their horns. It turned out to be some homeowners from the villa area who had driven back and were about to enter the villa area. They were all high-end cars. BMWs and Audis were common, and Porsches and Ferraris were not unusual. Hey, taxi up ahead, what are you doing? Get out of the way. I guess they wanted to go into the villa area to admire and visit, but there are all kinds of people without permits these days. Fortunately, the security in our villa area is very strict. Who thinks they can just take a taxi and expect to live in a villa district? They should take a good look in the mirror. If they can't even afford a car, what right do they have to go to a villa district? How annoying. Do they really think just anyone can come into our villa area? The homeowners were all waiting to drive in, and they were all complaining. A black Maybach drove up from a distance and appeared prominently in front of the villa. What happened? Inside the car, Tu Anmin, the general manager of Jiangdu Tianyue City, sat in the back seat and asked about the traffic jam ahead. The professional driver brought the car to a slow, steady stop. Please wait a moment, Mr. Tu. I'll go check on the situation. The assistant and the secretary, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly got out of the car. After a while, the secretary returned. Mr. Tu, there's a taxi ahead with a young couple inside. The young woman says the man she's with is a resident of the villa complex and wants to go home, but he doesn't have any identification and can't prove he's a resident, so the security guard stopped him. The secretary explained the situation. Oh, I'll go take a look. Tu Anmin got out of the car, ready to go and see for himself. He happened to be there to inspect the property conditions of Tianyue City Phase 1 and Tianyue City Villas, so the security work at the gate was also part of his inspection. Upon seeing Mr. Tu get out of the car, his secretary quickly accompanied him. Hello, Mr. Tu. Hello, Mr. Tu. When Tu Anmin arrived at the guard post, the security guards in charge of security quickly greeted him. This is the general manager of Jiangdu Tianyue City. He has hundreds or even thousands of employees who rely on him for their salaries. The security guards responsible for the villa area were flattered and overwhelmed. Seeing Mr. Tu arrive was truly a rare treat. What happened here? Why is it blocked? Tu Anmin asked. The security guard immediately explained what had happened. Mr. Tu, please take this as a joke. Look at this kid in the taxi. How could he possibly be a resident of our Tianyue City villa area? Look at him, sleeping soundly in broad daylight, looking like he's unconscious. The young girl was also fooled. She actually believed that this guy owns 2 villas in our Tianyue City Villa District. Isn't that ridiculous? Several security guards said with a smile. Tu Anmin felt that this matter was not simple. He carefully examined who the young man in the taxi was. Suddenly, he paused, then quickly asked Zhou Yuqi, Miss, what's the name of this young man next to you? Your Majesty. His name is Your Majesty. He is a resident of your Tianyue City Villa area. Why don't you believe him? We just didn't bring our identification, and we didn't drive our luxury car. We took a taxi. Why should we be looked down upon by you security guards? Zhou Yuqi was extremely angry and started complaining. Hey, little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Who are you calling a dog? You think I won't slap you? One of the security guards, who was in a bad mood, suddenly got angry and yelled at Zhou Yuqi. Shut up. Suddenly, Tu Anmin, whose expression had changed drastically, let out a deep and furious roar from his throat. Did you hear me? I told you to shut up. Humph. Do you know who this is? He's the boss of Tianyue City. Boss 2, the irritable middle-aged security guard sneered, looking at Zhou Yuqi with disdain. I told you to shut up. Tu Anmin stared coldly at the middle-aged security guard, his anger burning like a raging fire. Ah, Mr. Tu, what is this? In an instant, the middle-aged security guard seemed to be struck by lightning. His legs went weak, his whole body went numb, and he almost couldn't hold on. Shut up. Raise the barrier now and let Mr. Wang and his friend in. Mr. Wang is a homeowner in our villa complex. How do you do your job? You can't even remember what a homeowner looks like. You'll all have your bonuses deducted and be reprimanded. Tu Anmin's beard was all crooked with anger as he roared at the security guards. Chapter 88: The Scenery Inside the Villa. Tu Anmin, the general manager of Tianyue City, has been frequently visiting the Jiangdu government lately and is quite familiar with some of the high-ranking officials. He has also learned from these officials that a very mysterious young man has emerged in Jiangdu City. Despite his young age, he has achieved great things. First establishing a charitable foundation worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and then discovering the supranational treasure, the Nine Ding Cauldron. And that young man was the king. He is a highly influential figure in both business and political circles. Your Majesty. Therefore, Tu Anmin paid special attention to information about the king. To his great surprise and delight, he discovered that the king was actually a homeowner in their Tianyue City. Not only owners of the high-rise apartments in Phase 1 of Tianyue City, but also owners of the villas in Tianyue City. In one fell swoop, Wang acquired a super-large, luxuriously decorated apartment and 2 luxuriously decorated villas, with a total value exceeding 50 million. Tu Anmin would naturally pay special attention to such a super homeowner. As luck would have it, we ran into Mr. Wang, who was fast asleep in a taxi. Right at the gate of the villa. Mr. Wang, please get some sleep. You're a resident here, and we're all here to serve you. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Tu Anmin, the CEO of the prestigious Tianyue City real estate development, bowed deeply to the sleeping king. This scene truly shocked everyone. The security guards were already on high alert, trembling with fear, their heads buzzing. What is the boss doing? Bowing? Bowing to the sleeping young man? Who is this young master? Which company CEO's descendant is he? Oh no, I've offended someone. What sins have I committed? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why did Mr. Tu keep calling the young man in the taxi Mr. Wang? Countless questions lingered and echoed in their minds. Their biggest concern right now is one issue. Deducting bonuses or giving a demerit isn't a big deal, but what if I get fired outright? They all struck standard salutes, like statues, their eyes fixed straight ahead, only glancing at the taxi as it drove into the villa area out of the corner of their eyes. The middle-aged security guard, who had just been yelled at by Tu Anmin, still had a numb hand after pressing the button to raise the barrier. Immediately afterwards, Tu Anmin's Maybach also drove in. Even after a while, the security guard were still immersed in the tense and dramatic turn of events. They seemed genuinely frightened, looking at each other and barely daring to breathe. If they had the chance to do it all over again, they would never look down on people or show any disrespect to unfamiliar young men. Because nobody knows the background of a young man in his early 20s. Never judge someone's arrogance or success based on their clothing, manner of travel, or whether they drive a luxury car. They suffered a huge loss. We arrived safely at the entrance of Villa number 23. Not to mention the security guards. Even the taxi drivers haven't said a word since they drove into the villa area. Such a talkative master was completely silent, simply because he was frightened. Beautiful lady, we have arrived at our destination. Throughout the entire process, he only said this one sentence. And he did so after parking the car, specifically getting out of the car, opening the door, bowing, and speaking with utmost respect. His eyes and attitude, however, became extremely humble and polite, even somewhat servile and obsequious. For a very simple reason. The people who live here are all either rich or noble. With 2 villas to his name and the respect shown to him by Mr. Tu, the owner of Tianyue City, it's easy to imagine how extraordinary this young man must be. Therefore, he's someone you can't afford to offend. His previous remarks, his disdain for Zhou Yuqi and the sleeping king, would not benefit him if others took them to heart. Only by being polite and respectful can one salvage a good impression. Thanks. Zhou Yuqi was very polite. After all, she was a high-achieving college student and had excellent manners. After paying, they prepared to help the king into the villa. I'll help you. The taxi driver quickly came over to fawn over him. The taxi driver helped the king all the way to the sofa in the living room of the villa before leaving. Bang! The villa door closed. This was Zhou Yuqi's first time visiting a villa in Tianyue City. The luxurious decor and magnificent style can only be described as opulent. You should know that the cost of building this villa, number 23, is just over 10 million for the bare shell. With the luxury renovations, it will cost over 20 million. Wow! Wow! This is really awesome. Zhou Yuqi kept exclaiming in admiration. It's so beautiful. Doing absolutely nothing. simply settling onto the luxurious, full-leather sofa, admiring the magnificent living room layout, the opulent feel everywhere, the imported carpet beneath your feet, the enormous crystal chandelier overhead, and the spiral staircase. You can completely feel the luxurious atmosphere emanating from it. That's outrageously extravagant. Come and take a look. Don't come here for nothing. Zhou Yuqi couldn't help but stand up, leave the leather sofa, and wander around, but only on the first floor without going upstairs. Chapter 89, The Awkward Moment in the Washroom. She was excited and curious to wander around and take a look. She didn't go upstairs and wander around aimlessly. That shows her good manners. After all, it's really impolite to wander around upstairs and downstairs without the owner's permission. Seeing the king sleeping soundly and peacefully on the sofa, she couldn't help but move closer and sit down next to him. In the spacious living room, there were some personal belongings, including some clothes that the king had casually left out and teacups that hadn't been tidied up on the coffee table. It's clear he's been staying here for a few days. Why didn't Sister Jiang Wenwen tidy herself up properly? Zhou Yuqi pouted, thinking of Zhou Yuqi, the king's official girlfriend. A hint of jealousy welled up in her heart. There are also some minor grievances against Jiang Wenwen. If I were the king's girlfriend, I would definitely keep this place very clean and tidy. She instinctively stood up again and began to tidy up. Discarded clothes, shoes not properly placed in the shoe cabinet by the door, toothpaste, and toothbrushes not neatly arranged in the first floor bathroom. These are so dirty, they really need to be washed. Since Brother Wang is my childhood friend and the kind boss who gave me this part-time job with a monthly salary of over 10,000, it seems only right for me to wash his clothes. She looked at the dirty clothes she had tidied up and had this thought in mind. Wash the king's clothes. But your majesty has a girlfriend. She was immediately hit by reality again. But soon, she stopped caring, took off her shoes, went barefoot into the washroom, turned on the tap, and started washing her clothes at the sink. Born into an ordinary family, she is very diligent and sensible, and has been willing to help her parents with some housework since she was a child. Washing clothes and cooking are no problem at all. I'm a super virtuous and adorable girl. Her face was covered in laundry detergent bubbles, which looked rather comical in the mirror. But she didn't care and continued doing the laundry, doing it happily. Unbeknownst to her, the king, who had been lying on the sofa in a deep sleep, had just woken up, sat up straight on the sofa, and was still feeling a bit dizzy. The 9 mysterious needles of ancient Chinese medicine. Suddenly, he was jolted. A vast amount of knowledge about the ancient Chinese medicine 9 mysterious needles, acupuncture skills, and rich experience in its application. He had mastered them all and made them his own abilities. Unexpectedly, the system's One Yuan Exchange reward this time is even more miraculous than the previous fighting techniques. It's directly the 9 mysterious needles of ancient Chinese medicine. According to his mastery of the 9 mysterious needles, this incredibly miraculous traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture technique can treat many diseases, including some of the most difficult and intractable illnesses both domestically and internationally. With these skills, it seems the system is guiding him toward becoming a legendary healer who saves lives. Outside the villa, at the same time, the Cullinan drove up. Jiang Wenwen realized she had forgotten something at home while she was at work, so she drove back to get it. Suddenly, the king heard a noise coming from the washroom, so he tiptoed over there. He naturally assumed that since he had fainted in the supermarket, his girlfriend Jiang Wenwen must have taken him home, and that the two of them had stayed at home together. So he thought he'd sneak over there, scare her, and tease her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The king arrived at the door of the washroom and slipped inside through the slightly ajar door. Inside the washroom, the hot water created a misty atmosphere. Zhou Yuqi stood barefoot in front of the sink, her fair and delicate legs exposed. From behind, her figure was slender and graceful, all within the hazy ambience. The king had no idea that the girl in front of him was not Jiang Wenwen, but Zhou Yuqi. He lunged forward and hugged Zhou Yuqi from behind, putting even more pressure on her. Oops! Zhou Yuqi suddenly cried out in surprise. When she looked up in the mirror, she saw that it was her brother, the king, hugging her from behind. Your Majesty. Her face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. It's you. The king, startled, released her, rubbing his hands nervously in embarrassment. Zhou Yuqi, what are you doing here? He asked curiously. Zhou Yuqi thought to herself, Your Majesty, you're so heartless. I went through so much trouble to bring you back. Oh, you're asleep. I brought you back. Oh, I see. Sorry about earlier. I thought you were someone else. I know it's a misunderstanding. You think I'm Jiang Wenwen. Zhou Yuqi laughed, probably to hide her embarrassment and nervousness. Zhou Yuqi, are you washing my clothes for me? I'll do it myself. When the king saw what she was doing, he quickly snatched the clothes away. You'll be done washing soon. Go to the living room and rest. Don't worry about it. Zhou Yuqi reached out to grab it. How could I possibly accept that? No. It's all right, your majesty. You've helped me so much, even rescuing me from those kidnappers. It's only right that I help you with some chores. Actually, Zhou Yuqi, you're a guest. How can I let you do my clothes? As they jostled and fought, water splashed everywhere, making the floor of the washroom slippery. Suddenly, in the midst of the scramble, Zhou Yuqi, who was barefoot, slipped. She was about to fall headfirst onto the hard marble floor. The king was quick-witted and nimble-fingered. He stretched out his strong arm, wrapped it around her waist, and hugged her tightly. The atmosphere became awkward and ambiguous again. Holding the king, Zhou Yuqi lowered her head shyly. The king was stunned for a moment. Your Majesty, Zhou Yuqi. Just then, a gasp rang out from outside the door. Chapter 90, What a Little Devil. That was awkward. This scene was so unbearable that the king could not bear to watch. That was so embarrassing. On one side is his girlfriend Jiang Wenwen, and on the other side is the girl next door, Zhou Yuqi. Oops. Zhou Yuqi quickly broke free and kept explaining and apologizing to Jiang Wenwen. Sister Wenwen, it's not what you think. There's nothing between me and brother Wang Shang. Absolutely nothing. Yuqi, why are you so nervous? I didn't say anything about you and the king. Jiang Wenwen recovered her composure. After all, she was a few years older and much more mature than Zhou Yuqi, who had just entered university. Actually, I just tripped and almost fell, but luckily His Majesty helped me. I saw it. So, Sister Wenwen, don't be angry. Of course I'm not angry. Jiang Wenwen remained calm and composed throughout the entire process. When she first saw this shocking scene, she was somewhat surprised, but she didn't show any anger from beginning to end. It's like this. Just this morning, Brother Wang suddenly fell asleep in the supermarket, so I took a taxi and brought him here. Zhou Yuqi kept explaining, afraid that Jiang Wenwen might misunderstand. I know. Yuqi, I should thank you. You brought the king back and even did his laundry. You have no idea how lazy the king is. He left his clothes at home for days without washing them, just waiting for me to do them for him. Jiang Wenwen said with a smile, completely unconcerned. Sister Wenwen, you are so virtuous. The king is so lucky to have such a wonderful girlfriend. Okay, I'm leaving now. Soon, Zhou Yuqi hurriedly left the villa. She jogged along, her face flushed with shyness, and her heart was surging with jealousy and envy. Zhou Yuqi, don't rush off. Yuqi. Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen both shouted loudly to persuade Zhou Yuqi to stay, but the girl was too embarrassed and awkwardly covered her face as she fled. It's obvious that your neighbor's little sister really likes you. After Zhou Yuqi walked away, Jiang Wenwen glanced at Wang Shang sideways. Wang Shang shrugged. No way, it's just a normal neighborly relationship. Don't get the wrong idea. There's nothing between Zhou Yuqi and me. I didn't say anything. Why are you like Zhou Yuqi? Always trying to explain yourself. All right. The king knew that Jiang Wenwen was jealous. Any woman who cares about her man would be jealous in this situation. What does it mean when a vibrant, pure, and beautiful young woman engages in intimate behavior with her man? Those who know. Wenwen, why are you back? The king deliberately changed the subject. Oh, I came back to get something. I forgot when I left. Jiang Wenwen then remembered that she still had important things to do. She quickly put on her high heels and went upstairs to her bedroom to get her things. Watching her anxious and busy appearance, especially seeing her long, beautiful legs stride up the stairs from the bottom, her graceful charm was truly captivating. Zhou Yuqi and Jiang Wenwen have such completely different styles. You watch out. Even if you're not interested in Zhou Yuqi, you still have to be careful. She's making her move on you. Let me tell you, when girls get serious, they can be quite formidable. Just before leaving, Jiang Wenwen walked over, stood on tiptoe, reached out and hooked her arm around the king's neck, staring at him with her beautiful, watery eyes, and solemnly gave him some instructions. Don't worry, darling. I've always treated Zhou Yuqi like a younger sister, so don't overthink it. Besides, do you think I'm so easily won over or so easily swayed? The king said smugly. Jiang Wenwen exclaimed softly. Dressed in a business suit, her slender figure swayed, making her extremely alluring. What are you doing? How annoying. Just wait until you finish work and see how I deal with you. The king pinched her little nose and said, teasingly and affectionately, How are you going to punish me? Jiang Wenwen asked with a mischievous smile. The king rushed forward to pick her up, but she slipped away very nimbly, like a little eel. I'm not letting you clean up. Okay, I'm going to work now, bye-bye. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wenwen had already walked away, her long legs striding into the driver's seat of the Cullinan, starting the car and preparing to leave. The king quickly closed the door and chased after her. I got in the car and closed the door. Master, it's a pleasure to serve you. Where are you headed, sir? Jiang Wenwen sat in the driver's seat, her long, white legs positioned for driving. She bowed her head in salute, the view inside her collar belonging only to the king. In that instant, she became her master's personal little servant, driving his car. Go into your heart. The king smiled mischievously, turned to the side, and kissed her cheek hard. Master is so annoying, no? She feigned shyness and fear, making a dodging motion, her hair disheveled, which was captivating. What a little devil. Such a woman truly captivated the king. Since that incident, she seemed to have unlocked her full potential, and she always had a variety of little tricks up her sleeve when it came to the man she loved. Once you've tasted the marrow, you'll crave more. Even if they're inseparable every day, they still feel a sense of novelty at all times. Just as I was lost in thought, a phone call came in. Hello, it's Director Wu. Hello, Director Wu. Mr. Wang, if it's convenient for you now, could you come to the municipal building as soon as possible? Okay, no problem. Chapter 91 Special Operations. All right, my maid, please drive me to the city hall. After hanging up the phone, Wang told Jiang Wenwen the destination. Understood. Jiang Wenwen smiled gently, tossed her fragrant hair, and released the accelerator while stepping on the brake. Upon arriving at the municipal building, the king got out of the car in Cullinan and, accompanied by several staff members who were already waiting there, went to the floor where the conference room was located. Jiang Wenwen drove away. She still had some work to do, but she had been transferred to a much easier department with a significant increase in salary and benefits. As for what happened behind the scenes, anyone with eyes can guess. She was an employee of Tianyue City, and the boss of Tianyue City, Mr. Tu, had been investigating Wang Shang's identity. When he found out that his own female employee, Jiang Wenwen, was Wang Shang's girlfriend, how could he not take action and flatter him? Of course, this was all kept secret and not even known within Tianyue City. It was the top-level manager, General Manager Tu, who gave the order to improve Jiang Wenwen's treatment in the marketing department and make her workload easier. The junior manager was very shrewd. Knowing that Jiang Wenwen now had a super-rich boyfriend and that instructions had been given from above, he directly transferred her to the marketing department office to do some easy clerical work, so she would no longer have to show her face in public to buy houses and socialize. Moreover, wherever she goes now, everyone treats her with utmost respect. Even the male colleagues who previously had designs on her are now polite and respectful, only to be admired from afar and not to be trifled with. Upon entering the meeting room, Wang Shang discovered that the municipal meeting was chaired by Director Wu, and that the city's first-party secretary Luo, the highest-ranking official in the city, was also present, along with leaders from various departments of the municipal authorities. In addition, there were some high-ranking officials from the province. The theme of the meeting was the establishment of the Jiuzhou Ding National Museum and related matters. Wang Shangqing became the focus of this meeting. Ding National Museum, nominated by the Jiangdu city authorities. This was authorized by the relevant ministries at the highest level, allowing the Jiangdu municipal government to determine the candidate for honorary curator. It could be someone from the political arena, someone from the business world, or even ordinary citizen. Everyone thought that Luo Yuliang would be the honorary curator. However, when Luo Yuliang was the first to stand up and personally announce his recommended candidate, I choose Comrade Wang Shang. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Immediately following was thunderous applause. Comrade Wang has always been very low-key and pragmatic throughout the excavation of this national treasure. As the person who made the greatest contribution to the excavation of this national treasure, he deserves this honor. As everyone knows, the excavation of the 9 tripods shocked China and the world. We cannot let our low-key and pragmatic comrade be buried. Luo Yuliang explained his reasons for choosing Wang Shang as the honorary curator of the Jiuzhou Ding National Museum. Clear, straightforward, and well-reasoned. Once again, the entire audience erupted in applause. Next, everyone unanimously agreed that Luo Yuliang's recommendation was approved. Thus, the king officially became the honorary curator of the Kyushu Ding National Museum. Congratulations to Mr. Wang on becoming the honorary curator of the Jiuzhou Ding National Museum. Congratulations to Mr. Wang on becoming the honorary curator of the Jiuzhou Ding National Museum. Congratulations to Mr. Wang on becoming the honorary curator of the Jiuzhou Ding National Museum. Congratulations to Mr. Wang on becoming the honorary curator of the Jiuzhou Ding National Museum. Flowers and applause all the way. The king stood up and walked from his seat toward the platform. Luo Yuliang personally presented the king with a gleaming certificate of honor, as well as a golden key symbolizing the Jiuzhou Ding National Museum and the insignia of honorary curator. Having the title of honorary curator comes with many privileges. In a sense, the museum's daily management and some decisions must be approved by him. In addition, the honorary curator must be present for some important museum events and formal occasions. Moreover, since it is a top-level museum, the honorary curator is equivalent to a prefecture-level leader, and his social status is not low. In this way, the king gained another layer of identity. The president of a charitable foundation, the owner of 10 office buildings, the third largest shareholder of Lin's Hotel and Catering Group, and the curator of a national museum. The meeting is adjourned. Director Wang, please wait a moment. Wang Shang was stopped by Director Wu. Several high-ranking municipal officials were also accompanying Director Wu. Director Wu, is there anything else? Wang asked. Yes, there's something going on. There's an event where our city is connecting with the provincial capital to transport the 9 tripods to the provincial capital for an exhibition at a World Cultural Heritage Expo. Director Wu explained in detail. This event is extremely important, and the province attaches great importance to it. Therefore, we need Director Wang as the honorary curator to accompany the team. By the way, we will use the highest level of security measures with a special police escort to ensure the safety of the national treasure, the 9 tripod cauldrons. Going to the provincial capital for an event. The honorary curator must attend. OMG. The king was reluctant. He didn't want to run around and keep himself busy. Also, we've set up a special task force to protect your safety throughout the entire process, so you can rest assured there won't be any problems. Seeing that his expression was off, Director Wu quickly said something. And most importantly, the number 1 beauty in our Jiangdu police system, the universally acknowledged police flower, Ms. Luo Xiaoxiao, will be your bodyguard. Director Wu adjusted his glasses and said mysteriously. The king was slightly taken aback. Luo Xiaoxiao? Director Wang. I'll be in charge of protecting your safety during this trip to the provincial capital. A beautiful woman in a uniform walked over gracefully and greeted him with a smile. That's none other than the stunningly beautiful policewoman Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Xiaoxiao, blushing. Hello, Director Wang. With a sweet call, Luo Xiaoxiao generously extended her hand. Wang Shang smiled and shook hands with her. Hello, Officer Luo. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to have been promoted to honorary curator, and you were the first person to discover the 9 provinces cauldrons, a national treasure. Impressive. Luo Xiaoxiao gave the king a thumbs up and offered her praise. Officer Luo, you're too kind. Seeing her heroic and spirited appearance, the king was in a great mood. Girls with different styles are like flowers of different colors and kinds, each with their own beauty. Be your bodyguard during your trip to the provincial capital for this event, ensuring your safety throughout. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Xiaoxiao got down to business and began to explain the situation in a serious manner. After listening for a while, Wang Shang roughly understood the situation, which was similar to what Director Wu had said. However, there was one difference. Originally, Director Wu said that he would provide him with a special police team to ensure his personal safety. Now, only Luo Xiaoxiao is left. With so many people in the Jiangdu police station, including many special police and criminal police, why was she specifically chosen to ensure their safety? To be honest, the king had some hidden worries in his heart. After all, he couldn't forget that just a few days ago, he single-handedly killed so many thugs from the 4 Dragons gang. The super sniper rifle is still lying in his system inventory. To date, the police have not released the final investigation results regarding that case. At this critical juncture, why would Luo Xiaoxiao, the person in charge of the case, put aside the investigation to act as his bodyguard and escort him to the provincial capital for an event? Indeed, the 9 tripods are extremely important national treasures, priceless treasures. Indeed, the king is the curator of the Jiuzhou Ding National Museum, a position of great importance and significance. However, this does not necessarily mean that Luo Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance was solely for his safety. Could it be related to the case? Is she using the pretense of protecting my safety to actually get close to me and investigate me? Suddenly, a sense of doubt and speculation arose in the king's heart. A stunningly beautiful policewoman approaches him and investigates him. This feeling is hard to describe. There was a hint of fear and a hint of worry, but for the king, it was mostly a thrill. There were no fingerprints or other traces left at the scene, and the super sniper rifle was hidden in the system's inventory, so no one could find it. There were no surveillance cameras at the scene, and no one knows that the assassin who shot and killed a large number of Four Dragons gang thugs was me. I don't believe that Luo Xiaoxiao can find out anything from me. He thought to himself, a smug smile appearing on his lips. Director Wang, what are you laughing at? Luo Xiaoxiao, who was accompanying the king, suddenly saw him smile and couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh, it's nothing. The king quickly gathered his thoughts. If you have anything funny to share, you can share it so I can have a good laugh too. Luo Xiaoxiao said with a smile, her eyes narrowed. The king. He suddenly realized that this policewoman, who appeared particularly serious and cold at the scene of the case, also had a playful and adorable side. As they chatted, the atmosphere relaxed, and the distance between them gradually closed. Don't call me Director Wang anymore. It makes me sound so old. Wang Shang complained, then smiled at her and said, just call me Your Majesty. We're both young. It's best to address each other by our first names. Okay. Luo Xiaoxiao readily agreed, and said with a playful smile, don't call me Officer Luo anymore. Just call me Xiaoxiao. Okay, Comrade Xiaoxiao. Wang Shang smiled and addressed her simply, which further shortened the distance between the two young people. The reduction in barriers also facilitates cooperation between the parties. The special car will be here soon. Go to the bureau first, and I'll prepare some things. I'll escort you to the provincial capital then. As for the national treasure, the 9 tripod cauldrons, a special train will be used to transport it from the high-speed rail station to the provincial capital, with special police escorting it throughout the journey. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxiao checked the time and said in a low voice. The king nodded. You've worked hard. It's not hard work. In our line of work, obeying orders is the most important thing. We were assigned to be responsible for the safe escort of the 9 provinces cauldron and the honorary curator. My colleagues are responsible for the 9 provinces cauldron, and I am responsible for you. We each have our own tasks, and this is our duty. Luo Xiaoxiao said. Soon, a large black minivan drove up. This is the car. Luo Xiaoxiao pointed and said. It's a very ordinary-looking commercial vehicle, and the license plate it has is also very ordinary. Wang Shang went up first, followed closely by Luo Xiaoxiao. Once inside, the feeling was completely different. The interior is luxurious and spacious, with sofa seats, just like a luxurious mobile office. A while later, the van arrived at the police station. Luo Xiaoxiao got out of the car and went to prepare her things. A moment later, Luo Xiaoxiao returned to the car. She had changed her clothes. She was no longer wearing uniform, but rather simple and casual wear. In addition, she was carrying a sidearm. It seems there must have been orders from above to deliberately use civilian vehicles for escort, with plainclothes police officers inside to provide protection. This is also to do everything possible to protect the safety of important figures. Why aren't you wearing your uniform? The king leisurely sipped his coffee, admiring the beautiful woman standing beside him. Her relaxed and casual attire, including a simple pair of jeans, perfectly accentuated her leg lines, making her thighs appear firm and toned, while her calves were slender and strong. Above her beautiful legs was a pert, shapely buttock with exquisite lines and a stunning curve. Under the king's gaze, Luo Xiaoxiao blushed immediately. The higher-ups have ordered that to ensure your safety, we cannot wear uniforms. We must wear civilian clothes. You're beautiful even without your uniform. The king smiled and praised her, his appreciation for the beauty coming from the bottom of his heart. This statement, if an ugly person said it, it would be considered harassment. However, when a handsome, incredibly rich, and powerful man like the king says it, it's very charming. Thank you, Luo Xiaoxiao said softly, blushing, feeling extremely embarrassed. Of course, a significant part of this was actually a disguise. In order to investigate the situation, Luo Xiaoxiao can only try her best to get closer to him, and has even made certain preparations to sacrifice her charms if necessary. Fortunately, the person she was dealing with was very handsome, extremely wealthy, and of extraordinary status. If she were to be taken advantage of by him, it wouldn't seem too disgusting. The car officially set off. The driver was a middle-aged man who remained silent and focused on driving the whole way. Once on the highway, the car drove exceptionally smoothly. The coffee cup on the coffee table didn't move an inch. Only a seasoned driver with decades of experience could achieve this level of stability. Driving from Jiangdu to the provincial capital takes about 5 hours, mostly on highways and a little on provincial roads. Fortunately, with the beautiful Luo Xiaoxiao by my side, chatting with her kept me from getting bored. Chapter 93. A Melee in the Bathroom. A few hours later, the car exited the highway and drove on a provincial road. The driver said he needed to get out of the car to rest and fill up the gas tank. When the car stopped at a gas station by the roadside to refuel, Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao got out of the car to stretch their legs, as they were both feeling uncomfortable after sitting for so long. The king needs to go to the restroom at the gas station to relieve himself. Luo Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, never leaving her side. Seriously, Xiaoxiao? You're coming with me to the restroom. It's my duty to ensure your safety throughout the process. Go ahead. I'll wait at the door. Luo Xiaoxiao spoke with a slightly embarrassed but serious tone. The king shrugged helplessly. All right then, comrade Xiaoxiao, don't be too nervous. I didn't see any danger. If you need to use the restroom, go to the bathroom quickly. The journey is long, so don't hold it in and hurt yourself. Luo Xiaoxiao's face darkened. At the same time, a white minivan with a Jiangdu license plate exited the highway and drove onto the national highway. Throughout the entire journey, the white van maintained a certain distance, following the black business vehicle carrying Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao. A few minutes later, the white van also arrived near the gas station. The white van stopped in a secluded corner by the roadside, and several men dressed in black, all wearing sunglasses, got out. They were acting mysteriously and furtively. These people were none other than the thugs and bullies of the Four Dragon Society. Inside the white van sat a man, calm and composed. This man had a full head of white hair and was the leader of the Four Dragon Society, a big boss of the underground underworld, known as Master Bai. Brother Bai, they've stopped to refuel. Should we proceed with the plan? Master Bai, look. Two gangsters from the Four Dragon Society, who looked like minor leaders, came before Master Bai and respectfully asked for his instructions. They followed him all the way here to deal with the king, their Four Dragon Society's enemy. The shocking case that escalated from a kidnapping to the complete annihilation and slaughter of dozens of members of an entire branch of the Four Dragon Society was not only being investigated by the police, but the Four Dragon Society itself, which suffered heavy losses, was also making every effort to investigate the situation. All the accusations point to the same person. Your Majesty. At this moment, Mr. Bai was smoking a cigarette, his gaze falling on the roadside gas station outside the car window. His focus remained fixed on that black minivan. Now is a rare opportunity. Let's act before they drive into the provincial capital. Suddenly, Master Bai stubbed out his cigarette, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and said coldly. Soon, several men in black bypassed the entrance of the gas station and rushed over from the back wall. They were very professional in avoiding the surveillance cameras, managing to do so silently and stealthily. The restrooms are located at the back of the gas station. When the group of men in black appeared at the restroom entrance, they suddenly pulled out knives, guns, clubs, and other weapons and rushed into the men's restroom. The last man in black to rush and slam the door, shut behind him, and locked it. In an instant, a series of clattering and banging sounds came from inside, accompanied by painful screams and cries. Luo Xiaoxiao, who was using the women's restroom, thought it would only be a moment and she could relax for a bit without anything happening. However, she didn't expect to hear the sounds of fighting coming from the men's restroom. She quickly pulled up her pants, put them on, and rushed out. Nervous, she saw that the men's restroom door was tightly closed, and without thinking twice, she kicked it open. Bang! She kicked the door open. Sizzle. Suddenly, a sharp dagger, its gleaming blade piercing towards her vital heart. Ah! With quick reflexes, she cried out and dodged, but was still stabbed. A deep gash appeared on her arm, and blood flowed out, staining her clothes red. The wound hurt so much, but she couldn't hold back any longer and quickly drew her gun. At this moment, she calmed down and looked around. In the dim and narrow bathroom, several figures were moving about. With the shadows of fighting, weapons such as daggers and machetes were waving around, creating a scene of flashing blades. The bathroom was too dimly lit, and the lights weren't on, so Luo Xiaoxiao only knew that a chaotic fight was taking place, but she couldn't see clearly what was happening. Even with a gun in hand, they didn't know how to stop this vicious fight. Aya! Aya! Another scream rang out, followed by a heavy slam to the ground and the sound of bones breaking. Luo Xiaoxiao was extremely nervous, but fortunately, judging from the voice, it shouldn't be coming from a king. Moreover, it wasn't just one person who screamed. This is Majesty, all right? She gripped the gun tightly, her finger on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Bang! Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxiao found the light switch and turned on the light. Everything in darkness was suddenly illuminated. When she saw the scene before her, she was utterly astonished. Chapter 94. Not a leaf sticks to my body. 7 or 8 thugs couldn't get close to the king at all. Possessing top-notch fighting skills, he easily deflected their charging attack with his superior strength and extremely agile reflexes, kicking away the knives, guns, daggers, and other weapons they were holding with just a few kicks. Several daggers were even plunged directly into the wrists of the thugs and bullies. It's a terrible sight. So in the blink of an eye, all these thugs were lying on the ground, groaning and in agony. For the king, he was completely untouched by any trouble. Luo Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief at the sudden brightness. So many strong men, all lying on the ground. What were they doing? What happened here? Who I am? Where am I? Luo Xiaoxiao was completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, she remembered something and rushed in like a madwoman, opening each and every stall in the bathroom one by one. Bang! 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 Several cubicles were empty when she opened the doors, and the doors slammed shut with a loud bang. Where's the king? Why is the king the only one missing? Could it be that these guys, who don't look like good people, stormed into the bathroom and beat up the king? Why are they all lying down, and the king is nowhere to be found? Splash! Suddenly, the sound of flushing water was heard. Just as Luo Xiaoxiao opened the door to one of the cubicles, the king was leisurely urinating inside, turning around to pull up his pants. He looked up and immediately saw Luo Xiaoxiao standing at the door. Their eyes met. The situation is extremely awkward. Hey, Comrade Xiaoxiao, why are you peeping at people using the toilet? The king widened his eyes, feigning panic and surprise, and exclaimed as if he had been taken advantage of. He's still a young boy, inexperienced in the ways of the world. You need to take responsibility for him, okay? He quickly began to complain, looking aggrieved. No way, Your Majesty. I didn't see anything. Take responsibility for you? Take responsibility for what? Luo Xiaoxiao was both amused and exasperated, wondering what kind of man she had ended up with. They actually put her in charge? As so naive and inexperienced. You can tell he has a girlfriend. He's so glib and cunning. This is the men's restroom. You, a girl, barged in. Do you have something on your mind about me? You're so dirty-minded, the king continued. Luo Xiaoxiao's face darkened. Hey Xiaoxiao, have you seen enough? If you have, please turn around and leave. This is the men's restroom. The king continued. Oomph. Who wants to see you go to the bathroom? And you say I have feelings for you? Aren't you furious? I am furious. Oomph. You're the dirty one. Your whole family is dirty. Luo Xiaoxiao was furious, completely bewildered by the boy. She turned around and then back, remembering the important matter. Pointing at the burly men rolling on the ground and groaning, she demanded, Your Majesty, explain this to me. What's going on? The king was completely bewildered. I don't know. Who are they? Oh dear. Why are they all lying on the ground? He was completely oblivious to everything, as if the incident of him teaching those thugs a lesson had vanished and never existed. You do not know? Yes. How would I know? I was in the bathroom when you barged in, Wang said innocently. You really don't know? Luo Xiaoxiao stared at him with amusement in her eyes, her expression shifting from surprise to composure, though she probably already knew what had happened. Yes, Officer Luo, you saw it yourself. I was in the restroom. How could I possibly have any dealings with them? Wang Shang retorted. Luo Xiaoxiao glanced at the king, then at the group of thugs and bullies lying on the ground, and noticed a detail. That is, the eyes of 2 of the thugs flickered, even showing some fear, as they looked at the king, clearly understanding something. Luo Xiaoxiao rushed over quickly, grabbed one of the thugs, and fiercely questioned, Who are you people? What happened? The other thugs scrambled to their feet, quickly made their escape, and rushed out of the men's restroom. 2 of the thugs even had daggers stuck in their arms, bleeding profusely, but they struggled and tried to escape without caring about the wounds. Because they were involved in organized crime, even if the king beat them up, they could only swallow their anger and suffer in silence. Pairs of eyes, fierce and menacing, flashed across the king, as if to say, You just wait, kid. Seeing that only this one thug was left, captured by Luo Xiaoxiao, he remained silent. Speak. I'm telling you, I'm a police officer. This is my identification. Luo Xiaoxiao immediately took out her identification and handcuffs from her pocket. Although she was in plain clothes, she brought everything she was supposed to. Identification documents, handcuffs, and a handgun. I didn't do anything. I just came in to use the restroom. Are those people with you your accomplices? What accomplices? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know them. I came in to use the restroom and saw them fighting. It has nothing to do with me. They're bleeding like crazy. You saw the daggers and machetes, and you're saying you have nothing to do with them? It's really nothing. I guess they were just causing trouble, fighting or something. I don't know anything about it. This thug and bully was clearly a repeat offender, calmly responding to Luo Xiaoxiao's questions. Having no other choice, Luo Xiaoxiao had to let him go. When I came out of the men's restroom, there was a large crowd gathered outside. A large portion of them were gas station staff and some car owners who had come to refuel, gathered together, discussing and talking animatedly. What happened? It looks like a woman rushed into the men's restroom. It looks like a fight. Probably a bunch of thugs fighting over a woman. That was brutal. I heard there was blood on the ground. Just now I saw several thugs rush out, wounded, with daggers stuck in their arms, bleeding profusely. Oh, it's that serious? Yes. You damn bastard. You miscalculated. Damn, that kid's got some skills. He beat us up in the dark of the men's restroom. Damn it. Find a way to kill him. Damn it, I tripped up by some brat. Several thugs rushed into the van. Some bandaged wounds, while others treated fractures and dislocations. They were professionals in this field. Fighting and killing were inevitable in this line of work, and they were used to it. Damn it, you brat, you're asking for it. Seeing his men suffer such a crushing defeat and slink back in disgrace, Master Bai was so angry that he trembled all over, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Mr. Bai, what do we do now? The thug driving the car had a fierce look on his face. Seeing his brothers badly injured, and several of his men stabbed with daggers and bleeding profusely, he was naturally furious and resentful. When have we, the Four Dragon Society, ever been so humiliated? We have to teach that brat a lesson. A thug and bully, his face contorted with malice, said. Master Bai immediately made a decision. Follow them first, and once we get past the stretch of road, find a secluded place to make our move. Yes, Mr. Bai. Receive. The subordinates immediately understood and nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, the black van carrying Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao was filled with gas and continued its journey. Chapter 95. Two fists cannot beat four hands. The black van continued driving forward, heading towards the provincial capital. Because it is a national highway, the road conditions are inevitably much more complex than those of expressways. There are intersections from time to time, and you will encounter various large trucks, private cars, and even farm vehicles. Experienced drivers have very solid skills and can keep the car stable even when encountering uneven or poor road conditions. Inside the car, Luo Xiaoxiao was full of doubts, but she didn't say a word. She just pretended to look out the car window, but actually observed the king's expression and behavior at all times. Indeed, she now suspects that the king is inextricably linked to the previous kidnapping case and a major case of the massacre of dozens of outlaws from the Four Dragon Society. Even now, the police have not been able to gather enough evidence to prove this. That's why Luo Xiaoxiao specifically sought out the relevant leaders and volunteered to act as the king's bodyguard, accompanying and escorting him all the way to the provincial capital to participate in the event. After all, tracking down the criminal activities of the Four Dragon Society and taking down the entire group is the biggest trouble Luo Xiaoxiao has encountered in her years as a criminal investigator, and it is also the most difficult case to solve. Moreover, it is a series of cases involving many other cases and underground evil forces, let alone a female police officer. Even seasoned male detectives who have been in the criminal investigation field for many years find these types of cases extremely troublesome and difficult to handle, and are unwilling to touch them. After all, this is a fight against a vicious gang like the Four Dragon Society, those ruthless and wicked people who are capable of anything. Comrade Xiaoxiao, what are you looking at? When the car entered a culvert, even though the headlights were on, the windows were dark, creating a mirror effect. Coincidentally, Wang Shang immediately noticed that Luo Xiaoxiao, who had been deliberately looking out the window, was actually observing him. So he jokingly said, "Could it be that you were attracted by my handsome appearance?" Luo Xiaoxiao's expression faltered slightly. Then she said coldly, "Don't be so conceited. I wasn't looking at you. But just now when I looked out the car window, our eyes met." Eyes don't lie. Wang Shang looked at her with interest and teased. "Comrade Xiaoxiao, are you missing your boyfriend?" "What are you thinking about? I don't have a boyfriend." "Humph," Luo Xiaoxiao said angrily. "No, you could go look for yourself. You have so many police colleagues, most of whom are men. With your qualifications, you can find someone easily, right?" Wang Shang laughed. "Maybe it's just not meant to be." Cough cough, why are you asking me this? I'm not in the mood to find a boyfriend right now. Luo Xiaoxiao coughed twice to cover up her slight panic. But out of the corner of her eye, she noticed two beams of light shining into the culvert from the car's rearview mirror. Is the reason you're not in a good mood because someone is following behind you, and you're nervous? Suddenly, The king asked this question. Luo Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. The abrupt change of topic caught her off guard. Indeed, she was watching the vehicles behind her. A white van maintained a certain distance at all times, seemingly unintentionally, but to a criminal investigator like Luo Xiaoxiao, it was definitely suspicious. It was being followed. How did you know? This is the kind of subtle observation and judgment that only criminal police officers would have. It's extremely difficult for ordinary people to notice. That's why Luo Xiaoxiao became curious about the king again. Those people are the thugs who were fighting in the restroom earlier. They got into that white van in the back and have been following us. Are they planning to harm us? The king asked anxiously, posing a question. His expression was one of deep concern. Those bastards were shouting and yelling, and they even brought knives, guns, clubs, and other weapons. They fought really hard in the bathroom earlier, and I was terrified. The king exclaimed in alarm. My duty along the way is to protect your safety, so don't worry. Luo Xiaoxiao was increasingly unable to understand this guy who was all bark and no bite. You might say he's hiding his true abilities, but he was actually afraid of those thugs, showing a terrified expression. Could it be a deliberate disguise? A sly glint flashed quickly in Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the moment the car exited the underpass, it suddenly burst into a bright world from the darkness of the underpass. And in an instant, everyone inside the car was greeted by a flash of light. A moment of disorientation. It turned out to be a flashlight mounted on the top of a traffic pole, used to capture traffic violations. It flashed briefly. Immediately afterwards, a truck appeared on a side road next to the national highway. The truck suddenly went out of control and crashed into the right side of the black minivan. Bang! The violent collision caused the black minivan to suffer a huge impact. One side of the car window shattered and flew everywhere, and the door was dented. It slid down the roadside slope, the wheels slipped, and the driver panicked completely. He swerved the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. Even the most skilled and experienced driver cannot reverse the dangerous situation caused by a car accident in such an out-of-control situation. The black van kept sliding down the slope, but fortunately the slope wasn't too deep, only a few meters high. Below was a paddy field and grassy ditches. Bang! The car overturned on the edge of the field. The driver had multiple fractures and was bleeding from superficial wounds. His face was covered in blood, but fortunately, he was not seriously injured and his life was not in danger. Are you all right, Captain Luo? Director Wang. Captain Luo. Director Wang. The driver climbed out of the cab and immediately shouted. His duty was to drive Luo Xiaoxiao and Wang Shang to the provincial capital. Of course, he knew very well that these two people were of extraordinary status and could not be neglected. Now that there's been a car accident, the first priority is to rescue Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao as soon as possible. What was particularly strange was that there was no one in the back seats. Luo Xiaoxiao is not here. The king is also not here. The overturned black van looked like a small mountain, lying across the fields. On the other side, out of the driver's sight, came the sounds of fighting. It turned out that at the same time as their car accident, the white van behind them quickly arrived, and 7 or 8 thugs jumped out and off the steep slope, intending to take advantage of Wang Shang's accident and kill him. As the king's bodyguard, Luo Xiaoxiao quickly kicked open the window of the overturned van, which hadn't even landed properly yet, and climbed out to deal with the thugs who rushed at her. Attacked Luo Xiaoxiao fiercely, wielding machetes, daggers, steel pipes, iron bars, and other weapons. Several people surrounded Luo Xiaoxiao. Although Luo Xiaoxiao was a criminal police officer who grew up with martial arts skills and even used handcuffs as weapons, she was still no match for the many hands that were at her disposal. Laugh! Suddenly, caught off guard, she was slashed on the arm by a thug, and blood flowed out, staining her clothes red. Chapter 96. Strength that cannot be hidden. What's even more manly than any man is that she was scratched like that, and the pain was unbearable for most people, but she didn't utter a single sound. Laugh! Immediately afterward, taking advantage of her unpreparedness, a thug on her right side slammed a steel pipe in her right leg. Her knee bent, and she suffered a violent impact. The pain was excruciating, and she couldn't bear any longer, so she knelt on one knee. Little girl, you were lucky those guys from the South City didn't get to you last time. This time, you're not getting away. This girl is incredibly beautiful, with a great figure and a hot body. She's fucking wild. It'll be so much fun to play with her. Ha! Several thugs, having inflicted serious injuries, had a fierce glint in their eyes. When they noticed that Luo Xiaoxiao was a beautiful woman, their eyes suddenly gleamed with malice. Luo Xiaoxiao gripped the handcuffs tightly, waiting for the right moment to draw her gun and intimidate the group of thugs. Her eyes were filled with hatred and anger as she confronted them. On one side was a lone policewoman, all alone, and on the other side were 7 or 8 thugs wielding weapons. The confrontation between the two sides appears to be a battle between a girl and a group of thuggish men, but in reality, it is a battle between the criminal police and underground criminal forces. They both know each other's situation. Last time, dozens of your Four Dragons gang thugs were killed. Although the mastermind hasn't been identified yet, it was still incredibly satisfying. You lawless scoundrels will be brought to justice sooner or later. Remember, the net of heaven is vast, and though its meshes are wide, nothing escapes it. Little policewoman, wasn't it you who broke into the South City branch of the Four Dragons gang last time? The surveillance footage outside is crystal clear. What a pity. You're just like those good-for-nothings, utterly useless. You shouldn't have become a detective. You should have been our boss's concubine, our sister-in-law. Wouldn't that have been better? Ha! The group of thugs laughed lewdly, but they didn't just keep harassing Luo Xiaoxiao. Instead, they exchanged glances and quickly began their next move. They rushed forward together, surrounding Luo Xiaoxiao once again, wielding knives, spears, and clubs, ready to take her down. A hint of despair flashed in Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out. It murmured softly in a dull tone, like a small stone falling into a pool. Ah! A bullet pierced the head of one of the thugs. The thug's brain splattered out on the spot, blood splattered everywhere, and he died instantly. The thugs were immediately terrified. What's going on? Holy crap! Bang! Another muffled gunshot suddenly rang out in the air. They had no idea where the person who fired the shot was hiding or from what direction the bullet was fired. They were all completely bewildered, seeing that 2 of their 4 Dragons brothers had died in succession. How could they dare to stay here any longer? How could they dare to continue besieging Luo Xiaoxiao? As if they had a telepathic connection, the thugs quickly retreated, rushing towards the edge of the field and scattering in all directions, running faster than rabbits. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. One of the thugs hadn't run far when a bullet was fired, hitting him precisely in the back of the head. Boom! Blood spurted out, and he died on the spot, his body lying in the field. An atmosphere of terror spread rapidly. The scene of the car accident resembled a carnage, a battlefield filled with carnage. The remaining thugs and bullies fled frantically, screaming and howling in terror. Suddenly, a foul stench filled the air. It turned out that a few thugs were so terrified that they lost control of their bladder and soiled themselves. Seeing this, Wang Shang, who was lying prone under the right rear wheel of the overturned black van as a sniper point, put away his super sniper rifle, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. That was him. He nimbly crawled out of the van that had been hit and overturned, and using his sniper skills and extensive combat experience, he chose a position and retrieved a super sniper rifle from his system inventory. He quickly retrieved the super sniper rifle from the system storage, and then, trembling with fear, crawled out from under the wheels of the overturned van. Your Majesty! Luo Xiaoxiao, who witnessed all of this, was completely stunned. When she saw the king walking over, she remained silent, as if she were a cicada in winter. What happened? Someone's dead? The king's gaze fell on the corpses of the 2 thugs who had been shot not far away, and he gasped. Luo Xiaoxiao adjusted her breathing and said, Yes, there was a car accident. Those thugs rushed over to deal with me. 2 of them were shot dead. I don't know who was hiding in the shadows and firing the shot. Who was it? So powerful? I was hiding under the car when I heard gunshots and screams. I was terrified. The king feigned a look of terror. At this moment, the driver came over, looked at Wang Shang, then at Luo Xiaoxiao, and said with great anxiety, Captain Luo, your injury and bleeding are too severe. We need to call an ambulance immediately. After such a big incident, everyone looked very unwell. No rush. I'll call the police now and have my colleagues from the jurisdiction come and handle it. Ignoring the fact that her wound was still bleeding, Luo Xiaoxiao took out her phone to make a call. The driver, nicknamed Captain Luo, turned pale because Luo Xiaoxiao was bleeding so badly that it was unbearable for anyone to watch. It's nothing, Luo Xiaoxiao said, having held on for so long. Finally, she broke down, her face turning deathly pale and her breath coming in gasps. It will take time for the ambulance to arrive. Let me treat your injuries first. Suddenly, the king said this. Their formidable strength could not be concealed in the end. Chapter 97. Arrival at the Provincial Capital Hotel. Luo Xiaoxiao was stunned, her eyes filled with surprise. There's no time to explain. Seeing that her blood loss was getting worse, Wang Shang took out the silver needles he used for treatment without saying a word. These needles had been automatically sent to the system's warehouse when the system rewarded him with the 9 mystic divine needles. A neat row of dozens of silver needles, each about 1 centimeter long, slender and sharp, gleaming with silver light. It looks pretty convincing. What's this? At this moment, not only Luo Xiao, but even the driver next to her was astonished. The king said, "These are silver needles, used for treating illnesses. I happen to know acupuncture and have some medical knowledge." But Luo Xiao still couldn't believe it. After all, practicing medicine and treating illnesses is no small matter. A slight mistake could endanger one's life. Just as she hesitated, a silver needle pierced near the severely bleeding wound on her arm. What are you doing? Pull out. Do you think I'm not bleeding enough?" Luo Xiao screamed in panic, her face growing even paler from sudden exertion. The king calmly said, "Don't be so nervous, relax. The silver needles are inserted into acupoints on your body to stop the bleeding. What are you afraid of? You're not a professional doctor. How can I trust you?" Luo Xiao was going crazy. She might die from blood loss before the ambulance arrived, but she was going to be killed by Wang Shang's nonsense. "Mr. Wang, you must be careful. This is no child's play. Don't use these silver needles you've taken out carelessly, or you'll worsen Captain Luo's injuries," the driver shouted anxiously from the side. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the king swiftly employed the unique secret technique of the 9 profound divine needles, his fingers holding silver needles one after another. With dazzling, scattering flowers-like, and mysterious techniques, he skillfully applied the needles, making it impossible to see how they flew out. Only flashes of silver light could be seen. One silver needle after another, with perfect accuracy, pierced into several key acupoints near Luo Xiao's injury. For Qingling acupoint, insert the needle to a depth of 1.1 inches. For Shaohai acupoint, insert the needle to a depth of 3.3 inches. For Chai's acupoint, insert the needle to a depth of 2.2 inches. For Tsuza acupoint, insert the needle to a depth of 4.4 inches. He was muttering something under his breath. With each murmur, he exerted force with his fingers, precisely inserting the silver needle he held into the acupoint to a certain depth. In a short while, more than a dozen silver needles were inserted around the injured area on Luo Xiao's arm. Immediately, the king gently picked at a silver needle, accompanied by a light twisting and stroking. And put your ear close to it, and listen carefully to the sound coming from the very tip of the silver needle. That was a sound that ordinary people could never hear, a sound transmitted from the acupoints where the silver needles were inserted, a sound that could distinguish the condition of the illness or injury. Only a king who has mastered the 9 mysterious needles, a rare and ancient Chinese medicine technique that has long been lost, can do this. He saves lives and heals the wounded. He's like a living Buddha, reincarnated. The driver was stunned by what he saw and didn't dare to utter a word for a long time. Luo Xiao was also stunned. The key point was that even if she wanted to resist, it was all in vain because her injured arm was completely immobile, as if it had been frozen in place, and her arm had completely lost all feeling. Luo Xiao, you're so lucky to have used acupuncture to treat and save someone for the first time. After a tense acupuncture session, the king breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "What? My first time? I'm lucky." Luo Xiao was furious when she heard this. She was about to explode. "That's right. I gave it my first time. Aren't you lucky?" the king teased. "If you really treat me like a guinea pig, using your shoddy acupuncture to experiment on your so-called medical skills, and any problems arise, I will absolutely not let you off the hook." She stared at the king, threatening him fiercely. No one would joke about their own life. Luo Xiao is not afraid of death, but she refuses to be killed in this way, like a guinea pig. "What if I successfully help you stop the bleeding?" The king smiled and asked with a playful tone. In her haste, Luo Xiao blurted out without thinking, "If you can do it, you can name any conditions you want." "You said it yourself." The king smiled with satisfaction, and even a hint of wickedness flashed across his lips. This subtle change in expression made Luo Xiao feel a little regretful, as if she had fallen into a trap. "Take a look for yourself." The king crossed his arms and glanced at the wound on her arm. "Ah, Captain Luo, look, the wound has stopped bleeding. It stopped." At this moment, the driver shouted, utterly shocked. Luo Xiao looked down and was so shocked she couldn't speak. "It really is true. The bleeding has stopped. What an amazing scene." Once the bleeding stops, treating the wound is a minor matter. You can find any nearby hospital or even a small clinic, and they can just apply some medicine and it will be fine. Of course, getting a tetanus shot is necessary, since it's a knife wound. The king said with a smile. Luo Xiaoxiao stared at him in shock and disbelief, utterly astonished. Once again, she was awestruck by this guy. From the moment she met this young man, she was repeatedly shocked by the abilities the king displayed, as well as his seemingly relaxed and indifferent demeanor. He was too extraordinary. Soon after, the ambulance arrived, as did the traffic police and local criminal investigators. The cases here are very complex, including traffic accidents and murders. Luo Xiaoxiao was taken to the hospital by ambulance. After treatment, she had to go to the local police station to assist in the investigation and explain what happened. Of course, the king couldn't escape either. He had to go to the police station to give a statement. After dealing with everything in this way, it was already past midnight when I left the police station. The van that had been towed away by a crane for repairs was no longer drivable, but Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao still had to continue on their way to the provincial capital, which was more than 100 kilometers away. Knowing that the king was the first person to discover the 9 provinces cauldrons, a national treasure, and was also the honorary curator, and that he was going to the provincial capital to attend an important event, the local police station specially provided Luo Xiaoxiao with a police car so that she could continue her journey with the king. You just had your wound treated, so sit in the back and rest. I'll drive. Wang Shang lazily said this and climbed into the driver's seat. Okay. Luo Xiaoxiao was a little touched. This guy, who seemed so carefree and unserious, was actually quite thoughtful and knew how to cherish women. A little over an hour later, the two arrived safely in the provincial capital. The police car drove directly into the underground parking lot of the hotel that had been booked in advance. The two entered the elevator one after the other and arrived at the hotel lobby reception. It's already past midnight, 2 a.m. When the receptionist learned that Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao were important figures who had come from Jiangdu to participate in the promotional activities for the national treasure, the 9 tripods, she quickly perked up, completed the check-in procedures, and politely handed the room key to Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao with a 90-degree bow. Oops! Suddenly, a woman's clear and delicate scream rang out. Chapter 98. Your face bumped into my hand. It turned out that when Luo Xiaoxiao turned around and walked forward, she was looking down and didn't notice that she bumped into a girl in a red dress who was walking towards her with her head down and playing on her phone. Excuse me, are you alright? Luo Xiaoxiao quickly came forward to ask. The girl raised her face, her makeup heavy, and she looked extremely seductive. She wore a red dress that was incredibly low-cut and revealing, with a large expanse of her cleavage exposed, making people dizzy as she walked. Watch your step. Can't you watch where you're going? The glamorous woman said irritably. You're walking around looking at your phone. Is that wrong? Don't be so aggressive with me. Can't you speak properly? Luo Xiaoxiao got angry. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. Just as the glamorous woman was about to fiercely confront Luo Xiaoxiao, a young man strode over from the revolving door and hurriedly asked, Honey, what's wrong? That's her. She bumped into me, and she was pretty aggressive too, ugh. I've been bullied. The alluring woman flirted with the young man. It's all right. It's nothing. It's a small matter. I'll handle it. The young man reassured her for a moment, then quickly turned his gaze to Luo Xiaoxiao. Once you start looking at it, you can't take your eyes off it, because Luo Xiaoxiao is too beautiful, and she also has an extraordinary heroic spirit that other beauties don't have. As a criminal police officer, she possesses a dashing and heroic air, making her both beautiful and handsome. In comparison, the young man's girlfriend, aside from the alluring look brought by heavy makeup, was far inferior in terms of appearance and figure. A true beauty is like Luo Xiaoxiao. She is beautiful even without makeup, and because of her profession, she exercises every day, so she has a very healthy and radiant physique. Hey beautiful, you bumped into my girlfriend. What? Aren't you going to apologize? The young man looked Luo Xiaoxiao up and down, his heart fluttering with desire. But in front of his girlfriend, he still had to put on a serious and proper demeanor. Come on, your girlfriend was looking down at her phone and bumped into me. It's half and half the responsibility. How come it's become that I have to apologize? Luo Xiaoxiao retorted coldly. Hey little girl, you got guts, huh? You're really going to mess with me, aren't you? Let me tell you, if you don't kneel down and apologize to my girlfriend today, I'll make you regret it. Don't think I'll let you off just because you're a woman. The young man roared, immediately attracting the attention of some guests in the hotel lobby, as well as several security guards who quickly walked over. Huh, tell me, who are you? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Kneel down and apologize? What are you thinking? Luo Xiaoxiao laughed angrily. As a criminal police officer, she had encountered the most bizarre thing in her life. Someone actually dared to talk to her like that and threatened to beat her up. I'm a criminal investigator. If she hadn't just come out of the hospital with an injured arm, she would have subdued this young man in no time if he dared to lay a hand on her. Brother, if you really lay a hand on someone, that would be assaulting a police officer. Isn't this too hasty? I give myself courage. Little girl, you seem pretty arrogant, quite the big talker. And look at your figure, skinny arms and legs. What? You want to fight me? Aren't you afraid I'll cripple you? The young man swaggered, raising his arm and showing off his muscles. Immediately afterwards, the young man reached out to grab Luo Xiaoxiao, and coincidentally, he was about to grab her injured arm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flashed out from beside Luo Xiaoxiao. Bang! A dull thud was followed by a scream of pain. It turned out to be the king, who kicked the young man several meters away. Ouch! Who the hell is this? You bumped into my foot. That hurts. You have to apologize to me. Kneel down and apologize right now. Immediately afterwards, Wang Shang hopped on one leg, clutching his left foot that had just kicked the young man, and cried out in pain. Moreover, the young man was forced to kneel down and apologize. The young man lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, wincing in pain. He stood up, about to start cursing. What? Did I bump into your foot? Are you kidding me? What kind of airplane are you playing with? That ability to bite back is truly amazing. You son of a bitch, you son of a bitch. The young man started cursing, his anger rising, and he felt like he was about to explode. Snap! Suddenly, the king rushed forward and, with lightning speed, slapped the young man across the face. Ouch! How did your face bump into my hand? No way. You have to apologize to me. Kneel down and apologize. I apologize to your ass. You dare hit me? The young man roared furiously, clutching his swollen face, and suddenly threw a punch at the king. Unfortunately, in the king's eyes, the movement was even slower than a slow-motion movie scene. When a young man attacked, the king had already dodged with great ease. Seeing this, the young man was so angry he almost vomited blood. He knew he had met his match. Chapter 99. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Seeing this, and realizing the situation was bad, Luo Xiaoxiao quickly took out her police ID and showed it to the young man, coldly shouting, I'm a police officer. Behave yourself. You tried to lay a hand on me just now. Let me tell you, that's assaulting a police officer. Assaulting a police officer? The young man shuddered and quickly widened his eyes to take a closer look. Indeed, the identification the girl opposite him had taken out was a police officer's ID. Dares to forge these kinds of documents casually, as it would incur legal consequences. Are you a police officer? A criminal investigator from the Jiangdu police station. The young man's attitude immediately softened, and his tone became timid. He might dare to act tough with others, but that doesn't mean he'd dare to act tough with the police, especially criminal investigators. This is no joke, Luo Xiaoxiao said coldly. That's right. I am a criminal investigator from the Jiangdu police station. The young man suddenly pointed at the king beside him and said, This guy hit someone. Since you're a policeman, fine, give me an explanation. An explanation? You assaulted a police officer, and you want an explanation? This gentleman came to help me. He was a good Samaritan. What? You want me to arrest him? Luo Xiaoxiao thought this bastard was really joking. The young man was immediately put on the defensive, realizing that the policewoman and Wang Shang were definitely in